Chapter 51. The atmosphere in the room was frozen for a while. Shiryu broke the silence and asked, "What will happen if the safe house fails?" "Everyone inside will be thrown out and continue to compete for survival quotas, or wait for the system's death judgment." Chinka's words were vague. Everyone in his words, who would be thrown out, included him, but participating in the competition for survival quotas and waiting for the system's death judgment did not include him. However, at this time, everyone is in danger, and no one should find loopholes in his words. Chinka was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Shiryu looked at him and threw another question. "What about you?" Chinka was stunned. "What will you do?" Or, Shiryu paused. "What are you going to do after the safe house fails?" Chinka did not expect Shiryu to react so quickly. Chinka looked at Shiryu. For the first time, he seriously looked at this player who was judged by the system as the top of the appearance list as soon as he entered the game. Almond-shaped eyes, black pupils, small but full lips, and a clean, fair face, a very lively cat-like appearance. Cats always remind people of girls, but the high nose bridge and clear jawline neutralize the overall temperament, making him beautiful but not feminine. Chinka was watching intently, and his sight was blocked by a figure. Chinka was not short, but Shinsu was taller than him, so he couldn't see Shiryu's face. He thought Shinsu came over to say something to him, but Shinsu just walked in front of him, walked past, and said, 8 players' dungeons are full, and 4 people's safe houses are overloaded. Should I say that the quality of their dungeons and props is not good? Or should I praise their system for being very authoritative? This is quite a compliment. Your shield seems to be a bit poor, but your spear is very powerful. Anyone would be angry if they heard this. I wonder if the system will be angry." When this was said, Lin Fengbai and Jiang Yan couldn't help but twitch their lips. Then Mr. Qin. Shinsu suddenly changed the subject. His tone was still relaxed, but his words were not relaxed. "Do you want to break the contract and let us deal with your life? Or give up your mission?" Before they cooperated, they asked the system to draft an agreement. They would not move the Platinum Supermarket, and Chinka would provide them with shelter until the end of the game. If the safe house fails, Chinka will not be able to continue to provide them with shelter, which is naturally equivalent to breaking the contract. Shinsu patted Chinka on the shoulder and said earnestly, "I think life is still very important, otherwise you can give up your mission and cooperate with us." "Even if I give up my mission to help you, the agreement says that you can't touch Platinum Supermarket, but in this situation, it is easier to let Platinum Supermarket go bankrupt than risking your life to compete for the survival quota, so..." Chinka followed suit and raised his hand to pat Shinsu on the shoulder. "Let's cancel the contract in both directions." "I think, Mr. Qin, you haven't figured out one thing." Shinsu slapped Chinka's hand away and patted the dust on his shoulder. As if Chinka's hands were very dirty, he continued, "We have the choice of whether to let Platinum Supermarket go bankrupt, but the safe house will be invalid in 8 hours, which is beyond your control. We may or may not break the contract, but you will definitely break the contract. In other words, whether Chinka is willing or not, he will be forced in 8 hours. Break the contract, and then hand over your life to them according to the agreement." Shinsu said it nicely. "Cooperate with us. To put it bluntly, isn't it just asking Chinka to listen to them? Therefore, Chinka now has only one choice, to obey them obediently. The only difference is whether he executes it now or waits for 8 hours. Okay." Chinka knew his current situation, and he laid down peacefully on the sofa with a happy water in his arms, and said in a self-abandoned way, "What do you want me to do? Or how many props do you want?" Chinka waited for them to open their mouths, but Shinsu's words made him sit up. "Let's do this. We don't want your life either." Shinsu also sat down on the sofa, and said in a casual tone between friends, "You can just let Platinum Supermarket go bankrupt." Chinka stood up and stared at Shinsu with wide eyes for several seconds, and spit out a sentence, "You want my life?" Shinsu raised his eyebrows, not quite believing it. "Is it so serious?" "Yes." Chinka emphasized his tone. "Less than 8 hours." Chinka paced around the living room in agitation. "Let me think of a solution. Since I promised to protect you until the end of the game, I must not break my promise. Let me think of a solution. Let me think again. What a bullshit solution." Chinka ran away. Just 2 hours later, Chinka exchanged 2 death-free gold medals and left a note. "The agreement was drafted by Shaoling. It is invalid at all. I'm leaving, and Jiangyan too. Goodbye. The handwriting is sloppy, flying around, and the layout is not neat. It hurts my eyes. It's also very annoying. So this agreement is invalid? But they were too careless. Now think about it, there are many loopholes. The system elf of Eugean seems to serve Chinka alone, so whether the agreement drafted by the elf works or not is naturally up to Qin-Ke. It cannot be said that Qin-Ke is not a human being at all. After all, he took the only lady here out. This also verifies Shiryu's guess that Qin-Ke and Jiangyan know each other in real life. There were originally 5 people in the safe house. After Qin-Ke and Jiangyan left, there were only 3 people left. After everyone took a nap, Lin Fengbai found that the atmosphere between Shiryu and Shinsu became weird. People who usually stick together when sitting on the sofa now sit on one side of the sofa, not talking to each other, and not even looking at each other. So it became Shinsu said a few words to him, he turned around and told Shiryu. Listen to Shiryu said a few words to him again, he turned around and told Shinsu again. It went on and on, endlessly. In the end, Lin Fengbai couldn't stand this weird atmosphere, and went to sleep in the prop bar. Normally he was a light bulb, but now, he was asked to act as a messenger. Why did he have to suffer like this? He was just a pet. In the huge living room, only Shiryu and Shinsu were left, sitting at the 2 ends of the long sofa. The air was so quiet that you could hear the sound of embroidery needles falling to the ground. I think your analysis makes sense, keep talking. Shiryu said so. In fact, he didn't listen to Shinsu's analysis at all. No, I don't know what I'm talking about at all. I'm very upset now. I don't know if you have ever had that kind of time? Shinsu looked at Shiryu with a penetrating gaze, but unfortunately Shiryu was not paying attention at the moment. It feels like there are 2 villains arguing in my heart. One is saying, go ahead. Don't bear it. If you want to do it, do it. The other is saying no, you don't want this result. The 2 villains can't convince each other. They are chattering in my mind, making me very upset and irritable. Shiryu felt that he seemed to understand a little. He tilted his head to Shinsu and nodded in understanding. Shinsu? ? There is no one here except the 2 of us now. Shiryu did not blame Shinsu for what happened after waking up. After all, he was also a man. He just felt a little embarrassed, so he decided to help the 2 quarreling villains in Shinsu's mind come up with an idea and ease the atmosphere between the 2. The live broadcast room can't see the situation here. Why don't you go and solve it? Shinsu followed Shiryu's gaze and looked at his crotch, then looked at the bathroom. Shinsu, As soon as Shiryu said this, Shinsu became strangely quiet. Then until the safe house failed, Shinsu didn't say a word to Shiryu. Shiryu seriously reflected on himself. Was his suggestion wrong? Maybe he should suggest Shinsu to hold back? I can't tell that Shinsu is actually an abstinent person. At 12 a.m., all surviving players received a system notification. The copy merge is complete. The copy merge is as follows. Copy F and copy H are merged into copy A001. This is the last copy merge, so the game time is uncertain. The game ends when Platinum Supermarket goes bankrupt or the players decide on 4 winners. Warm reminder, players have a certain chance to trigger a hidden copy. Clearing the hidden copy can get rare props as rewards. At the same time, Shiryu and Shinsu were also thrown out of the safe house. The place where the system embarrasses people is random. This is an empty alley, and the 2 are standing under a street lamp. The 2 calculated the time and took a shower and changed clothes before the safe house expired. Of course, the clothes were borrowed from Qin-Ke. Qin-Ke probably used the safe house as a place to sleep, and it was full of pajamas and robes. The few daily clothes were all sexy styles. Shinsu didn't mind and wore a pink suit. This was also the first time Shiryu saw Shinsu wearing pink. The girl that Shiryu had a crush on in high school wore a pink skirt when they first met. Shinsu looked better in pink than that girl. Shiryu picked a beige solid color shirt from a pile of colorful clothes. When he put it on, he found that this shirt had a deep V-neck. It was too late to change it. Shiryu was the boss of the company. He usually wore a 3-piece suit when he went to the company, and the shirt button had to be buttoned to the top button. Now wearing such a low-neck shirt, he always felt that the wind was leaking under his neck. It was not cold, but he was not used to it. Shinsu noticed it, and said considerately while taking off his coat, I can give it to you. No. Shiryu raised his hand to stop Shinsu's action. I don't like that color. He quickly added, but it looks good on you. Shiryu originally wanted to press Shinsu's arm, but he pressed it wrong and held Shinsu's wrist. At that moment, he felt Shinsu's stiffness, but from Shinsu's expression, there was no such stiffness at all. This is the first time I hear you praise me. Shinsu tilted his head towards him, and his 2 small canine teeth made his smile look very sincere. Although it's perfunctory, I'm still very happy. Shiryu said seriously, it's not perfunctory. Shinsu also said seriously, then do you think the clothes are beautiful or the person is beautiful? Shiryu stopped talking. The 2 chatted happily, and the live broadcast room was about to explode. Wife you. Ah, my wife is finally released. Wife, I'm here, hee hee. Wife, why are you wearing a deep V-neck in the middle of the night? Are you tempting me? This neck, this collarbone, this waist, these legs, I like it. Although it's not strange for Shinsu and Shiryu to be together, their atmosphere is a bit strange. What coat is given to you? What do you think looks good in it? Is this flirting? What the hell happened after entering a safe house? It's not strange for Shinsu and Shiryu to be together. This sentence itself is strange. And they all changed their clothes, their hair was wet, and they just took a shower. Why did they take a shower? What are you thinking about? Why change clothes? Of course they slept. Why take a shower? Of course they slept. These two slept together have different meanings. It's the final round. Shouldn't we discuss the plot first at this time? Jiang Yan and Qin could use the death-free gold medal to get out, but Shiryu and Shinsu are still inside. There is also the great god Imorugi, who is still protecting the two girls. Mujua is a jerk who likes to plot against people. The 4 people who survived in Copy F are all murderers. Only 4 out of 10 people can survive. Wake up, brothers and sisters. Here, Shiryu and Shinsu have left the alley, and are walking towards the direction of Platinum Supermarket. They went around and finally returned to the old way to make Platinum Supermarket bankrupt. Turning a street, an acquaintance suddenly appeared in front of them. Mujua stood in the middle of the road with a gun. This road is the only way to Platinum Supermarket. Mujua seems to be waiting for them here on purpose. Are you here to discuss cooperation with us? Shinsu asked. It's no wonder Shinsu asked this. Because every time I see Mujua, he is either plotting against someone or discussing cooperation with someone. No. Mujua raised his gun and stared at them with his eyes narrowed into a line. I'm here to deal with you. Don't you want to know where Jiang Yan is? Don't you want to ask where we have been these few hours? Shinsu interrupted Mujua's actions. Mujua didn't shoot for the time being, but the gun was still pointed at them, asking, where is Jiang Yan? She has left the game. Shinsu said, unfolding the small note written by Qin Ke that he had picked up and showing it to Mujua. Qin Ke was unkind to them, so don't blame them for being unjust. Qin Ke. It seems that Qin Ke's handwriting is still very well known. Mujua recognized it at a glance and sneered, that's right, he is the only one who can afford the death-free gold medal, and he bought 2 at a time. Since Jiang Yan is safe, I have nothing to worry about. The sooner you die, the sooner I can get out. I have something to say to Jiang Yan. It's not good to be late. Mujua was about to shoot, and under the dim light on the other side of the road, 7 or 8 figures could be vaguely seen walking towards this side. The group of people came closer, and Shiryu also saw their faces clearly. Walking in the middle of the front was a little girl with twin ponytails and a black and red Lolita princess dress. In stark contrast to her image, she was carrying an electric saw on her shoulder. Walking on her side and behind were 3 big men, all of whom were muscular and covered with tattoos. One was holding a hammer, a knife, and an axe. The little girl looked only 1.5 meters tall when walking among them. However, this 1.5 meter tall Lolita girl was the core and leader of the 4-person team. Qin Ke told them that the girl's name was Eve, which didn't sound like her real name. Everyone called her Chainsaw Lolita. She and the other 3 were a fixed team. They basically killed anyone they met since they entered the game. If Mujua killed people just to improve the accuracy of the props, then these 4 people killed people purely for fun, and their methods were extremely cruel. Any one of them had killed as many people as Mujua. On the other side were Imorugi, and the 2 girls that Imorugi had saved from Mujua's gun. The 2 groups came together. This meant that they had reached a consensus on their goals for the time being. A group of people walked up to them. Since there is a second way to go, let's stop killing each other. As expected, Imorugi came to persuade. When he glanced at Shiryu and Shinsu, there was no emotion in his eyes. When he looked at Mujua, his eagle eyes flashed with a warning with murderous intent. Put down the gun, I will spare your life for the time being. It seems that the 4 murderers were also persuaded by Imorugi. As expected, he is the second on the list. This Imorugi has something. Mujua had no chance of winning against a group of people, so he put down his gun and temporarily reached a settlement with everyone. Mr. Imo, thank you. Shiryu admired people like Imorugi. He took the initiative to make friends with him. My name is Shiryu, and this is Shinsu. Imorugi nodded to the 2. He was not surprised that they knew him, and he didn't say much. A group of people went to the Platinum Supermarket in a mighty manner. However, when they got there, they found that it was empty. It's not that the supermarket is empty, But the land where the supermarket was originally located is empty. The whole supermarket is gone. There are a few ugly and crooked words written in chalk on the cement floor. I moved the supermarket away. Is it surprising? Is it exciting? Chapter 52. Chinka's move completely blocked everyone's way to pass the game by bankruptcy of Platinum Supermarket. Then there was only one other way left. 10 players fighting each other until the final 4 winners were decided. The atmosphere that was just harmonious immediately became tense. The people who were originally walking together loosely formed 4 camps invisibly. The Lolita girl and the 3 big guys were in one camp, Imorugi, and the 2 girls were in one camp, Shiryu and Shinsu were in one camp, and Mujua was in one camp. 10 players, 4 legs standing side by side. No one spoke, and the quiet air was like a string stretched, and someone had already quietly put his hand on the weapon. The battle was about to break out. At this time, the girl in the Lolita skirt spoke. Imorugi, are you going to join our team? She looked at the tall man in camouflage uniform in the crowd. Her voice was sweet and crisp, and the ending tone was a little playful and cute like a girl. However, what she said did not make people feel that she was cute. I can kill someone right now to make room for you. Eve. Bah! What are you talking about? Don't be kidding. The 3 big guys cursed a few times, and then just cursed verbally. It can be seen that they are afraid of this girl. And it is obvious that Eve was just joking. Even if she was serious about inviting him, Imorugi would not agree. No need. Sure enough, Imorugi said. That's really a pity. Eve has a Barbie doll face, with Barbie doll snow white skin, red lips, and white teeth, delicate features, and royal blue eyes. I don't know if she wears beauty contact lenses or is born with it. She sighed and said, actually, I really want to work with Master Mo once. Seeing that Imorugi didn't say anything, Eve turned her eyes to Shiryu and Shinsu again, and her big watery eyes turned around the 2 of them, and finally said to Shinsu, your boyfriend is so handsome, it's a pity that he died. If we have a vacant seat later, I can help you take him out. This tone is very arrogant. Thank you, but it's not necessary. I will protect him. Shinsu leaned on a fence, speaking lazily, and his tone was even more arrogant. If you need me to give you a quick death later, remember to ask. Maybe Shinsu himself didn't notice that he didn't deny the word boyfriend. Shiryu stood beside Shinsu and didn't react. It's not that he didn't hear Eve's words clearly, but mainly because he and Shinsu had been misunderstood too many times, and he was numb. Eve. Mujua took 2 steps forward, his eyes swept over a big guy, and at the same time, the gun in the prop column appeared in his hand. I think this guy with the hammer is a bit stupid. Why don't I help you kill him, and then we can cooperate? Who the hell are you calling stupid? The muscles on the big guy's body trembled, and he picked up the hammer, and was about to swing it at Mujua, but was stopped by Eve, who raised her hand. Eve said to Mujua, but I don't want to cooperate with you. The voice was very sweet, and the words were very irritating. Mujua, The copies were merged into one, and all the surviving players were here at this moment. The live broadcast room gathered fans from all over the place. Ah, my daughter is so sweet. She is so cruel. I love her so much. I am very happy to see Mujua get humiliated. Although I don't like this little Lolita with a chainsaw, I stand with the little Lolita for this second. In fact, what Mujua said is right. Those 3 big guys can't grow a brain together. They are useless except for brute force. It is really useless to keep them. Imorugi is really upright and loyal, but it's a pity that he was born at the wrong time. In this game, the more upright people are, the more they suffer. However, after all, Imo-Dashin is the second on the technical list, so he will definitely pass the level. Let's bet on the last place to pass the level. Imorugi is 1, Mujua is a weak player, but it's really hard for him to die with hundreds of props. Mujua is 1, and then with Eve, the 4th place is between Shinsu and Shiryu. From the perspective of combat power, Shinsu is stronger, but it's hard to say whether Shinsu will give the chance to live to his wife. Wow, what do you mean Shinsu will give the chance to live to his wife? I'm just watching a game live broadcast. Why make it so sad? I don't want only one of them to survive in the end, but from the current situation, it seems that this is the only way. Don't be so pessimistic, think positively. Maybe Shiryu doesn't want this chance to live at all. Maybe he wants to die with his boyfriend? Listen to me, thank you. Just when everyone was discussing who would pass the level, a voting interface popped up in the audience live broadcast room. Hello, dear audience. Which 4 players do you think will finally pass the level? Come and place your bets. Bet 100 game coins each time, and you will get 3 times the game coins if you bet on one player correctly, and 20 times the game coins if you bet on all 4 players correctly. Each audience member can bet 4 times. Although Chinku and Jiangyan played the game together, they woke up in their own homes. Jiangyan woke up and immediately opened the game panel to watch the live broadcast room. Just then, this voting interface popped up. She was very rich in real life, but very poor in the game, so she only bet on Emorugi. Chinku clicked on the voting interface and chose without hesitation, Emorugi Shinsu, Shiryu. He hesitated between the names of Eve and Mujua for the 4th person, and finally chose Eve. Since everyone is here, let's make a quick decision. As soon as Eve's crisp and sweet voice fell, the harsh sizzling sound of the chainsaw sounded. The first person Eve invited just now was Emorugi. Her first target of attack at this moment was also Emorugi. The chainsaw is an extremely dangerous tool. If you are not careful, you will hurt yourself. However, the chainsaw in Eve's hands is very smooth. Wherever the chainsaw passes, the air seems to be cut and crushed by the high-speed rotating blade. It is hard to imagine what it would feel like to be cut by a chainsaw. After all, Emorugi was ranked 2nd on the technical list, and his own skills were very good. It was more than enough to deal with a little girl, but he didn't want to be accused of bullying a little girl. So the two fought for a while, and Emorugi was not injured, and Eve was not injured either. It was just that Eve made a mistake, and the chainsaw cut off a strand of hair, causing the small braid on the left to fall apart. Eve was particularly angry about this. With a glance, the 3 big guys attacked the 2 girls behind Emorugi. Although they were not smart, they understood Eve's eye instructions in a second. While dealing with Eve, Emorugi had to protect the 2 girls. His focus was on protecting the 2 girls, so he neglected himself. In a gap when he was not paying attention, Eve jumped down from a high place, and the chainsaw chopped straight at his shoulder. Mr. M.O. Sure you reminded? Emorugi immediately turned around and blocked with his saber. When the saber hit the high-speed rotating electric saw, a series of sparks would be produced, but this scene did not happen because the high-speed rotating blade suddenly stopped as if it had a malfunction. Eve, ? This electric saw was a system reward after clearing a hidden copy. Could the props given by the system also have problems? Not only Eve was stunned. Emorugi was also stunned. His eyes inadvertently swept over the railing, and his eyes stayed on Shiryu for a few more seconds. Eve restarted the electric saw, and the sizzling sound rang again. She was sure that the electric saw was fine, so the problem was with something else. Soon Eve noticed a system message. Prop 1000 paper crane Schrodinger's luck -1 is effective from Eve. It turned out that someone used the prop. Interesting. Oh no, Mujua is going to run. Someone shouted. Mujua is a long-range shooter. This kind of close combat is not suitable for him. He does not want to participate in the battle here. So he used the teleportation charm, but he did not move. Item 1000 paper crane Schrodinger's luck -1 takes effect from Mujua. At this time, everyone's attention was on Mujua, and he would not be able to move if he did not move. Mujua quickly used another teleportation charm, and a gray 1000 paper cranes appeared above his head, and he still did not move. Mujua, Eve looked back and saw Shinsu smiling, his fingers still fiddling in the air. It looked like his prop. She had been playing games for so many years, but this was the first time she saw a prop that could make her chainsaw malfunction. She couldn't help but become interested. Shinsu, your prop is really fun, sell it to me, what's your price? Shinsu refused in a very good manner. I'm afraid not. Eve, why? Because this item is not mine. Shinsu hooked one arm around Shiryu's shoulder and pulled him to himself, and with the other hand helped Shiryu close the game panel, and said lazily, it belongs to my boyfriend. Although it is also considered a common property between husband and wife, you still have to ask his opinion. Eve, Shiryu, Facing Shiryu's speechless expression, Shinsu immediately whispered in Shiryu's ear to explain, everyone says I am your boyfriend, so I think so too, don't be angry. Shiryu was not angry. It would be abnormal if Shinsu spoke seriously. However, after their previous experiment, the probability of using the 1000 paper cranes on the enemy is higher. During this period, Mujua was not idle either. He found a player binding card in the prop column. Since he couldn't leave alone, he took someone with him. As for who to take, Mujua's eyes slowly swept over the crowd, and it was naturally the person with the 1000 paper cranes prop who would go. Mujua used the player binding card and the teleportation symbol at the same time, and then he and Shiryu disappeared on the spot. The teleportation symbol moved to a random location. Mujua opened his eyes again, and saw a stream and a stone shining with purple light by the stream. It was still late at night at this moment, and the purple light was very obvious in the dark. There are two ways to open the hidden copy: plot trigger and prop trigger. The plot trigger depends on the player's own exploration, and the prop trigger is very simple and crude. The trigger prop is such a stone emitting purple light. Mujwa was stunned when he saw the purple stone, and then he walked closer to the stone step by step in disbelief. When he saw clearly that it was indeed the prop stone that opened the hidden copy, Mujwa was swept by ecstasy. It's really hard to find it, but it's easy to get it. A random teleportation sent him to the place where the hidden copy was opened. The system really favors him. Mujwa reached out to touch the stone emitting purple light. He forgot that the player binding function had not been released yet, and Shiryu was sucked in with him. Chapter 53. After Mujwa disappeared with Shiryu, Eve was the first to react. She sneered and said sarcastically, "Mujwa is really smart. If he can't get away, take away the factors that prevent him from getting away." The three big guys applauded. "That's right. He's smart. If he doesn't run away, I chop him into meat paste. I smash his brains. My axe is thirsty. Come on, shut up." Eve was full of disgust. "Are you afraid that others don't know that you are stupid?" The three big guys scratched their heads in unison and shut up. Emorugi's expression didn't change much. The two girls behind him were surprised for a few seconds and then returned to normal. They hid behind Emorugi and didn't say anything. No one had much emotional change. Only Shinsu's face was ugly, which was visible to the naked eye. If the temperature of a person's body is visible to the naked eye, then one can see that the climate around Shinsu has changed from summer to autumn, from spring with birds singing and flowers blooming to winter covered with ice and snow in an instant. Shinsu's arm was still suspended in the air, maintaining the posture of holding someone in his arms, but his arms were empty. Shinsu, who had come to his senses, almost turned around and left. "Hey!" Eve was dissatisfied with Shinsu's behavior and shouted at Shinsu's back, "Did you ask the opinions of the people here before you left?" Shinsu ignored her, as if he didn't hear her, and didn't even stop. This behavior completely angered Eve, and she winked at the big guy with the hammer. The big guy got the order and swung the hammer with his sturdy arm to hit Shinsu's head. The hammer was as big as a baby's head, and one end was tied to an iron chain as thick as an arm. The hammer could directly deform a person's head and burst the brain. Shinsu walked away with his back to this side. When the big guy swung the hammer, he ducked and dodged quickly, and then the big guy never had another chance to swing the hammer again. The other two big guys also attacked Shinsu, and the outcome was no different. The scene was so shocking that the comments were all blood red. "What the hell just happened? I didn't react. The fight is over? Don't even mention you." Mo Dashin didn't react either. Mo Dashin seemed to want to come over to help, but then he realized that Shinsu didn't seem to need his help. Mo Dashin took a step forward and then moved back. It was so funny. A man weighing more than 300 pounds was like a pile of rotten meat in front of Shinsu. He used the hammer, axe and machete more skillfully than Shinsu. To be honest, has Shinsu always been so brutal in fighting? Didn't you see that our notorious chainsaw Loli turned on the chainsaw for a few seconds and then turned it off again? Do you think Shinsu is brutal or not? What's brutal? He's rushing to save his wife, so he has to hurry up? Hey, just an ordinary man who's rushing to save his wife. You say he is nothing special when he fights three muscular men weighing more than 300 pounds with bare hands? The three pieces of flesh on the ground are completely immobile. Only their eyeballs can move, proving that they are not dead. All the wounds on their bodies are from their own weapons. If anyone knows about it, their ancestors will be so angry that they will crawl out of their graves. Shinsu glanced at the other people standing, and his tone was unrecognizable. Who else? Come on together. No one came up. Shinsu picked up a piece of cloth from the ground to wipe off the blood that splashed on his body, patted the dust on his hands, and turned away. After walking a few steps, he found someone following him. It was Emorugi, and the two girls who followed him. Shinsu stopped and asked Emorugi, "Do you want to fight? I go with you to save him." Emorugi looked calm and didn't sound like a joke. In fact, Emorugi was not a joker. Who is the he in his words? It goes without saying. In fact, at this time, one more helper means more strength, not to mention that it is a heavyweight helper like Emorugi, who can beat 10 people. However, Shinsu said coldly, "No need." He said again, "Cherish the present, I may not be against you later." Shinsu left. At this moment, the live broadcast room was still full of comments. Do you think Shinsu is scary like this? I can barely accept his brutality when he beats people, but he has no expression here, which makes me feel creepy. When Shiryu is here, Shinsu is sunny and cheerful, and he doesn't care about any jokes. When Shiryu is not here, Shinsu's face is gloomy, as if he is a villain who will destroy the world in the next second. Woohoo, come on, Yu. Your husband is so scary when you are not here. What's scary? It's just that he saved his wife by himself. But his wife was kidnapped. Think about the fate of these three big guys. Mujwa danger. Mujwa danger. Mujwa danger. The place where I accidentally teleported to is right next to the teleportation stone of the hidden dungeon. I have entered the hidden dungeon now. The rare props are right in front of me. What the hell? I go and see it immediately. I went to see it. It's true, I'm jealous. How can this kid Mujwa be so lucky? Sure, you felt a little carsick due to the teleportation. He didn't notice where he was teleported to. Just as he was about to squat down and vomit, another mysterious force pulled him into a mysterious space. So, the first thing Shiryu did when he entered the hidden copy was, Mujwa looked at Shiryu with the eyes of a city dweller looking at a country bumpkin, and then his eyes were attracted by a row of blind boxes flashing white light in front of him. It was estimated that there were about 30 blind boxes. Both of them received a system message at the same time. Congratulations to the player for opening the hidden copy surprise from Manager Lu. Those who are destined to meet each other from thousands of miles away, those who enter here are destined to meet, and Manager Lu wants to play a game with those who are destined to meet. Gameplay introduction. Among the 30 blind boxes in front, one blind box contains Manager Lu's blessing, one blind box contains Manager Lu's curse, and the rest of the blind boxes are empty. Opening the blessing blind box can obtain a rare random item, and opening the curse blind box will have your soul eaten by the curse that descends. Players take turns opening the blind box until both the blessing blind box and the curse blind box are opened. I hope players can open the blessing blind box, but never the curse blind box. The system message has no sound, but the punctuation of the last message shows that the system is full of malice. Sure, you didn't pay much attention to the rare random props, but focused on the words cursed blind box. What does opening the cursed blind box will eat your soul mean? Will people die if their souls are eaten? The game stipulates that both the blessing blind box and the cursed blind box must be opened before the game ends. In other words, one of him and Mujwa must die today. Mujwa didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and even rubbed his hands, and was eager to try. Before opening the blind box, he asked Shiryu, "Do you want to go first or me?" The rules have been made clear. This blind box must be opened today. Shiryu, anything is fine. Then I won't be polite. Mujwa didn't choose carefully at all, and was too lazy to think, so he just opened one at random. With his luck and the system's favor, maybe he will be the first to open the blessing blind box, and the cursed blind box will never be opened by him. The cube box flashing white light turned off, and slowly opened, and it was empty inside. Mujwa comforted himself that it didn't matter. After all, there are 30, and this is the first one. If he opened the blessing blind box first, it would be too obvious that the system cheated him, and from the audience's perspective, the plot would be too suspenseful. Sure, you also opened one at random. Empty. After that, the two of them opened the blind boxes alternately. Mujwa didn't think much, basically opened the nearest one, and sure, you did the same. In a blink of an eye, the two of them had opened more than 20 blind boxes, and all of them were empty without exception. The probability of opening a blessing blind box and a curse blind box becomes higher as time goes by, and the speed of opening blind boxes becomes relatively slower, but all the boxes opened are empty. Finally, only the last two are left. Both blind boxes are square and flashing white light, and there is no difference in appearance. However, one of these two blind boxes determines life, and the other determines death. This time Mujwa did not ask who came first. He suggested, "How about we each choose one and open it together?" He opened the blessing blind box. Sure, you opened the curse blind box. He got the rare props. Sure, Yu's soul was taken away and died. These two things had to happen at the same time to be exciting enough. Facing a dying person, Mujwa had a good attitude and even gave the right to choose first to Shiryu. Shiryu had no objection to this proposal. He did not choose, but chose the one in front of him. I count to 3, 2, 1, and we open it together. Facing the rare item that was about to be obtained, Mujwa looked calm. After all, this was not the first time he had obtained a rare item. The barrage could not calm down. I dare not look, dare not look, dare not look. Mujwa has always had good luck. No matter which boxer you chose, he would be dead. That's not good luck at all. Why do some people still think that Mujwa has good luck? The system never gave him a turn in the death judgment of the players before, and he had a backpack of items. Do you really think that he can get it just by luck? Yes, It seemed that he was forgotten during the death judgment, and he was the first one to get the benefits. You dare not say it, right? Okay, let me say, it's the system that is biased. No one thinks that the blind box is random, right? Putting these two blind boxes at the end is not just to create the greatest suspense and conflict. Look at how horribly popular the live broadcast room is now. The system says it's fair on the surface, but in reality, You are so bold. You don't want to live anymore, right? My wife is dying. Why do I need this life? Ha ha. The system is great. The system is awesome. It's awesome. I'm not crazy, haha. I'm very stable, haha. Mujwa, 3, 2, 1. The two opened the blind box together. Sure, you looked at the box after the white light disappeared, and inside was a piece of paper with a strange pattern. He thought, could this be a curse? Sure, you picked up the paper and carefully identified it, and vaguely recognized the word blessing from the ghostly handwriting. Mujwa on the other side was completely stunned. After a while, he heard his voice, and his tone was completely unbelievable. Impossible. Impossible. How could this be? It must be wrong. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Then, as if he realized something, he put on the resurrection armor like crazy. After a long time of not putting on, he realized that his last two pieces of resurrection armor had been used by him. Other props, yes. He still has hundreds of props. He quickly looked through other props, but none of them had the function of resisting death. Soon, something seemed to enter Mujwa's body. In just a few seconds, he was sucked dry until only a skeleton and a piece of skin remained. When he was sucked dry, he was still looking for props. When his eyeballs were still there, his last appearance was his eyes wide open in disbelief. It seems that he will never understand until he dies. Why does the system that has always favored him not favor him anymore? At this time, a barrage passed by the live broadcast room. Well, you seem to have forgotten that the system favors Mujwa because Mujwa is good looking. But now the official top appearance is not Mujwa. Chapter 54. Blessing. The note disappeared from Shiryu's hand, and then appeared in Shiryu's item column. Item name: Blessing from Manager Liu, unsealed. Item description: Blessing from Manager Liu, the boss of the Platinum Supermarket Dungeon. Players need to find the sealed soul of Manager Liu and unseal it before they can open the blessing. Item function: to be opened. Attack method: none. At the same time, Shiryu found that his item column was constantly filling up. His few item column grids were automatically expanding, and then filled with unknown items. 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. The item column grids that expanded to more than a dozen rows were all filled with items. A hastily counted number of over 100. The items were also intelligently and automatically classified into attack, defense, consumption. It was like a small sales window, which dazzled Shiryu. Soon Shiryu realized that these were all Mujwa's props. Mujwa died, and somehow these props became his automatically. Although Shiryu didn't like Mujwa, but Shiryu still liked Mujwa's props. Since they were all in his prop column, he accepted them without hesitation and gave half to Shinsu when he returned. After roughly scanning the dazzling props, Shiryu returned his attention to the prop description of Manager Liu's blessing. The Manager Liu mentioned here must be the real boss Liu Buiyue in the dungeon, not the Liu Buiyue pretended by the player Qin Ke. So Liu Buiyue's soul was sealed because Qin Ke had been using Liu Buiyue's body and identity in this dungeon? This also makes sense. So where should he go to find Liu Buiyue's sealed soul? And how to unlock it? Shiryu thought for a moment, and then an idea flashed. He opened the prop bar and looked around, and found a prop called 1000 Miles Tracking. The prop description can track the specific coordinates of the target person in the same space. Shiryu entered the 3 words Liu Buiyue, and a white arrow appeared on the ground in front of him. He followed the arrow's instructions, passed through a white mist, and came to a villa, and then continued to follow the arrow's instructions to enter the villa, go down to the 2nd floor of the villa, and finally in a room at the end of the corridor, he saw a person with 2 wrists chained and hanging in the middle of the roof. No, to be precise, it's not a person, but a translucent soul. His appearance and figure are exactly the same as Liu Buiyue played by Qin Ke. He is sleeping. Could it be that the meaning of unlocking the soul is to wake up Liu Buiyue? Shiryu walked forward and gently touched Liu Buiyue. The moment he touched Liu Buiyue's clothes, many fragments that did not belong to him flashed through Shiryu's mind. In the river in summer, the little boy struggled desperately to get ashore, but was kicked back again and again by a group of big boys on the shore. After finally climbing ashore, he was drenched in urine again. In the school fountain pool in winter, the boys took off their shoes and rolled up their trouser legs, and fished out the torn school bags and soaked books in the water with floating ice. The overturned lunch boxes, the crushed candies. One after another, the bullying incidents appeared clearly in Shiryu's mind. All these were what Lu Buiyue had experienced. Isn't Lu Buiyue a rich second generation? Isn't he the only son in the family? Why did he have such a miserable childhood? Shiryu was puzzled, but what appeared in his mind were all fragments, without logic and coherence, and he could not find the answer from these fragments. After all the fragments were played in Shiryu's mind, Shiryu found that he could move, and then he found that he appeared in the first scene, and he became only about 10 years old. The little boy had climbed out of the river, and several older boys had peed on him. They waved to Shiryu and said generously, "Come too. Let's play together, ha ha. He is a dog. He likes this smell, ha ha ha." Everyone laughed, and there was infinite malice in the cheerful voice. Little Lu Buiyue's face and lips were pale, only his eyes were red. He looked up at Shiryu, and the look in his eyes was no different from looking at other bullies. Shiryu walked up to the bully, who led the bully, and kicked him cleanly without saying a word. The man screamed, covered his crotch and rolled on the ground wailing. Shiryu asked without any psychological burden, "Who else wants to relieve the itch?" He is only 10 years old now. Children don't need to follow martial ethics. Everyone ran away with their hands on their crotches. Little Lu Buiyue looked at him with wide eyes. Shiryu took off his coat and covered little Lu Buiyue with it, and turned away. The scene changed. Little Lu Buiyue, wearing a junior high school uniform, was fishing out books one by one in the winter fountain pool. Shiryu also grew up a little accordingly. Shiryu waited for little Lu Buiyue to fish out all the books. When the books were drying on the bench next to him, he walked over and handed little Lu Buiyue a cup of hot milk tea and said, "Everyone's life is fair. The suffering you are suffering now will definitely be rewarded in the future. Your future life will definitely be good. This is true. Although I don't know why Lu Buiyue was bullied when he was a child, he opened a supermarket when he grew up and lived a good life." Little Lu Buiyue's hands were red from the cold. He took the milk tea with both hands, thanked him, lowered his head and took a sip, and said to him, "I have seen you. When I was a child, you gave me a piece of clothing. Maybe it was too cold." He trembled a little when he spoke. "I have been looking for you and wanted to return your clothes, but I haven't found it." "No need to return it," Shiryu said. "I can't wear that clothes now." The two of them didn't seem to have anything to talk about. Shiryu was still in a hurry to do the task, so he stood up and wanted to leave. Little Lu Buiyue grabbed his sleeve and looked up and asked, "Can you tell me your name?" Shiryu hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't live here, and we probably won't meet in the future." Several scenes appeared afterwards, nothing more than Lu Buiyue being bullied, Shiryu going to help others, and then leaving. But there was no intention to unseal Lu Buiyue's soul. The next scene was on the top floor of the building. As an adult, Lu Buiyue stood on the rooftop. The dark clouds were very low above his head. The wind on the rooftop was very strong. Lu Buiyue's body was blown to the point of collapse, as if he would fall down in the next second. I wonder what happened again. Lu Buiyue actually wanted to commit suicide. Shiryu hesitated whether to step forward to stop him. He had helped Lu Buiyue so many times, but he had not unsealed Lu Buiyue's soul. So would it be possible to unseal Lu Buiyue by letting him jump? Because when people are in a dream, they usually wake up by jumping from a high place. Lu Buiyue found him, turned around and looked at him, and said softly, as if greeting an old friend, "You are here?" As Lu Buiyue turned around, Shiryu heard a dinging sound. It was at this time that Shiryu discovered that Lu Buiyue was not going to commit suicide. A chain was locked around his left ankle, and the other end of the chain was connected to the outside of the rooftop. Someone wanted Lu Buiyue's life. "Don't move." Shiryu's face darkened. As he spoke, he took out an axe from the prop column, walked up, and cut the chain neatly. The whole process took less than a minute. Lu Buiyue was stunned. "You just... an axe? Am I dazzled? Or can you do magic?" Shiryu held the axe in his hand, and frowned slightly at the scene that did not change. Still not able to unblock? This is not a solution. Shinsu must be looking for him everywhere outside. He has to get out quickly. Lu Buiyue had seen the process of him conjuring an axe out of thin air, so he simply didn't hide it and said, "Actually, I'm not from here. I came here to do a mission, which is to wake you up." Sincerity has always been a killer move. Lu Buiyue was so moved that he almost cried after hearing this, and his voice trembled a little. "Why do you want to tell me? Why do you want me to know that you came here with a mission? Don't tell me. I don't want to know. You said you want to wake me up? I don't know how I can wake up, but just now there was a voice in my mind telling me that it would end if I just jumped down. Do you want me to jump down?" Lu Buiyue stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking at the man in front of him. A person who came to him with a purpose must want him to jump down in order to achieve his purpose. Shiryu also walked to the edge of the rooftop, looked down, and asked him, "Really? Really?" Lu Buiyue smiled bitterly. This person must have told him to jump down in the next second, right? Sure enough, there is no one in this world who treats him well without any purpose. Lu Buiyue's bitter smile was still on his face. The next second, Shiryu jumped down from the rooftop. Lu Buiyue? Question mark. Lu Buiyue? Shock. Not only Lu Buiyue was stunned, but the entire live broadcast room was stunned by Shiryu's operation. "Ah, wife, what are you doing? Although the chance of death is very low, what if you really die?" I thought Shiryu wanted Lu Buiyue to jump down, and I thought Lu Buiyue thought so too, but he jumped down by himself? He jumped down by himself? This is not the direction I expected. Lu Buiyue was confused. Is it unexpected? Surprised? Unexpected, ha ha ha. My wife is usually quiet and gentle, but she suddenly made such a big one for me. My wife, don't do this next time. My heart can't stand it. The fact proves that this method is simple and crude but effective. Look, Lu Buiyue is awake now, isn't it? Lu Buiyue, thank you for letting me experience the feeling of being awakened by a nightmare. After a while of dizziness, Shiryu opened his eyes again and returned to the room where Lu Buiyue's soul was locked. The soul locked by the chain in front of him turned into a physical body. Lu Buiyue opened his eyes, and the chain tied to his wrist opened automatically. Lu Buiyue seemed to be fine, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Shiryu seemed to be a little resentful. Are you okay? Shiryu asked. No problem. Lu Buiyue's voice was a little hoarse, and he avoided his gaze after saying that. Shiryu nodded. Then I go. Shiryu returned the same way. After leaving the villa, he opened the game panel, and saw that Manager Lu's blessing changed from unsealed to unsealed. He clicked to open the blessing, and 3 options popped up on the interface. Option 1. A spiritual pet from the Buiyue supermarket copy boss Manager Lu. Option 2. Unlimited shopping coupons, unlimited shopping in any copy, no upper limit on the amount. Option 3. Team clearance coupons, can accommodate a team of less than 10 people to clear the copy immediately. Number of uses. 1. Shiryu looked at them one by one. Spirit pet? He already has Lin Fengbai, so he doesn't need a spirit pet. He is a little tempted by this unlimited shopping coupon, but... Finally, Shiryu clicked on the 3rd option. Shiryu went around in the hidden copy and couldn't find a way out, but he found a concentric teleportation talisman in the props, which can be used to teleport to the target person immediately, and the number of uses, unlimited. I have to say that Mujua's props are really varied. Although Mujua is dead, but his contribution is still there, and will not be wasted. Shiryu entered Shinsu's name in the concentric teleportation talisman. System prompt. You and player Shinsu are not in a partner relationship at present. Are you sure about the partner relationship? Yes or no? Shiryu was anxious to go out. He clicked yes without hesitation. He did not read the content of the message carefully. Chapter 55. At the same time, Shinsu received a system prompt. Player Shiryu requests to be your partner. Do you agree? Yes or no? At this moment, Shinsu and Lin Fengbai were sitting by the stream, staring at a round stone in front of them. Shinsu met Lin Fengbai on the way to find Shiryu. Lin Fengbai told him that Shiryu and Mujua were sucked in by a purple stone. He guessed that it was the prop that triggered the hidden copy, and Lin Fengbai escaped from the prop bar at the critical moment and was not sucked in. Lin Fengbai took Shinsu to the place where Shiryu and Mujua disappeared by the stream. At that time, the stone had no light, so it could not be triggered. Lin Fengbai guessed that they should come out from here if they entered, so the two of them stared at the stone by the stream and waited quietly. I don't know how long I waited. Instead of waiting for people to come out, Shinsu's game panel lit up. The moment Shinsu saw the system message clearly, he thought he had seen it wrong. After a closer look, he found that he was not wrong. At that moment, Shinsu thought a lot in his mind. His fingers did not hesitate at all. The next second, the screen was full of red roses blooming in the eyes of the two people in different spaces. Congratulations to you and player Shiryu for becoming the 1314th couple in the server. Congratulations to you and player Shinsu for becoming the 1314th couple in the server. Shiryu's brain was buzzing with the red roses on the screen. It took him a few seconds to react. What happened just now? He just wanted to use the concentric teleportation talisman to teleport to Shinsu's side. How did he and Shinsu become partners? Wait, this prop is used like this? Must it be used between partners? Shiryu flipped through the system information. From the time point of view, after the system sent the partnership application to Shinsu on his behalf, Shinsu almost clicked yes in seconds. Sure you, He accidentally clicked the wrong one. Shinsu also accidentally clicked the wrong one, then the system refreshed several more messages. Your partner's CP name has been automatically generated as Oracle Shinyu CP. You can view the popularity ranking of your partner's CP on the CP list. The current Oracle CP popularity ranking is 830th. The partner relationship cannot be terminated within 365 days. Sure you, It can be seen that the partner function is already very mature. Compared to Shiryu's speechlessness, Shinsu accepted it well. Shiryu is a very rational person. He will think carefully before making any decision. He will not do something meaningless, nor will he act rashly. Therefore, Shiryu sent him a request to become a partner, probably because he encountered some difficulties in the hidden copy and needed the help of the partner function. And Shiryu is meticulous and serious in his work. He didn't think that Shiryu would have handshaking, wrong clicks, or carelessness. The next second, Shiryu appeared in front of him with an unnatural expression. Well, I just accidentally clicked the wrong one. Shinsu, Shinsu, what should I do? The system says that it will take 365 days to cancel the relationship. Shiryu's tone was a little empty. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't sound empty at all. What can I do? I'm already married, so what can I do? Of course, I can only live a good life, ha ha ha. So my CP skipped dating and love and went straight to marriage. Good. Very good. Very good. Send me to the bridal chamber tonight. Oracle CP. I'm going to hit the list now. How can my CP be ranked outside the top 800? I just wanted to use a prop. Shiryu explained, I couldn't find the exit in the hidden copy, and I found an item called the heart-to-heart teleporting talisman, which can instantly teleport to the target person. I entered your name, but I didn't know that the use of this item requires a partner relationship with the other party. Shinsu patted Shiryu's shoulder with understanding, and then put his hand on Shiryu's shoulder, and didn't move. It's actually not a big deal, isn't it, just to be your partner for a while? No problem. Even if it can't be cancelled after a year, it doesn't matter. Shinsu didn't finish his words, and suddenly heard Shiryu's next words. I didn't read the content of the message carefully at the time, and I accidentally clicked it. While talking, Shiryu patted Shinsu's hand on his shoulder, and he asked Shinsu, are you careful too? Shiryu calmed down now. He felt that this matter was not his sole responsibility, although the main responsibility was on him. But Shinsu clicked yes in a second. Doesn't he have any responsibility at all? Shinsu was choked by his question. The comments were hilarious. This is a good counterattack. Shinsu was stunned by the question. Yu's wife is so smart. Shinyu Yu sexy Su. Probably the first time he was speechless by his wife's questioning. But to be honest, it is true. Shinsu, does it matter if you lose to your wife verbally? No. It doesn't matter at all. Meng-1 must lose to his wife verbally. After everyone calmed down, the three of them found an open space to sit down and exchanged information with each other. Shiryu told him everything about his experience in the hidden copy. Shinsu sat cross-legged on the grass and listened attentively. After listening, he nodded, touched his chin and said, well, in short, Mujua died, and now we are in a partner relationship. We can use the concentric teleportation talisman. I just looked at my props column and found that I also have this prop, which means that we can now teleport to each other at any time without space restrictions. Shiryu interrupted. I got a team pass ticket after clearing the hidden dungeon, so we can clear the dungeon immediately. Shiryu couldn't say these words because Shinsu was excited and said, ah yes. Yes, yes, yes. You cleared the hidden dungeon, got a reward, and then used the concentric teleportation symbol to teleport to my side, right? Shiryu, I don't want to talk, I'm tired. Speaking of this function is quite good. We just have an additional relationship of partners, which doesn't really have much impact on us, but the teleportation function brought by this identity can bring us a lot of convenience, I think. Shinsu was immersed in his own thoughts and gave a vivid personal speech for 10 minutes. When Shinsu finished his speech, he found that there was silence around him. He asked in confusion, why don't you talk? Shiryu, Lin Phonbai, Don't you know why we don't talk? Fortunately, Shinsu's emotions have completely calmed down at this time. Shiryu showed the team clearance ticket to Shinsu and said, let's go find Mr. Mo. We can form a team of 10 people and take them through the game together. Shiryu stood up and prepared to find someone. His cold wrist was held by a warm, calloused hand. Wait. Shinsu stood up with Shiryu, but did not let go of his wrist. Shiryu was used to Shinsu touching him, so he didn't think there was anything wrong with this behavior. He asked, "What's wrong? If we use props to clear the game, will we not get any rewards?" Shinsu asked. Shiryu glanced at the prop description. All team members can pass the level immediately, but they cannot get the game rewards. He nodded. That's right. We've come this far. It would be a pity not to get the reward. Shinsu sighed and exhaled in Shiryu's ear. The slightly hot breath sprayed on Shiryu's ear, and it was a little itchy. His low voice was a little bewitching. Actually, I have a better way. At this moment, Emorigi and Eve's two teams were still facing each other on the street in the city center. There was no fight, but the stalemate had lasted for several hours, and it was almost dawn now. Eve's attitude was, if you don't cooperate with us, you are an enemy. If you are an enemy, don't blame us for being rude. Emorigi's attitude was, if you want to fight, just fight and don't talk nonsense. I'm not afraid. But Eve hesitated again. It is unknown whether they can defeat Emorigi in the end, but it is inevitable that both sides will suffer losses. Wouldn't it be that someone else will take advantage of them? In the stalemate, the 7 people received system information at the same time. Players Emorigi, Chen Jing, Jiang Shui, Eve, Lu Dazhuang, Chen Ergu, and Zhao Sanfu have successfully formed a team. Everyone? ? What the hell? System information continued to pop up. The item team clearance ticket is effective. Congratulations to players Emorigi, Chen Jing, Jiang Shui, Eve, Lu Dazhuang, Chen Ergu, and Zhao Sanfu for clearing the game copy Boyua's supermarket. Since the players used props to clear the game, there is no game reward for this clearance. Emorigi was slightly stunned after seeing the message clearly, but his expression did not change much. The 2 girls behind him showed the joy of surviving the disaster, looked at each other, and hugged each other. Great! We cleared the game. Wow, I thought I was going to die here. Lu Dazhuang, Chen Ergu, and Zhao Sanfu were infected by the atmosphere and huddled together, but soon, they seemed to sense the cold behind them, and separated silently. Eve's face was full of disbelief. Your mother, who will help me pass the level, it's my reward, after Emorigi and the other 7 people were teleported out of the game copy. Shiryu and Shinsu received the notification that the game was passed. Copy A001 currently has 2 remaining players. Congratulations to players Shinsu and Shiryu for becoming the final winners of the game. Congratulations to players Shinsu and Shiryu for clearing the Platinum Supermarket dungeon. The game is being settled. It will take some time for the game to be settled. Shiryu seemed to have thought of something and initiated a transaction with Shinsu. Agree and I give you something. Shinsu nodded in agreement, and then looked at the dozens of props that suddenly appeared in his prop column. He tilted his head and asked in a good mood, is this a dowry? Shiryu, The barrage was so funny that I wanted to die, dowry. But it's not wrong to say that. Yu. Cat is speechless. JPG. Yu was speechless, but I quickly said yes. That's right. It's a dowry. Muzhua, although you are dead, your props will benefit future generations, and you can rest in peace. Ha. Muzhua's coffin lid can't be held down anymore. Ding! The ending where only Muzhua died was achieved. The one in front, are you polite? Doesn't Muzhua have any dignity? I thought they would lead everyone through the game and achieve a happy ending, but I didn't expect it. Fake winner, use the pass ticket to pass the game. Real winner, send away other players and take all the rewards. Shinsu, you are still the coolest. Chapter 56. After Shiryu and Shinsu were teleported back to reality, the game settlement came late. Congratulations to Anchor Shiryu for completing the game copy, Boyua's Supermarket. Congratulations to Anchor Shiryu for completing the hidden copy surprise from Manager Lu, and successfully opening Manager Lu's blessing. You stayed in the game copy Boyua's Supermarket for a total of 6 days, 6 hours, 17 minutes, and 25 seconds, and gained a total of 228,765 fans. The highest peak popularity of the live broadcast room was 1,427,569. In summary, you received a total of 3,146 game coins in the copy Boyua's Supermarket. Game coins can be exchanged for the player's world currency at a rate of 1:100, and can also be used for consumption in the copy game. In view of your outstanding performance in the game, you also receive 5 high-level props blind boxes, 10 intermediate props blind boxes, and 20 low-level props blind boxes. The game props opened by the blind boxes can be sold. Due to the special nature of the game copy, all player rewards are multiplied tenfold. You get a total of 31,460 game coins, 50 high-level props blind boxes, 100 mid-level props blind boxes, and 200 low-level props blind boxes. After this game, players have a 7-day intermission, and players can voluntarily give up their rest time. Players cannot leak any game-related information in any form in the player's world. The reward is increased tenfold. Is it because there are 10 copies? But I have to say that the reward is increased tenfold, which is very cool. As for the blind boxes, although so many blind boxes are also very cool, sure you looked at his full prop bar, and decided not to open these hundreds of blind boxes for the time being. Anyway, the blind box has no time limit, so you can open it anytime. They did not violate any rules in this game. So they got 7 days of rest according to the normal procedure. The place they were teleported out this time was still the Lotus Lake, a hidden lawn blocked by a big tree, where he and Shinsu entered the game last time. Dusk enveloped the lake and the people walking by the lake, and no one noticed their sudden appearance. After watching the game settlement, sure you clicked on the personal homepage in the lower right corner. Anchor name, sure you. Partner, Shinsu. Number of completed copies, 2. Anchor level, 15. Fans, 505,467. Medals, Glorious Beauty. Lucky Star. Best Newcomer Anchor. Popular King. The level of the anchor is not based on the number of copies cleared, but on the player's performance in the copy and the accumulated experience points. If the player does not perform well, the upgrade may be slower, and the higher the player level, the more copies unlocked, which means more choices. He has more fans, and a few more medals. The meaning of the medals is literal. The other fixed values have not changed, but there is one more item partner. And the partner item is listed in the same row as anchor name. There is even a red heart between the names of Shiryu and Shinsu. Sure you click the red heart. He didn't know what the red heart was used for. System prompt. Your favorability with your partner increases by 10. Shinsu tilted his head to look at him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his light brown eyes. The two looked at each other for a moment, and Shinsu looked away. After a few seconds. Your favorability with your partner increases by 10. Shiryu. Childish. Sure you clicked the red heart again, and the system popped up a different prompt. Sorry, you have reached the upper limit of the gift favorability for the day. Come back tomorrow. Sure you. Sure you looked at the favorability description. Players can gain favorability by teaming up with their partners to enter the dungeon, and the corresponding props can be unlocked when the favorability reaches a certain value. Concentric Teleportation Talisman has no favorability limit, as long as there is a partner relationship. Sure you roughly scan the other unlocked props. Some increase the armor of the partner, some increase the attack power of the partner, and some increase the luck of the couple at the same time. If sure you had nothing, then these functions would be really good, but sure you is a person with hundreds of props, so this function is not enough. However, sure you notice the last column. Favorability greater than 10,000. Unlock the prop resurrection prop description. Players can use resurrection within 30 seconds after the partner dies in the dungeon to revive the partner. This skill is not bad. It seems that marriage is still useful. However, his favorability with Shinsu is only 579 now, which is still very far from 10,000. They still need to form more teams. Shiryu was about to ask Shinsu if he wanted to go together next time, but Shinsu spoke first. Should I come to you on the 7th day? Or should you come to me? It's okay. After a pause, Shiryu said, why don't we meet here? Shinsu had no objection. The time at this moment was 1812 on March 19th, 2019, and 2 days had passed since they entered the game. After agreeing to form a team in 7 days, Shiryu called his secretary and the old house respectively. These 2 days happened to be weekends, and there was nothing going on in the company. After Shiryu became an adult, he no longer lived in the old house with his family. This call was just a daily greeting for his family, and they didn't think much about it. After chatting for a while, Shir's mother said, today is your cousin's birthday. Let's go to your aunt's house for dinner tonight. If you are free, go with her. Your cousin may be at a rebellious period recently. She doesn't listen to anyone. Only you can persuade her. Shiryu's cousin is Chiosia Yuen, who is 15 years old this year. Her aunt and uncle are busy with work. Chiosia Yuen has been studying in a boarding school since she was a child. She will be sent to the Shir family's old house during winter and summer vacations. Shir's mother likes Xia Yuen very much. Shiryu will also give this little cousin extra lessons when he is free. Speaking of which, Shinsu has also met Chiosia Yuen. After hanging up the phone, Shiryu hesitated for a moment and asked Shinsu, today is my cousin's birthday. Do you want to go with her? Shinsu had just finished making a few calls and said, let's have dinner another day, but can you add me back on WeChat? After all, we will meet in 7 days. Shinsu added, and opened the WeChat QR code on his mobile phone. Shiryu took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code. The earlobes were a little red. He had just blocked the other person's contact information a few days ago, but now he has taken the initiative to add him back. Then I'm leaving. See you in 7 days. Shinsu waved and walked forward for a distance, then stopped, turned around, and said to Shiryu from a distance, remember to remove my phone number from the blacklist. Got it. Shiryu had no expression on his face. His ears and cheeks were still hot. Shiryu went home to take a shower and change clothes before driving to his aunt's house. His father and mother had already arrived. His mother and aunt were sitting on the sofa chatting about family matters, while his father and uncle were cooking in the kitchen. They were wearing tall chef hats and verbally comparing their cooking skills. Seeing Shiryu enter the door, his mother said, Xiaoyuan is in her room on the 2nd floor. This child has been staying in her room all day since she ran away from home. She doesn't eat the sweet and sour pork ribs she usually likes, doesn't go out to play with friends, and doesn't even remember her birthday. Go and talk to her, and call her down for dinner. Shiryu went upstairs. He had been to his aunt's house many times, so he naturally knew Qiu Xiaoyuan's room. He knocked on the door 3 times, and a muffled voice came from inside, come in. Shiryu pushed the door open and went in. Qiu Xiaoyuan was wearing loose home clothes and lying on the bed listlessly. The curtains were half drawn, and the room was a little dark, but it was obvious that Qiu Xiaoyuan was not playing with her phone, and the computer was also turned off. Qiu Xiaoyuan saw Shiryu slowly getting up from the bed and shouted listlessly, brother. When Qiu Xiaoyuan got up, something fell out of her wide sleeves, and she quickly put it away. Her movements were completely opposite to her listless appearance. She even carefully glanced at Shiryu, and was relieved when she was sure that Shiryu didn't notice it. Shiryu pretended not to notice it, but he actually saw it. It was a black card. It was a bit like the black card he used to start the game panel. But Shiryu was not sure. Dong dong dong. Shir's mother came in with a plate of fruit, put the fruit down, said a few words gently, and went out again. Have some fruit. Shiryu brought the fruit plate to the table in front of Qiu Xiaoyuan, picked up a piece of apple with a toothpick, and put it in his mouth to chew slowly, and took out his wallet from his pocket with his other hand, as if nothing had happened, and pretended to shake out a black card from his wallet. The moment he saw the black card, Qiu Xiaoyuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. Brother, you. When is the next game? Shiryu swallowed the chewed apple, and got straight to the point. His expression was not relaxed. 3 hours later. Qiu Xiaoyuan looked listless. It's no wonder that an underage girl was depressed when she was dragged into this kind of game. Moreover, the game rules cannot reveal information to the real world, so Qiu Xiaoyuan's family naturally didn't know about it. Qiu Xiaoyuan could only keep this matter to herself. Sure, you couldn't let Qiu Xiaoyuan enter the game alone. He had 7 days of intermission. But he could give up. Sure, you said, now you listen to me, let's go down and have a meal with them, celebrate your birthday, and then you come with me and say you're going to stay at my house for a few days. Qiu Xiaoyuan nodded after hearing this. Qiu Xiaoyuan's parents and Shir's father and mother were also very happy to see Shiryu take Qiu Xiaoyuan to his home for a few days to enlighten her. 2 hours later, Shiryu took Qiu Xiaoyuan back to his home. There were no outsiders, and the 2 players could share the game panel with each other. Qiu Xiaoyuan had just cleared a rookie copy. Her current anchor level was only level 2, and there was only 1 game copy available, Shengjing Entertainment. Sure, you could only choose this copy with Qiu Xiaoyuan. Before entering the game, Shiryu sent a message to Shinsu. I have something to do, so I won't wait for you. The speed of time in the game is different from that in reality. In fact, if he came out quickly, he could catch up with Shinsu and enter the game again. However, this idea was swallowed by Shiryu after seeing the game time of the copy. Game copy, Shengjing Entertainment. Game time, 90 days. Game background introduction. Shengjing Entertainment is the largest entertainment company in each country. You are a young man with dreams. You have passed the auditions to become one of the 100 trainees of Shengjing Entertainment. You will go through 90 days of devilish training and performances with other trainees. You will be ranked according to the performance of each performance. The final quota for the group will be the trainees ranked 1 to 7. Come on, young people. Main task, debut as a group. Side task 1, meet the president of Shengjing Entertainment. Side task 2, get 100 points of favorability from the president of Shengjing Entertainment. Side task 3, Find the secret of the president of Shengjing Entertainment. Clearance condition. Complete the main task. Note 1. The main quest must be completed, and the side quests can be completed selectively. Note 2. Players who complete 3 side quests can obtain the status of shareholders of Shengjing Entertainment, and shareholders have 1 chance to avoid death. Happy game! Chapter 57. Shinsu was taking a shower when he received the text message. He wiped his hands, and took the phone from the shelf. When he saw that it was a message from Shiryu, the corners of his lips curled up, but the smile disappeared from his face the moment he saw the message clearly. He called Shiryu. No one answered. He called again. No one answered. Shinsu's face darkened a little bit. The shower stopped. Shinsu casually tied the belt of his bathrobe and left the bathroom. In stark contrast to the sunny temperament Shinsu showed in the outside world, the decoration style of his room is cold, and the furniture is also cold gray, white and black, just like Shinsu's face at the moment. His hair was not wiped, and the end of his hair was still dripping. Shinsu seemed not to hear it. He sat down on the sofa and opened the game panel. After seeing the prompt "Your partner is in the game," his face darkened to the extreme. He clicked into Shiryu's game live broadcast room. In the game, Shiryu slowly opened his eyes and saw a huge arched glass structure gymnasium. It was early morning, and the warm orange light was cut into not-so-glaring blocks by the glass curtain wall. Above the main entrance of the venue was a row of golden words, Shengjing Entertainment Trainee Training Base. The square covered by the morning light was full of people. At a glance, they were all young people, both men and women, wearing the same blue and white trainee uniforms. The boys wore shirts, vests and trousers, and the girls wore shirts, vests and short skirts. Shiryu wore the same trainee uniform as everyone else. He immediately found Xiao Xiaoyuan in the crowd around him, gestured to Xiao Xiaoyuan, Xiao Xiaoyuan gestured back, and then the two looked away. To avoid trouble, Shiryu and Xiao Xiaoyuan agreed to pretend that they didn't know each other in the game. Some people in the square were quietly observing the environment, some stood still, probably checking the game panel, and some people couldn't help but start shouting, "Where is this? Why am I here? What's Shengjing Entertainment? I've never heard of it. Trainee? I didn't want to be selected. You are all trainees? Are you all here for the selection? Hey, I'm asking you." It can be seen that this is indeed a rookie copy. Before the game officially started, Shiryu opened the game panel and read the copy introduction again. This is a trainee selection copy with an entertainment company as the background. Shiryu has some partners who run entertainment companies in real life, so he has a certain understanding of the entertainment industry. In real life, the selection programs are scored by judges or voted by the audience. The good ones stay, and the poor ones are eliminated. Finally, the best few people are selected to debut as a group. This copy seems to be the same from the game introduction. However, this elimination must not be the elimination in real life. I'm afraid it will be a direct death. There are 100 trainees, which means that this dungeon should have no less than 100 players for the sake of being conservative. Because Shiryu is not sure whether there will be players like Chinku who disguised as an NPC in the previous dungeon. The condition for passing the dungeon is to complete the main task, which is to form a group and debut. There are only 7 places for debut, and the system rigidly requires that the main task must be completed. That is to say, 100 trainees must fight for those 7 places for debut. However, compared with the vague content of the previous 2 dungeons and the need to trigger the side quests, this dungeon clearly states the main task and side quests from the beginning, which is quite friendly to newcomers. The main quest is reasonable, but the side quests are a bit interesting. The 3 side quests revolve around the president of Shengjing Entertainment, and the difficulty of the quests increases step by step. Those who don't know would think that the president of Shengjing Entertainment himself issued the quests. Shiryu's live broadcast room is closed. Shiryu's live broadcast room is open again. The emotions of the audience in Shiryu's live broadcast room are seriously polarized. Shengjing Entertainment. Yu wife. My favorite anchor is brushing my favorite copy. Wife, why are you in the game again? Wife, didn't you just come out of the game? Wife, why are you so stubborn? Even the donkeys in the production team are so stubborn. Wife, don't you need to sleep and rest? I get so excited when I think that the president of Shengjing Entertainment is someone I know. I laid down with dark circles under my eyes, and I got up again with dark circles under my eyes. Behind every sudden death of a fan, no Yu is innocent. Where is Shinsu? Has anyone seen Shinsu? His wife is there. Why isn't Shinsu there? Shinsu's live streaming room is closed, Shinsu didn't enter the game. Only Yu Yu's wife is in this dungeon. My Yu Yu's wife is the only one who is beautiful. Oracle CP fans came. Oracle CP fans left. Oracle CP fans came again, wearing Yu Yu's OnlyFans vest. Does no one care about the dungeon itself? 90 days? 107. It takes so long? So many people died? Is this really a rookie dungeon? It's normal for a rookie dungeon to be difficult. This is the only way to eliminate the noobs. By the way, is there an auction for airborne guest spots in this dungeon? Reality. The curtains of the French windows were half closed, and it was completely dark outside. Only the wall lamps were on in the living room. In the dim light, Shinsu, who was sitting on the sofa watching the live stream, looked no better than the night, until he saw airborne guest in the barrage. These words. Airborne guest? Quota auction? Is there such a thing? Shinsu used the system's built-in query function to check the meaning of airborne guest. Airborne guests, as the name suggests, are players who parachute into the game dungeon in the middle of the game. Some of them parachute in their real bodies, and some of them are attached to NPCs, mainly depending on the needs of the dungeon plot. Auction is easier to understand. When there are airborne guest quotas, the system will open the auction channel, and all players can participate in the auction, and the highest bidder wins. However, not all game dungeons have airborne guest quotas. What dungeons have airborne guest quotas? This is not certain. Sometimes the same dungeon does not have this batch of players, but the next batch of players has it. It mainly depends on the mood of the system. Shinsu clicked the guest quota auction option at the bottom of the live broadcast room, and was prompted, "No airborne guest spots are available. Please all trainees go to venue number 1 to gather. Please all trainees go to venue number 1 to gather. Please all trainees go to venue number 1 to gather." The broadcast resounded throughout the square, and was repeated 3 times. Venue number 1 was right in front of them, with 4 security checkpoints. NPC security personnel appeared at the side of the channel at some point, and the trainees lined up to enter in turn. The security personnel were not just pretending. The security equipment they held in their hands was real, and the trainees needed to hand in all electronic devices, and controlled knives, and other sharp objects before entering the venue. Shiryu followed the crowd into the venue, and after passing through a long corridor, the front suddenly opened up. Under the cold and bright stage ceiling light, there was a sunken circular stage in the middle, and the stage was surrounded by a circular audience seat. The seats were designed to rise from front to back to ensure the field of vision of every audience member. A rough count showed that it could accommodate more than 1,000 people. The auditorium is empty at this moment. And this stage is probably where they will perform in the future. I just don't know what the difference is between the performances here and the real talent shows. Welcome everyone to Shumjing Entertainment's trainee training base. The broadcast sounded again. Unlike the mechanical voice prompting entry, this male voice spoke with emotion. You are brothers and sisters from all over the world. You have come here through layers of auditions. You have dreams, you exude youthful vigor, and you look forward to the future. This will be the starting point for you to set sail. I am your trainee steward Jerry. I will spend the next 90 happy days with you. Today we will carry out the first task, the trainee's first stage performance. Rules for the first stage performance. Trainees will perform on stage 1 by 1. There is no limit to the performance. You can perform whatever you want. Each person has 5 minutes to perform. At the end of the performance, the 1,000 audience members in the venue will vote for likes or dislikes. After all 100 trainees have finished their performances, they will be ranked according to the number of votes on the like and dislike lists. Trainee steward Jerry stopped here. He did not continue to explain the specific meaning of the favorite and hate votes, nor did he say whether those with poor performance would be eliminated. The first stage is an individual performance, so no team formation is allowed. Now please go to our staff to draw the performance order number plate, and then go backstage to prepare. The performance will start in 1 hour. Everyone have a good performance. The broadcast stopped here. The NPC staff brought a cardboard box with number plates from 1 to 100, and the players drew one in turn. Generally speaking, it is not good to rank the performance too early or too late. If it is too early, the audience may give a low score because of the lack of reference, and if it is too late, the audience may be aesthetically fatigued and the score will not be high. Shiryu drew number 25, a position that is neither early nor late, which is okay. Chiu Xiaoyuan in the crowd showed him his number card, number 32, which is also good. Shiryu nodded slightly to Chiu Xiaoyuan, and the two looked away. Hello, can I exchange numbers with you? A magnetic voice sounded behind Shiryu. Shiryu turned around and the person who spoke was a tall and thin young man, who was slightly taller than Shiryu, with fluffy and slightly curly flaxen short hair, broken bangs falling on his forehead, a small brown mole on the tip of his white nose, and a blue diamond on his left ear. He looked like a very standard idle bean. The young man's lips curved into a friendly arc, and his attitude was gentle and polite. "My number is a little behind. I want to perform earlier. Can I exchange my number plate with you?" "Actually, it's okay to exchange. But sure you looked at the other party's number plate. 100. Sure you, no. Young man, eh?" The game was quiet, but the live broadcast room was exploding. "Yun-E! It's Yun-E! Brother Yun-E, I can do it! Yun-E is a singing and dancing idol in real life. Wouldn't this copy be like a fish in water for him? Looking forward to a .jpg. Yun-E is an old player. Why would he come to this newbie copy?" You might have wanted to agree at first, but when she saw the number plate was 100. "Ha ha ha, what kind of luck is your idol? He was the last one to surprise everyone." "What the hell is the last one? This is not real. Normal performance in the show. Do you know if this kind of draft will be more disadvantageous to the players as the end approaches? I admit that my Yun-E is a little bit weird, with a dark face, bad luck, but he looks good. It feels like this Yun-E is determined to win, but you rejected him, ha ha ha. What do you mean by determined to win? Does my Yu look easy to talk to?" "No. You misunderstood. My Yun-E is usually very cold. I have been following his live broadcast room for so many years, and he never takes the initiative to talk to other players in the game unless he is interested." Shinsu is about to arrive at the scene carrying a 30-meter-long sword. Chapter 58. The reality is that even if Shinsu carried a 30-meter-long sword, he could not arrive at the scene, because the system still did not start the auction of airborne guest quota. However, even if the auction started now, Shinsu's money was not enough. He had used up the game coins he got from the first copy. Although he got more than 2,000 game coins from the second copy, it was still far from enough to participate in the auction. Shinsu asked the system if he could buy game coins with real money. Since game coins can be exchanged for real money, it should be possible in reverse, but the system said no. He could not touch or use dowry. Now he could only borrow money from people in the game, but he looked at his friend list. Xiao Wanwan, Lu Yang, Lin Yering, Cheng Jianshu. They were all people he met in the first copy, and they were probably poorer than him. Shinsu thought about it. He clicked on the wealth rankings. Qin Ke still sat firmly on the first throne. Shinsu found that he could add friends through the rankings. He clicked on Qin Ke's avatar and sent a friend request. A few seconds later, Qin Ke passed and sent a question mark. Qin Ke and he are not people in the real world, but they can also add friends to chat. Shinsu tried to contact real friends in the game, but the fact is that after entering the game, the names of friends who are not in the same space will not be displayed in his friend list, and when he exits the game and returns to reality, the names of friends will appear again. In reality, you can use the built-in chat software in the game, provided that both parties have exited the game. Now it seems that players' chat is only restricted during the game, probably to prevent players from providing off-site assistance. In reality, he can also chat with people from different real worlds through the built-in chat function of the game. This is very good. Then Shinsu sent the first message to Qin Ke. Qin Ke is the number one on the wealth list in the game, and he is also a rich man in reality. He is on vacation on the island at the moment, but he is different from other people who wear beach pants, drink coconut juice, enjoy sunbathing, play beach volleyball, or go swimming and diving. He comes to the island for vacation just to enjoy the atmosphere. He is now nestling on the tatami of the Sea View Hotel next to the beach, holding a tablet and playing games. There are snacks on the carpet on the low coffee table. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows make the golden sand and clear sea water visible at a glance. The sun is shining, and the distant sea level is connected to the blue sky. After playing the game in reality for a while, Qin Ke opened the game panel, clicked into the auction house, flipped through it from beginning to end, and didn't see what he needed, so he closed the auction house again. He was able to become the number one on the wealth list in the game, of course, not just by clearing the dungeon. If he only relied on clearing the dungeon, he would never be able to become the number one on the wealth list even if he worked himself to death. He was more likely to monopolize some seemingly cheap items on the market that were actually necessary for synthesizing some special props, sell them to big guys who needed them at high prices, or bid for some props with appreciation potential at low prices at the auction house, and wait for the right time to put them up at the auction house, often making a lot of money. After closing the auction house, Qin Ke saw Shinsu's friend request. He was very curious why Shinsu added him as a friend. He didn't think that he and Shinsu had a good relationship so that they needed to add friends, but he seemed to have cheated them a little badly in the last dungeon. Could it be that he was holding a grudge against the last dungeon? Adding him as a friend to scold him, in order to verify whether Shinsu wanted to scold him. Jin-ku agreed. Unexpectedly, Shinsu's first sentence was, "Are you there? Borrow some money." Jin-ku, Although he didn't want to borrow, he was a little curious why Shinsu would ask him to borrow money. So he asked, "How much?" Shinsu, "Take 1 million first, I tell you if it's not enough." Jin-ku, Jin-ku held back again and again, but couldn't help but said, "Why do you think I will lend you money? No one's money is blown by the wind. 1 million can be borrowed just like that. He has money, he's not stupid." Shinsu, "Star fragments Shinsu, are you collecting this?" "I have 3. Jin-ku, shock, he shouted in the World Channel for a week, and didn't receive 1. Shinsu actually has 3? Jin-ku, where did you get so many? Shinsu, from a high-end blind box. Jin-ku's personal signature is, collect star fragments, as many as you want. Shinsu was curious about the function of this star fragment. He checked and found that 20 star fragments can be combined into a wishing star. The wishing star has a chance to open a resurrection ticket, which can revive the dead player. It seems that this star fragment is indeed very precious, so Shinsu dared to ask for 1 million. Jin-ku, let me ask you a question. How many high-level blind boxes did you get it from? Shinsu, 10. Shinsu only got 10 high-level blind boxes when he settled the supermarket copy. Jin-ku, Back then, he got 2 star fragments from 1,000 high-level blind boxes. Is this the legendary European emperor? He is really lucky. Shinsu, lend me money, I give you all 3. Shinsu, I keep it for you next time. Jin-ku, okay. In the game, although the young man was rejected, he didn't mean to blame Shiryu. It doesn't matter. I don't think anyone would be willing to exchange my number plate with me. He showed a distressed expression on his face, but soon covered it with a smile. He stretched out his hand to Shiryu. Can I meet you? My name is Yun-E, E for playing chess. We can team up together in the future. The other party had a good attitude. Although Shiryu didn't like socializing, he was not ignorant of socializing. His appearance was very advantageous in the talent show. It was not a bad thing to know such a friend. He shook hands with the young man. Shiryu. After a pause, Shiryu said, I exchange with you. I suddenly feel that it might be better to save my performance for the last. Yun-E slightly widened his eyes. Really? Shiryu, yeah. In fact, Shiryu hadn't thought of what he was going to perform, but there was also an advantage in performing at the end, which was that he could adjust it according to the performance content of the previous players and the audience's preferences. The two exchanged their number plates, becoming Yun-E number 25 and Shiryu number 100. In this way, the two of them knew each other, and went to the backstage together without saying a word. The live broadcast room was very active. Wow! They actually agreed? This new anchor is quite nice. My Yu has always been a very nice person. Respecting the elderly and loving the young, helping the weak, respecting women, a breath of fresh air in the escape game, standing up straight. JPG, the pride of Yu's fans. I am a steadfast fan of the Oracle CP, but these two look good together, whispering. I also think they look good together. Yun-E is also quite handsome, much more handsome than someone who was previously ranked first on the appearance list. Why didn't he surpass Mujua to become the number 1 on the appearance list? First of all, we know that the system stipulates that players cannot occupy the top of multiple lists. Secondly, let me tell you, Yun-E is the number 1 on the non-African list. I didn't laugh, haha, I didn't laugh really, sorry I couldn't help it, haha. The trainees came to the backstage one after another. The backstage here is no different from the normal stage backstage. There are dressing rooms, costume rooms, prop rooms, dressing rooms, lounges, etc. There are everything you need, and at first glance it seems like you have really come to the backstage of the artist's makeup. The NPC makeup artist is already waiting. Shumjing Entertainment is very generous. Each trainee is assigned a makeup artist, a dressing table, and a set of makeup supplies. The dressing room is very large, in a huge circle. 100 mirrors and dressing tables are placed along the outer wall in sequence. Each mirror has a serial number on the upper left corner, which corresponds to the number plate drawn by the trainee. The middle of the room is arranged as a rest area. There are several sets of sofas and coffee tables on the dark carpet, and candies and tea are placed on the coffee tables. Shiryu is number 100. He sat down in his seat. The order in the upper right corner of the mirror is clockwise. On his left is number 99, and on his right is number 1. Both are young guys. Number 99, looked a little introverted, while number 1 was immersed in his own thoughts. None of the three greeted each other. The makeup done by the NPC makeup artist was normal. Number 99 had freckles on his nose, but they disappeared after the makeup, and he looked very handsome. Number 1 dyed his hair a dazzling red, and he was humming a song while doing makeup and styling. The other NPC makeup artists didn't look abnormal either. They quietly put makeup on their trainees, and occasionally whispered a few words to their trainees. The NPC makeup artists were communicative and reasonable. Sure, you refused to put on makeup and only did styling. The makeup artist nodded without saying anything, and then started to tinker with him. Could it be that this talent show is actually a normal talent show? After a while, the styling was done. The hair was curled to make it fluffy, the ends were slightly curled, and the bangs were curled into an inward arc. From a distance, it looked like a heart shape, and the eyebrows and forehead were exposed. It was refreshing. This was Shiryu's evaluation of his styling. However, the audience in the live broadcast room didn't think so. Wow, my wife's heart-shaped bangs are so good, I can't help but let my tears flow out of my mouth, slurp slurp. My wife looks good even when she wears a sack, but she is absolutely beautiful when she dresses up casually. Wow, it's another day when I am stunned by my wife's beauty. I need my wife to kiss me before I can get up. I licked the screen crazily, took screenshots crazily, and stared at my wife crazily. Wow, so what kind of clothes should be matched with such a beautiful hairstyle? Why not a low-neck V-neck shirt or a vacuum suit, shashasha? The people in front should wear pants. The 1-hour preparation time is coming soon. There is a large screen in the backstage where you can see the situation on the stage. The empty auditorium is now full of people. All the audience members are in the same posture, sitting straight, with their hands on their legs, their heads held high, their faces expressionless, and their eyes fixed on the center of the stage. Although it is a good thing for the audience to watch the performance seriously, it is a bit creepy if they are too serious. And these audience members are not real people. It is impossible for real people to be so unified. They are all NPCs. It is much harder to please NPCs than to please real people, because you don't know how these NPCs are set up, and what stage and person they will vote for. Trainee number 1 was humming in the audience, and when he went on stage, he was also confident and strode with his head held high. He performed singing and dancing with the microphone on, without breathing, and it can be seen that he has a solid dance foundation. It was just that he forgot the dance steps for a moment after looking at the audience in the middle, but he quickly made it up with a few moves. If you are not a professional singer and dancer, you can't tell at all. In the end, he ended the performance perfectly, with a posture of supporting the floor with one hand. Trainee number 1 finally received 12 like votes, and 988 dislike votes. After the votes were announced, the entire backstage was silent. Then the announcement sounded, "Trainees, please take your first stage seriously, and do not perform negatively." Chapter 59. Negative performance prohibited, but number 1 didn't perform negatively at all. Anyone with eyes can see that number 1 performed very seriously, and number 1 has a solid foundation. Apart from the small mistake in the middle, he performed really well overall. The people who entered this dungeon have nothing in common except that they are all young people, and most of them don't know how to sing and dance. There are really few people as good as number 1. If this is called negative performance, what is called positive performance? Is the NPC so demanding? Or, was number 1 judged to be a negative performance because of the mistake in the middle? Is it not allowed to make mistakes? Can't there be any mistakes at all? The NPC makeup artist disappeared quietly after finishing the styling for the trainees. At this moment, there were only trainees in the backstage dressing room. Everyone was shocked by the NPC's voting standards, and no one spoke for a while. The rules explained by the trainee steward Jerry on the radio were very vague. No one knew the specific role of the like vote and the hate vote, but the hate vote sounded like a bad thing. Would the top few hate votes be eliminated directly? No one knew this. Through the performance of player number 1, Shiryu came to several conclusions in his mind. First, these 1,000 NPC audiences cannot abstain from voting, they either like or hate. Second, although the program is a trainee audition, singing and dancing in a formal manner may not necessarily please the NPC audience. Third, when player number 1 made a mistake and forgot the dance steps during the performance, he accidentally glanced at the audience. So was player number 1 scared by the NPC audience's eyes staring at the stage? Or will the NPC audience influence the trainees? Shiryu is still unsure about this. However, if she is worried about being affected by the NPC audience, would it be better to perform with eyes closed? Trainee number 2 is a girl dressed in a gentle and elegant manner. She wears light makeup, has long black hair to her waist, and wears a white long skirt. She sings a slow-tempo English song. This is an experienced player. She also guessed that number one's mistake might be affected by the NPC audience, so she closed her eyes after going on stage and immersed herself in the music. Her singing skills are average, not amazing, but her voice is gentle and flowing, which makes people feel comfortable. She did not go out of tune or make mistakes throughout the whole process. In the end, she received 246 votes for likes and 754 votes for dislikes. Although the number of likes is not much. But compared with the 12 votes for number one, which is terrible, her number of votes is really enviable. The trainees behind imitated number two to sing. Some smart ones also saw that number one made a mistake because he looked at the audience, so they also imitated number two to perform with eyes closed without looking at the audience. In general, no matter singing or dancing, as long as there are no mistakes in the process and no one looks at the audience, the final favorite votes can be between 100 and 200. Although it is not as good as number two, it is still acceptable. However, once the trainees look at the audience in the middle of the performance, they will inevitably make mistakes. Sure, you observed every stage, and almost without exception, the trainees who made mistakes, no matter how well they performed, will only get two-digit favorite votes in the end. This shows that the NPC audience is really strict. There is no room for mistakes. This also shows that the NPCs off the stage do affect the trainees, but we don't know how they do it. By simply glaring at them? Or by mental pollution? Player number 25, get ready. After the announcement, Yuni stood up and went to the preparation area. Yuni is probably one of the best looking players here, and he is also very well dressed. Everyone is looking at him. Sure, you followed everyone to see him off, but Yuni suddenly turned around and looked at him. Sure you could only mouth come on to Yuni, and Yuni nodded at him and turned away. Sure, you guessed that Yuni might be a model or a star in real life. Because Yuni is very clear about his advantages and knows how to show his advantages, other players let the NPC makeup artist toss, while he directs the makeup artist throughout the process, whether it is makeup styling or clothing matching. Yuni changed into a khaki silk suit with a dark bow tie and combed his flaxen short hair back with hairspray, leaving a few strands on his temples, neat and orderly, yet a little messy and loose. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and the light gold glasses chain hung down on his shoulders, making him look like a nobleman from a wealthy family who had been influenced by piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood. And Yunyi's first stage performance was indeed the piano. But it was not just the piano. Each trainee's performance lasted 5 minutes. At 1 minute and 40 seconds, the melodious piano sound stopped suddenly. Yuni took off his glasses with one hand and stood up. At the same time, the music notes became urgent, and Yuni danced to the beat of the music. Yuni looked thin, but his dancing was extremely explosive, his movements were smooth, and his timing was very accurate, sometimes slow and sometimes fast, perfectly combining the sense of power and laziness, without any mistakes. In fact, the number one player dances well, but his appearance is not as pleasing to the eye as Yuni. At 3 minutes and 50 seconds, Yuni took off his coat and threw it away, revealing the white shirt underneath. The white shirt was a very ordinary white shirt, and Yuni wore it properly, even buttoning the top button. However, due to the high-intensity dancing, Yuni was sweating, and the sweat-soaked white shirt was very transparent, sticking to his body, and his 6 abdominal muscles were faintly visible underneath with his breathing. Yuni finally received 627 like votes and 373 dislike votes. The highest number of votes so far. The live broadcast room was screaming, "Woohoo! Yuni, you know the password of traffic. Can dancing for 5 minutes really make the shirt so wet?" Besides, excluding the 1 minute he played the piano, he danced for less than 5 minutes. I seriously suspect that Yuni wet his shirt in advance before putting it on. Shock! A certain artist surnamed Yun did this, and that to get votes. Is it a distortion of human nature, or a loss of morality? Ah, brother Yuni, you have changed. You were not like this before. How can you dress like this? How can you perform a wet temptation? To this, I just want to say more. I love to watch. The trainees who went on stage later followed suit, and also learned to take off their clothes in the middle of the performance like Yuni, or wear very little and revealing clothes on stage. They did get more votes than the previous trainees. Everyone gradually mastered the password of traffic. Isn't it the same as in reality? The less you wear, the more people like to watch. Damn, it seems that NPCs in the game can't get rid of this kind of low-level bad taste. Among the crowd of low-neck short skirts, navel bearing and see-through outfits. Chiu Xiaoyuan in a long-sleeved long skirt is a breath of fresh air. Chiu Xiaoyuan has been learning folk dance since she was young, and her dance skills are solid. She has also actively participated in the school's cultural and artistic activities since she was young, and she is not afraid of the stage. Shiryu was not worried about her at first, but seeing that everyone was learning from Yun Yi, Shiryu was a little worried about Chiu Xiaoyuan. Unexpectedly, Chiu Xiaoyuan, who was dressed conservatively, did well in the end. She received 402 votes of likes and 598 votes of dislikes. Everyone was learning from Yun Yi to deliberately attract attention, which was effective at the beginning, but gradually the audience became aesthetically fatigued. Later, a trainee went all out to perform a striptease, but barely received a little over 100 votes of likes. Trainee number 54 is a 1.9 meter tall strongman. It is obvious that he is not the kind of person who can sing and dance. He did not perform singing and dancing, but the stunt of splitting bricks with his bare hands and breaking stones with his chest. His performance was also good, with 446 votes of likes and 554 votes of dislikes. It seems that the audience not only likes those who wear less, but also those who are independent and special. However, when Jerry, the trainee manager, explained the rules at the beginning, he also said that trainees can perform whatever they want. The trainees who followed also understood this, and began to perform some strange and bizarre performances. For example, eating 20 hamburgers in one breath, drawing a circle with the left hand and a square with the right hand, kicking 3 times in the air and kicking a bottle with the 4th kick, and some more outrageous performances, such as the tongue can be stretched very long to lick the tip of the nose, the mouth can be opened wide enough to put an orange the size of an adult's head, and the trainees can bend backwards until their hands touch the ground and run, etc. However, no matter how hard the trainees rack their brains to make themselves appear independent and special, the audience will get aesthetic fatigue. No matter how wonderful the stunts performed by the trainees ranked after 70 are, they will not get more than 200 votes. Starting from number 80, the NPC audience began to yawn frequently. Their yawning movements were particularly uniform. The already nervous trainees became even more nervous when they saw the audience yawning. The more nervous they were, the worse their performances were. The worse their performances were, the more the audience yawned. The more they yawned, the worse their performances were. An endless cycle. Even if the trainees were very strong mentally, and were not affected by the audience's yawns, their performances could not please the audience. In short, none of the following ones received high votes. Trainee number 90 even set a new low, with 9 like votes and 991 dislike votes. The following few people also received double-digit like votes. In addition, Shiryu discovered that the audience also looked at the face. With the same performance content and the same performance level, the trainees with high appearance would get more like votes than the trainees with low appearance. Finally, it was the last performance. Shiryu wore a medieval retro punk pure black tuxedo, long boots, black gloves, and a standard magician outfit. Compared to other trainees who wanted to wear collars that were open to their navels, Shiryu was wrapped up from head to toe. Even his face was not exposed, and a black mask completely covered his face. Hello everyone, I am performing a magic trick called Magic of the Living. There were several magicians before Shiryu, and the audience had long been aesthetically fatigued. They all raised their eyelids, sat down in their chairs in unison, and began to yawn constantly, just wanting to finish quickly. Shiryu was still very serious about the performance. He pushed out a magic box that was 1 person tall and half a meter wide from the prop room, opened a door on the side, and there was a pulley under the box. He pushed the box around, taking care of the audience around him, and said, "You can see that there is nothing in it now." He closed the side door, walked around the magic box, and then stopped in front of the door and made a symbolic gesture. Now everyone watch again. He opened the side door, and Lin Fengbai, who was wearing a shirt and trousers, walked out. Shiryu tried to summon Lin Fengbai in the bathroom, so he decided to perform this. Go in, and it's the disappearance of the living. Lin Fengbai walked into the box, Shiryu closed the side door, and he walked around the box again, made a gesture, and put his hand on the side door handrail. Next is the time to witness the miracle. 3, 2, 1. The box opened. It was empty inside. This magic show was not exciting, but not too bad either. It can only be said to be mediocre and barely passable. Shiryu didn't want a very good score. The game time this time is 90 days, and I don't know how many performances will be later. This was his first performance, so he couldn't perform too well, or he would be targeted by other players. But he couldn't perform too badly, or he would be eliminated. He just wanted a middle score, or even a little below the middle score. After the performance, there was a voting session. The like votes on the big screen jumped slowly, while the dislike votes jumped quickly. In a blink of an eye, the dislike votes had reached 100, while the like votes were only 20. Sure, you guessed that his final score of like votes might be around 100. Well, he could accept it. The straps on the mask on the back of his head were a little loose, and sure, you reached behind his head to tighten it. Who knew his hand slipped? The mask fell off directly. A beautiful and fresh face appeared in front of everyone. The black magician costume made his skin glow white, and his face was clean without any makeup, but he looked 10,000 times better than those trainees with delicate makeup. The NPC audience in the audience stopped yawning, and stared at him without blinking. It seems that he didn't expect the mask to fall off suddenly. His beautiful almond eyes widened slightly, like an innocent domestic kitten who was suddenly thrown into a strange environment. He was not afraid because of his trust in humans, but his eyes showed confusion and innocence. It makes people want to catch him and beat him hard to let him know the evil of human hearts. The voting screen is also changing. The hate votes stopped beating, and the like votes were soaring. Sure, you finally received 815 like votes and 185 hate votes. First place by a huge margin. Sure, he really just wanted an ordinary result. Chapter 60. 800 votes. First place by a huge margin. She is worthy of being my wife. If I could change my vote after voting, I believe the number of votes would be more than this. If my wife hadn't worn a mask from the beginning, the number of votes would definitely be more than this. Wow, my wife is so beautiful. The NPCs were stunned. My wife didn't even need to perform. She would win just by showing that face. My wife doesn't look very happy. Of course she's not happy. Do you think this is a real talent show? Do you think there will be any benefits for being first on the first stage? There is nothing at all. Being first on the first stage will trigger. Forget it. Spoilers are not allowed in the barrage. Tell me what will be triggered. Pointing to the official live broadcast room of Shengjing Entertainment. The official live broadcast room of the game copy is broadcasting the scene in the backstage director's room at this moment. The director's room is equivalent to the god's perspective of the stage. There is a lot of space inside, with many large and small devices, and countless display screens recording the scenes from different angles of the stage. There were a lot of people inside. The lighting technician, photographer, and stage manager each performed their duties. The director, assistant director, and 3 mentors, who did not show up, watched the trainees' performances through the broadcast screen and gave a few comments from time to time. Jerry, who claimed to be the trainees' housekeeper, was a young man with dyed yellow hair. He was sitting on the sofa and reading the speech. There were many staff members busy around him. Unlike the 2 NPCs in the audience seats, the NPCs here have their own thinking and can think independently. After the last trainee finished his performance, Jerry took the speech to the microphone and prepared to explain the next rules. At this time, the door of the director's room was suddenly pushed open. Everyone was stunned, and then stood up to greet him. The director respectfully called out, "Mr. Liu." The man called Mr. Liu was tall, handsome, about 30 years old, wearing a neat smoky gray suit. His hair was neatly combed, and he looked like he had just come out of a social event. His tie was a little loose, and his expression was full of impatience. Everyone in the director's room dared not breathe. Mr. Liu was their biggest boss, and they could only look at him from a distance at ordinary times. Somehow, he came to the director's room today. Rumor has it that Mr. Liu is a beauty lover, and his personality is unpredictable. He once fired a director with 12 years of work experience because the other party said something wrong. Everyone could see that he was in a bad mood at the moment, and no one dared to run into the gun. After Mr. Liu came in, someone immediately brought a chair and placed a coffee table next to the chair. On the coffee table, coffee and dessert were placed. He took a sip of coffee, and his frown relaxed a little. He casually said, "I heard that there is a good performance this year?" Yes, it's him." The director personally played the playback and played the last stage, the trainee with number 100, 815 votes, the first by a huge margin. The director was a person who was very good at grasping the key points. He played the playback just at the moment when the mask of number 100 fell off. Mr. Liu drank his coffee carelessly, and his eyes glanced at the screen vaguely, and he couldn't move away from this glance. He fixed his eyes on the face of the young trainee on the screen, and stopped drinking coffee. Finally, the coffee cup was put back on the coffee table, and he got up and left. "Have him come to my office after the end." Everyone could feel that he was in a better mood when he said this. I was wondering why the name of this dungeon sounded familiar. It turns out he's an acquaintance. Ah, why did he ask someone to go to his office right away? This NPC is so perverted. Is he trying to take advantage of my wife? Oh, this NPC's personality is like this. He has played with all the beautiful male and female celebrities in his company. Your wife is so beautiful that she can't escape his hands. Ah, I remember that Liu Chungjing seemed to confess to Shiryu in the last dungeon? I wonder if Liu Chungjing still has any memory of the last dungeon. It shouldn't be. The two dungeons should be independent. If so, Shinsu was still Shiryu's boyfriend in the last dungeon. He even declared his sovereignty in front of Liu Chungjing. At Shinsu, your wife is going to be kidnapped. After the performance of the 100 trainees, the ranking of the trainees' first stage appeared on the big screen. First place, Shiryu. Second place, Yuan Yi. Third place, Qi Shui. Fourth place, Lu Zhuangzhuang. 10th place, Xiao Xiayuan. 99th place, He Ren. 100th place, Wang Chao. The ranking standard is based on the number of votes for the trainees from high to low. The ranking of the dislike votes is naturally the opposite, but so far no one knows the specific role of the like and dislike votes. It was purely accidental that Shiryu got this number of votes and ranking. His original plan was to get a mediocre result, but he didn't expect an accident to happen. Yun Yi's ranking is well deserved. If Shiryu's mask hadn't fallen off in the middle of the race, Yun Yi should have been the first. Qi Shui, who ranked third, was a girl who could sing and dance as well as Yun Yi. She was also good looking, but slightly inferior to Yun Yi. Lu Zhuangzhuang, who ranked fourth, was the strong man who performed the performance of splitting bricks with bare hands and breaking stones with his chest. He was the first trainee to take a different approach and be independent, so he received a relatively high number of votes. Xiao Xiayuan's ranking was relatively safe, not too conspicuous nor too bad. Although Xiao Xiayuan was young, she was also a smart person. Her dancing level was actually better than what she showed on the stage. She was hiding her shortcomings, and Shiryu was quite pleased about this. He Ren, who ranked 99th, was the red-haired number 1. Red-haired was good at singing and dancing, but he forgot the dance steps in the middle of the performance and got himself into trouble. He Ren forgot the dance steps in the middle of the performance because he glanced at the audience. There were also other trainees who looked at the audience in the middle of the performance and made mistakes. Shiryu also deliberately glanced at the audience several times in the middle of the performance, but the audience in the audience did not affect him. I don't know if it was because he had a better mental state, or because the audience was yawning and not in high spirits at that time, unlike the beginning when everyone's eyes were wide open like bells. Congratulations to all the trainees for completing their first stage performances. The voice of Jerry, the trainee steward, came from the radio. The ranking of the first stage trainees has just been released. I believe everyone must have many questions about the rankings and the audience's favorite and discuss votes. Next, I will explain it to you. The ranking is based on the audience's favorite votes of the first stage trainees from high to low. The favorite and discuss votes obtained by the trainees in the first stage will be converted into the audience's favorite value and the audience's discuss value at a ratio of 1 to 1 later. Jerry paused here deliberately. The trainees can't see the backstage, but the backstage can see the trainees sitting upright. Jerry smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. Our company's audition mechanism is different from those rubbish entertainment companies' devilish audition mechanisms. Our company's audition purpose is to cultivate more excellent seedlings, so we don't have an elimination mechanism. Don't worry." The trainees were relieved when they heard this. There is no death without elimination. As long as there is no death, everything will be fine. The like votes and dislike votes are converted into like values and dislike values. In the next 89 days, in addition to completing daily training and performance tasks, everyone must earn more like values and find ways to eliminate dislike values. The trainees who finally debut as a group must clear the dislike value to 0, otherwise you can't debut even if you rank first. And the trainees whose dislike value reaches 1000 will be kept in Shengjing Entertainment as backup dancers for life, and will never get ahead. Trainees, replace elimination with exploitation. You are really a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. The elimination mechanism still exists, but it is just called in a different way. The so-called lifelong stay in Shengjing Entertainment means that players cannot leave the game. It is even more difficult than the rules announced by the system at the beginning. In addition to daily training and performances, they also have to find ways to earn likes and eliminate dislikes. How to earn likes? How to eliminate dislikes? The condition for passing the level is to complete the main task debut as a group, and one of the requirements for debuting as a group is to clear the dislike value. Eliminating the dislike value sounds difficult enough, and it has to be cleared. How can it be cleared? And there are only 7 spots in the group. 100 people compete for 7 spots. I seriously suspect that not eliminating trainees is also to make the competition between players more intense. Is it so difficult for a mere rookie copy? As if he knew what everyone was thinking, Jerry said. The main way to earn likes and eliminate dislikes is every official performance, and there will no longer be a voting channel for dislike votes for each performance in the future. There will only be one voting channel. For every 100 audience support votes a trainee gets, he can exchange for 1 point. The point can be added to the like value, increasing the like value by 1 point, or it can be used to eliminate 1 point of dislike. Of course, in addition to the performance stage, other places and other ways can also be used to obtain likes and eliminate dislikes. The specific details are explored by the trainees themselves. Trainee, With this exchange ratio, it means that you can eliminate 1 point of dislike only if 100 audiences vote for you. For example, if Red Hair, He-Ran wants to eliminate 988 points of disgust, he needs 98,800 audience members to vote for him. The venue where they perform can only seat 1,000 people. Even if he can get 1,000 votes in each show, he has to perform 98 shows. Even if he performs 1 show a day, the game time is not 98 days. Besides, with the NPC audience's harsh eyes, it is difficult to get 500 votes in 1 show. It is impossible to clear the disgust points within 90 days. The rules are just making things difficult for people. However, the rules also say that there are other ways to earn like points and eliminate disgust points, but players need to explore them themselves. A trainee raised his hand and asked, "Teacher Jerry, when is the next performance?" The broadcast paused for a moment, and Jerry's voice was brisk with a bit of mischief. "Our company's rules and regulations are very flexible. The specific performance time will be arranged. Maybe tomorrow, maybe a week later. There is an entertainment hall in the venue. You can go there to relax when you have nothing to do, but you must always be prepared to perform on stage." Trainee, There is no specific time, which means they can't prepare properly. It is very likely that they will be pulled to perform halfway through practicing dancing. The fun is all about heartbeat and excitement. Okay, it's getting late today, let's follow our staff to have a meal and rest. There is a buffet in the cafeteria. The dishes of our company's new chef are good, but everyone should remember to eat less to keep in shape. Also, the dormitories arranged for everyone are all double rooms. Everyone can freely choose dormitories and roommates. Our company is really humane in this regard. After the broadcast, several staff members appeared in the venue. "Dear trainees, please follow me if you want to go to the cafeteria for dinner. If you want to go back to the dormitory to rest, follow the teacher." Sure, you wrote down the direction of the cafeteria and dormitory, and did not follow the main group. He went to the bathroom. When he came out, a staff member said to him, "Number 100, someone wants to see you, follow me." Chapter 61. The staff member left after saying this, and did not give Shiryu a chance to refuse. Someone wants to see him? Who wants to see him? Although Shiryu had doubts, he followed him. There was no elimination system in this dungeon, and there was no risk of death for players. The most serious consequence was that he would be left in the dungeon if his disgust value reached 1,000. His disgust value was the lowest among all the trainees, so he did not have to worry at all. Moreover, someone wanted to see him. What if this person was an important NPC and triggered some tasks? The gymnasium covers a large area, with dozens of large and small venues, most of which were empty. The NPC staff was only responsible for leading the way, and did not introduce him one by one. Shiryu could only rely on his own eyes. The staff took him around, and finally the two came to an independent office building. The office building was only 5 stories high, and was almost hidden deep in the venue. If there was no staff to lead the way, it would be difficult for outsiders to find it. The NPC took Shiryu to a closed office on the 5th floor, let him go in by himself, and then left. There was no mark on the solid wood door about whose office this was. Knock, knock, knock. Shiryu knocked on the door, and a male voice came from inside after a few seconds. "Come in." Why did this voice seem to have been heard somewhere before, but it was not clear through the door, and there were many people with similar voices. Shiryu pushed the door open and entered. The office was very spacious. As he walked along, he noticed that the area of each office from the 1st floor to the 4th floor was about the same, but the area of this office was 3 times that of the other offices. It should be that the 2 rooms on the left and right were connected. The office was decorated in a simple style, and the furnishings were also simple, with a set of desks and chairs, a set of sofas, several sets of bookcases against the wall, and a few pots of green plants placed in the corners and on the balcony to add some fun. The sunset shone through the glass window, and the marble floor was bright and reflective. Only the sofa area was carpeted. A man in a suit sat on the sofa with his back to the door, one long leg resting on the other long leg, holding a glass of champagne in his hand, and the light golden liquid was gently shaking in the goblet. This man should be a senior leader of Shumjing Entertainment. From his sitting posture and the rhythm of shaking the goblet, it can be seen that the man is in a very comfortable mood at the moment. That should not be to cause trouble for him. Sure, you thought? Hello, the staff said you want to see me. What can I do for you? Shiryu was polite and spoke clearly. The man in a suit on the sofa stood up. At the same time, Shiryu received a system prompt. Congratulations to the player for completing the side quest 1. Meet the president of Shumjing Entertainment. Shiryu? Question mark. Shiryu, shock. This side quest 1 was completed unexpectedly. Is this dungeon quest so easy to do? It turns out that this man is the president of Shumjing Entertainment. But what does the president of Shumjing Entertainment want him for? When the man turned around and Shiryu saw the man's face clearly, he was stunned. This is Lu Chungjing? Lu Chungjing, the seventh uncle of Lu Boyue, the protagonist of the previous dungeon Boyue's supermarket? In the background of the previous dungeon, Lu Chungjing was indeed the president of an entertainment company, and the name of this dungeon is Shumjing Entertainment. The company name and Lu Chungjing's name sound a bit similar, but Shiryu has never thought about it in this way. But these are two independent copies. Although they are both called Lu Chungjing, he should look at the two people separately. He should not bring the grudges of Lu Chungjing in the previous copy to this copy, nor should he take Lu Chungjing in this copy lightly. While Shiryu was observing the other party calmly, the other party was also looking at Shiryu with a sizing look. Only strangers who meet for the first time will observe each other with such eyes. Shiryu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This Lu Chungjing is just an ordinary NPC. What? Have you decided to become a star? Lu Chungjing's first sentence almost choked Shiryu. Why does Lu Chungjing have the memory of the last copy? Is it a system bug? Actually, you don't have to work so hard to participate in the talent show. Lu Chungjing had a smile on his lips, not a fake smile, but a happy smile. He walked around the sofa and came to Shiryu. The male second role of the idol drama I mentioned to you last time has been selected and filming has started. I can help you find a role again, or maybe you want to choose the script yourself. But Lu Chungjing took a sip of champagne, his eyes glued to Shiryu's face at a close distance, and his tone was ambiguous. Compared to being an actor and filming, Kitty seems to like the stage more. It doesn't matter, I can also let you debut solo. Shiryu, You are the Kitty, your whole family is Kitty. He is not here to debut. He just wants to complete the task and leave here. And the main task of this copy is debut as a group, and he definitely can't debut solo. Shiryu did not forget the character he established in front of Lu Chungjing, a poor and strong male college student who was full of sense of justice and would stand up for his friends, and was willing to love life even if life did not love him. He said calmly, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your kindness, but I don't want to take shortcuts. I will work hard to get what I want." Lu Chungjing laughed briefly and said, "Who in this circle doesn't work hard? But not everyone can get what they want through hard work. The female lead of the idol drama I mentioned to you was originally a first-line actress, but she was replaced temporarily. Do you know why?" After a pause, Lu Chungjing said, "The new actress is the niece of the largest investor in this drama. You just graduated from school and don't understand many things. Do you think this is called taking shortcuts? No, this is called reasonable use of resources." Well, Lu Chungjing knows how to steal concepts in PUA. But what's the use of telling him these words? He is not a real trainee. He is just an ordinary game player. Shiryu asked back, "But resources also need to be exchanged, don't they? Could it be that Mr. Lu is willing to give me resources for free without me having to pay any price? If that's the case, then I'd like to thank Mr. Lu here first." Shiryu's eyes were bright, and his tone was lively. "Mr. Lu is such a good man." Lu Chungjing's face turned green with praise. Live broadcast room. Generally speaking, the first player in the first stage will be called to the office by the perverted Mr. Lu, which will trigger the unspoken rules plot, and then the player will generally succumb because of fear of angering the NPC, and then a series of mosaic plots will unfold. How is this different from the development of the copy I watched before? The plot was indeed promoted in this way at the beginning, and Mr. Lu was also working hard to follow the plot, but you doesn't take the usual path, ha ha ha. Perverted Mr. Liu looked at the good guy card in his hand and sent a black question mark emoticon. Where's your boyfriend? There was no point in talking about this topic anymore, so Lu Chungjing sat down on the sofa and changed the subject. Didn't he swear that he would rather work 3 jobs than let you suffer, and he was willing to let you participate in the talent show? This is my own business. Sure, you avoided the main point and was vague. Well, an independent little cat, I admire you very much. Lu Chungjing walked to the coffee table, poured himself champagne, and took a clean high-heeled glass to pour champagne. His movements were slow, and finally he returned to Shiryu with 2 glasses of champagne. His tone was light but oppressive. However, you are now a trainee of Shungjing Entertainment, and the trainee terms stipulate that you are not allowed to fall in love during the contract period. Have you not read the terms carefully? Or do you want to pay the penalty for breach of contract? Very good. If the soft approach doesn't work, the hard approach will be used. Shiryu lowered her eyelashes and acted disappointed. I didn't break the contract, I'm single now. Oh, so you broke up. Lu Chungjing couldn't hide his laughter. He handed one of the glasses of champagne to Shiryu. So, he recognized himself and gave up? Although it's a pity, it's better this way. It won't delay him or you. Your boyfriend can't afford to support you. Why don't you follow me? Lu Chungjing took a step forward and raised his hand to touch Shiryu's face, but Shiryu dodged. He pinched Shiryu's chin instead and said viciously, I told you not to refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. So many people want to get close to me, but don't have the chance. Shiryu pushed Lu Chungjing away. A glass of champagne splashed on Lu Chungjing's face. I don't need anyone to support me. I can support myself. After saying this, Shiryu turned and ran. I wonder if it will trigger the NPC's disgust, but he didn't have time to think about it. He really hated being touched. As he was leaving, a system message popped up. You gain 10 points of Lu Chungjing's favorability. Side Quest 2. Gain 100 points of favorability from the president of Shungjing Entertainment. Progress. 10 out of 100. Warm tip. Lu Chungjing's favorability can be exchanged for points to increase the like value or eliminate the disgust value. The exchange ratio is 1-to-1 Shiryu. Question mark. The live broadcast room was also filled with question marks. This? Throwing champagne on him can also increase favorability? Could Lu Chungjing be a masochist? It can be seen that President Lu really tried hard to follow the original plot. The domineering president's earthy love words were all spoken, and his character was broken. Do you remember the first time they met in the last instance? Shiryu punched him in the hotel. He wanted to fight back, but didn't do it when he saw Shiryu's face. Then, he became more interested in Shiryu. So you know. TSK, worthy of being President Lu, so perverted and refined. Some players are still fighting over the dormitory issue, while some players have completed Side Quest 1 and started Side Quest 2, and learned the second way to eliminate disgust value TSK. Why don't they understand that it doesn't matter which dormitory to live in? What's important is who to choose as a roommate. Miss Qishui invited Qiu Xiaoyuan to be her roommate. I like this combination of a queen and a pure girl. Pretty girls should stick with pretty girls. The 99th ranked Hiran and the 100th ranked Wang Chao, this pair of brothers in distress became roommates without any suspense. Ha ha, I laughed unkindly. Why is no one sharing a dormitory with my Yun-Yi? Why are they isolating Yun-Yi? Is it because he is so outstanding? But he can't decide whether he is so outstanding. No, it's because Yun-Yi is too outstanding. People want to get close to ordinary outstanding people, but they will only watch from afar those who are so outstanding that they far surpass them. When Shiryu was called away by the staff, several trainees in the dormitory had a conflict over fighting for the dormitory. In fact, the main problem is not the trainees. Although the rules state that 2 trainees share one dormitory, and trainees can freely choose their dormitories, the dormitories arranged for trainees are not all of the same grade. There are high-end rooms, mid-level rooms, and low-end rooms. The high-end rooms are large and equipped with air conditioners, computers, TVs, washing machines, refrigerators, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, living rooms, kitchens, and balconies. The mid-level rooms have no air conditioners, only 2 bedrooms, independent bathrooms, and a small living room, while the low-end rooms are just a 30-square-meter room with 2 single beds. There are only 5 high-end rooms, 10 mid-level rooms, and 35 low-end rooms. They have to stay here for 90 days, so naturally they all want to choose a dormitory with a better environment, so they all rush to grab high-end rooms. The principle of choosing dormitories is first come first served. Whoever grabs it first will live in it. However, everyone is not slow, so I stepped in with my left foot first. I stepped in with half of my body first. A series of disputes arose, followed by improper mediation, intensified conflicts, and started fighting. It stands to reason that if the trainees fight, the NPC staff should stop them, but the NPC did not make any move, and the system did not issue any punishment. It seems that the system allows trainees to fight. It even welcomes it. The system allows players to freely choose dormitories, which sounds very humane, but it actually diverts conflicts and transfers its problems to internal problems of trainees. To put it bluntly, isn't it just to see players fight for dormitories? After the players who fight for high-level rooms finish fighting, the winner gets the right to live in the high-level room, and the loser wants to choose a mid-level room, but finds that the mid-level rooms have also been selected, leaving only low-level rooms. Uni didn't go for the premium room. He just picked a mid-level room. Although the mid-level room didn't have the facilities as the premium room, it had 2 bedrooms and separate bathrooms, so he and his roommate could have their own private space. As Yunyi's fans described in the barrage, Yunyi was actually aloof, spoke very little, and didn't like to chat with people. Today, he took the initiative to chat with Shiryu on the pretext of exchanging number plates, which was the only time in his anchor career. The reason was simple. He was indeed interested in Shiryu. But his interest was not the kind of interest that fans were screaming about, but the interest of wanting to be teammates with Shiryu and play games together. After the performance, Yuni walked all the way to the dormitory without saying hello to anyone, and no one talked to him. After he chose the dormitory, no one was willing to take the initiative to be his roommate. But it didn't matter. Yuni chose one of the bedrooms, and then went to the cafeteria to get some food to pack and bring back, and ate slowly in his room. In fact, it is not his fault that others isolate him. His bad luck is well known. After all, he is the number 1 player in the unlucky list. Many players who know him will not team up with him. In the game, life and death are on the line. If you are a little bit unlucky, you may die. Bringing someone with extremely bad luck, isn't that courting death? He hopes to have teammates who can fight side by side. But he can also play the game alone. Shiryu was stunned when he looked at these 3 system prompts. What did he do to get 10 points of favorability from Lu Chungjing? Oh, he splashed champagne on Lu Chungjing. Pouring champagne on Lu Chungjing can gain favorability? Then can he splash a whole bottle of champagne on Lu Chungjing? But it's impossible to think about it. And this warm reminder says that Lu Chungjing's favorability can be exchanged for points to add to the like value or eliminate the dislike value. Has he unlocked another way to eliminate the dislike value? However, Shiryu did not choose to exchange. His dislike value is not much, and he can eliminate it by performing. Lu Qingjing's favorability is not easy to brush. It is likely that he was lucky to brush it this time. Shiryu has not eaten since entering the dungeon. It has been almost a day since everyone finished their performance. He was called to the office by Lu Chungjing for a while. It was almost dark now. Shiryu was going to the cafeteria to solve his stomach first. After all, the dormitories were picked by others at this time. Even if he went back to the dormitory now, he couldn't pick a good one. Just let it go. Shiryu had a good sense of direction, and found the cafeteria by relying on his memory. As a result, the cafeteria was empty. There was a piece of paper on the glass door, which said that the dinner service time was 17:30 to 18:30. It was now 19 o'clock, and it was past meal time. Shiryu pressed his growling stomach. Forget it. Not eating for a day is no big deal, just consider it as losing weight. Shiryu returned to the dormitory, and found that the dormitory had indeed been selected by others, leaving only 1 bed. I don't know if it was intentional by the system. There were only 50 double rooms prepared for the trainees, and they were divided into 3 grades, high, medium and low. Now only the intermediate room 200, and 1 had 1 bed left. Then Shiryu was surprised to find that the other player living in room 201 was Yun-E. You don't have a roommate? Shiryu was puzzled. Yun-E was so good at singing and dancing, so many people should be vying to be his roommate. Yun-E smiled and said, I have always had bad luck. They are worried about being implicated by me. If you don't want to share a room with me, you can ask the staff if you can change dormitories. No need. Shiryu walked in and smiled at Yun-E. To be honest, I don't know how to sing or dance. I may need to ask you for advice in the future. Yun-E smiled and said, okay. Yun-E said, by the way, I packed some food and brought it back. It's a bit too much for me to finish. Do you want to eat some together? Shiryu was hungry, so he didn't refuse. Both of them ate slowly, chatting while eating. Yun-E said, this dungeon mission is clearly announced. The main mission is to debut as a group, but we have to undergo 90 days of devilish training before we can debut. That means we have to stay here for 90 days. There should be no possibility of clearing the level early. I think so too. Sure, you nodded and continued. I wonder if everyone's side missions are the same? I just completed a side mission, and at the same time I learned another way to eliminate the disgust value. Sure, you has already regarded Yun E as a temporary teammate, so he doesn't want to hide the clues of the dungeon from his teammates. He described the appearance of the president of Shengjing Entertainment to Yun E, and briefly explained how he gained Lu Qingjing's favorability. Yun E slowed down his action of chewing the chicken leg. Finally, he put down the half-eaten chicken leg. It's only the first day, and you've already completed a side quest. Isn't Sure you a newbie? Why is he so aggressive? Sure, you continued. I draw a map of Lu Qingjing's office for you later. Find a time to complete side quest 1. As for the favorability of side quest 2, I was lucky to get it this time. It can't be used as a reference. I have to try a few more times to find out how to do it. It may be more difficult to dig out Lu Qingjing's secret in side quest 3, but we still have 89 days. Since this dungeon is so long, the pace should be slower. We can take some time to walk around and see if we can find any clues. Live broadcast room. Don't think that the pace of a 90-day dungeon will be slow, and don't think that it is easy for a rookie dungeon to pass. The system has 100 ways to keep you from sleeping well at night. Yun E is not a rich man, but my Yu has a lucky +1 item. Isn't this a coincidence? So why did a rookie complete a side quest on the first day? Yun Yi's chicken leg suddenly doesn't smell good, ha ha ha. Yun E, am I not an old player? Why do I seem to be arranged by a rookie? The problem is that his arrangement makes sense? The live broadcast room's barrage is right. The system does have 100 ways to keep players from sleeping well. At 23:55 at night, the broadcast sounded throughout the dormitory. Attention, all trainees. Attention, all trainees. All trainees will enter the quiz stage in 5 minutes. The rules of this quiz. 100 trainees will compete in a 2v2 stage in the dormitory. The winning team can sleep peacefully until dawn, and the losing team will train all night. Good luck to everyone. Chapter 62. Sure, you noticed the words in the broadcast. It said all trainees will enter the quiz stage in 5 minutes. Why not let the trainees gather at a certain venue in 5 minutes? How will they enter the quiz stage? Is this quiz stage in another space that can be directly teleported? It's no wonder Sure you thought so, because the previous hospital copy was different scenes during the day and night. Is it possible that this copy is also like this? Moreover, the broadcast sounded at 23:55, and the quiz stage will be entered in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, it will be exactly 12 o'clock in the morning. This time point is very suitable for haunting. Sure, you guessed that this quiz may be different from the daytime performance. The rules say that the 2v2 stage PK will be conducted in dormitories, which also shows the importance of roommate selection. Time is running out. Sure, you asked Yun E, what are we going to perform? He had prepared in advance. I can't sing or dance, but I can play the piano. If you dance, I can accompany you. The dormitory was brightly lit. Yun E glanced at Sure Yu's soft and vivid face under the light, and said, I think you just need to stand on the platform without wearing a mask. Sure you didn't react at first. When he reacted, After all, they were just friends. Yun E didn't dare to joke too much, and the last sentence returned to seriousness. I don't know if you noticed that the broadcasting voice was not Jerry's. I sneaked out at night, and found that there were no staff in the gymnasium, not even security guards. Since there were no staff, who sent the notice for the quiz? In addition, the time was 12 o'clock in the morning. I feel that this quiz may not be a simple performance. One more thing. Yun E continued, the broadcast did not allow us to gather at the venue, but said that we would enter the quiz stage in 5 minutes. Where is the quiz stage? How do we enter the quiz stage? None of these were said, so I was wondering if the quiz stage is in a certain space. It will use some kind of force to pull us in. Yun Yi's thoughts coincided with Sure Yu's. Yun E is an old player, and if an old player thinks so, then this guess is probably correct. Sure Yu said, it sounds a bit unbelievable, but since it's 12 o'clock in the morning, it seems normal for some supernatural events to happen. Yun E nodded, so it's definitely not a normal performance, just adapt to the situation. Sure Yu, yeah. Players can't see the barrage in the live broadcast room, and the barrage on the screen at this moment has verified that the two people's ideas are correct. Yun Yi's words are rough, but the truth is not rough, yes. Yu only needs to show that face to win. 2v2 stage PK, so this reflects the importance of choosing roommates. It's your loss if you don't choose Yun E, but fortunately no one chose Yun E, otherwise Yun E can't be with Sure Yu. The quiz is indeed different from the daytime performance. The quiz is more thrilling and exciting. After all, the performance is to please the brainless NPCs, while the quiz is to please our smart and clever audience. Ah, this is my favorite quiz segment. Pick me, pick me, pick me. By the way, can the audience quota not be randomly drawn? Can't there be an auction like the airborne guests? This is particularly unfriendly to audiences like us who are unlucky. Yes, I don't mind spending some money. It's really uncomfortable for us fans, who are unlucky like the main character, to not get a single draw. So is there an airborne guest quota auction in this copy? We are already preparing crowdfunding to let Shinsu in. An interface popped up in front of Shinsu, who was squatting in the live broadcast room outside the game. Do you want to participate in the quiz stage audience experience quota lottery? Yes or no? Shinsu clicked yes without hesitation. I'm sorry you didn't win. Shinsu, At this time, Chinku sent him a message. You are watching the live broadcast of the Shunjing Entertainment copy, right? I just found a prop in the warehouse. I have no use for it, but you definitely need it. You're welcome, brother. Your friend Chinku gave you a prop Big Cat Experience coupon. Shinsu slowly typed a question mark. But when he saw the function of the prop clearly, he found that he really needed it. Prop name, Big Cat Experience coupon. Prop description, prop from the Shunjing Entertainment copy. Prop function, after using it, you can turn into a tiger in the Shunjing Entertainment copy quiz stage and cooperate with the player to complete a stage performance. Attack method, pounce, lick, etc. 5 minutes are up. The world spun around, and when he opened his eyes again, he found that he had come to a dark and quiet space. The darkness is endless. You can't see your hand. It's quiet all around. You can't see your teammates or hear your opponents. Sure, you tried to walk forward a few steps. There were no obstacles in front of him. The wind blew across his face, which showed that this was not a closed space, and the space seemed to be quite large. Is this the stage for the quiz? So what exactly is the quiz? Can the audience and judges see clearly on the pitch-black stage? Or is this darkness only for players? 201 dormitory trainees Shi Yu and Yun Yi versus 202 dormitory trainees Lu Zhuangzhuang and Zhao Yang. The quiz begins. The broadcast sounded overhead, with an empty echo, indicating that the space here is indeed quite large. But the broadcast was silent after saying this sentence. It didn't say how to compare specifically. It also didn't say the criteria for winning or losing the quiz. Sure, you had some impression of their opponents Lu Zhuangzhuang and Zhao Yang. Lu Zhuangzhuang was the sturdy man who ranked 4th in the first stage, and could split bricks with his bare hands and break rocks with his chest. Zhao Yang was also a muscular man. He performed weightlifting in the first stage, and lifted a 100-kilogram barbell with ease. Sure, you paused and continued to move forward. In this place where he could not see anything, he needed to know the specific situation of the stage even more. After walking about 20 steps forward, Sure, you touched an obstacle, a steel bar inserted vertically into the ground, round and cold. He continued to touch the side, and found that there was more than one steel bar. There were all such steel bars in front, arranged neatly and regularly, with a spacing of no more than 10 centimeters in the middle. People could not get out of the gap between the steel bars. The steel bars were welded to the ground downwards, and there was no end to them when they went up. Sure, you realized that this might not be an ordinary stage. He might be in an iron cage. In order to verify his idea, Sure, you tried to go around the iron cage. The players saw that it was pitch black all around, but the scene in the live broadcast room was clear at a glance. This was indeed a stage, but the stage was surrounded by steel bars. It was also an iron cage. At this moment, in addition to Shi Yu and Yun Yi, there was also an adult Siberian tiger over 2 meters long in the iron cage. It was still sleeping soundly at the moment, but Shi Yu would bump into it if he continued to move forward. The audience in the live broadcast room was worried. "Ah, wife, you can't move forward anymore. This tiger will eat people. Come back quickly. Do you think it will be okay if you don't go over? It will still eat people when it wakes up. The cage is welded shut, and there is no way to escape. However, the 2 strong men in 202 can fight the tiger and may win." Wow, I don't dare to watch. Sure, you walked for a while, and suddenly kicked something soft under his feet. He stopped and held his breath to listen to the movement under his feet. It was the sound of inhalation and exhalation, even and deep, not the breathing of humans, but the sound of some large beast. Tiger? Leopard? He understood why the place was enclosed in a cage. Because there were other things locked up here besides the players. So the purpose of the quiz was to let them fight against this big thing? Interact? Sure, you judged from the even and heavy breathing that this big thing was still asleep, but no matter whether this big thing was a tiger or a leopard, he and Yun Yi could not fight against this big thing. While it was still asleep, Shiryu opened the prop bar of the game panel to see if there were any props that could be used, but found that the prop bar was locked. They could not use props on the quiz stage. Mumble, mumble. The heavy breathing became weaker. This thing woke up. Shiryu took a few steps back without making a sound, but did not dare to make too much movement. A pair of green eyes locked on him in the dark. Shiryu stood still without moving, and cold sweat began to break out on his back. The man and the tiger confronted each other for a moment. The tiger stretched lazily, snorted from its nostrils, and walked toward Shiryu with cat steps. Shiryu still did not dare to move, but was ready for defense. Suddenly, a big furry head came up to Shiryu and rubbed against his chest. Shiryu? ? Shiryu was stunned. After a long time, after confirming that the beast had no ill intentions towards him, Shiryu tentatively stretched out his hand and touched a large cat head in his palm. The fur was smooth, soft, and warm, and it felt good. Not only Shiryu was stunned, but also the live broadcast room was stunned. Ah? Why is this tiger not fierce anymore? Where is your aura of calling players all the time? Tiger, where is your dignity? What are you doing? Hey, it's just a cute headless northeastern golden tabby. What dignity do you need? Shiryu touched the big head that was delivered to his door. Based on the head shape, bones and hair, he judged that this should be an adult tiger. The big cat was stroked so hard that it made a comfortable puffing sound, and lay down on the ground again. It must be said that this big cat is a bit lazy. How long has it been since it woke up, and it laid down again? But this also makes it more convenient for Shiryu to stroke the fur. Shiryu squatted down and continued to stroke the big cat. It must be said that stroking a cat is really addictive. What's more, it is a big cat that you can't stroke in real life. You must satisfy your addiction in the game? Shiryu? It was Yun-Yi's voice. Judging from the sound, Yun-Yi was also in this cage. He was probably exploring the environment like him just now without making any sound. In addition, there was a large space here, so they didn't find each other. I'm here, Shiryu responded. We seem to be in the same cage. Yun-Yi said and walked toward Shiryu. I haven't encountered any danger yet. What about you? Shiryu said, me too. The big cat under his hand made a heavier puffing sound than before. Yun-Yi paused, pricked up his ears, and held his breath to listen. He asked Shiryu, did you hear any strange noises just now? Yeah. Shiryu stroked the fur on the big cat's head. It's a tiger. Yun-Yi? ? How can you be so calm if it's a tiger? Shiryu continued, it's an adult tiger, very well behaved, clingy, and a little lazy. It may be a stage interactive prop arranged for us. Do you want to stroke it? Yun-Yi approached with 3 parts of suspicion and 7 parts of vigilance. But he hadn't taken a few steps forward. Hissing. Yun-Yi stopped and dared not move. Good? Ha ha ha, Yun-Yi is so miserable. It seems that not only NPC people are obsessed with looks, but also NPC big cats. What stage interactive props? This is a terrifying beast used to fight against players, okay? It eats people. But Lu Zhuangzhuang and Zhao Yang next door are good. Although they were injured, they almost tied with the tiger. Try harder, we can win. Yu, why do we have to fight the tiger? Why do we have to make both sides lose? Can't we live in peace with the tiger? Ah, the Northeast Golden Tabby's big axe is so cute. I want to play with it too. Wake up, the big axe you are talking about has bitten off a player's head. Although the death here is not real death, this bloody scene still makes people's scalps numb. Ah, who said that tigers won't touch my wife? He threw my wife down. Shiryu didn't understand why the big cat, who was lazily lying on the ground and letting him play with it, suddenly jumped up and threw him to the ground. The stage was still dark. Yun-Yi, who was not far away, did not notice this episode and was still standing there doubting his life. However, the big cat threw Shiryu to the ground without hurting him. The big cat placed its 2 huge front paws on both sides of his body, and its furry and warm body pressed on him, but it did not press him with its entire weight. After all, if an adult tiger pressed its entire weight on him, he might not be able to breathe, but Shiryu was still pressed by the big cat's just right strength and could not move. The green eyes stared at Shiryu for a while, and then the big cat began to lick him. The tiger was big and had a long tongue, so it licked Shiryu's entire face wet. In the end, Shiryu's face, hair, and neck were all covered with the big cat's saliva, and even the buttons of his shirt were licked off, revealing a heaving and red chest. When it licked enough, its furry head buried in Shiryu's neck and did not move. Shiryu was stunned for a moment. He reached out and continued to stroke the fur on the big cat's head. During this time, Yun-Yi tried to approach again, and was roared by the big cat again. Uni, okay, he won't go over. Until the quiz time was over, the broadcast sounded. The big cat that was pressing on Shiryu disappeared out of thin air. Their opponent player also successfully defeated the tiger in another cage at the last minute. Quiz time is up. Congratulations to Dormitory 201 for winning an overwhelming victory, with a vote of 489-11. It's a pity that Dormitory 202 will be punished by training all night. 201 Dormitory trainee Shiryu won the tiger's love, and received an additional 10 points of audience love. 202 Dormitory trainees Lu Zhuangzhuang and Zhao Yang violated the wildlife protection law and beat the tiger to serious injury. The audience discussed value of the two increased by 50 points each. Lu Zhuangzhuang, ? Zhao Yang, ? Wait, this quiz is not just about fighting against the tiger, why is it related to the wildlife protection law? Chapter 63. Haha Lu Zhuangzhuang and Zhao Yang, they traded their injuries for 50 points of audience disgust. This is disgust earned by their own ability. I am dying of laughter. But it seems that there was no such regulation before? Why did it bring up the Wildlife Protection Act? Other teams also fought against NPC beasts. Why didn't they say this? Because the other teams were two PK teams and both fought against beasts, but Yu and the others were different. What is the saying? There is no harm without comparison. So the disgust value can increase? How can it be cleared? This is too difficult. I was lucky enough to be a spectator, but I didn't get the chance to play with Yu's wife. I heard that my wife won. Tell me how she won. It was easy to win. In short, other people fought hard during the quiz, but he spent the whole quiz playing with cats, and it was a big cat that was very enjoyable to play with. Uni, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? How did I win? Wow, my Uni has been playing games alone for so many years. This is the first time I see him with teammates. I am relieved.jpg. In addition, this newcomer is really good. Yes, I love him and his family. I hope they can become regular teammates. Rookie? Oh, your Uni was led by our newcomer. In addition, the newcomer has regular teammates. Thank you. Shinsu? Yes, I am his regular teammate. After the broadcast announced the winner, Shiryu was still lying on the ground. Shiryu was born with a cold body. His hands were always cold in the summer, and even colder in the winter. The big cat's warm fur covered him, raising his body temperature a little. However, after the big cat disappeared, his body temperature dropped again. I don't know why Shiryu felt a little lost. Maybe it's because he won't be able to pet a big cat anymore. It was dark all around during the quiz. After the quiz, a faint light came on the stage. Shiryu got up from the ground and finally saw the whole stage with the help of this light. This is indeed a huge circular stage. The stage is welded into a cage shape with steel bars all around. The welding is very fine, so players can't pass through the steel bars. The cage is also welded on top, so players can't climb out. There is even no entrance or exit to this huge iron cage. The only way for players to get in is to teleport. Not far away from the site is an equally huge iron cage, which must be the location of the other dormitory player who is piking with them. When the broadcast announced the winner just now, the number of votes was mentioned, which means there are spectators here. The two iron cages are surrounded by endless darkness, perhaps where the spectators are. Shiryu saw Uni not far away. Uni was observing the surroundings with a beam of light like him. Uni must have also found that there was no exit in this cage. Shiryu said, "We were teleported in, and we should be teleported out directly." Uni nodded, "Yeah, I should." He was speechless halfway through his words. Shiryu looked over in confusion, only to see Yunyi's ears were a little red, and he looked away uncomfortably. After a few seconds, Yunyi took off his coat and handed it to him. Shiryu? ? Shiryu realized it late. He was pounced on the ground by the big cat and licked for a long time. Not only was he covered in saliva, but his shirt was already wrinkled, and 2 buttons on the collar had fallen off, revealing a slightly red neck and collarbone. To outsiders, this image was indeed not very good. But Shiryu didn't want to wear Yunyi's clothes. "Thank you, but no thanks." Shiryu declined. Uni didn't force him. They were teleported back to the dormitory soon. Then the lights in the whole dormitory went out, and the radio started. Congratulations to the trainees who won the quiz for getting the sleep qualification. Please go back to your room and sleep quickly, trainees in the winning group. Shiryu wanted to discuss a few words with Yun-E, but he walked uncontrollably to his bedroom, yawning as he walked, and fell asleep almost as soon as he touched the bed. Shiryu's sleep was not so good. Even if he was tired, he couldn't fall asleep in seconds, not to mention that this quiz was not tiring. His last and first thought before falling asleep was, "This is not normal." Although it was not normal to fall asleep, sure you really fell asleep and had a dream. Perhaps it was the sequelae of the exam. He dreamed that he was sucking a cat again, and after sucking for a while, the big cat suddenly pressed him down, and the big cat sucked him. After a while, the big cat pressing him turned into Shinsu. Shinsu did not lick him like the big cat, but kissed him directly on the lips, as strong as the big cat that he could not resist. After waking up, sure you felt that the dream of the big cat turning into Shinsu was outrageous. The fact that Shinsu kissed him in the dream was also outrageous. But he didn't seem to be disgusted, not only this time, but also the last time in the hospital copy, they were pressed on the head and kissed by the NPC doctor, and he didn't dislike it. The important thing was that their relationship was still very tense at that time. But now is not the time to think about this. In the previous 2 copies, Shinsu was by his side, but in this copy, Shinsu was not there. He had to fight alone, not only to pass the level, but also to bring Chiu Xiaoyuan out safely. In addition, sure you wanted to know what the purpose of the game design was? What was the standard for pulling people in? Why was Chiu Xiaoyuan, a minor, pulled in? And how come middle-aged people like Lin Yaring and Cheng Jianxu were pulled into the game? Would all his relatives and friends be pulled in gradually? If the game keeps pulling people in, then one day everyone on Earth will be pulled into the game. They left the dungeon and returned to the real world, but the game panel was still there, indicating that the game had invaded the real world, so this situation was not impossible. In addition to clearing the game, sure you felt that he still needed to find out the truth of the game. Although he had no idea now. Sure you discussed with Yuan about the quiz last night after he woke up. At present, they only knew that the win or loss of their quiz was voted by invisible audiences. They won yesterday, and were directly teleported back to the dormitory to sleep. They didn't know how the losers trained all night. They discussed it, but they didn't come up with anything. As for the fact that the 2 of them suddenly fell asleep after coming out last night, they all thought it was a system mechanism problem. The next day, the system and the broadcast did not release any tasks. Yuan guessed that they should be allowed to explore on their own. After all, it is impossible for a 90-day dungeon to release tasks all the time. As for the next performance time, Jerry also said to wait for notification. The 2 decided to work together. Yuan went to other dormitories to inquire about the players' quiz last night, while Shiryu went to other places in the gymnasium. Shiryu was not wandering aimlessly. Jerry said that there was an entertainment hall in the venue, so they could go there to relax. The NPC would not mention a place for no reason. Shiryu decided to go to the entertainment hall to take a look. The so-called entertainment hall is actually a large video game city. It is no different from the real video game city. The entrance is filled with the more common dance machines, gas-upon machines, claw machines, etc. The VR experience area has VR shooting, VR racing, VR horse riding, etc. The interactive simulation sports project area has simulated boxing, simulated archery, and simulated various ball sports, as well as a 7D dynamic experience hall. It is not yet 10 o'clock in the morning, and there are not many people in the entertainment hall. There are only a few smoking men sitting in front of the fishing machine, and the King of Fighters fighting machine. The staff is cleaning. The men in front of the game machines look like employees of the gymnasium. There should be no players who have explored here. The way to play these machines is to put in game coins, just like in reality, but I don't know how to exchange game coins. Sure you noticed that the rest area in the entertainment hall was posted with the words free coffee and drinks for all trainees. Then sure you found the logo of Shengjing Entertainment. It turned out that this entertainment hall was also Shengjing Entertainment. No wonder the drinks were free for them. Sure you went to the self-service coffee machine to get a cup of coffee and prepared to go over to watch others play. When he turned around, he bumped into someone without noticing, and the full cup of coffee spilled all over the other person's champagne-colored suit. But the other person didn't seem angry, but took a step closer and said in a low voice, "It's not good for the kitten to be so reckless." Sure you, Behind Lu Chengjing was a group of people wearing uniform black suits. It was obvious that this was a leader who came to inspect the work, and the leader was naturally Lu Chengjing. The people behind Lu Chengjing didn't dare to breathe, and Shiryu was caught in the crossfire. But it was indeed Shiryu who did something wrong. "I'm sorry, boss. How much is the clothes? I can compensate you." Shiryu apologized with a low head. Whether his attitude was sincere or not was another matter. Anyway, he gave Mr. Lu enough face. Lu Chengjing took the wet tissue handed by his subordinates, and wiped the clothes carelessly, saying, "No need to compensate, just help me wash it." Not only Shiryu was shocked. All of Lu Qingjing's subordinates were stunned. Shiryu pondered for a moment and said, "Then, take it off?" Lu Qingjing, probably didn't expect Shiryu to be so direct. Lu Qingjing was speechless. Of course, Shiryu stopped when he saw the good, and naturally couldn't let Mr. Lu take off his clothes in front of so many subordinates. Shiryu gave Lu Qingjing a way out. "Wait for Mr. Lu to change his clothes, and I will wash them." After that, Shiryu said goodbye and left. That's what he said, but he didn't plan to help Lu Qingjing wash clothes at all. After walking a few steps, the system message popped up. You gain Lu Qingjing's favorability +5. Side Quest 2. Gain 100 points of favorability from the president of Shengjing Entertainment. Progress. 15 out of 100, Shiryu? ? Another increase in favorability? Last time he splashed champagne on Lu Qingjing's face, which increased his favorability by 10 points. This time he splashed coffee on Lu Qingjing's clothes, which increased his favorability by 5 points. It turns out that Lu Qingjing likes to be splashed with water. Shiryu felt that he had grasped the business opportunity of earning NPC favorability. Official live broadcast room of Shengjing Entertainment Dungeon. Some people are still sleeping, while others have made progress in their tasks. People are really different. TSK. Some people really don't mind talking without feeling any pain in their waists. You stayed up all night and were chased by various beasts. Do you think you were tired on the first day? They were tired after running all night. I think they were tired after running all night. I'm going to sleep for a while. At first, I was curious about what the whole night training was about. I didn't expect that it was to release all the beast NPCs in the quiz and let the trainees play the wild extreme escape. To be honest, this is much more exciting than the quiz. By the way, does no one think Shiryu is cheating? This tiger has never been so obedient. Not to mention lying down for you to stroke, it's good enough if it doesn't bite your neck off. This game allows cheating? How come I don't know? This cheating should mean better luck, right? But good luck in the game is actually being favored by the system. But the last person favored by the system has died. I really didn't mean to say moujua, I just told the truth. Everyone, don't discuss it. Not long ago, a technical streamer sent a barrage of comments to provoke it in another streamer's live broadcast room, and then he died in a dungeon. With his ability, he should have no problem in that dungeon, but he died, and died miserably. Shiryu returned to the dormitory, and Yuni also came back after finding out the news. The two exchanged information. I asked a few players. The punishment for failure is not the training mentioned on the surface, but being teleported to a place like a primeval forest, and all the NPC beasts in the quiz stage are also released, so that players can avoid beasts in the primeval forest to escape. The primeval forest is the home of beasts. Players can't hide in such a place. Basically, encountering a beast means death. The player I asked is a person with the ability to survive in the wild. He survived, but according to him, almost 3/4 of the players who were put in there died overnight. The strange thing is that they woke up and found themselves lying in the dormitory. In the quiz scene, there is no shortage of trainees, which means that the death in the quiz scene is not real death, but the pain should be real, otherwise the meaning of punishment will be lost. UNE continued, other teams did not increase their love points for winning the quiz, and the losers were only thrown into the primeval forest for a whole night, and did not increase their disgust points. Our team seems to be a special case. You increased your love points, while our opponent's disgust points increased by 50 points because of the serious injury to the tiger. By the way, how did you make the ferocious tiger lie down and let you pet it? UNE was really curious about this. He has been playing games for many years, and has never seen such a friendly NPC beast. This? Sure, you recalled, actually, it was the tiger that rubbed its head against me first, so I touched it, and found it was quite well behaved. It was quite well behaved. Oh, it was quite well behaved. UNE tried to hold back for a moment, but couldn't help saying, you know, a player who has seen this dungeon said that the tiger in our stage has bitten off the necks of countless strong men, and is the most ferocious of all the NPC beasts in the quiz stage. Sure, you was silent for a moment and said, maybe, because I'm not a strong man? UNE, Sure you, This topic is over. It would only be annoying to talk about it further. UNE sighed, among our 100 players, there is actually a minor, the girl who danced folk dance on the first stage. I wonder if you have any impression of her. The game is getting more and more crazy. I remember that minors were not allowed to join in before. Sure, you realized that UNE was talking about Qiu Xiaoyuan. He did not show that he knew Qiu Xiaoyuan, and casually asked, how is she? That minor girl? Yuni said, she is lucky. She teamed up with Chi Shui, who is a player in the top 10 of the technical list. She not only dances, but also knows martial arts. The two won the quiz, and were not thrown into the wild. Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief. Then Shiryu also told Yun-E about his visit to the entertainment hall, and his encounter with Lu Chungjing in the entertainment hall. You met him again? Yun-E was shocked. Such an important NPC. You met him twice in 2 days? Yesterday doesn't count. Yesterday he came to me. Shiryu added, the first place in the first stage should trigger this plot. In fact, if it is not an accident, the first place should be you. Since Shiryu said so, Yun-E couldn't say anything more. I'm thinking about a question, about the quiz. Since the death of the player in the quiz is not real death, and we are directly teleported in, then is it possible that the quiz is not actually our real body, but consciousness? Yun-E thought about it, and did not refute. It is not impossible. Shiryu, then we should try to lose the quiz next time. I want to go to the punishment scene to take a look. The quiz stage is surrounded by an iron cage, and the player cannot go out to find clues. Then the primitive forest scene used for punishment should be able to look around. Anyway, the death there is not real death. Yun-E, oh. Yun-E, what? In the real world outside the game, Chinku received another message from Shinsu. Ian, are there any Big Cat experience coupons? Chapter 64. Yesterday, the quiz notice was broadcasted at 23:55. Shiryu wondered if the quiz notice would be broadcasted at this time tonight. Therefore, he and Yun-E did not sleep at night. They discussed several ways to not be identified as passive games by the system, and to lose without making a sound, and then waited for the quiz notice. However, the quiz broadcast did not sound until 12 o'clock in the morning. From this, it seems that the quizzes are randomly selected at irregular intervals, like the performances. This rule seems to give players a lot of freedom, but in fact it hangs the sword of Damocles over everyone's head. No one knows when the next performance and quiz will be. What will be the rules? What will happen if you win? What will happen if you lose? Will someone die? It makes people nervous all the time. The theme of this copy is talent show, but there is no standard for talent show. What kind of people does Chungjing Entertainment want to select? They don't know which direction to work hard. And why does a dungeon take so long? Have you ever encountered a dungeon that takes so long? Shiryu asked Yun-E. After spending 2 days together, he could tell that Yun-E was an old player and must have played many dungeons. Yun-E thought for a moment and said, I haven't encountered a 90-day dungeon, but I have played a 30-day dungeon. The name of that dungeon is Countdown. It is an intermediate dungeon, with the theme of the end of the world. The background of the dungeon tells that the planet will end in 30 days. Players must escape from the planet within 30 days, otherwise they will be destroyed with the planet. There are 200 players in that dungeon. It was the 29th day when we found Noah's Arkansas. At that time, there were less than 1/3 of the surviving players in the base. After we gathered all the survivors and boarded Noah's Ark to leave the planet, it was the last day. Shiryu asked again, how is the pace of the dungeon? Yun-E said, although it is a 30-day dungeon, the pace is not slow at all, because it is a doomsday theme with zombies. Each player has a role to play. Players who play the role of soldiers have to go out to fight zombies every day, and the risk of death is relatively high. My role is a base researcher. I assist the professor in research every day. I may not have time to sleep for several days when I am busy. To be honest, the pace of our current dungeon is indeed a bit too slow. Yun-E sighed, but it may also be because this is a rookie dungeon. Speaking of this, Shiryu is a little curious, and he did not hide his curiosity. He asked Yun-E, by the way, why did you enter this dungeon? I mean, you don't look like a new player. According to normal people's thinking, newcomers enter rookie dungeons, and old players should go to advanced dungeons. Isn't it equivalent to bullying new players for old players to refresh the dungeon? However, the answer given by Yun-E was very different from Shiryu's guess. Actually, I was punished. Yun-E smiled and did not hide it. Punishment? Shiryu was slightly surprised, but not for long, because it was not the first time he heard that the game had a punishment mechanism. Wasn't Chinku in the last dungeon also punished and thrown into the dungeon as an NPC? Yes, it is a punishment. Yun-E thought for a while, and asked Shiryu, have you ever thought about why we were pulled into the game? Have you ever thought about the purpose of this game? How does it work? And how can we get out of the game? This is exactly what Shiryu is thinking about and preparing to investigate. He nodded slightly. It seems impossible to leave the game at present. In fact, a few years ago, a player left the game, but he was the only one who left the game for so many years. According to the players at that time, before leaving, that person sent a message on the World Public Channel, saying that you can find the answer if you go higher. Everyone understood his words as you can find a way to leave the game in the high-level dungeon, because the player was crazy about high-level dungeons in the 6 months before leaving. To this day, many players still believe this sentence, but it may be because there is no other way but to believe it. People always have to have some hope in life. However, a series of operations of the system later also indirectly verified the authenticity of this sentence. You should have also discovered that when your anchor level is still low, there are very few dungeons to choose from, but as the anchor level increases, the number of dungeons open to you by the system will also increase, from rookie dungeons, low-level dungeons, intermediate dungeons, and finally to high-level dungeons. But in fact there are so many restrictions on the selection of dungeons for former players. New players can enter advanced dungeons as long as they are not afraid of death. Old players, who are afraid of death, can also constantly refresh the dungeons. I don't know when the system began to curb players' access to advanced games. It sets levels for players, sets conditions for unlocking intermediate and advanced games, and sets a penalty mechanism. If you meet the conditions, you can open the advanced game permissions, but once you make a mistake, your permissions will be turned off. UNE's side, I was supposed to unlock the advanced dungeon after 2 intermediate dungeons, but because I burned a building in the dungeon, I was punished and the intermediate dungeon was closed. Now I can only start from the low-level dungeon again. Some people speculate that the system does this because it is worried that players will find a way to leave the game after accessing advanced dungeons. After all, there was once a person who successfully left the game using this method. That great god is Jiang Luo, who is ranked first in the technical list. Although he is no longer here, I don't know why his name is still on the list. It is said that Jiang Luo and Emorugi are still friends. It seems that you met Emorugi in the last dungeon, right? I remember that Emorugi had been brushing advanced dungeons before, and he might have made some mistakes, and was shut down. Sure, you originally had no idea about finding the truth of the game. After listening to Yunyi's words, he realized that if he wanted to find the truth of the game, he had to access advanced dungeons, but his current anchor level could only access rookie dungeons and low-level dungeons. Do you know how to upgrade the anchor level faster? Sure, you asked. Yunyi said, there are many ways to do this, such as performing well in the dungeon, completing all the main and side quests in the dungeon, and completing the dungeon with a high degree of completion. If you can get a new ending in the end, the results should be doubled. In addition, there are audience reactions, the popularity of the live broadcast room, the number of fans during the live broadcast, etc. Sure, you nodded. Yeah, I see. Yunyi also nodded, but was stunned the next second. He turned his head and looked at Shiryu. You don't want to? Shiryu didn't say anything. But Yunyi probably knew the answer from Shiryu's expression. Since Shiryu and Yunyi talked about why they were pulled into the game, Shiryu and Yunyi's live broadcast room was muted. Why is there no sound? What's going on? Is there anything that I, a noble VIP, can't hear? What did they say? Is there anyone with a level 10 lip reader who can translate it? A person with a level 10 lip reader can't read the mouse shape through the mosaic, thank you. According to my experience, usually the content we are not shown is because it mentions it. The last person who talked nonsense is dead. Shiryu is a new player, and doesn't know what to say. Is Yunyi also ignorant? Doesn't he know what to say, and what not to say? Ah, wife, stop talking. Are you overthinking it? How could Shiryu, a new player, think of such a deep topic? They should be talking about CC, after all, CC and Mosaic are more compatible. I would rather they were talking about the system. The truth of the game is all later. What they need to consider now is how to clear the dungeon in front of them. Is it possible to clear it in advance? After all, the 90-day game time is really a waste of time for Shiryu, who is eager to brush the dungeon to upgrade. Perhaps we can start with the entertainment company. Yunyi proposed this idea, and he continued, the reason I was able to pass the Apocalypse dungeon before was actually due to my identity as a researcher. It allowed me to pass through the base without any obstacles, so I discovered the secret of the base, and found Noah's Ark on the 9th floor of the base to finally take everyone away. We want to know the standards of Shumjing Entertainment's talent show. Maybe we should learn about other artists in their company. But other artists in the entertainment company may not come here. This requires contacting the president of Shumjing Entertainment. Who is easier to approach Lu Chungjing between the two? It goes without saying. Let's divide the work and cooperate. You explore the gymnasium, and I will contact Lu Chungjing. Sure, you said. Anyway, the 3 side quests are all related to Lu Chungjing. Sure, you happen to be doing side quests. Yunyi had no objection. 3 more days passed, and there was still no notice of any performance or quiz. Sure, you met Lu Chungjing twice in these 3 days, once in the corridor and once in the bathroom. Both times, Sure you greeted Lu Chungjing politely, and tried his best to find topics to chat with Lu Chungjing without breaking his character. Lu Chungjing enjoyed chatting with him, but his favorability did not increase at all, and he was unable to get any useful information. Yun explored the entire gymnasium in these few days, and learned that the gymnasium was funded and built by the Lu family. Except for Hall 1 and Hall 2, which were used by his own company, the other empty venues were rented out, but they didn't seem to be rented out in the past few days. In addition to them, many other teams have been exploring around in the past few days, but some players were nervous except for the first 2 days. After that, they relaxed because they found that the pace of this dungeon was slow. Later, they discovered the existence of the entertainment hall and soaked in it all day, probably thinking that it didn't matter if they wasted a few days since it was a 90-day duration. At 23:55 on the night of the 5th day, the quiz announcement finally sounded. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. This time, Shiryu and Yun-E were very calm when they were teleported into the cage. However, the rules of this quiz were different from the last quiz. This time, the stage was not completely dark, there were no beasts or other monster NPCs, and there were not 2 pairs of players in 2 cages, but 2 teams of 4 players were locked in a cage together. Is this a game between players? As if knowing the player's doubts, the mechanical female voice of the broadcast sounded at the right time. The rules of this quiz are very simple. After 5 days of getting along, everyone must be very familiar with each other. Today we will play a game of watching people say names. Each round of the game matches 2 teams, and they say each other's names. The team that says the names of the 2 trainees of the other team first wins. After the winner is determined, the 2 teams will immediately match and enter the next round. The rules are as above. The team that wins 10 times in a row will pass the quiz. If the team fails to pass the quiz after more than 20 matches, it will be punished. Yun-E has been walking around the base these days, and basically recognized all the trainees, but he can't guarantee that he remembers each one. But Shiryu said before that he wanted to go to the punishment scene to see that they should try to lose in the next quiz. Winning is not easy. Isn't it easy to lose? We try to lose, right? In order to ensure that there is no mistake, Yun-E still confirmed with Shiryu in advance. No. Shiryu shook his head slowly, his eyes determined, try to win. Yun-E, question mark. Yun-E, question mark. Chapter 65. Originally, Shiryu wanted to go to the punishment scene to find out the truth of the game, but he had learned from Yun-E that he could only find the truth by entering the advanced dungeon, so what he needed to do now was to find ways to upgrade quickly and unlock the advanced dungeon. And if he wanted to upgrade faster, one way was to get popularity in the live broadcast room. How to get popularity in the live broadcast room? Shiryu didn't think that losing the game would gain popularity. Then he had to win. And he had to win beautifully. The first round of the game begins. Although the lights on the stage were on, the 2 teams couldn't see each other clearly before the broadcast announced the start. It wasn't until the broadcast announced the start that they could see each other's faces clearly. Zhao Mingyong, Guanchen. Shiryu answered. Zhao Mingyong and Guanchen were still confused. This round of the game was over. The radio was stunned for a moment before announcing, Dormitory 201 wins, and will enter the next round in 5 seconds. In fact, this game is a bit unfair to Shiryu and Yun-E. They are the first and second place in the first stage. Who doesn't know them here? Anyone who matches them can say their names, but they may not be able to say each other's names. However, no one expected that Shiryu really remembered everyone's names. And he took the initiative. Chunzikan Jiangkai. Dormitory 201 wins, and will enter the next round in 5 seconds. Li Ziwen, Su Jiujio. Dormitory 201 wins, and will enter the next round in 5 seconds. As Shiryu wished, the popularity of his live broadcast room continued to rise. Some teams looked at each other in silence, no one recognized each other, and the competition was to not move if the enemy did not move, while some teams had won 3 consecutive victories in a row. I will not move if the enemy does not move. These players are confused, right? I didn't expect this kind of operation in the quiz. Yun-E is so hard. Really so hard. It's so hard that I, a passerby, feel a little sorry for him. Isn't it Shiryu who is answering the questions? Why is Yun-E so hard? He is trying hard to answer the questions. He is trying hard in every round. It can be seen that he also knows the names of the trainees, but unfortunately he can't beat my Yu. Isn't this hard? Others PK with the enemy, Yun-E is competing with his teammates in speed, and he can't beat them even once. Forgive my unkind smile. During the first stage, sure you had already remembered most of the names of the players except him. In the next few days, he explored and consolidated. Compared with the last quiz, this quiz was really not difficult at all, and even if he forgot the name of a player, there was still Yun-E. However, Yun-E was not used in this quiz. When most teams were only in the 5th round, sure you and Yun-E had already won 10 consecutive games. However, they were not teleported out immediately after passing the quiz. The broadcast sounded again. Congratulations to Dormitory 201 for passing the quiz. Since Dormitory 201 has excellent results in 2 quizzes, you can get the next performance information in advance. The second trainee performance is scheduled for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. This performance will be conducted in 2-person teams. At that time, for hall-level mentors will be airborne to provide guidance. Trainees, please be prepared. After the broadcast said these words, the 2 were teleported back to the dormitory. What will we perform in tomorrow's performance? Sure you asked? Since they knew in advance that the second performance would be held tomorrow, and they also knew that the rules of the second performance were to be conducted in 2-person teams, they had to make preparations in advance. Yun-E had more stage performance experience, so sure you listened to Yun-E in this regard. Yun-E said, "To be honest, I am a singer and dancer in real life, but I don't know what kind of performance can get high votes here, but since it is an entertainment company, we should be able to perform singing and dancing properly." After a few seconds of silence, sure you said, "I can sing, but I don't have any dance foundation." He was stating the facts. He learned some musical instruments since he was a child, and had a good sense of music. Although he was not professional in singing, it was also okay. It was just that he had no dance foundation at all. It doesn't matter. Yun-E thought for a while. I will teach you a simple dance. One night is enough. Sure you okay. Sure you followed Yun-E to learn dance for a whole night. Yun-E is a good teacher, patient and responsible, and taught Sure you a lot of tips. Sure you is also a good student. Although he needs to practice every move at the beginning, after one night, he has danced well. Although it is not good enough in the eyes of professional dancers, Sure you's face is so pretty, dancing is actually secondary. As long as Sure you stands with that face, no one will pay attention to whether his dance moves are standard or not, and whether the timing is accurate or not. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the broadcast sounded. All trainees, please go to venue number 1 to gather immediately. The second performance will start at 9 o'clock. The broadcast sounded unexpectedly, but there was no scene of people getting up and washing in a hurry in the dormitory area, because after the quiz last night, everyone received a separate notice that the second public performance would be held at 9 o'clock today. Everyone stayed up late to rehearse and packed themselves up before dawn. After hearing the broadcast, everyone left the dormitory one after another and went to venue number 1. Pretend that you just got the news. Official live broadcast room, they all thought that they were the only ones who got the news of the second public performance, but in fact everyone got the news. They stayed up late to train and thought about surpassing others in the second public performance today. In fact, everyone stayed up late to train. Oh, I don't know what to say, I can only say I wish them good luck. It's finally the second public performance. Ah, this is the second public performance I've been looking forward to. Are you looking forward to the second public performance? Or are you looking forward to the mentors of the second public performance? Let's be frank, yes, I just want to see Xiao Ju. At 8:50, 100 trainees gathered at venue number 1. The trainees sat in the side stage audience seats reserved for them by the staff, and the 1,000 audience members in the audience had also taken their seats. There were 4 empty VIP seats in front of the stage, which should be the seats of the 4 mentors. At 9 o'clock, Jerry, the trainee steward in a suit, came out from the backstage. He had dyed his hair blonde and had a bright and expressive smile. Hello everyone. I am Jerry, the trainee steward who met you with my voice during the first public performance. Today I will officially meet you with my face. Are you happy? A burst of warm applause rang out. Not from the trainees, but from the 1,000 audiences. The trainees, Jerry continued, at the same time, there will be 4 hall-level mentors today to give guidance and help to the trainees. They are vocal mentor Dai Qing, dance mentor Luo Xian, creative mentor Zhou Yiqiao, and the well-known all-round mentor Xiao Ju. Let's welcome them with warm applause. The audience applauded even more warmly than before. The trainees also applauded. At the same time, the audience rang out in unison, Xiao Ju, Xiao Ju, Xiao Ju. It seems that this mentor named Xiao Ju is still very popular. After the 4 mentors took their seats, the lights shone on them, and the four of them introduced themselves. Dai Qing was a serious woman wearing a professional suit, Luo Xian was a rock-style bohemian young man with dirty braids, Shou Yiqiu was a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses who looked steady and mature, and the all-round mentor Xiao Ju looked very young, with cold white skin and a handsome face, typical dark face features, black hair long to the shoulders, slightly curled at the ends, and a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, which was indeed the appearance that young girls nowadays would like. I don't know if it was Shiryu's illusion. After the mentor named Xiao Ju finished introducing himself, his eyes seemed to glance in his direction. Now I announce the rules for the second performance. This performance will be in the form of a two-person team. Trainees can freely invite teammates to perform on stage with them. At the end of the performance, 1,000 audiences will vote. 100 tickets can be exchanged for 1 point to increase the like value or eliminate the dislike value. At the same time, the 4 mentors will also score everyone. The full score is 10 points, and 1 point can be exchanged for 1 point, which can also be used to increase the like value and eliminate the dislike value. Every performance is the best opportunity for everyone to earn points. Trainees, work hard to earn the audience votes and the mentors' points. The rules were announced and the second public performance officially began. The order of performances was decided by the trainees. Qi Shui and Qiu Xiaoyuan's team volunteered to perform first. They performed a double tango. Qi Shui danced the male step. Qiu Xiaoyuan had good body flexibility. They compiled some difficult moves into it. Qi Shui was handsome in a black suit. The two cooperated well and danced smoothly. The dance was a feast for the eyes. But when it came to the audience voting and mentor scoring, everyone was surprised. Jerry didn't explain the voting and scoring rules in detail just now. Everyone knew it after Qi Shui and Qiu Xiaoyuan finished their performances. It turned out that the voting or scoring was not based on the stage, but on the individual performance. The 1,000 audience members could only choose one of Qi Shui and Qiu Xiaoyuan to vote, which means that if they voted for Qi Shui, they could not vote for Qiu Xiaoyuan, and the mentor could only choose one of the two to score. If they gave this one, they could not give the other one. Everyone was confused. Everyone thought that double team. It is a relationship of mutual benefit and mutual loss, but the result is a competitive relationship. About the double team of today's performance. Everyone knew it last night. Most people choose their roommates as teammates. They also train with their roommates when they stay up late. The performance content they prepare is the same, and both of them practice almost the same. Now they are killing each other. They compete for the audience's votes, and the instructor's score. In the first stage, Qi Shui received 476 votes from the audience, Qiu Xiaoyuan received 524 votes, and the instructor Dai Qing gave Qi Shui 5 points, Luo Xian gave Qiu Xiaoyuan 7 points, Shou Yiqiu gave Qi Shui 4 points, and Xiao Ju gave Qiu Xiaoyuan 1 point. On average, the two are actually similar. Therefore, the two are the same before they go on stage, and the relationship has not changed. But other teams are different. People have different abilities. Everyone performs the same content, but they get different scores from their teammates. Everyone feels unbalanced. Therefore, most teams say that they will be brothers no matter what the scores are, but they ignore each other after they come down. Sure, you guessed that many teams would turn against each other after the performance today. Maybe this is what the system wants to see. It doesn't even need to end the performance. Some trainees don't want to go on stage with their teammates. Our dances are exactly the same. Let's not go together later. Are you looking for teammates now? Do you think you can find them? Who is willing to go with you? It is worth mentioning that Xiao Ju is very interesting. He gave very low scores to the trainees. Qiu Xiaoyuan's 1 point is the highest score so far, because he gave other people 3, 4, 5 points. Later, the trainees even prayed that he would not give them negative scores. After all, it would be better not to have negative points. In comparison, the other 3 mentors were relatively fair and just. However, every time Xiao Ju finished scoring, there would be a wave of screams from the audience. After half of the trainees performed, the remaining trainees were deadlocked because they didn't want to go on stage with their teammates and couldn't find anyone to form a team with. So Shiryu and Yunyi raised their hands and went on stage. Shiryu and Yunyi's live broadcast room was boiling from the time they went on stage to the end of the performance. It's over, it's over. Yu is finished this time. Although they danced the same dance, who can beat Yunyi in dancing? That's hard to say, after all, Shiryu is so good looking. The first time I saw this copy, I loved Xiao Ju's face. Ah, I like this smile. He is not suitable to be a mentor, he is suitable to stand on the stage. Everyone who sees Xiaoju for the first time will feel this way, but you won't feel that way afterwards. Don't be fooled by Xiaoju's beautiful smile. He is a pervert, who is even more perverted than Lu Chongjing. Is it because he gives everyone negative points? That is indeed a bit perverted, but it does not prevent me from liking him. TSK, his perversion is not limited to this aspect. Score, score. As expected, Xiaoju chose to score Shiryu. Ah? 1 point. Okay, as long as it is not a negative score, it proves that Xiaoju is already very satisfied. The NPC audience and mentors of the second public performance were relatively fair and just. Shiryu finally received 504 votes from the audience, and Yunyi received 496 votes. Luo Xian gave him 9 points, Xiaoju gave him 1 point, Daiqing gave Yunyi 8 points, Zhou Yiqiu gave Yunyi 7 points, and on average, his score was similar to Yunyi's. Before Xiaoju gave Shiryu a score, his eyes stayed on Shiryu's face for a few seconds. The look was a bit frivolous, and there was still a faint smile on the corner of his lips. Shiryu met Xiaoju's gaze, and the smile on the corner of his lips seemed to freeze for a moment, but his eyes deepened a bit. But after a moment, this feeling disappeared, like an illusion. Shiryu and Yunyi did not turn against each other like most teams, and their relationship was still good after the performance. After all the trainees finished their performances, Jerry walked to the center of the stage. I have good news for everyone. Our 4 mentors will not only guide you on the stage today, but will also stay to accompany you to spend this happy trainee time in the future. Now let's start the camp assignment. Trainees can choose the mentor they want to follow. Of course, mentors also have the right to refuse. This is a two-way selection. In order to save time, let's start with the first trainee on the left in the first row. Who do you want to choose? Yunyi asked Shiryu below. Let's choose the same mentor, and we can continue to cooperate in the future. Yunyi analyzed. I think Luo Xian is good, and his personality should be very compatible with our young people, but Zhou Yiqiu is also okay. I am indeed weak in creation. I wonder if the creative mentors in the game will be more powerful. Forget Daiqing. She is like the dean of my middle school. As for Xiaoju, to be honest, he is a bit perverted. I don't think anyone will choose him at all. Yunyi was right. No one really chose Xiaoju. After so many times of scoring, everyone knows Xiaoju's perversion. Daiqing and Zhou Yiqiu are both serious and responsible types, while Luo Xian has a more casual personality and is very professional in dancing. He is the type that most young people like, so many people chose Luo Xian. Of course, there are also those who like their instructors to be more serious. Qi Shui and Qiu Xiaoyuan chose Daiqing, and He Ran and Wang Chao chose Zhou Yiqiu. No one chose him, but Xiaoju didn't seem to care. His long, well-defined hands were crossed on the table, his back leaned against the backrest of the chair, his posture was leisurely, his chin slightly raised. With a bit of laziness and arrogance, his eyes drifted from the trainee seats from time to time. I want to choose Xiaoju, Shiryu said to Yunyi, but his eyes fell on Xiaoju's face from afar across the stage. Although it was a completely different face, when Xiaoju looked at him for the first time, Shiryu had an indescribable familiar feeling, but this could not be used as an excuse, so he just found a reason. Other teachers have too many trainees. If I choose him, he will only have me as a trainee, and he can focus all his energy on me. Is that so? Yunyi thought for a long time, as if he had made up his mind. Then I will choose him with you. When it was their turn, Shiryu stood up first. He looked at Xiaoju for a few seconds, and then said his choice. I choose teacher Xiaoju. Not only was Xiaoju stunned for a moment. The other trainees in the audience were also stunned. Someone whispered, is he crazy? Choosing Xiaoju? Can't you see that Xiaoju is a pervert? Another voice said, not really. Although Xiaoju's low scores are indeed a bit excessive, he is an all-round mentor after all. Choosing him should be beneficial. If I didn't want to be with you, I would have chosen him. What benefits are there? Xiaoju is a pervert. The voice was lower than before. It's not that he gave low scores, he has that kind of habit. Not bad, you have good taste. Xiaoju looked at Shiryu from head to toe and praised him, which was considered to be accepting him. Then it was Yunyi. I also choose teacher Xiaoju. This time, Xiaoju said without thinking, sorry, classmate, please choose someone else. It's tiring for the teacher to lead one person. While speaking, Xiaoju stretched and yawned. Yunyi, Others, It's tiring for him to lead one person. Isn't this what you NPC mentors should do? However, the rules do not require each mentor to assign the same number of trainees, so in the end, Daiqing led 26 people, Zhou Yiqiu 31 people, Luo Xian 42 people, and Xiaoju only led Shiryu. By the way, Yunyi finally chose Luo Xian. Luo Xian was a little unhappy to be the second choice, but Yunyi's ability was indeed good, so Luo Xian finally accepted him. After selecting the mentors, Jerry stood up and announced, after everyone selects a mentor, they will be reallocated to the dormitory. Each mentor has his own area. After the performance, everyone will follow their mentor to reselect the dormitory. This performance ends here. See you next time. The three mentors Dai Qing, Luo Xian, and Zhou Yiqia left with their trainees. After Shiryu said goodbye to Yun Yi, he also followed Xiao Ju. The strange thing is that Xiao Ju went in another direction. Does he not live in the same place as the other three mentors? The facts prove that all-round mentors do have special treatment. Shiryu followed Xiao Ju to a single-family small Western-style building. There is only this small Western-style building here. Just like Lu Qingjing's office area, it is surrounded by multiple venues in the middle. It is a small building. It is probably difficult to find without a guide. However, Shiryu has remembered the way after walking once. This is my residence. Xiao Ju opened the fingerprint lock, pushed the door, and invited him in. You are my only trainee, so you can live here. Take a tour? Xiao Ju leaned against the door frame, looking at him with a smile. Shiryu did not refuse and walked in. The house was not large, with simple decoration, standard 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, a well-lit balcony, and some green plants scattered around. The first floor was almost clear at a glance. When he walked to the second floor, Shiryu saw a room with a half-closed door. He pushed the door lightly and it opened. After seeing what was inside, Shiryu understood why some people said Xiao Ju was a pervert. Shiryu could not understand, but he respected it. NPCs also have the right to freedom of interest. Shiryu took 2 steps back, ready to quietly exit before Xiao Ju came up, pretending that he had not seen anything, and be careful not to enter this room next time. Just before he exited the room, a strong force grabbed his arm, and pushed him in easily, and pressed him against the wall. You want to run away after seeing my secret? Xiao Ju not only has a handsome face, but also a nice voice. His pronunciation is clear, low and magnetic, and even the pauses of punctuation marks are full of personal style. The arc of the corners of his lips shows a bit of perversion under the dark red light. But it is not vulgar, nor annoying. Shiryu doesn't like to be touched by others, but at this moment, he did not push Xiao Ju away. There was no disgust in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Ju, and he didn't even struggle when his wrists were locked on the wall. After a long time, Shiryu sighed and said something in the man's ear. Shinsu. The tone was a bit helpless. Stop making trouble. Chapter 66. The live broadcast room was flashing. Shinsu, come here. Someone is teasing your wife 1 second ago, and the next second, it was filled with question marks and exclamation marks. Xiao Ju is Shinsu. I'm dumbfounded. I didn't see it from my god's perspective, but sure you recognized it at a glance? The auction of the airborne guest quota for this copy ended so quickly that I didn't even react. It stands to reason that a normal auction will go through a series of processes and take 1 to 3 hours. However, today, as soon as the system opened the auction, someone ended the auction with a sum of money. Yes, a sum of money ended the auction. I don't know, and I don't understand how he operated it. The NPC characters for each auction will not be the same, and the system will not be public, but clues can be found from the details. As for who the NPC character for this copy auction is, and who the person who took the picture of the character is, I think the Sherlock Holmes present has guessed it. It is said that Shinsu had borrowed money from Qingke before. He borrowed quite a lot. And this Xiao Ju doesn't give me the feeling of a pervert like the ones I saw before. This Xiao Ju perversion is more like acting. All Sherlock Holmes just discovered it now, but sure you recognized it at a glance. Don't ask. If you ask, it's God's choice. Oracle CP is real. Under the dark red light, Xiao Ju's body stiffened. But he quickly recovered his usual half-smile expression. What are you thinking about? Xiao Ju is a head taller than Shiryu. Shiryu's wrists are still held against the wall by the other party. The two are very close to each other, and Shiryu is shrouded in the other party's shadow. He did not resist, did not make any moves, and watched the other party's performance expressionlessly. If he was not sure before. Then the moment he called out Shinsu's name, the stiffness of the man's body proved his guess. The man loosened his hand that was restraining his wrist, and instead pinched his chin, half forcing his face to lift up, his eyes patrolling his face inch by inch. Dare to think about other men in my room? Shiryu, This performance is a bit too much. Shiryu had previously learned that the game has the auction of airborne guest quotas. He guessed that Shinsu came in this way, but probably the rules do not allow airborne players to reveal their identities, nor do they allow players to collapse NPC characters, so Shinsu desperately played the role of a pervert. No. Shiryu decided to cooperate with Shinsu. It should be difficult for Shinsu to come here. He looked at the man and said softly, "I'm thinking about Teacher Xiaoju." The man's body stiffened again, staring straight at him. After a moment, the man smiled with satisfaction, and before releasing his chin, he pinched his cheek lightly. "So good." Shiryu covered his face. It didn't hurt, but he seemed to be taken advantage of. But this statement is not accurate. What is there to take advantage of between men? It's all for the sake of not being OOC. Xiaoju. He arranged a room for Shiryu, which was a side bedroom next to the master bedroom on the second floor. The intention was obvious. The two neighbors could communicate conveniently. Even if they were worried about the system discovering, they could also type Morse code on the wall. At night, Shiryu held a pillow and knocked on the door of the master bedroom. "Teacher Xiaoju, I'm a little afraid of the dark. Can I sleep on the floor in your room?" Shinsu, Okay. Shiryu's intentions are more obvious. This is not concealed at all. It's not convenient to sleep on the floor here. Xiaoju in dark pajamas folded his arms and leaned on the door frame. His playful eyes fell on Shiryu's face from top to bottom, half joking and half serious. "But my bed is very big. It can sleep 2 people. Okay." Shiryu walked to the bed, with a faint expression, pulled open the quilt and lay down. This is really not polite at all. Xiaoju. Stupefied for a while, he also turned back and lay on the bed, and pulled the quilt, covering the 2 people and their faces. Shiryu's live broadcast room. "What's going on? What are you doing? Is the progress so fast? You don't even need to talk about love, and just go to sleep? The most important thing is that Yu does this with such a calm expression. Didn't you notice that Shinsu's expression is about to crack? Yu is not good at all. As an idol, she doesn't set an example. As a host, she doesn't consider the feelings of fans at all. Otherwise, why would he sleep in Xiaoju's bed instead of sleeping in my bed? My bed is obviously very big too. I know you want to avoid it, but can I also get in and listen to you talk? Don't worry, I will never tell anyone. I am a fan of the plot. I mainly want to get the copy information as soon as possible. I am also a fan of the plot. I will sleep at the end of the bed. I will sleep at the bottom of the bed." The 2 people in the quilt are whispering to each other. "This quilt seems a little small." "Yes, so don't move around." "But you scratched my waist, it's itchy." "I try not to scratch. When you breathe, my neck will itch." "Then I won't breathe." Shiryu was silent for a few seconds. "You should breathe, I try to overcome it." Shinsu, okay. Although there are hidden cameras everywhere in the copy, it's impossible that there are cameras in the quilt. Since the quilt can't be monitored, Shinsu didn't pretend, and his true nature was exposed. The 2 of them adapted to the environment in the quilt, and then started to talk about business. Shinsu asked, "How did you find me?" "Through the game panel?" "Because according to observation, players will only show friends in the friend list of the same space." Shiryu shook his head, and then realized that it was pitch black in the quilt, and Shinsu couldn't see him shaking his head, so he said, "No, it's a feeling." "Feeling?" "Yeah, and the eyes, your speaking style." The space in the quilt was small, and each other's breathing was clearly audible. Shinsu's hot and humid breath sprayed on his cheeks and neck. Shiryu turned his head away uncomfortably, but in the end, it was confirmed that it was the moment when I called your name. The quilt was a very thin silk quilt, but Shiryu still had some difficulty breathing, and wanted to pull the quilt open to get some air. "Don't move." Shinsu stopped him. "They can't hear us talking now, but they will hear it if the quilt is pulled open." "Can't you pull a corner?" "No." "Can't you pull a gap?" "No." "Okay." Shiryu let go of his hand, and tried to adapt himself. Shinsu adapted well to the environment in the quilt, and chatted. "So it was through the eyes and speaking style. I can't tell you know me so well?" This was a bit of a joke, but Shiryu said seriously, "It is said that the person who knows you best is always your enemy. We have been at odds since childhood, so it is natural for me to know you." Shinsu, This made a lot of sense, and he couldn't refute it. "Stop talking nonsense. What are you doing here?" Although he didn't want to, Shiryu still moved his body and faced Shinsu's side, so that it would be easier to communicate. "We agreed to go to the dungeon together, but you didn't discuss it with me before entering the dungeon, and you didn't allow me to come in with you?" Shinsu asked back confidently, throwing the question back to Shiryu. Shiryu explained. "Xiao Yuan was also pulled into the game. When I found out, there were only 3 hours left before she entered the game. She was a young girl, who was not yet an adult. I couldn't let her enter alone, and I couldn't let her family get suspicious. So I took her home and entered the game together. It was too late to notify you at that time. I know. Shinsu said, I watched your live broadcast and saw Xiaoyuan. Xiaoyuan is a very smart girl. She got a big shot on the first day of entering the game. Ji Shui is a top 10 player on the technical list. Speaking of this, Shinsu added, your sister seems to dislike you a little bit? Sure you, eh? In fact, he and Xiaoyuan didn't want people to know that they knew each other, but Sure you was too lazy to explain. I came here to tell you something. Sure you moved forward, almost close to Shinsu's ear. He was now used to talking in the quilt. Except that their bodies were close to each other, and their limbs were a little uncomfortable to stretch. Everything else was fine. He said to Shinsu, you should also be curious about why we were pulled into the game? How was the game born? What does the game want to do? And how to get out of the game? We can't stay with the game for the rest of our lives. We must find a way to get out of the game. I met an old player here, and he told me something. Sure you told Shinsu the long story that Yuni had told him. Shinsu was silent for a while after listening, and said thoughtfully, your live broadcast room was muted for a while, and half of your faces were mosaiced. It turned out that you were talking about this. So you mean we need to go to the advanced dungeon? After a pause, Shinsu asked again, but how can we be sure that Jiang Luwei really left the game? How can we be sure that what he said must be what he said? What if the system killed him, and deliberately used his account to say this? Sure you said, because of a series of operations behind the system prevents players from accessing advanced dungeons, and sets rules and regulations. Only when the anchor level reaches a certain level can the advanced dungeon be unlocked. Once the player makes a mistake, the advanced dungeon permission will be turned off, and he will start from the intermediate or low-level dungeon again, starting from. There was no such rule before, and both new and old players could choose dungeons at will. Also, Emorigi has been constantly brushing high-level dungeons in recent years. Emorigi is Jiang Liuyue's friend. He has done this, which means that there is indeed something in the high-level dungeons, but Emorigi may not have been lucky enough to find it, and he made a mistake, and was punished, so he had to start from the low-level dungeons again. Now it seems that if we want to leave the game, we can only start from the high-level dungeons, and as soon as possible. If we can find the truth of the game in the high-level dungeons, completely shut down the game, or even destroy the game directly, it would be better, because the game now even pulls minors like Qiu Xiaoyuan into it. Who knows if one day our relatives and friends will be pulled in. After saying so many words in one breath, Shiryu's mouth was a little dry. He swallowed his saliva. At the very least, it's good to find a way to get out of the game from the advanced dungeon. At this point, the information that should be exchanged has been exchanged, and the following words do not involve any secrets, so it doesn't matter if they are heard. Shinsu lifted the quilt, took the cup of water from the bedside table, and handed it to Shiryu. This was what he prepared to drink in the evening when he was thirsty, but he hadn't drunk it yet. After thanking him, Shiryu took the cup and drank the whole cup of water in small sips. Then both of them were stunned. After a few seconds, they spoke at the same time. I forgot to leave it for you. I forgot to change the cup for you. Shinsu touched his nose and said the last sentence weakly, that cup is mine. Shiryu exhaled lightly. He thought it was a big deal and said, it doesn't matter, I don't care. Shinsu, yeah, I don't care either. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Normally, when it's awkward, we can play with our phones, but there are no phones here. Shiryu opened the game panel, clicked here and there, and suddenly he found that his and Shinsu's partner favorability increased by dozens? He remembered that their favorability was still the same in the morning. Our favorability seems to have increased a little. Shiryu asked his question. Shinsu didn't look surprised. Well, I asked Chinku about ways to increase partner favorability. In addition to teaming up to go to dungeons, hugging can also increase favorability. Shiryu nodded and understood. They were so close in the quilt just now, their bodies were close to each other, and the camera couldn't see what was going on inside. From the outside, it really looked like they were hugging. The live broadcast room was silent for a long time. Now they were very excited to see the two people coming out of the quilt. I know this question. Not only hugging, but also exchanging saliva, and can increase favorability. And the increase of the three is progressive. Yes, in general, the longer the contact time and the deeper the contact, the more it will increase. Do you want to do it so seriously? If people don't do it when they are alive, will they do it to you? Increasing favorability can unlock some functions. Do we want to increase favorability? Shinsu stretched out an arm and asked for a hug without changing his face. Shiryu thought seriously for a while. We are sleeping in the same bed, so let's increase it. Since there is a faster way to increase favorability, it's better to use it. Besides, it won't cost you a piece of meat if it's just a hug. Shiryu was not used to it, and slowly moved to Shinsu's arms, resting his head on Shinsu's muscular arm. Shinsu's other arm was placed on Shiryu's back. Shiryu hesitated for a moment, and also stretched out his arm to Shinsu's waist, so that it looked like they were completely in a hugging posture. After a while, Shiryu opened the game panel and took a look. Their favorability did increase a few points. It seems that hugging is really useful. Shiryu fell asleep peacefully. After falling asleep, Shiryu unconsciously drilled into Shinsu's arms, and buried his face with several marks on his face in Shinsu's chest. He found a comfortable position and stopped moving. The hand that was originally placed on Shiryu's back moved down little by little, and finally stopped at the white and flexible waist. The person in his arms snorted lightly, frowned, and seemed to be hurt. Shinsu loosened his strength a little, but still held that waist. Chapter 67. Shengjing Entertainment assigned dance studios to the 4 instructors. In the following days, Daiqing, Luo Xian, and Zhou Yiqiu took their trainees to the dance studios respectively, while the dance studio with the name Xiaoju was never opened, and the door lock was almost covered with dust. These days, Xiaoju and his trainee were rarely seen. The players were surprised by this, but the employees of Shengjing Entertainment were not surprised. At lunchtime, the trainees and employees were eating in the cafeteria. Several employees chatted. It's good to be Xiaoju's trainee. There is no need to train at all. It's not like other trainees, who are exhausted every day. Other trainees sitting at the next table. Thank you. Although I am tired, I am not exhausted. Another employee said, that's right. No matter how his grades are, he will definitely be the one to debut in the end. The players thought about it, and it made sense. Shiryu was the first in the first stage, and his grades were ahead of him. Even if his grades were a little worse, he was still ahead of him. It's better to worry about themselves than Shiryu. Then they heard these employees say, other trainees train hard every day, and they don't know if they can debut in the end. He can debut just by sleeping with others, which is actually quite cost-effective. And Xiaoju is handsome, so he won't lose out. I heard that Xiaoju is also good in bed. Xiaoju is good in bed. How do you know? Have you tried it? They haven't been out for 3 days. Xiaoju is really amazing. Players, Xiaoju is really awesome. Shiryu and Xiaoju did stay in the house every day these days. To sleep. They did sleep every day. But no NPC thought so dirty. They were just chatting under the quilt. The identity of Xiaoju, the NPC obtained by Shinsu in the auction, is a major shareholder of Shengjing Entertainment, which means that with a word from the major shareholder, Shiryu's debut position is stable. The main task of this dungeon is to debut as a group. Since he has been guaranteed a debut position, there is no need to spend time on meaningless things. They have to spend time on how to pass this dungeon quickly. Only by passing this dungeon quickly can they go out and study how to enter the advanced dungeon. In order not to be monitored by the system, they chat about these things in bed with a quilt, and they usually stick together, because they find that it is not necessary to hug to increase favorability. Touching each other for a certain period of time will also increase favorability, but it is slower than hugging, but it is better than nothing. They have developed a good habit of brushing favorability anytime, anywhere, all the time. For example, when reading, their bodies are close to each other, when eating, they hold each other's hands, and when sleeping, they lie in each other's arms naturally. Sometimes, when chatting, Shinsu suddenly hugs Shiryu on his lap, and Shiryu will know that it is the cleaner who comes to clean. In front of the cleaner, they will act more intimate than usual, hugging each other is common, occasionally feeding each other, kissing each other out of place, and the rumors about them are partly because Xiaoju himself has a bad reputation, and partly because the cleaner brought them out. This is also to cover up. After all, lust makes one lose one's mind, and indulges in debauchery in broad daylight. Is in line with Xiaoju's personality. Not long after the cleaner left, there was another knock on the door. It was not yet dinner time, and it was not the restaurant that was delivering food. Wait. Shinsu stood up, and was about to open the door when Shiryu called him. Shiryu half knelt on the sofa, looked at Shinsu for a few seconds, reached out to unbutton Shinsu's home clothes, and then buttoned 2 more buttons at random, and then let Shinsu open the door. He himself sat on the sofa with a thin blanket on, reading a book. Although his clothes were not messy at all, he still wrapped himself up to his neck with the blanket, creating a feeling of trying to cover up something. Teacher Xiao. Mr. Lu. The person who came was Lu Chengjing. Lu Chengjing looked past Xiaoju and looked inside. When he saw Shiryu like this, his pupils suddenly shrank, but he said calmly, I have something to do with Shiryu, and I may need to borrow someone from teacher Xiao. I'm afraid that won't work. Xiaoju refused decisively. Lu Chungjing almost couldn't breathe. If it was any other instructor, he could do whatever he wanted. But this person was Xiaoju, and he couldn't do anything to Xiaoju. It's almost the third public performance, and the performance is very important for every trainee. Xiaoju said, as he unbuttoned the wrong button, then slowly buttoned it again, with 2 red scratches on his exposed chest. Although Shiryu has good grades, he can't be careless, he has to hurry up to train. Lu Chungjing, who trains people to the bed? This person is not ashamed to lie with his eyes open. Although Lu Chungjing also had this purpose, he was unhappy when someone got there first. Xiaoju said so, he couldn't force anyone, and Xiaoju couldn't let anyone go. Lu Chungjing had to take a step back, then let him come to me when he's free. Xiaoju buttoned up, leaned against the door frame, and said lazily, let's talk when he's free. This means that Shiryu won't be free. Although Lu Chungjing was angry, he had no choice but to leave first. Since Shiryu and Shinsu started to brush their favorability all the time, Shiryu's live broadcast room was full of various blocked words and mosaics, and it was not until this moment that it became normal. Is this the temperament of the main wife? Shinsu, you can do it. Lu Chungjing, so angry, so angry, so angry. So only magic can defeat magic, and only perverts can cure perverts. By the way, when was the cat scratch made? Since Xiaoju came out, I swear I didn't miss any details, but I just can't remember the cat scratch. Cat scratches are naturally made by cats, or did you? They should have been scratched on the bed, so we can't see them. Hiss, little kitty, so wild. TSK Yu, so hot. Shinsu, you are so lucky. After Lu Chungjing was sent away, Shiryu thought about it, and decided to meet Lu Chungjing. He said to Shinsu, the 3 side quests in this copy are all related to Lu Chungjing. I have completed side quest 1, side quest 2 is in progress, and side quest 3 can only be completed if you get close to Lu Chungjing. Completing the 3 side quests can obtain shareholder status, and have a chance to avoid death. You can also get more rewards when the game is settled, and the anchor level can also be upgraded faster, so I don't want to give up these side quests. Shinsu had not thought of what Shiryu said, mainly because he didn't want Shiryu to see Lu Chungjing. But since Shiryu had said so, he had no reason to stop him. Lu Chungjing also had his own residence in the trainee training base, a 3-story building behind his office, a little larger than Xiaoju's residence, and more luxuriously decorated. After returning from Xiaoju, Lu Chungjing took a shower to wash away the bad luck and felt refreshed. When he walked out of the bathroom and wiped his hair, the doorbell rang. Everyone around Lu Chungjing knew that he didn't like to be disturbed during his rest time. If his secretary wanted to see him, he would call him first and come to his house after getting his consent. He would never rashly ring the doorbell. Who would bother him at this time without eyes? Lu Chungjing opened the door with a dark face, and saw Shiryu standing outside the door in white casual clothes. The impatience on his face disappeared instantly, and the dark clouds above his head dissipated, and he became sunny. Then Lu Chungjing saw Xiaoju behind Shiryu, and the dark clouds above his head suddenly became heavier. The shower was in vain. Bad luck. You're here? Lu Chungjing first greeted Shiryu cordially, and then said to Xiaoju, I wonder what you are doing here, Teacher Xiao? His attitude was polite, but anyone with a normal IQ could hear the meaning of expelling guests from it. Xiaoju seemed not to understand, and smiled and said, It's been a long time since I visited you. My distant relative brought some oranges grown in my hometown to Mr. Lu. It just so happens that Mr. Lu has something to do with my Shiryu. I brought him here as well. Very good. Very good at putting the cart before the horse. I thought about it. Training is important, but we can't push children too hard. We need to combine work and rest. And he can justify himself. Even Lu Chungjing, who is eloquent at the negotiation table in the mall, can't help but admire him. While talking, Xiaoju strode past the 2 people and put the plastic bag of oranges on the coffee table, a small gift, not a respect. Lu Chungjing recognized that the oranges in the bag were the kind used for free in the cafeteria. This is really perfunctory. I have something I want to talk to Shiryu alone. Lu Chungjing said this to Xiaoju. He felt that what he said was very clear and gave enough steps. If Xiaoju had a sense of shame, he would have taken the step. Okay. Xiaoju stretched his limbs on the largest sofa, as if he was the master here, very open to outsiders. It's okay, you guys talk, I be casual, don't worry, I will treat this place as my own home, I won't be restrained. Lu Chungjing, Okay, he underestimated the thickness of this man's skin. But why does the shameless feeling feel familiar? Lu Chungjing stared at Xiao Ju for a while, and realized that his eyes had no killing power on this man at all. So he took Shiryu to the study on the second floor. Did he bully you? Lu Chungjing asked the first question, and at the same time his eyes fell on Shiryu's neck half covered by the collar. In order to act realistically, before coming, Shiryu, with the help of Shinsu, pinched 2 small strawberries on his neck, and the position was also very good, stuck in the half-covered part of the collar. As if realizing something, Shiryu pulled up the collar and said, "No." If he said no, then there must be. His neither humble nor arrogant attitude was just pretending to be strong in Lu Qingjing's eyes. Lu Chungjing felt distressed, heartbroken and unwilling to see the kitten being bullied like this. He was unwilling because he was not the one bullying him. Lu Chungjing looked at Shiryu for a while, and said, as if he had made up his mind, "Wait for me to find a way to change your mentor." "No need." Shiryu looked up at Lu Chungjing, with no emotion in his calm eyes, and his tone was also flat. "Teacher Xiao Ju is very good." "He is very good?" Lu Chungjing almost broke down, and couldn't help but shouted, "He bullied you like that, and you still think he is good?" "Yes, he can give you a debut position, but I can too." "I said I can let you debut solo. As long as you are willing, I can arrange your debut immediately, and you don't have to participate in trainee training at all." After Lu Chungjing vented, Shiryu said, "I understand Mr. Lu's good intentions. I also thank Mr. Lu for his appreciation, but I still want to fight for it with my own ability. Maybe many people in this circle have strong backgrounds, but some people climb up by their own ability, and the first stage has proved my ability, right? I also want to succeed quickly. I also want to reach the sky in one step, but I am also afraid of being caught and gossiped about for the rest of my life." Shiryu smiled at Lu Chungjing. His almond eyes were black and beautiful, and his whole body was shining. "Mr. Lu, don't worry. Teacher Xiao Ju did not bully me, and he did not promise me any debut position. He is really helping me seriously and responsibly. Teacher Xiao Ju believes in me, and I believe in myself too." Shiryu's voice is very unique, as calm and clear as a guqin, and his tone of voice is neither hurried nor slow. There is a charm when he speaks, which can make people calm down and immerse themselves in it unconsciously. If Mr. Lu really wants to help me, I wonder if the training time can be shortened a bit. 90 days is really too long. I want to debut quickly. But? Shiryu frowned and thought for a while. The ratings of the program may be lower, and there will be a problem of not being able to make a profit. "Mr. Lu, just pretend I didn't say anything." "Thank you, Mr. Lu, today." "Okay." Lu Chungjing interrupted, and then pondered for a few seconds, "But in exchange, you have to come to eat with me every day." This is exactly what Shiryu needs. Only by meeting every day can you have a chance to improve your favorability and complete the side quest. However, Shiryu still hesitated for a while before saying, "I can only accompany you for breakfast, and I have to accompany teacher Xiao Ju for dinner." "Okay." Lu Chungjing also made concessions. He also knew that Xiao Ju was not easy to deal with. So in the next few days, Shiryu went to Lu Qingjing's office during the day and returned to Xiao Ju at night. Lu Qingjing's favorability increased rapidly, and the rumors about the top student, who won the first place in the first stage, being involved in 2 men at the same time became more and more intense. One day, Shiryu and Yunyi met in the corridor by chance. Shiryu greeted Yunyi, and Yunyi looked at Shiryu with an expression that was hard to describe. After a while, Yunyi said, "I heard that you were dating 2 boyfriends at the same time?" Shiryu, Chapter 68. The rumors are getting more and more intense. The 3 parties involved naturally know about it. Lu Chungjing enjoys it, and is always thinking about how to kick the third party out. Shiryu and Shinsu did not take the rumors seriously, and even magnified them to divert the system's attention and cover up their real purpose. These days, other trainees are sweating in the dance studio. Shiryu accompanies Lu Chungjing to eat and ask questions during the day. At night, he returns to Xiao Ju residence to brush up his favorability with Shinsu. His life is quite comfortable. In the afternoon, the warm sunshine sprinkled into the living room. The 2 sat on the sofa drinking coffee and reading books. Shiryu leaned on Shinsu's arms, holding a detective novel in his hand. Shinsu's arms were around him. The 2 looked at the pages of the book together, reading the book and brushing up their favorability. This novel was found by them in a pile of professional books such as music theory, dance, art, and fashion in NPC Xiao Ju's bookcase. It was purely used to kill time. After all, they were not interested in professional books. They read at about the same speed. Basically, Shinsu had finished a page when Shiryu turned the page. The old man is too obviously bad. Such people are usually cannon fodder. I think the man in gray is more like the murderer. Don't look at him as an ordinary passerby. Usually, the more inconspicuous characters in detective novels are more likely to be the final boss. The game is all about heartbeats and reversals. Shinsu analyzed the murderer, but Shiryu was a little absent-minded. He read a few pages and read every word in it, but he didn't read the connected content. After a few days of hard work, he has completed more than half of the side quest 2, but there is still no progress in side quest 3. Shiryu closed the book and put it in Shinsu's hand. When he wanted to stand up, he found that Shinsu's other arm was still around his waist, and it didn't seem to be loose. He hesitated for a moment and didn't move. It's not impossible to chat like this. Lu Qingjing's favorability is not difficult to increase, but his secrets are too difficult to dig out. Lu Qingjing seems to be able to talk to you about anything, but in fact he is very vigilant. He doesn't want you to know anything, so it's difficult to gain his trust in a short time. Shiryu thought about it and said to himself, do I really have to have a relationship with him? Pain suddenly came from his waist. Shiryu frowned and patted Shinsu's hard arm. Loosen your strength. This person suddenly pinched someone without knowing what he was thinking. Although Shinsu entered the dungeon as NPC Xiaoju, this body is still Shinsu's, but his face has been disguised to look like Xiaoju. If it was someone else's body, Shiryu might not be able to lean on the other person's arms without burden. However, if it was an NPC's body, they couldn't increase favorability in this way. Do you like Lu Qingjing? Shinsu loosened his grip a little, but his iron arm was still around Shiryu's waist. He asked calmly. How is it possible? Shiryu's voice became higher. After a pause, he added, it's just a hypothesis to complete the task. I'm not sure about this hypothesis. This hypothesis is impossible. Shinsu interrupted. Shiryu thought about it, and felt that what Shinsu said made sense. I also think it's not very realistic. People like Lu Qingjing might hide something even from their lovers. There's no need to sacrifice yourself and waste time with him. Shinsu said, you can't fall in love with him if you don't like him. In fact, you can also start from other aspects. I have basically visited his residence in the past few days, but I haven't been to his study. Generally speaking, confidential documents are kept in the study. I will find an opportunity to sneak into his study next time. Shiryu tilted his head and asked Shinsu, what do you think? Shinsu nodded. Well, even if he agreed reluctantly, you can see that he is not sincere. Since he is not sincere, you can't get his sincerity. Shiryu? ? Shinsu continued. Moreover, if you do something you don't want to do, your body, your spirit, and every pore on your body will resist, and you will feel very uncomfortable and tormented. Shiryu? ? Are you really listening to me? Lu Qingjing is just an NPC. Who will remember him after he leaves this copy? What can you get out of being with an NPC? Shinsu became more and more excited. Besides, you don't like men. Why do you want to be a homosexual just to complete a task? There is no need. There are many ways to complete the task. You don't have to force yourself to be a homosexual. Talking nicely. Why is there a sexual orientation attack? You have an opinion on homosexuality? Shiryu asked tentatively. Shinsu is a straight man. Shiryu is also a straight man. And as a straight man, Shiryu knows that many straight men have opinions on homosexuality. No, Shinsu said bluntly, but I don't want you to be a homosexual. Shinsu regretted it immediately after he said this. But the words have been spoken, and it is hard to take them back. You can rest assured about this. Shiryu reassured Shinsu, my ideal type has always been a gentle and virtuous girl. Although Shinsu's statement was strange, it was understandable. It was the same as I don't want my cabbage to be eaten by pigs. He and Shinsu grew up together. Although they had been sworn enemies for more than 10 years, it was understandable that they developed a family relationship under the relationship of sworn enemies. Shinsu should have regarded him as a brother. That's why he said such words with hope and expectation between relatives. Then it was normal for brothers to hug each other. Shiryu comforted himself in this way, and then leaned on Shinsu's arms without any psychological burden, and picked up the book again to read. This time he read with relish, and even felt that Shinsu's analysis of Passerby A might be the murderer made sense. Shinsu couldn't read a word. His eyes fell on Shiryu's fair face as he read quietly, and his eyes were resentful. Shiryu's live broadcast room. Shinsu's complete words should be I don't want you to be gay with anyone other than me. Yu's wife's reassurance made Shinsu's face turn green. What does it mean to shoot oneself in the foot? Shinsu has set a perfect example for everyone. Don't learn from them. Don't learn from them. Don't learn from them. From the CP popularity list. No, this pair of Oracle CP that jumped from 830th to the first place in a few days is actually fake? What's so strange? There are so many people who form CPs to unlock the partner function these days. But they are weird. Have you ever seen two straight men hugging and kissing each other all day long? Are all straight men like this? We straight men are not like this, but I suspect that you use wife regard Shinsu as a brother, and brothers are open and honest with each other. On Monday morning, an emergency notice sounded on the radio. All trainees, please gather at venue number 1 immediately. All trainees, please gather at venue number 1 immediately. Everyone was speculating whether the third performance was about to begin. They had been in the dance studio every day during this period. The instructor prepared suitable repertoires for them according to their characteristics. They had practiced very well, and were full of confidence when they went there. However, they found that it was not the case after they arrived. Today, we gathered everyone together to announce an important matter. The trainee housekeeper Jerry stood in the center of the stage with a tired face and said, "It's like this. We received a temporary notice from above. Due to some reasons, the original 90-day training time will be shortened to 1 month. Now more than 20 days have passed, which means that everyone has less than 7 days left before the official debut." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar below. The main task of the trainees is to debut as a group. One of the requirements for debuting as a group is to clear the discussed value. They had 90 days before, and could slowly find a way to eliminate it, but now there are only 7 days left. How can they clear the discussed value in 7 days? And there are only 7 places for debut. What will happen to the trainees who fail to debut? No one knows. Jerry continued, "Of course, the time has been shortened, and the rules have been adjusted accordingly. The performance stage will be open all day from now on, and the entire process will be broadcast live online. Trainees can perform on stage at any time, either alone or in a group. After the performance, the online audience will vote. 100 audience support votes can be exchanged for 1 point to increase the like value or eliminate the dislike value. This remains unchanged. After the 7-day performance, the top 7 trainees will be ranked from high to low according to the like value of the trainees, and they can debut as a group. Of course, all the discussed points must be eliminated before debuting, which is the same as before. In the next 7 days, everyone should work hard to earn points to increase the like value or eliminate the discussed value. At the same time, sure you receive the updated copy information, game copy, Shungjing Entertainment, updated. Game time, 7 days. Game background introduction. You are a trainee of Shungjing Entertainment. Your wonderful performance on the first stage was appreciated by the president of Shungjing Entertainment. He changed the trainee training rules for you. Please shine on the stage in the next 7 days. Main task. Please debut with the first place. Side task 1. Meet the president of Shungjing Entertainment. Completed. Side task 2. Get 100 points of favorability from the president of Shungjing Entertainment. Completed 50%. Side task 3. Find the secret of the president of Shungjing Entertainment. Clearance condition. Complete the main task. Note 1. The main quest must be completed, and the side quests can be completed selectively. Note: 2 players who complete 3 side quests can obtain the status of Shungjing Entertainment shareholders, and shareholders have 1 chance to avoid death. Happy game. Lu Qingjing's efficiency is acceptable, and he really shortened the training time. It's worth it for sure you to run to Lu Qingjing every day these days. Sure you scan the content. The side quests did not change, but the main quests became more difficult. Originally, he only needed to debut as a group, but now he must debut as the first place. But this is not a difficult task. What sure you didn't know was that 10 out of the 100 trainees received the main quest please debut as the center with the first place. Except Shiryu was very satisfied with this. The other 9 players were swearing. Chapter 69. After the performance stage was open all day, the trainees rushed to perform on stage. The songs and dances they had learned from their respective mentors came in handy, and the votes after the voting was changed to online voting were much higher than the previous on-site voting. There was a stage broadcast on the public screen in the hall, which showed the number of viewers in the live broadcast room and the real-time ranking of the trainees' popularity. When the popularity was the highest, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room exceeded 100,000, and when the popularity was the lowest, there were 10,000 viewers online. In other words, even the worst performance could easily get a few thousand votes. As long as you are not afraid of hard work and perform more stages, the discussed value can be cleared. For 3 consecutive days, the stage was never empty. The more powerful trainees, such as Yun Yi, Qi Shui, Lu Zhuangzhuang, and Qiu Xiaoyuan, have cleared their disgust values and started to brush up their popularity values, because the final debut quota is based on the popularity ranking. The ranking of the likability on the public screen has also changed. Yun Yi has risen to the first place, Shi Yu has dropped to the second place, Qi Shui is still the third place, and Qiu Xiaoyuan, who was ranked 10th, has risen to the 6th place. Compared with everyone else's life and death on the stage, Shi Yu still goes to Lu Chengjing during the day and returns to Xiaoju at night as usual, as if he is not worried about the results at all. Lu Chengjing's favorability has been maxed out by Shi Yu, and Lu Chengjing's favorability can be used to exchange points 1:1 to eliminate the dislike value. Therefore, Shi Yu has not been doing nothing these days. He has found another way to use Lu Chengjing to earn points to eliminate the dislike value. The specific operation is, when the favorability reaches 100, it will be exchanged for 10 points, and when it reaches 100, it will be exchanged for 10 points again, and it can be infinitely increased. During this period, Lu Chengjing's favorability towards him increased sharply. If Lu Chengjing was in a good mood, he could even get 50 points of favorability. The public screen in the lobby only disclosed the trainees' likability and ranking, but not the dislikability, so no one knew that Shi Yu's dislikability was about to be cleared. The system information Shi Yu received in the past few days was as follows. Side Quest 2. Gain 100 points of favorability from the president of Shengjing Entertainment. Progress. 100 out of 100. Congratulations on completing Side Quest 2. Points exchanged successfully. Lu Chengjing's favorability reduced by 10. Side Quest 2. Gain 100 points of favorability from the president of Shengjing Entertainment. Progress. 90 out of 100. You gain 10 points of Lu Chengjing's favorability. Side Quest 2. Gain 100 points of favorability from the president of Shengjing Entertainment. Progress. 100 out of 100. Congratulations on your completion. Points exchanged successfully. Shi Yu was endlessly bombarded with these messages. Later, the system may have been annoyed, and no messages were sent. Only the progress of Side Quest 2 was displayed in the taskbar. There were only 7 days left after the copy was updated, and Shi Yu had wasted 3 days. But compared to performing on stage to increase his popularity, he had more important things to do. Except for him, probably no one was doing side quests, so he had to complete 3 side quests. According to the current rules, the only way to pass the level is to debut as a group, but he felt that the final debut would not be so simple, and he needed to get the rewards of the 3 side quests, just in case. But there has been no progress in Side Quest 3, Lu Chengjing's secret, so far. In order to get Lu Chengjing's secret, he even made up a detailed life background and experience for himself from childhood to adulthood. Lu Chengjing also told him some childhood fun stories, but he felt that Lu Chengjing was also making them up. Shi Yu also sneaked into Lu Chengjing's study and searched it when Lu Chengjing was not there, but he did not find anything useful. Shinsu gave him a simple and crude suggestion: get Lu Chengjing drunk. It is said that people speak the truth after drinking. Even if they do not speak the truth after drinking, people will relax their guard after being drunk. In addition, Shi Yu has gained at least 3 points of Lu Chengjing's trust in the past few days. It depends on how much he can get out of this 3 points of trust. Of course, getting people drunk also has skills, especially when facing such a shrewd businessman like Lu Chengjing. Shi Yu already had a way in mind. Before officially doing this, he first found Shinsu to practice. After dinner that day, Shi Yu told Shinsu his method. Shinsu was silent for a moment, neither saying yes nor no. Shi Yu asked him to pretend to be Lu Chengjing and act with him to see the results. Shinsu agreed. Shi Yu is not an actor and has no experience. He went to the bathroom to rinse his face and spent 10 minutes in front of the mirror to find his state. When he came out of the bathroom, Shi Yu's eyes were red, his lips were pale, and his fingers holding the phone were trembling slightly. There were water drops on his pale face, making his unhealthy skin color almost transparent. The collar of his white shirt was also slightly wet by the water, revealing a thin white collarbone. He was like a doll without a soul. He walked past Shinsu absent-mindedly and sat down on the carpet in front of the sofa. His back was against the edge of the sofa, and his face was buried between his knees. His thin shoulder blades were trembling. They had anticipated Lu Chengjing's reaction. Shinsu came over with a bottle of red wine and 2 high-foot glasses, sat down on the sofa beside Shi Yu, poured 2 glasses of wine, and handed one to him. Would you like to drink some wine? Hearing this, Shi Yu slowly raised his head, his crow-like eyelashes trembling, his eyes fell on the goblet, and then he looked up along the hand holding the cup to see Shinsu's face. Shinsu sat on the sofa. Shiryu sat on the carpet. He had to look up to see Shinsu's face clearly, which also allowed Shinsu to see him more clearly. Tears still hung on his eyelashes. His small and round nose was red. His lips trembled. He hesitated for a long time before saying, "Mr. Liu, have you ever been particularly weak?" His voice was still clear and pleasant, but it was weak, as if the whole person's spirit had been taken away at once. The thin white neck raised a beautiful and fragile arc, as if the palm could be easily broken with a force, or pinching the neck could force him to open his mouth. Shiryu's lips opened and closed as he spoke, but Shinsu heard nothing. Shiryu finished his lines and waited for a while. Shinsu did not continue his lines. He thought Shinsu was in a daze, but he thought Shinsu would not be so careless about serious matters. Maybe Liu Chungjing would react like this? Shiryu thought about it seriously and asked, "Will it be difficult for people to respond if I ask this? How about I ask it in a different way?" "No." Shinsu's throat moved, and he looked away. He spoke again with a dry voice, "I was not paying attention just now. Let's do it again." Shinsu could not tell Shiryu. He cried until his eyes turned red, and his almond eyes were shining. When he looked at him absent-mindedly, he just wanted to kiss him. He could not listen to anything at all. They were in good condition after doing it again, and they decided on this method. However, rehearsal and reality are two different things after all. Shiryu still accompanied Liu Chungjing for lunch at noon. During the meal, he answered a phone call. Because of his relationship with Liu Chungjing, he was allowed to carry a mobile phone. When the phone rang, he accidentally showed Liu Chungjing that the caller's name was ex-boyfriend. Shiryu went to the balcony to answer the phone for 20 minutes. When he came out, his state was the same as when he was acting with Shinsu. He sat back at the table with Liu Chungjing in a daze. Seeing that he couldn't eat like this, Liu Chungjing accompanied him to sit on the sofa. "What's wrong?" Liu Chungjing asked with concern like a caring elder. "What happened?" Shiryu shook his head and bit his lip as if he didn't want to say it, but finally he spoke. "When I broke up with him, he promised that he would wait for me. He said that no matter whether I could debut or become a star, he would be with me for the rest of his life. Even if it was an underground relationship, he would be with me. But he just called me and said that he didn't want to wait anymore. He and I are neighbors. We grew up together. We played together in elementary school, junior high school, and high school. When we were in college, we confessed our feelings to each other and naturally confirmed our relationship. At that time, I thought I could be with him for the rest of my life. Later, we had a conflict because of our dreams, but we compromised with each other. He promised to let me pursue my dreams and promised to wait for me. We agreed to be together for the rest of our lives." His red eyes were filled with tears, and his voice was choked with sobs. When he finished the last sentence, tears fell in big drops. Liu Chungjing reached out his hand to take it like a madman, and tears fell into his palm, from scalding hot to icy cold, wetting his fingers. He wanted to wipe away Shiryu's tears, but Shiryu wiped her face first, raised her head, and asked Liu Chungjing innocently, "Mr. Liu, have you ever felt particularly powerless?" The live broadcast room was the quietest in history. It took a long time for the barrage to start brushing. "Wow, my wife's acting skills are amazing. Crying makes my heart break. Is this acting? I thought there was really a heartless man who let down my Yu. The scumbag must be cut into pieces. The scumbag must not die well. Shin heartless man scumbag Su. Thank you, it's just acting, there's no need to take it so seriously. When you feel particularly powerless?" Liu Chungjing leaned on the sofa, pouring himself a glass of wine one after another. After drinking several glasses, he spoke, "Probably when I found out that I was not a member of the Liu family and was kicked out." Shiryu was stunned. Not only because of this information, but also because of the system information that suddenly popped up. Congratulations to the player for completing side mission 3. Find the secret of the president of Shunjing Entertainment. Since side mission 2 was stuck at 90% completion by Shiryu, the system did not notify him to complete the 3 side missions. The mission has been completed, Shiryu relaxed, but he still had to accompany Liu Chungjing to finish this play. He took a sip of red wine, hesitated and spoke carefully. "You are not a member of the Liu family?" "Yes, I was born by my mother and a wild man outside." When Liu Chungjing said this, it was as easy as saying how many bowls of rice he had eaten today. He poured himself another glass of wine. "My father has many little lovers outside, and my mother turned a blind eye to it. But my father angered my mother to the hospital because of his first love. After my mother recovered and was discharged from the hospital, she found a man outside to avenge my father, and later gave birth to me." Liu Chungjing glanced at Shiryu. with a sarcastic smile on his lips. Isn't it very similar to what is shown in a TV series? But the truth is so dramatic. After saying this, Lu Chungjing drank the scarlet liquid in the goblet. Now there is no need for Shiryu to pour him wine. Lu Chungjing is pouring wine for himself. It's quite dramatic. Shiryu nodded, and after clinking glasses with Lu Chungjing, he also drank the red wine in the glass with Lu Chungjing. Actually, if you think about it carefully, compared with your turbulent life experience, my love affair seems to be insignificant. Lu Chungjing chuckled. It's best if you can figure it out. There are many men in this world. When one leaves, the next one is better. Have you ever heard a saying? The best way to get out of a relationship is not to forget, but to cover it. Lu Chungjing pinched his chin and lifted his face up. So do you want to consider me? Shiryu wanted to shake his head, but found that he seemed to have no strength, and his body began to heat up. It took a lot of effort to get rid of Lu Chungjing's hand on his chin. He looked at the air conditioner in the room, 21 degrees, lower than usual, but why was he so hot? He looked at the glass of red wine on the coffee table, and his pupils trembled as if he realized something, and then pretended to be calm and stood up with the help of the sofa to say goodbye. Mr. Lu, I seem to be drunk, so I go back first. His arm was held, and he was dragged back to the sofa. Lu Chungjing's eyes were so clear that he didn't look like a drunk person at all. He slowly approached Shiryu and said word by word, You are not drunk, but I put drugs in the wine you drank. Shiryu's eyes trembled. Mr. Lu? Lu Chungjing stopped pretending and said, You want to get me drunk so that you can get my secret, right? You've been deliberately approaching me and eating with me for this reason, right? Although I don't know what your purpose is, you can't deny that you wanted to get me drunk today, right? So it's not too much for me to drug you, we're even. Since we're even, why don't you let me go, Mr. Lu? Shiryu tried several times, but couldn't pull his hand out of Lu Chungjing's hand. He started to feel dizzy, and his body was getting hotter and hotter. Shiryu had never used it before, but he guessed what kind of drug it was. How can I let you go when you are like this? Lu Chungjing held his arm, slowly leaned over, and said in a gentle and persuasive manner, Don't worry, this medicine will only make you enter the state better. It will not hurt your body if you only use it once or twice. I have never pursued anyone properly. You are the first person I have formally pursued. I will treat you well. Shiryu's breath began to become unstable. He tried hard to control himself and not tear his clothes here. His mind was turning rapidly, but I have already agreed to be with Xiao Ju. This successfully made Lu Chungjing pause. Shiryu continued, You are right. Covering is better than forgetting. So when Xiao Ju confessed, I agreed. The last time you came to Xiao Ju's house and asked if Xiao Ju bullied me, I said no. I was not being stubborn, because Xiao Ju and I had confirmed our relationship at that time. Shiryu's forehead was covered with fine sweat. He looked straight into Lu Chungjing's eyes, and the fingernails of his fingers hanging by his side sank into his palms. He tried to make his tone smooth and clear. Mr. Lu, Xiao Ju should be difficult to deal with, right? Are you sure you want to turn against him for me? Lu Chungjing hesitated for a while. Finally, he let go of him. Shiryu stumbled back to Xiao Ju residence. The wind started in the afternoon, and the sky was dark as if there was a heavy rain. The fallen leaves in the courtyard were blown by the wind. Shinsu stood in the wind waiting for him, wearing a black windbreaker with a cold smell. Shiryu threw himself into Shinsu's arms regardless of anything, and relaxed after smelling the familiar smell. A few buttons on his shirt were missing, and his face and exposed skin were unnaturally red. The two arms holding Shinsu trembled slightly, and there was a trace of rationality in his cold voice with a crying tone. Carry me to the bathroom. Chapter 70. No need to explain. The hot body in his arms has already explained what happened to Shiryu. Shinsu didn't say much, picked him up by the waist, and walked to the bathroom in 2 steps. Shinsu first put Shiryu on the sink, and then went to fill the bathtub. Who knew that after walking away for a while, he heard the sound of buttons falling off. The wrinkled shirt was torn open, and the collar on one side slid down the shoulder. Shiryu's fingers were tearing the other side. The whole person was unconscious, hot. So hot. Shinsu walked over and rudely helped Shiryu pull up his shirt. When he wanted to button it, he found that all the buttons had fallen off. He simply pulled the bathrobe to wrap him from neck to feet, and then carried him into the bathtub filled with cold water. When he stood up, his eyes darkened and looked at the void in front of him. The live broadcast room was filled with exclamation marks. Ah, I seem to be locked in his eyes just now. Oh my god. Shinsu's eyes are so scary. More than scary? That's a look that says one look will crush your eyeballs. I completely understand. After all, no one wants his wife to be seen by others. But there's no need to worry at all. Because what we see is Mosaic, hugging the smart, witty, cute, lively, cheerful and kind self. Heartbroken.jpg. When Shiryu came into contact with the cold water, he shivered all over, and then his body seemed to curl up, as if he couldn't stand the cold. Shinsu stood by the bathtub and stared at him for a while, then suddenly took off his coat, and stepped into the bathtub and hugged him in his arms. His hot body transmitted the temperature through the thin bathrobe. He waited until Shiryu slowly adapted to the water temperature before stepping out of the bathtub, and then left the bathroom. Soon, the sound of water came from another bathroom. After an unknown amount of time, Shiryu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His absent-minded eyes slowly focused, and he recognized that this was the bathroom of Xiaoju's master bedroom. Fortunately, Lu Qingjing's medicine was not heavy, so he didn't really need to do anything. His temperature had dropped, and his consciousness was slowly returning. His body was not so uncomfortable, but his face and lips were still very pale, and he was still a little weak. He remembered everything before his consciousness became confused. He remembered that he ran straight back to Xiaoju's home after leaving Lu Qingjing's residence. Shinsu was waiting for him at the door. He threw himself into Shinsu's arms, and then was taken to the bathroom by Shinsu and soaked in cold water. Shinsu was not in the bathroom. Shiryu noticed that his shirt was not taken off, but he was wrapped in a bathrobe. The bathrobe was soaked in cold water and stuck to his body, which was very uncomfortable. He hadn't recovered his strength yet, and he took off his clothes with some difficulty. He wanted to get up, but his legs and feet were weak. It might be the sequelae of that medicine. Shinsu? Shiryu called out hoarsely, but got no response. After a few seconds, he called out again, louder than before. Shinsu, can you come in? This time the bathroom door opened. Shinsu stood at the door in a dark bathrobe with a bad look on his face. His pupils shrank when his eyes met Shiryu, and then his face became worse. He didn't even look at Shiryu, and his tone was full of impatience. What's the matter? I can't get up. After saying that, Shiryu's ears felt a little hot. It didn't count when he was unconscious after taking the medicine, but it was really embarrassing for him to ask for help from his former mortal enemy when he was conscious. Shinsu leaned against the door frame without any reaction. His eyes were a little colder than usual. Shiryu had to speak again. Help me find another bathrobe. Shinsu finally made a move. He left for a while and came back, but he didn't bring a bathrobe but a blanket. He walked straight to Shiryu from the water without looking around. After shaking the blanket, Shiryu was wrapped in the blanket. Then Shinsu carried him up and threw him on the big bed in the master bedroom. Shiryu, He was no longer dizzy, but after being thrown by Shinsu, he felt dizzy and dizzy again. If the bed was not soft enough, he suspected that his back would be swollen. When Shinsu carried him on his shoulders just now, Shiryu felt that Shinsu's body was too low to match the constant temperature of the room. It was like he had rolled in the snow, his body was cold, and his hair was wet. Shinsu probably took a shower too. Shiryu guessed that he might have soiled Shinsu's clothes when he was unconscious, so it was understandable that Shinsu took a bath. But Shiryu couldn't understand Shinsu's inexplicable anger. The bathrobe is at the head of the bed, change it yourself. After saying this, Shinsu turned around and wanted to leave the room. Shinsu. Shiryu stopped him. You are so rude, it may be difficult to find a girlfriend in the future. He felt it necessary to give Shinsu some advice. After all, they are now friends. He advised earnestly, I don't care, but you should be gentler to your future girlfriend. Girls can't stand you throwing it like this. However, Shinsu didn't appreciate it at all, and his face was even more ugly than before. I don't want to find a girlfriend. After saying that, he went out. The door closed loudly. Shiryu sighed at the empty room and muttered to himself, is this a belated rebellious period? Live broadcast room, ha ha ha, his belated rebellious period, it was you who caused the anger. Who would have thought that it was Shiryu who was drugged, but it was Shinsu who suffered in the end. Shinsu has taken 3 cold showers. 3 cold showers. And each time lasted no less than an hour. Should I praise him for his endurance or for his tolerance? Holding his chin.jpg. Shinsu, don't be a coward. Are you a man? If you are a man, go for it. Supermarket him. Fry him up. Every time Shinsu took a cold shower, no one was innocent. Shiryu, what are you talking about? The cat tilted its head. The cat didn't understand. The cat was innocent.jpg. Shiryu slept for 2 hours and then got up. It was completely dark outside. It was the 4th night now. He didn't have much time left to complete the main task. Before he left, Lu Qingjing's favorability towards him increased by 15 points. This time, he didn't exchange points, but completed 3 tasks directly. He also received rewards. He didn't have time to look at it just now. He reopened the game panel and looked through the system information. Congratulations to the player for completing 3 side tasks. Task reward. The player obtains the status of a shareholder of Shengjing Entertainment, holds 1% of the shares, and obtains a chance to avoid death. Shareholder status reward description. Although the player obtains shareholder status, he cannot attend the shareholders meeting because the shareholding ratio is too low. Death avoidance opportunity reward description. The system determines that the player will automatically use the death avoidance opportunity when the current copy is fatally injured, and the player will gain an extra life. That is to say, the system must determine that it is fatal injury before he can use the death avoidance opportunity. How does the system determine it? I don't know what the standard is. Speaking of it, this reward is also very passive, but it is better than nothing. After completing the 3 side quests, it's time to consider the main quest. His main quest is to debut as the sinner with the first place. Now the first place in the popularity ranking is Yun Yi, with a popularity of 4325, while Shi Yu's popularity is still at 815, and his ranking has dropped to the bottom 10. This is a tough battle. He must overtake on the curve, otherwise it will be difficult to catch up. But fortunately, he is not fighting alone. He still has Shinsu. Shi Yu walked out of the bedroom, and saw Shinsu sitting on the sofa. He naturally went over to sit next to Shinsu, thinking about discussing with Shinsu what to do next, while brushing up his favorability. He and Shinsu's current partner favorability is 1000. According to their current progress in brushing up their favorability, 10,000 favorability is not a dream. My 3 side quests are completed. Now Shi Yu just sat down next to Shinsu. Before he held Shinsu's hand, Shinsu suddenly moved to the other side of the sofa. It seemed unnoticeable, but it was very deliberate. Shinsu pretended to be calm and said, "I went to the hall while you were sleeping." The current situation is not optimistic. Shi Yu thought that Shinsu might still be angry. After all, any straight man would not be in a good mood if he was bullied by his same sex. Shi Yu did not argue with Shinsu. He asked, "Why is it not optimistic?" "Go and see." Shinsu stood up, grabbed his windbreaker and put it on Shi Yu. During the process, he did not touch Shi Yu at all. He also put on a coat and said, "By the way, I take you to eat something." After walking a distance, Shi Yu asked, "Is the cafeteria closed at this time?" Shinsu, "That is for trainees, and it is open to us all day." Shi Yu, Okay. The cafeteria was indeed open for Shinsu, and the cafeteria manager smiled warmly. "Mr. Xiao, your dishes are ready." "Are they served now?" Shinsu, "Yes." Shi Yu thought Shinsu was here to accompany him to eat, but he didn't expect that the food was for 2 people, and Shinsu ate quite a lot. Shi Yu had a question in his mind, and after hesitating for a while, he still asked, "You didn't have dinner?" Shinsu paused, and then said expressionlessly, "I have. Can't I have a midnight snack?" Shi Yu looked at Shinsu for 3 seconds, and he couldn't see a trace of a playful smile, so he said, "Okay." Shinsu stopped talking again, lowered his head and ate quietly. Shinsu was a little strange today. A person who usually talks a lot, but today he was silent and frugal. When he went to the hall, Shi Yu knew the reason why Shinsu was silent today, and also understood why Shinsu said the situation was not optimistic. The open hall with a smooth floor was full of trainees, but it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. A man was lying on the ground after the crowd dispersed. He was wearing a trainee uniform, and was covered in blood. There was especially much blood on his face, so you couldn't even see his facial features. There was a dent on his forehead, which was caused by someone punching him violently. The names on the trainee popularity ranking list on the public screen were originally red, but now several names have turned gray, and gray means player is dead. The live performance on the live broadcast stage was shown on the public screen in the hall. At this moment, 2 sturdy men were fighting each other, like some underground boxing, punching each other to death, and both of them were covered in blood. After the performance, both of them had very high votes, almost reaching 2/3 of the number of viewers in the live broadcast room. The next stage performance was by a man and a woman. The woman was wearing a cheongsam, and the man was wearing a 3-piece suit. There was a chair in the center of the stage. The man in the suit sat on the chair, and the woman in the cheongsam sat on him. They were not skirting the line. They were really doing things in the boudoir in front of the camera. The votes for this stage were even higher than the previous stage. The next performance was Iran. His stage was even more exciting than the first stage. It can be seen that he had put a lot of effort in rehearsals, but because he was just an ordinary dance, he only had 1,000 votes in the live broadcast room with 70,000 people online. I don't know when the stage changed. The trainees are no longer just singing and dancing, but doing such unscrupulous things for votes. No one cares about the death of trainees. The NPC will not care. The system will not care. The system loves to see this kind of plot the most. This also made sure you have a guess. So many people are frantically brushing votes to improve their rankings. Will he be the only one who gets the main task of debuting in the C position with the first place after the update? Chapter 71. Sure Yu's guess was soon verified. Yun-Yi. A brown-skinned muscular man in the crowd walked up to Yun-Yi, put an arm on Yun-Yi's shoulder, and said in a familiar manner, "How about we work together on the next stage? You see, we are both popular people. The stage where we work together will definitely get double the votes." Sure you recognize this man as Zhao Fu, who is now ranked second in the popularity ranking. But Zhao Fu is 1,000 points behind Yun-Yi, who ranks first. Zhao Fu still has a bandage on his right palm, and blood is faintly seeping out from under the bandage. There are bruises on his face, which were left on the previous stage, and the name of the trainee who performed on the same stage with him has turned gray. Yun-Yi calmly took Zhao Fu's hand away, took 2 steps back and distanced himself from Zhao Fu, and said, "Brother Zhao, forget it. We are not in the same stage style." Zhao Fu's muscles bulged and his 2 arms were folded in front of his chest, threatening coldly, "Why, do you want me to tell your mentor before you agree?" Yun-Yi looked particularly tired, with dark circles under his eyes that could not be covered by makeup, and the light in his eyes was dim. He was thinner. It was not easy to maintain the first place, and this situation must not be the first time. Yun-Yi said, "Then Brother Zhao, go and tell my mentor." Yun-Yi has been working hard to maintain the first place, which means that his main task may also be debuting in the center position with the first place result. And Zhao Fu was so eager to pull Yun-Yi to perform, which means that his main task may also be this. The system not only makes 100 players desperately fight for 7 debut positions, but also makes some of them fight for the first place and get bloody. Everyone knows that going on stage with Zhao Fu is not a simple performance. You may be beaten to death. Yun-Yi can refuse because his performance is the best among all the trainees. Top students have preferential treatment from the mentors, while other trainees do not have this preferential treatment. This also explains why those trainees whose names are grayed out have to go even though they know they will die. During the time when Zhao Fu invited Yun-Yi, other people also invited some trainees who looked thin and easy to bully to perform on the same stage. Some people refused, some did not dare to refuse, and some could not refuse because the mentors were around. Another performance ended on the stage, and the cleaners were cleaning the blood on it. The trainee ecosystem is already in chaos. In this situation, it is difficult to say what kind of performance to get a high number of votes. He can't let sure you attract attention through bloody violence or color. The hall broadcast sounded at this time, "Attention, all trainees. Attention, all trainees." Jerry's voice came from the broadcast, in order to ensure the quality and viewing experience of the stage, and to provide the audience with a more exciting stage. The trainee-free stage ends here. From now on, the trainees will be randomly matched by the system to perform on stage. The matched trainees can perform on the cooperative stage or the competitive stage. After the performance, the audience will vote separately. We will have a double stage, a triple stage, and a 5-person stage, and the performance time of each stage will be increased to 10 minutes. Today's stage is for 2 people, and the stage for 3 people and 5 people will be held tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Matching starts now. The names of the trainees were scrolling on the big screen, and everyone held their breath and stared at the screen without blinking. The system is used for matching, and there is a high degree of uncertainty. No one knows whether the person you match is your friend or your enemy. After more than 10 seconds, the scrolling subtitles stopped. Qi Shui versus Qiu Xiaoyuan. The public screen switched to the stage interface, and Qiu Xiaoyuan and Qi Shui came on stage. Qiu Xiaoyuan was wearing a blue cloth dress and cloth shoes, a typical outfit for female college students in the Republic of China. The stage background was a bluestone path in the rain. She was walking in the rain with an oil paper umbrella. Suddenly, a hand with red nails stretched out from the alley, grabbed her neck, and dragged her into the alley. The oil paper umbrella fell from the exhausted hand, and the angle of landing on the ground was very clever, just blocking. On Qiu Xiaoyuan's upper body, the audience could only see Qi Shui, who was wearing a black agent uniform, heavy makeup and a cold face, and Qiu Xiaoyuan's 2 feet, which went from struggling to quiet and finally motionless. After the performance, both of them received a lot of votes. Qi Shui and Qiu Xiaoyuan are now ranked outside the top 15, and this performance has made their rankings rise steadily by 1 place. Qi Shui ranked 3rd in the first stage, and now she has dropped to outside the top 15. It seems that her performance is getting worse and worse, but in fact she is hiding her shortcomings. Just like this stage, everyone knows that compared with ordinary singing and dancing, the audience likes violent and exciting scenes more, so they perform such scenes for the audience to see, but there was no real bloody violence. Qi Shui is very smart. Of course, Qiu Xiaoyuan, who hugged Qi Shui's thigh as soon as she entered the game, is also very smart. Sure, you even felt that even if he didn't accompany Qiu Xiaoyuan into this dungeon, Qiu Xiaoyuan could still pass it alone, and his presence even increased the difficulty of the game. Qi Shui and Qiu Xiaoyuan's stage gave Shiryu some inspiration. Perhaps he could also perform a stage play, but now the performance method has changed, and it is impossible to determine who the matched object is, and it is not realistic to rehearse a stage play. Shiryu thought about it, and found that his name popped up on the big screen, Uni versus Shiryu. They smiled at each other in the crowd, and breathed a sigh of relief. There were only 90,000 viewers in the live broadcast room. Within a few seconds of the pop-up of this matching information, the number of people suddenly jumped to 120,000, and there was a trend of continued rise. When the two officially went on stage, the number of people online in the live broadcast room had reached 200,000. This situation has never happened before. The maximum number of people in the live broadcast room was only over 100,000 before. The recent stages are all pursuing adrenaline-spiking scenes, while they are performing standard singing and dancing. A round beam of light lit up in the center of the dark stage. Yuan Yi sat in the center of the stage, wearing a black silk shirt and trousers, with his legs curled up. He was barefoot, and his face buried between his knees. As the prelude of the music sounded, he slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. He wanted to stand up, but his hands and feet were tied by ropes. He struggled, resisted, and fought. Although he was tied with ropes, every posture of his was graceful, like a butterfly caught in a spider web. Although he was trapped in a dead end, he still did not give up his desire for life. However, how could a small butterfly fight against its natural enemy? It was just that the more it struggled, the tighter the spider silk became. In the end, the rope slowly closed and wrapped him into a cocoon. At this moment, the piano stopped. There was a grand piano in the shadow of the corner of the stage. Yu was sitting in front of the piano when the performance began. He was wearing a snow-white tuxedo and a dark bow tie. His slender white fingers danced on the black and white keys. His figure and the piano were hidden in the darkness until this moment, when he slowly walked out of the darkness. Black hair, snow-white skin, cold eyes, tall figure, cold temperament, accompanied by light steps, starlight swaying under his feet, as if the whole person was glowing. He walked step by step to the princess in distress, like a prince in a fairy tale, and untied the ropes that bound the princess. Although the butterfly that broke free from the spider silk was covered with wounds, its free dance became more and more moving. After the dance, the votes of the two people popped up on the big screen. Yun Yi, 54326. Shiryu, 186478. The votes were converted into points at a ratio of 100 to 1, which was 1864. With the previous 815 likes, Shiryu's likes now rose to 2679, and his ranking suddenly rose from the bottom 10 to the top 22nd. After a period of silence, the hall was filled with chaotic discussions. Why is it that Yun Yi contributed more? Even if this is a collaborative stage, the votes for the two should be about the same? Is Yu a relative at this time? That's outrageous. He's not a relative. You forgot that the NPCs in this game are judged by their looks. In the first stage, he just took off his mask and his votes went up. Wait, didn't you notice that his like value is wrong? If I remember correctly, this is his first time to perform on stage, right? Even if he ranked first in the first stage, he still has a dislike value. Logically, shouldn't the dislike value be cleared first after exchanging points? Why did he add all of them directly to the like value? Doesn't he need to clear the dislike value? Do you think he cleared his disgust value in some other way? After a long time, a voice spoke weakly. Then the small circle fell silent. When Shiryu returned to the hall, there was no more discussion about him. But Xiao Ju, who had been in the hall, heard all these voices. Shiryu returned to the hall with Yun Yi. The trainees he met along the way seemed to be looking at him vaguely, as if they were seeing him for the first time, but when he looked over, they would look away and pretend to be looking at the scenery. During this time, Yun-Yi said to himself, "My luck is really bad." Shiryu didn't hear clearly and asked Yun-Yi what he said. Yun-Yi shook his head and said it was nothing. Yun-Yi's accumulated like value was 4,868, still ranking first. But Yun-Yi knew very well that as long as Shiryu performed a few more stages, he would soon surpass him. If Shiryu prepared the stage seriously, he would not even need so many stages. 1 or 2 stages would be enough to surpass him. He and those who risked their lives to win votes looked ridiculous in front of Shiryu. The task of debuting as the center, with the first place issued by the system, was also ridiculous. Because as long as Shiryu was there, no one could complete this main task. "Let's go!" Shinsu said to Shiryu. Shiryu asked Shinsu to wait for a while, and he asked Yun-Yi, "We just finished the performance. It shouldn't be our turn for the time being. Do you want to go for a midnight snack together?" In fact, having a midnight snack was an excuse. He and Yun-Yi cooperated happily, and they could continue to cooperate next. He wanted to call Yun-Yi to discuss the next countermeasures. There would be a 3-person stage and a 5-person stage later. If they accidentally matched with a group again, they would have a way to deal with it. Of course, in addition to Yun-Yi, he also planned to invite Chiu Xiaoyuan and Qi Shui. The game was already halfway through, and there were quite a few people who formed teams at this time. It would not arouse suspicion if he approached Chiu Xiaoyuan at this time. However, Yun-Yi refused. "No, I'm not hungry yet." Shiryu was stunned for a moment, thinking that Yun-Yi might not understand what he meant, so he made the meaning of the invitation clearer. "Then do you have time later?" "No time, I want to practice dancing." Yun-Yi turned his face away and stopped talking to Shiryu. Even though Shiryu was slow in character, he understood that Yun-Yi meant that he didn't want to cooperate with him anymore. He respected Yun-Yi's ideas, so he would not bother Yun-Yi again in the future. And his original intention to find Chiu Xiaoyuan also retreated a little. Maybe Chiu Xiaoyuan didn't need him. The little girl had her own ideas. The little girl would be safer with Qi Shui, and he seemed to have become the target of public criticism. Now approaching Chiu Xiaoyuan might bring unnecessary trouble to Chiu Xiaoyuan. Therefore, in the end, only Xiaoju and Shiryu left the hall together. After the two left, an arm was placed on Yun-Yi's shoulder again. "Brother Yun." Zhao Fu hooked Yun-Yi's shoulder and said with a heartfelt feeling, "I know you are unhappy, and I am not happy either." "Why does he do that? Is it because he is a pretty boy?" "It's okay, we have a way." As he spoke, Zhao Fu took Yun-Yi and walked out of the corridor, followed by several younger brothers, who smelled of cigarettes. Chapter 72. Shiryu and Shinsu returned to their residence in silence, and both of them were in a bad mood. Shiryu had already been in the limelight once in the first stage, and now he became the focus again with a collaborative stage, but being the focus is not a good thing. Through this stage, everyone can see that as long as Shiryu wants, he can easily get the first place. What do those who work hard to earn votes think? Without Shiryu, they can still compete. With Shiryu, they have no suspense at all. So how to restore the ecosystem? The only way is to get rid of Shiryu, who is like a cheat. There are 3 days left before the end of the dungeon. After that, there will be a 3-person stage and a 5-person stage. They are all randomly matched. Killing people on the stage is not illegal, and you can get high votes. What if you are matched with someone with ulterior motives? You can ask the tutor for help. Shinsu went upstairs, and came down with 3 black cards in his hand. He walked to the sofa, and handed the cards to Shiryu, saying, "I found the tutor's help card in the drawer of Xiaoju's study." The trainee uses the tutor's help card during the performance. The tutor can enter to assist the trainee to complete the performance. If you meet someone with bad intentions, you can use this card and I will come in. Whether it was unintentional or deliberate, Shinsu sat down on the sofa, separated from Shiryu by a distance. When he handed the card to Shiryu, their fingers did not touch. Shiryu took the card and said, "Okay." But he was not sure in his heart. It's not that he didn't trust Shinsu, but because the system is an uncertain number. The system likes to see bloody killings, and likes to see players killing each other. Now the system has pushed Shiryu to the forefront, and made him the target of public criticism. The system wants to see him being attacked by everyone. Then will the system allow him to use the help card, even if this help card can be used? When he really encounters someone with bad intentions and difficult to deal with, will he use the help card to ask Shinsu to come in and die with him? Shiryu accepted the Mentor's help card. In fact, he had no intention of using it at all. You must use it when you encounter danger. Shinsu looked straight at him, as if he knew what he was thinking, and emphasized. Shiryu was startled, and then nodded, "Okay." It was late at night. It was time to go to bed. During this period, they slept in the same room and on the same bed, one for the convenience of communication, and the other to brush up the partner's favorability. Today, Shinsu took his pillow after taking a shower and walked out, leaving a sentence before leaving, "I'm going to sleep on my side." Shinsu. Shiryu called Shinsu and asked, "Aren't we going to brush up the favorability?" Shinsu didn't look back, and his tall figure stood at the door and said, "It's too slow. I don't know when we can brush up to 10,000 with this brushing method." And I took a look. Except for the resurrection props unlocked by 10,000 favorability, other props are actually useless, and they are not as good as the props opened by the advanced blind box. Shiryu nodded, "Well, I understand." Shinsu left, and Shiryu looked at the empty bedroom. Somehow, he felt empty in his heart. Shiryu is not a particularly sensitive person, but he also understands something. Since the incident when he was drugged by Lu Chungjing, Shinsu has been deliberately keeping a distance from him, deliberately not having physical contact with him, and even unwilling to sleep in the same room with him, and even not brushing the favorability. Although he had lost his mind at that time, his memory was still there. After he ran back from Lu Chungjing, he had no strength to let Shinsu carry him to the bathroom because of the effect of the medicine. Later, he asked Shinsu to help him get a bathrobe. Apart from that, he felt that he had not done anything too excessive to Shinsu. Even if Shinsu was angry, a day had passed, and he should have calmed down. But now Shinsu didn't even want to share a room with him. So there was only one explanation for Shinsu's behavior. Shinsu was a straight man, and he was avoiding suspicion. Shiryu was also a straight man. Shinsu didn't need to do this at all. He couldn't say he was disappointed, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. Although Shiryu couldn't explain why he felt uncomfortable, he slept in a daze that night. Half asleep and half awake, Shiryu heard the broadcast. Next stage, Trainee Shiryu versus Trainee Feng Hai. Shiryu sat up from the bed and rubbed his eyes. For a moment, he thought it was hallucination, and then the broadcast sounded again. "Please ask Trainee Shiryu, Trainee Feng Hai, to go backstage and prepare immediately." It wasn't a hallucination. He was matched again. Shiryu thought that he would not be matched again after matching once for a double stage, but it turned out that it was not the case. Before leaving, Shiryu took a look at the light on his side, which was off. The radio was loud, and Shinsu was a light sleeper, so it was impossible for him not to be awakened. Could it be that the radio was controlled by some mechanism so that only he could hear it? On the way to the backstage, he passed the hall and saw some changes in the ranking of trainees' popularity on the public screen. Yunyi dropped to third place, and Zhao Fu didn't know what he had done in the past few hours to rank second, but Shiryu was still the first. Shiryu saw his opponent Feng Hai backstage. He was a tall, thin and pale man with black framed glasses, bangs pressing down on his eyes, ordinary appearance, and gloomy eyes. This man was one of Zhao Fu's younger brothers. Soon it was their turn to go on stage. After the two of them stepped onto the stage, iron cages were raised around them, and the red countdown words lit up on the big screen behind them. 10 minutes later, the iron cage slowly descended. Shiryu stood in the center of the stage, his pale face stained with a bit of blood after exercise, his hair was messy, and his forehead hair, wet by sweat, was close to his skin, but he didn't look embarrassed at all, he was still very beautiful. There were a few drops of blood on the collar of his white shirt, and one side of the shirt sleeve was torn. His right hand hanging by his side was dripping with blood. There was a deep wound on the back of his hand that could see the bone. There was blood between his fingers, and scarlet blood drops dripped from his fingertips onto the smooth floor of the stage. It was quiet all around. Feng Hai, who was lying at Shiryu's feet, didn't move. If he hadn't blinked his eyes from time to time, he would have been judged as dead by the system. After the performance, the big screen showed the votes of the two. Feng Hai, 290. Shiryu, 126589. The votes were in stark contrast, but the discussion in the live broadcast room was not about the votes. Yu, such a beautiful woman, is so good at fighting? Is this scientific? My wife looks so thin and weak, but she punched me so hard that I couldn't get up. I declare that my wife will be my husband from now on. Husband, please face me head on. Feng Hai, this rubbish, actually stabbed me. Everyone was unarmed, but he was armed with a dagger. My wife's beauty was almost ruined by him. This rubbish deserved to die, but my wife didn't kill him directly and spared his life. Zhao Fu and the others secretly discussed that there was no need to kill Shiryu, just destroy his face. Shiryu and Xiao Ju had a special relationship. Killing Shiryu would be in case Xiao Ju caused trouble for them. The reason why Shiryu got a high number of votes was nothing more than his face. If his face was destroyed, he would not be a big deal. But they missed one thing. Shiryu is very good at fighting. Haha, you didn't expect it, did you? Surprised? Unexpected? Stimulating? Shiryu glanced at the number of votes. There was no emotion in his dark eyes. He tore a piece of cloth from his shirt, simply wrapped the wound on his right hand, and then left the stage to Xiaoju residence. Shiryu could see that Feng Hai was not after his life. Feng Hai had been attacking his face. Feng Hai wanted to disfigure him, or rather, Xiao Fu and his group wanted to disfigure him. Feng Hai's knife was aimed at his eyes. If he had blocked it a little slower, he would not have injured the back of his hand. After Shiryu left, Feng Hai struggled to get up and staggered off the stage. He was not seriously injured, only skin injuries. Shiryu did not kill him. It was only the last punch that made him unable to get up for a long time. He was still a little dizzy. Feng Hai had just walked off the stage when he was kicked away by Xiao Fu, who was on his way, and was furious. Xiao Fu cursed, "You can't even complete this task, and you still have the face to live." One kick was not enough. Xiao Fu went up and kicked a few more times, and left with a group of younger brothers after venting his anger. Yuni left a step later. Before leaving, he handed a bottle of medicine to Feng Hai. Feng Hai didn't take it. Yuni put the bottle on the ground and left. The gloomy eyes covered by his bangs stared at Xiao Fu's figure until Xiao Fu's figure disappeared. Feng Hai retracted his gaze and picked up the bottle of medicine in front of him. When Shiryu returned to Xiaoju residence, the sky in the east was already light. It was the 5th day. It was foggy in the morning. In the hazy sky, a tall and familiar figure stood in the courtyard. Shinsu didn't look very happy. When he saw that Shiryu's back of the hand was injured, Shinsu's face became even uglier. He held Shiryu's wrist and lifted his right hand to look at it, and asked calmly, "Why didn't you call me?" It was too late. The broadcast notification was very sudden and late at night. This excuse was barely acceptable. Shiryu wanted to pull his hand back, but the force holding his wrist was so strong that he couldn't pull it out at all, and his wrist was pinched so hard that it hurt. "Why didn't you use the help card?" Shinsu asked again. Shiryu tried again, but still couldn't break free. He simply stopped moving and let Shinsu hold his hand. He explained, "It hasn't come to that yet. I can handle Feng Hai. It's just that there was an accident and I suffered some skin injuries." Shinsu's eyes fell back on the back of Shiryu's hand. The white cloth wrapped around the wound was soaked with dark red. Shinsu loosened his hand a little, but didn't let go completely. He still held Shiryu's wrist and pulled him into the house to treat his wound. Shinsu found the medical kit, with a blank expression throughout the whole process. Shinsu had always been the one to find topics between them, but now the person who was finding topics didn't find topics anymore. The sudden silence made Shiryu very uncomfortable. Realizing that Shinsu might be in a bad mood because he was injured, Shiryu explained, "In fact, the injuries we get in the game are not real injuries. I just use some props like gold wound medicine, and the wound is slowly healing." As he spoke, Shinsu peeled off the last layer of cloth. The wound on the back of Shiryu's hand, which was originally deep enough to see the bone, had healed to only a shallow red wound 5 centimeters long. It was still healing slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It should be completely healed in less than half an hour. Shiryu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This prop was okay, and it was worth using 5 bottles in one go. But despite this, the dried blood stains on the back of the hand and fingers still clearly told Shinsu how deep the wound was originally. In fact, with the gold wound medicine prop, there is no need for iodine gauze and other things. But Shinsu still used a cotton swab dipped in hydrogen peroxide to carefully avoid the wound and wiped off the blood on Shiryu's hand. The whole process was silent. After finishing everything, Shinsu said while packing up, "You don't plan to use the help card at all, right?" Shiryu opened his mouth, swallowed the excuse that came to his lips, and told the truth, "Yes." "Why?" Shinsu put the medicine box back to its original place without changing his expression, and turned back to sit on the single sofa next to him. He seemed not surprised by Shiryu's answer, and asked why casually. "I don't want to use the help card because I don't want you to get hurt, that's all." Shiryu told the truth again. Shinsu tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, looking at the void in front of him, with no expression on his face, and a calm tone. "Why don't you want me to get hurt?" "Because we are friends," Shiryu said. Shinsu stopped tapping the armrest of the sofa for a moment. He still looked at the void in front of him, with no expression on his face, and did not respond to Shiryu's words. After a while, Shiryu asked back, "Then why do you insist on asking me to use the help card?" Shiryu could think of Shinsu's answer. "No matter if it was after all, we have worked together several times. I can't watch you die. Your parents know each other. It will be difficult to explain to the elders if you die." Although we didn't have a good relationship before, we grew up together anyway. And so on. However, the answer given by Shinsu was not any of the ones sure you could think of. I don't want to make excuses to perfunctory you, but you don't want to hear the real reason. After that, Shinsu got up and went upstairs. When he reached the corner, Shinsu paused and said, "Go take a shower and get ready. The 3-person stage match should start soon." Chapter 73. He who usually talks nonsense all the time, now says he doesn't want to make excuses to him. Shiryu is not used to Shinsu suddenly becoming so serious. Although Shiryu doesn't like Shinsu's frivolous and unserious look, compared to the tense face now, Shiryu hopes Shinsu will be like before. And Shinsu talks strangely. What is the real reason he doesn't want to hear? Is Shinsu doing this to get something from him? But from the perspective of their family background, the Shin family is actually superior to the Shur family, and Shinsu doesn't need to get anything from him. But Shinsu looks so serious. To be honest, it's also very strange. Shiryu doesn't know what he is doing. Anyway, at this moment his hands are out of control. His thumb and index finger pull up the corners of Shinsu's lips, making a smile. He joked, "I got 120,000 votes on this stage, and I won the first place again. As my mentor, shouldn't you be happy?" I don't know if Shiryu's joke is not funny. Shinsu didn't laugh, and even opened his hand, with the corners of his mouth pursed into a straight line, looking at him coldly. "Don't touch it." "Shiryu, eh?" "Okay, Shinsu really can't take a joke now." The two went upstairs to their rooms to take a shower. Shiryu took a shower, and took a hot shower with his mind empty, and without distraction. Shinsu stood in front of the bathroom mirror, raised his hand, put 2 fingers on the corners of his lips, pinched, and pulled up. Shinsu looked at himself in the mirror. So ugly. The two took a shower and went directly to the lobby of venue number 1 without waiting for the broadcast to call people. More than 20 names of the 100 trainees on the public screen in the hall have been grayed out, indicating that more than 20 players have died, and the remaining surviving trainees are here. On the screen of the stage broadcast, 3 trainees are performing at this moment, and the 3-person stage has indeed begun to match. There is nothing to see on the stage now. It's just to attract attention and play blood or edge. Shiryu found a place to sit, and wait for the system to match. He was matched soon, and the other 2 were also acquaintances. Shiryu versus Qi Shui versus Qiu Xiaoyuan. Qiu Xiaoyuan looked at Shiryu nodded slightly to Qiu Xiaoyuan, and Qiu Xiaoyuan also gave him an okay gesture. Qi Shui also glanced at Shiryu. That look was very plain, without malice. I guess Qiu Xiaoyuan told Qi Shui about their relationship. The 3 of them went on stage tacitly. Qiu Xiaoyuan and Qi Shui had rehearsed before, and Shiryu couldn't join in the drama they were performing. He couldn't just stand there like a telephone pole, and it would be bad if the system judged it as a passive performance. Shiryu suddenly had an idea, and he took out the black card given to him by Shinsu. As a mentor's help card became invalid, Xiaoju in black appeared on the stage. This was the first time that a mentor came on stage to calm the situation during the trainee's performance. Qi Shui and Qiu Xiaoyuan were both stunned, but soon they found that Xiaoju didn't even look at them, and went straight to Shiryu. The two, well, it was indeed to calm the situation, but not to help them. The stage live broadcast room started from Xiaoju. The audience was rising like crazy, from 180,000 to 250,000 in 1 minute, and it was still rising. Shiryu used the mentor help card, but it was more like he was coaxing Shinsu than asking for help. Because Shiryu found that the reason Shinsu was angry with him might be because he did not use the mentor help card on the last stage. "Let's have a fight." Shiryu approached Shinsu and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Unlike Qi Shui and Qiu Xiaoyuan, they had not rehearsed some programs. Shiryu didn't know what to perform when he pulled people up temporarily. After thinking about it, it seemed that this was the only one that could work. After all, the audience likes to watch trainees fighting each other. Then fighting can be regarded as a relatively gentle fight. "Okay." Shinsu stepped back 2 steps and said to him, "You fight." Shiryu did it without hesitation. So the stage was divided into 2 sides. One side performed a drama, and the other side performed a fighting show. Each of them performed their own, but the popularity was particularly high. During this period, many viewers poured into the live broadcast room. At this moment, the number of viewers has reached 300,000, breaking the highest record of the live broadcast room in history. Someone in the hall was chatting. "Is the mentor support so awesome? Next time, I will ask my mentor to help me." If you want the mentor to help you, you need a mentor's help card. Do you have it? Did your mentor give you this card? And even if you have a mentor's help card, your mentor may not be willing to help you. Even if the mentor is willing to help you, Not all mentors are so awesome. Among the 4 mentors, only Xiaoju has such popularity. Can you ask Xiaoju to help you? Shiryu has been learning martial arts since he was a child. His martial arts skills are not bad. He can fight well against others, but he is no match for Shinsu. First of all, they have the same martial arts master and learn the same way. They can almost completely predict the opponent's next punch. Secondly, Shiryu's body size and strength are not as good as Shinsu, which is a disadvantage. Of course, the most important thing is that Shinsu has no martial ethics and will hit people. When the time is almost up, Shiryu is pressed to the floor by Shinsu. 2 buttons of his shirt fell off during this sparring. His beautiful collarbone is faintly visible under the collar. His chest under the shirt rises and falls violently. There are fine sweat threads on his forehead. Due to the intense exercise, the exposed skin is faintly red. Only his 2 wrists are dazzlingly white. At this moment, they are held by Shinsu with one hand and pressed on the top of his head. Shiryu's upper body cannot move at all. His 2 legs are also held by Shinsu's legs, and his legs cannot move. Shiryu, This has gone beyond the scope of discussion. In fact, Shinsu only needs to throw him to the ground. Discussion, just stop when it's time, there's no need to do anything extra. So Shinsu is a trickster. Shinsu didn't even want to end it here. He held Shiryu's chin with his other free hand, lifted Shiryu's face, and breathed on Shiryu's face while speaking, "Do you want a higher number of votes?" What? Shiryu didn't understand. His eyelashes were stained with sweat and stuck together, making his eyes wet. He looked at Shinsu with a confused look, his face flushed like a peach blossom, more attractive than his usual cold look. Shinsu's Adam's apple rolled. He originally planned to borrow a seat, but changed his mind temporarily. Shiryu watched Shinsu approaching slowly. Shinsu's face enlarged in his pupils, and gradually, the shadow covered him completely. Then, there was a pain on his lips. After a few seconds, or more than 10 seconds, Shiryu realized that he was kissed by Shinsu. No, it was bitten. The skin was broken. Shinsu still did not let him go, and the red on his lips was evenly spread by Shinsu's fingers, and the whole lip was dyed into a bright color, and then the bloody finger was inserted into Shiryu's mouth and stirred. Shiryu tasted the taste of his own blood. The official live broadcast room of the game dungeon was filled with colorful bullet comments. Ah! Fuck! Fuck! I am uneducated, and all I can say is just one sentence: fuck. So arrogant, so arrogant, so arrogant. Shinsu, you are so good, I can't tell. Shinsu, why are you like this? How can you treat you like this? You don't respect people at all? Let him go, let me do it. This abacus is really loud. I want to say I can also use an abacus. I still want to say, why bite someone's lips? And bite someone's lips, don't you know that it hurts to eat with a mouth ulcer? Really, not gentle at all. If it were me, I would kiss him with my tongue. Kiss him so hard that he can't breathe. Kiss him so hard that his saliva flows, his eyes are blurred. And then do things that bullet comments don't allow. Expand the things that bullet comments don't allow, and change the protagonist to Shinsu, thank you. Shiryurin was still confused, not knowing when Shinsu let go of him. Until his body felt lighter, he was picked up by Shinsu and left the stage. The votes of the 3 people popped up on the big screen. Qiu Xiaoyuan, 78892. Qi Shui, 82746. Shiryu, 293756. Although the votes of Shiryu and them are still far apart, they also got traffic. This stage has more votes than any of their usual stages. Now Qi Shui and Qiu Xiaoyuan are both ranked in the top 10. And Shiryu's current votes are 3 times higher than the second place. The organizers couldn't stand it anymore. The trainee housekeeper Jerry said on the radio, since trainee Shiryu's performance is too outstanding, in order to reflect fairness, all his subsequent stage matches will be cancelled. Please ask trainee Shiryu to directly participate in the finals on the 7th day. Shiryu, That's pretty good, he can continue to lie down. Shiryu lay down at Xiaoju residence for a day. In the morning of the 6th day of the game, the 2 sat at the dining table to eat breakfast delivered by the cafeteria. Shiryu was drinking rice porridge while reading the newspaper. Shinsu glanced at Shiryu and took a bite of the fried egg. After a while, he finished the fried egg, but Shiryu was still drinking the porridge in small sips, and he didn't even finish half a bowl of porridge. Shinsu noticed the broken wound at the corner of Shiryu's lip. He tried to hold back, but couldn't help asking, "Don't you have a golden wound medicine prop? Why don't you use it?" Last time, Shiryu's wound on the back of his hand was so deep that the bone was visible, and it healed in a few hours with the prop. So the broken wound on the lip should heal faster with the prop, but it seems to be more serious than yesterday, and even slightly red and swollen. It can be seen that Shiryu did not use the prop. Shiryu swallowed the rice porridge in his mouth and said, "It's just a little skin breakage. That kind of prop should be kept for serious injuries." Shiryu unconsciously licked his lips while speaking, and licked the wound. His bright red lips were wetted by saliva and became shiny. Shinsu felt dry in the mouth and drank half a cup of milk in one breath. He asked Shiryu again, "Aren't you angry?" "What are you angry about?" Shiryu asked. "I bit you." After saying this, Shinsu took another sip of milk. "I don't know if it's because the milk is warm, but it didn't relieve the dryness in the mouth at all, but it got hotter and hotter." Shiryu said, "I got a little injured and got a high number of votes. Why should I be angry? Besides, you are helping me." He really wasn't angry. The audience likes to watch bloody scenes, but their competition is too gentle. In the end, there was some blood. Although it was literally seeing some blood, the effect seemed to be good, and if it weren't for Shinsu's last move, maybe he wouldn't have such a high number of votes, which would allow him to lie down for the next 2 days. Shiryu even felt that it was too difficult for Shinsu, a straight man, to bite his lips. Shinsu finished his breakfast quickly. He stared at Shiryu for a long time, which made Shiryu feel scared. Then he stood up and said something puzzling. "I would rather you be angry." Shinsu went upstairs. Then Shiryu heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. He wondered why Shinsu took a shower again now after getting up early in the morning. Is he so clean? Chapter 74. There was a sudden strong wind at night, followed by a heavy rain, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Shiryu had insomnia after hearing the thunder, and he tossed and turned until midnight without falling asleep. He had a hunch that tomorrow's finals would not be as easy as before, but he knew that the reason for his insomnia was not because of tomorrow's finals. Knock, knock. Shiryu knocked on the door of the side bedroom. Shinsu was still awake. A bedside lamp was on, and Shinsu was leaning against the bedside reading a book. The warm halo outlined his tall and handsome outline. "The thunder is a bit loud. Can I come to your room to sleep?" Shiryu asked. Shinsu paused while reading, raised his eyes, and looked forward. Shiryu stood at the door of the bedroom in a snow-white pajamas. The pajamas were loose, and the 2 white jade-like collarbones under the collar could be clearly seen. Perhaps because he had just climbed out of bed, his messy hair was still sticking out of his head. Compared with his usual neat appearance, Shiryu looked a little cute at this moment. In fact, Shiryu looked like this every morning when she woke up in his arms in the past few days. Pure and flawless, like a piece of white paper. It made people want to pollute him. "No!" Shinsu's tone was stiff, and then he moved his eyes away even more stiffly. Shiryu stood there for a few seconds, probably not expecting to be rejected, but in the end, he turned around, closed the door and left, leaving a somewhat lonely Oh. The audience in the live broadcast room was very disappointed. "Ah, your wife came to your door, and you didn't want her? Shinsu, are you not good enough? If you can't, let me do it. Shinsu doesn't want it, but I do. Come on, pack up Yu's wife, and put her in my bed. Shinsu, you will regret it. I promise you will regret it. Shinsu will definitely regret it, because Yu's wife is already in my bed. What are you thinking about? Yu's wife is clearly in my bed. If you just eat a peanut." After dawn, the remaining 65 trainees ushered in the final stage. The ranking of trainees' popularity at this moment is as follows. First place, Shiryu. Second place, Zhao Fu. Third place, Yun Yi. Fourth place, Lu Zhuangzhuang. Eighth place, Qi Shui. Ninth place, Xiao Xiaoyuan. 15th place, He Ran. 16th place, Chen Mo. The final stage is not at the training base. The company sent several buses to take 65 trainees to a mountain. This is a deserted deep mountain forest with lush vegetation covering the sky. There are weeds underfoot and steep cliffs. If you are not careful, you will fall into the abyss. There are unknown dangers lurking in the depths of the jungle. Jerry stood on a slightly open lawn and smiled at the camera with 8 teeth. "Good morning, trainees and audience in front of the screen. Welcome to the Shengjing Entertainment Trainee Finals. Yes, our final stage is no longer limited to a small stage." Jerry turned sideways to let the camera capture the rolling mountains and forests behind him. "The whole mountain is the stage for our trainees to show themselves. Now I announce the rules of the finals. The finals will last for 24 hours. The time is 9:30 now. The finals will officially start at 10 o'clock and end at 10 o'clock tomorrow. The finals will be broadcast live throughout the whole process. Each trainee will be followed by 3 invisible cameras. Trainees can do whatever they want in this mountain, and the audience will vote for everyone based on their performance. Voting rules. At the beginning of the finals, each audience in the live broadcast room can get 3 free favorite tickets. After that, for every hour of live broadcast, 1 free favorite ticket can be obtained. In addition, the audience can also redeem favorite tickets for their favorite trainees through recharge. The audience can cast multiple favorite tickets for the same trainee, or they can cast them separately for different trainees. One audience favorite ticket can accumulate 1 favorite point. After the finals, the top 7 trainees in terms of trainee popularity can debut as a group. Okay, these are the rules. We will come here to pick you up at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We still have 10 minutes. You can use this time to stretch or find a venue. The finals will officially start in 10 minutes. Jerry got on the bus after explaining the rules. The rest of the staff also got on the bus one after another. Then the buses went down the mountain road one after another. The morning light enveloped the rolling mountains and forests, and the empty mountaintops were full of people. Today, all the trainees wore the same blue and white uniforms. The boys wore shirts, vests and trousers, and the girls wore shirts, vests and short skirts, just like the first day Shiryu entered this dungeon. It's just that at that time, the people around him would not look at Shiryu with hostile and malicious eyes. A group of people slowly surrounded Shiryu. It was not yet 10 o'clock, and the finals had not officially started, so they just surrounded Shiryu and did nothing to him for the time being. This group of people is led by Zhao Fu, with a total of more than 20 people. Zhao Fu still thinks that there are not enough people, and intends to recruit others to target Shiryu. It's the finals now, and I, Zhao Fu, will not hide it. My main task has been changed to you must get the first place to debut in the center position after the update. Of course, I believe that there are others besides me who have received this task. From the rankings of the past few days, I think everyone knows that as long as this person is alive, no matter how hard we try, we can't surpass him. Only when he dies, we have the possibility of competing for the first place, and only when he dies, this game will be fair. Zhao Fu's words alone are not credible. Obviously, Zhao Fu himself knows this. He put his hand on Yun Yi's shoulder beside him, and told everyone openly that Yun Yi has joined his camp, right, Brother Yun? Yun Yi looked at Shiryu, and Shiryu also looked at him. The two looked at each other for a few seconds. Yun Yi said calmly, Brother Zhao is right. No matter what happens in the future, we should unite for now. From the first day they entered the dungeon, before the stage was replaced by violence and blood, Yun Yi was the most powerful person here. Everyone can see this. If it weren't for Shiryu's existence, Yun Yi would be the first in the first stage and the ranking afterwards. In fact, many people here agree with Yun Yi's strength on the stage, and sneer at Shiryu, who relies on his face to get to the top. Seeing that Yun Yi is on Zhao Fu's side, a few people hesitated and walked forward. When one person came forward, the second, the third, the 10th, people came forward one after another, and almost everyone gathered around, except Qi Shui and Qiu Xiaoyuan. Lu Zhuangzhuang and He Ren did not come. One of Zhao Fu's younger brothers said to the 4 people dissatisfiedly, What's wrong with you guys? Do you want to be our enemy? At this time, the broadcast on the tree sounded. The finals officially begin. I wish all trainees good luck. Qi Shui and Qiu Xiaoyuan ignored the younger brother and turned to walk towards a mountain road. Lu Zhuangzhuang and He Ren also left in different paths. The younger brother just complained and ignored the people who left. After all, the most important thing for them now is to kill Shiryu. On the mountain road, after walking for a while, Qi Shui asked Qiu Xiaoyuan, Don't you care about your cousin? My brother just typed Morse code and said he is away, so I don't have to worry. Even so, Qiu Xiaoyuan still looked a little worried, and her steps slowed down involuntarily. Qi Shui looked at Qiu Xiaoyuan for a few seconds, sighed, and turned around. Let's go! It's the finals, and we don't mind exposing this relationship. Besides, we have just stood on the opposite side of Zhao Fu. If we meet him somewhere else later, Zhao Fu will not let us go. Why don't we go back and see if we can help? Qi Shui said, and walked forward a few steps. Okay. Qiu Xiyuan's voice was crisp. Then the sound of footsteps followed. The morning sun enveloped the top of the mountain. Shiryu was surrounded by the crowd. He said calmly, I don't know if you have paid attention to the rules just now. Jerry only said that the top 7 trainees in the popularity ranking can debut as a group, but he didn't say what will happen to the rest of the trainees. Aren't you curious about what will happen to the trainees after the 7th place? Everyone was wearing the same uniform. Others looked like they were wearing sacks, but Shiryu wore it with the temperament of a young man from an aristocratic school. The golden morning sun danced on the tip of his hair, and that beautiful face seemed to be glowing. Just looking at this beautiful face, some players had already had the idea of not wanting to hurt him. Shiryu's next words greatly shook the players' thoughts. Everyone's main task must be to debut as a group. Some of them must debut as the first place. You can't rank higher than me, so you want to unite and kill me. But even if you kill me, you have to fight to the death for the first place. Besides, there are more than 60 of us here, and there are only 7 debut spots. No matter what, some people will not be able to get a debut spot. What will be the consequences for the trainees who cannot get a debut spot? Elimination? Or stay in the game forever? No one knows. The dungeon time was originally 90 days. Do you know why it was suddenly shortened? When Shiryu asked this question, the people around him were silent for a moment, and Shiryu continued, because I told Lu Chungjing that I wanted to debut quickly, 90 days was too long, so he shortened the time for me. Everyone looked at each other, and saw shock in each other's eyes. Although they had long known that Shiryu was a cheating existence, they were still shocked to learn that Shiryu could influence the behavior of NPCs, because this situation had never happened before. At least they had never heard of it. When I was performing on a 3-person stage, Xiaoju suddenly appeared on the stage to cooperate with me. Guess what the reason was? Shiryu asked again. Because he gave me 3 mentor help cards. Shiryu had a faint smile on his lips. He raised his head slightly while speaking, with perfect chin and neck lines, like a beautiful kitten who is spoiled. I used one, and now I have 2. I can summon Xiaoju here at any time. With my relationship with Xiaoju and Lu Chungjing, I can pass the finals even if I do nothing. But you are different. Shiryu's eyes slowly swept around. Except for Zhao Fu, many people had hesitant expressions. Shiryu continued, Lu Chungjing is the president of Shungjing Entertainment. His identity is crucial in this copy. He can change the rules for me, and naturally he could also fulfill some other wishes for me. Having said that, Shiryu did not continue to speak. The chips were enough, and he directly put forward his conditions. Who of you is willing to protect me and spend these 24 hours safely? Then in exchange, I can guarantee that after the finals, even if you don't get the debut position, you can leave the dungeon safely. Some people put away their weapons after hesitating, some took a few steps back and stopped surrounding him, and of course some people still questioned, why should we believe you? There have been such players before. At the beginning, he lied to everyone that he could lead everyone to complete the game, but in the end, he killed everyone and completed the game himself. Even if you can let NPC do things for you, who can guarantee that you won't change your mind at the last minute? Yes. How do you prove that you are not such a person? Why should we believe you? Shiryu let everyone question him for a while, and then slowly said, I have no way to prove that my morality is fine, but now it seems that you have no choice, right? Everyone was silent. That's indeed the truth. You choose to believe me, at least I can give you some promises, but if you follow Zhao Fu, what can he promise you? Shiryu continued to question his soul. The surroundings were even quieter now. After a moment of silence, a man raised his hand. I believe in you. I am willing to be your bodyguard. The boy said, as he walked toward Shiryu. Shiryu recognized that this was the boy who got the number 99 in the first stage. His name was Chinemo. His dressing table was on the left of Shiryu. He was an introverted and quiet boy. He didn't expect that he would be the first to stand up. Shiryu was a little relieved and smiled at Chinemo. However, the smile froze at the corner of his lips before it fully blossomed. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, Chinmo's footsteps paused, and the next second, dark red blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. When he fell straight forward, his eyes were still wide open, as if he didn't understand what happened. Zhao Fu raised his gun and swept through the crowd, and announced coldly, This is the fate of betrayers. I wonder who dares to move forward. Chinemo had a gun in his heart and died with his eyes open. Zhao Fu no longer had a moral bottom line. For him, killing is as simple as killing a chicken. This is not a bluff. No one dares to gamble with their lives. Those who were eager to try stopped, and no one dared to move forward. Zhao Fu held a gun and walked around the crowd. Finally, the black muzzle of the gun was facing Shiryu's face. He smiled and said, Boy, I underestimated you. I didn't realize you had any negotiation skills. In that case, Zhao Fu's smile faded, and murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Then you'd better die quickly. Zhao Fu understood the truth that villains die because of their talkativeness. He pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Bang! The gunshot echoed in the mountains and forests, startling a flock of flying birds. Qi Shui and Qiu Xiaoyuan, who turned back from the mountain road, just watched Zhao Fu shoot at Shiryu's face. No! Qiu Xiaoyuan hadn't screamed yet. She and Qixue watched the bullet turn a corner and hit the tree behind before it touched Shiryu's skin. Qixue, Xiaoxiayuan, Before the gunshot, a red paper crane icon appeared above Shiryu's head. Item 1000 paper crane Schrodinger's, luck +1 effective from Shiryu. Zhao Fu stared at his gun puzzledly for 2 seconds, took a few steps forward and fired at Shiryu again. This time the distance between the two was shortened to 1 meter, but the bullet still turned a corner in front of Shiryu and hit the ground. What? Zhao Fu took a few steps back as if he had seen a ghost, looking at Shiryu in horror, his hands holding the gun shaking. What is that? What the hell are you doing? Zhao Fu has been in the game for 2 years, and has downloaded hundreds of copies. He claims to be knowledgeable, but he has never seen such a weird prop. As you can see, I am not only favored by NPCs, but also by the system. This is very infuriating. Although it is indeed true. The black muzzle of the gun pointed at Shiryu again, but this time Zhao Fu's hand holding the gun was shaking like a sieve, and he couldn't aim it. Shiryu walked forward while talking, his steps were slow and leisurely. He took a step forward, and the crowd took a step back like a tide. Obviously, the person holding the gun was Zhao Fu, and the ferocious person was Zhao Fu. Shiryu's face was as beautiful as an angel, but he seemed 100 times more terrifying than Zhao Fu. I advise you not to fire this shot. Shiryu walked in front of Zhao Fu and gently pressed Zhao Fu's gun down. The first 2 bullets hit the tree and the ground, and the third bullet hit somewhere. He deliberately paused and gave Zhao Fu an ambiguous smile. It's hard to say. Zhao Fu was so scared that his legs and hands were weak, and his gun fell directly to the ground. Shiryu turned and left after saying this. The crowd had automatically made way for him. Shiryu saw Qixue and Qiu Xiaoyuan, who had turned back, and he nodded to them from a distance, and then walked towards them. The 3 walked forward along a mountain road behind. The biggest crisis in the game here comes from the players. Now that Zhao Fu has been dealt with, it seems that there is no danger at present. Shiryu wanted to summon Shinsu out, and he and Qiu Xiaoyuan met up with them. The 4 of them could see the scenery and camp. After all, the scenery in the mountains is still good. When he used the help card, a warning popped up. Trainees cannot use the mentor help card on the stage of the finals. Shiryu was stunned for a moment. At the same time, the 2 mentor help cards in his hand also became invalid. Shiryu didn't think much about it. After all, he had already used a lot of cheats in this dungeon. If he could still use the mentor help card in the finals, it would be too unfair to other players. Let it be invalid. It only takes 24 hours to leave the dungeon anyway. At the same time, the mentor dormitory of the training base. Xiaoju. Just about to go out with the car keys, he suddenly felt a splitting headache, and his eyes were dizzy. The tables and chairs in front of him were spinning in front of his eyes. After his vision dimmed and cleared, Shinsu found that he was back to his study in reality. There was a new system message in the game panel. The airborne guest game time is up. Player Shinsu quits the game. It was also raining outside the window in the real world. The huge sky seemed to have a hole in the middle, lightning tore through the clouds, and heavy rain fell. It was not night, but the sky was as dark as night. Last night was also such a heavy rain, such scary lightning. Last night, Shiryu came to his room with a pillow. He shouldn't have refused. Chapter 75. Shiryu, Qiu Xiaoyuan and Qixue walked along a mountain road. During the process, they exchanged some information. The main and side quests of the 3 people, when they first entered the dungeon, were the same. After the dungeon was updated, only Shiryu's main quest was upgraded. Qiu Xiaoyuan said, "Brother, with your current super high popularity, it is certain that you will debut as the first place center. You can win even if you play passively here." The mountain road was a bit narrow, only enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Shiryu walked in front to open the way, and the 2 girls walked behind. Qiu Xiaoyuan praised Shiryu and himself, and Qixue at the same time, but Sister Qixue and I are also sure to be in the top 7. Shiryu, That's true, but the main credit goes to Qixue. When Shiryu turned around, he saw Qixue smiling at Qiu Xiaoyuan helplessly. Qixue won the 3rd place in the first stage, and then let her ranking drop. It seems that she is not a big shot, but in fact she is restraining her edge. From the stable rise of her and Qiu Xiaoyuan's ranking in the later stage, it can be seen that she has grasped her and Qiu Xiaoyuan's results accurately, and the progress of the game is controlled by her steadily. She is worthy of being a player in the top 10 of the technical list. Of course, the most important thing is that Qixue really regards Qiu Xiaoyuan as a friend. If Qixue is willing to join them in the future, he wants to invite Qixue to join. But those 3 side quests can't be done, We can't see the president of Shengjing Entertainment at all. Qiu Xiaoyuan took Qi Shui's arm, a little discouraged. Qi Shui comforted him. It doesn't matter, most players have a hard time just completing the main quest and passing the level alive, and they don't have time to do side quests. That's right. Qiu Xiaoyuan nodded in agreement, and then said, no one should do this dungeon. My 3 side quests are completed. Sure, you almost spoke at the same time as Qiu Xiaoyuan. He walked forward a few steps, and found that the person behind him didn't catch up. He stopped and turned around, and found that Qiu Xiaoyuan was staring at him with wide eyes, and Qi Shui next to him was smiling and relaxed, and seemed to be not surprised by this matter. Qiu Xiaoyuan was shocked for a few seconds, and then reacted to one thing. Her brother had a scandal with the president of Shengjing Entertainment in this dungeon. Not only that, his brother also had an unclear relationship with his mentor Xiao Ju. Sure, you saw that Qiu Xiaoyuan's expression was too ugly, and he comforted her. The rewards for the side quests are actually useless. One of them is a shareholder with only 1% of the shares, which has no effect. The other reward is a chance to avoid death. The concept of is also very vague. It is triggered by the system. It is considered a passive skill, so Qiu Xiaoyuan seemed not to be listening to him at all. After wondering for a while, he asked, Brother, so who is my sister-in-law? Sure you, Qiu Xiaoyuan, the president of Shengjing Entertainment, and the mentor Xiao Ju, who is my sister-in-law? Sure you was speechless for a few seconds. Neither, you don't have a sister-in-law. Qiu Xiaoyuan's eyes were wide open, and she shook her head, I don't believe it, or she was somewhat certain, and somewhat unbelievable, they are all my sister-in-law. Sure you, Sure you said seriously, I will not have anything to do with the NPC in the game. Even if you have a sister-in-law in the future, it will only be a person in reality. Qiu Xiaoyuan nodded suddenly. So you and Shinsu are real? Sure you, Sure you didn't know what Qiu Xiaoyuan was thinking about all day long? How did he associate everything? He hesitated for a moment, and wanted to explain again, but Qiu Xiaoyuan and Qi Shui had already changed the topic to beauty and skin care, which he couldn't interrupt. Sure you's live broadcast room, TSK, it's so relaxing here. Other anchors' live broadcast rooms are full of blood and gore. Is this really the finals? Isn't this really a vacation? In this copy, others are struggling to survive. While Yu is talking about love, others are in danger of losing their lives in the battle royale. While Yu wins the camping trip without any effort. Don't be envious, you can't be envious, because you don't have that pretty face. Wait, didn't you notice Qiu Xiaoyuan called Yu brother? Are they brother and sister? I know the answer as I'm watching Yu and Xiaoyuan's live broadcasts at the same time. They are cousins, not blood relatives. Yu probably came to this dungeon to accompany her sister, but who knew that her sister hugged Miss Qi Shui's thigh? Qiu Xiaoyuan is really good looking, with delicate features. Although her cat eyes are not as charming as Yu's wife's almond eyes, they are also very spiritual, which shows that this family has good genes. On the other side, Zhao Fu threatened everyone with a gun to do things for him, but everyone no longer trusted Zhao Fu and didn't want to be with him anymore, so they slipped away when Zhao Fu wasn't paying attention. In the end, only Yuan Yi and Zhao Fu's original 6 younger brothers were left by Zhao Fu, and they also walked along a mountain road. Zhao Fu asked 2 younger brothers to lead the way in front, and asked 4 younger brothers to cover the rear. He and Yuan Yi walked in the middle. Zhao Fu walked and cursed, My gun has restrictions on use, otherwise I will shoot them all. Yuan Yi said, Brother Zhao, don't be angry. There are only 7 places for debut. Even if they leave, most of them can't pass the level. It would be fine if he didn't say this. Once he said this, Zhao Fu's anger burned even more. I can't pass the level unless I kill Shiryu. Zhao Fu rolled his eyes, and stared at Yuan Yi, saying in a cold tone, You are the second in the first stage. Why didn't your main task upgrade? You are not lying to me, are you? Scores cannot be used as a criterion for judgment. Qi Shui was the third in the first stage. Didn't her main task also not upgrade? Yuan Yi explained calmly, This should be random. Zhao Fu probably believed this statement, and stopped asking Yuan Yi. Instead, he started to curse, Random? It's up to it whether it's random or not. The system is really a son of a bitch. Yuan Yi glanced at Zhao Fu. At that moment, his eyes became very cold, and he looked at Zhao Fu as if he was looking at a dead person. Yuan Yi's live broadcast room, dare to scold the system? Zhao Fu is not far from death. Zhao Fu already had a look of I'm going to die on his face, so there's no point in discussing him. I wonder if you've noticed that Yuan Yi seems to be different today than before. His eyes just now were a bit scary, as if Zhao Fu wasn't scolding the system but him. As an old fan, I've also discovered that although my brother Uni looks aloof, he would never show this kind of look. I didn't feel anything a few days ago, and today's Uni gave me a weird feeling. I'm also an old fan, and I have this feeling too. I have a bold idea, but I dare not say it. Jime, I think I know what you're thinking, but why don't we wait and see? Sure, you and the other two found a cave. They had to spend 24 hours in the mountains. The cave was always safer than the woods. After checking that there were no signs of wild animals in the cave, they decided to spend the night in the cave. After solving the problem of accommodation, they had to solve the problem of food and clothing. The three of them divided the work. Sure, you went out to find food, Chi Shui collected firewood, and Chiu Xiaoyuan stayed to clean up the cave. Sure, you caught a pheasant, a rabbit, and some wild fruits. Chi Shui picked up some dry branches and hay nearby. Chi Shui was about to use the most primitive method of drilling wood to make fire, but sure, you took out a lighter. Chi Shui, ? I got it from a low-level blind box before. Sure, you explained while lighting the hay under the branch, I don't smoke, and the lighter was originally placed in the prop column to collect dust. I didn't expect it to be useful at a critical moment. Speaking of the prop column, Lin Fengbai is still in the prop column. Since entering this dungeon, sure, you only let Lin Fengbai out once, when performing magic on the first stage. After that, he didn't let Lin Fengbai out, and Lin Fengbai stayed inside obediently. He has been bored for so many days. It is really unfair to Lin Fengbai. Can I let a friend live in the cave with us? Sure, you asked the two girls for their opinions. Chi Shui said readily, sure. Chiu Xiaoyuan was surprised and delighted. Xiao Ju is here too. Sure, you was speechless for a moment. Not Xiao Ju. Oh, I thought you were going to call Xiao Ju, then you can really win without doing anything. Chiu Xiaoyuan was a little disappointed. Sure, you explained. The Mentor's Help card cannot be used in the finals. Xiao Ju can't come. Is that so? Which friend of yours is that? As soon as Chiu Xiaoyuan finished speaking, sure, you turned into a living person again, and Lin Fengbai, wearing a shirt and trousers, appeared in front of the three people. Lin Fengbai couldn't do anything else in the prop bar except sleep. He slept for too long and felt sleepier. He yawned and looked at Shiryu and asked, is there anything I can do? We picked a lot of wild fruits. Let's eat them together. Shiryu grabbed a few wild fruits and handed them over. Lin Fengbai took them in a daze and took a bite of a wild fruit. Oh! The wild fruit looked ugly, but it was actually quite sweet. Lin Fengbai took another bite and soon finished the wild fruit. Lin Fengbai asked again, is there really nothing I can do? Indeed, there was no one. Sure, you summoned Lin Fengbai because it was awkward for a man like him to be in the same room with two girls. Lin Fengbai was actually a tool to ease the awkwardness. But Lin Fengbai asked for the second time, and sure, you couldn't say that there was really no one. He handed the branch with the pheasant to Lin Fengbai. Can you help us roast a pheasant? Yes. Lin Fengbai took it very actively and roasted it in circles on the fire. The pheasant was roasted to a crispy outside and tender inside. The three of them shared the pheasant. As for the rabbit, it was released because Chiu Xiaoyuan had rabbits at home and couldn't bear to eat rabbits. The pheasant solved the lunch for the four people, and everyone took a nap against the stone wall. When the sun went to the west, Shiryu continued to go out of the cave to find food, and Chi Shui went to collect firewood. Chiu Xiaoyuan didn't want to stay in the cave to collect firewood with Chi Shui, so they asked Lin Fengbai to guard the cave. Everyone agreed not to go too far in case there was any danger, and they couldn't provide timely support. However, they didn't meet other players along the way, nor did they encounter any danger. Shiryu had a good hunting experience this time. He shot a goat, but it was not his because the goat fell from the cliff and landed not far in front of him. It died soon, so he just took advantage of it. When Shiryu returned with the goat, he saw thick smoke billowing from the next hill. Under the thick smoke was a red fire. There was a wildfire there, and the fire was not small. It was not known whether it was set by the players during the fight or caused by other reasons, but it was not important. The important thing was that the wildfire looked far away from them, but once the wind changed, the fire would probably burn over here. The sky above was cloudless, and it did not look like it would rain. Shiryu turned back to the cave, and Chi Shui and Chiu Xiaoyuan also turned back. They also saw the wildfire on the next hill. After discussion, everyone unanimously decided to roast and eat the goat and then evacuate. The whole goat was being roasted in the cave, and in the forest on the hill next to it, countless figures were struggling in the scarlet flames. Ah! Zhao Fu had been burned beyond recognition, but he was still struggling to run out of the fire. He ran very fast, never so fast before, but no matter how he ran, he could not run away from the fire. He smelled the smell of burnt meat, heard the sound of broken bones, and his legs were no longer able to move. He fell to the ground, struggling to crawl out with his limbs, his eyes fixed on the front. He saw the man standing outside the fire not far away, slowly patting the ashes on his hands, looking in this direction and seeming to speak a word. At such a long distance, Zhao Fu should not be able to hear, but he heard what the man said. "I've told you that you won't have any good luck with the non-chief list, but you insisted on teaming up with me. Look, you are really unlucky, right?" Zhao Fu wanted to say no, you are not the number one on the list of non-Africans, you are not Yun Yi at all, but he could not speak anymore. In addition to Zhao Fu, there were many figures crying and struggling to run out of the fire. But they all fell down one after another. On the public screen in the hall of the trainee training base, the names of the players turned gray one after another, and finally only 7 names were left in red. In Yun Yi's live broadcast room, this Yun Yi really makes me feel strange. I can't believe that he is the idol I have been a fan of for 3 years. Although Yun Yi is cold-hearted, he is not cruel. He can't do such a thing. Maybe. He is really not your Yun Yi? As soon as this barrage came out, the whole live broadcast room fell into a dead silence. On the other side, the sheep had been roasted, and the whole cave was filled with the aroma of mutton, and the aroma even spread outside the cave. "What a delicious mutton! Can I come and have a meal?" A voice came from outside. Yun Yi appeared at the entrance of the cave with a smile on his face. Qi Shui and Qiu Xiaoyuan were both alert. Qi Shui's hand was already on the weapon. "Sure," you hurriedly said, "we are one of them." On the surface, Yun Yi became Zhao Fu's side these days. In fact, they kept in touch privately and revealed some key information to each other. They did not become enemies, and were always teammates. Zhao Fu is dead. Yun Yi told everyone. Zhao Fu and his group of brothers started fighting with other players. I don't know who started the fire in the middle, and they used props such as gasoline. The wind was strong, and the fire spread quickly. Soon the whole mountain was on fire. I saw that the situation was not right and ran away in advance. I don't know if there are any survivors now. The sky was clear, and the clouds were thin. It was impossible for it to rain now. It was impossible for firefighters to come to put out the fire in the game. If it didn't rain, the fire could not be put out. Sure, you comforted Yun Yi. I'm glad you are safe. People like Zhao Fu are also asking for trouble. As for the others, sure, you sighed, it's just fate. He is not a great man, nor a god, he can't save everyone. Yeah. Yun Yi glanced at him, looking in a good mood. Let's finish the mutton quickly and evacuate. It will be too late if the fire comes. Yun Yi said wait a minute, then took out cumin powder and sprinkled it on the mutton. The barbecue aroma stimulated the taste buds to secrete saliva crazily, and the children next door cried with greed. Sure, you could take out a lighter from the prop column, and it was not strange for Yun Yi to take out cumin powder. Everyone shared the mutton and ate it very happily. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very heavy. Yun Yi was on another hill a minute ago, and appeared here in the blink of an eye. How can a normal person be so fast? Maybe props? I have seen Yun Yi's prop column. He doesn't have such props. And how could Yun Yi know that Shiryu was here? He is not in a god's perspective. Wait, god's perspective? We all know that it has no entity, but everyone in the game can be its carrier. Do you think there is a possibility? I dare not think about it. So, Shiryu's biggest cheat is not Lu Chungjing or Xiaoju, but it. And I feel that it seems to like Shiryu very much. Although Mu Zhuo was also favored by it, it never appeared in person beside Mu Zhuo. After eating the mutton, everyone prepared to leave, and found that the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with clouds. Soon there was lightning and thunder, and it started to rain heavily. It's raining. Yun Yi stood in front of the cave and sighed softly. He looked at the rain for a while, then turned his head and said to everyone, "Don't worry about the fire. The forest fire will be extinguished soon. We don't need to evacuate." Great, I can continue to lie down. Qiu Xiaoyuan sat back happily, grabbed a wild fruit and started to eat it, and didn't forget to take one for Qi Shui. They slept in the cave for one night. At 10 o'clock the next morning, the radio sounded on time. The finals of Shengjing Entertainment trainees have ended. Now the ranking of the top 7 trainees is announced. First place Shiryu, second place Yun Yi, third place Qi Shui, fourth place Qiu Xiaoyuan, fifth place Lu Zhuangzhuang, sixth place He Ran, and seventh place Wang Chao. Congratulations to trainees Shiryu, Yun Yi, Qi Shui, Qiu Xiaoyuan, Lu Zhuangzhuang, He Ran, and Wang Chao for successfully debuting as a group. Congratulations to trainee Shiryu for winning the first place with a huge number of votes and debuting as the center position. Please all 7 trainees rush to the departure point immediately. The bus is waiting for everyone here. After getting on the bus, Shiryu fell into a coma. When he woke up again, he returned to the living room of his own home in the real world. He passed the level. Before he had time to look at the system settlement information, Xiao Xiaoyuan pushed him and pointed at his mobile phone on the coffee table. Shiryu then realized that someone was calling him on his silent mobile phone. Picking up the phone, Shiryu saw that the caller was Shinsu. He answered the phone and heard only 2 words, "Open the door." What? Maybe his brain was a little slow after just leaving the dungeon. Shiryu didn't react. Shinsu said again, "I'm at your door." Chapter 76. It was raining heavily, the sky was gray and black, and it was hard to tell whether it was day or night. Shiryu hung up the phone without checking the time, and walked out with his umbrella. The house where Shiryu lived was a 2-story villa with a garden and a basement. There was a patch of phoenix tail bamboo in the garden, a fish pond and a rockery next to it, and a cobblestone path under his feet. From a distance, Shiryu saw a tall figure standing outside the fence with a black umbrella, and behind him was a heavy rain curtain. Shiryu stepped into the rain and jogged, and soon ran to the iron gate. He held the umbrella in one hand, and opened the iron gate with the other hand. "Why are you?" It was useless to hold an umbrella in such heavy rain. It was only a few steps from the entrance of the main house to the iron gate, and Shiryu's clothes were almost all wet. He didn't know how long Shinsu had been waiting for him in the rain. Shiryu didn't understand why Shinsu couldn't tell him on the phone when it was raining so hard and it was so late, and why he had to go there himself. Before he finished speaking, he was embraced. This embrace was cold, and Shinsu smelled of night dew and grass. His clothes were wet from outer clothes to inner clothes. Shinsu held him tightly in his arms. His face was pressed against Shinsu's wet shirt. Under the shirt was a warm chest, and he could hear the sound of Shinsu's heart beating. Thump thump. Strong and powerful. It seemed to beat faster than his. This hug happened unexpectedly, and Shiryu's umbrella fell to the ground. Shinsu held him with one hand, and tilted his umbrella towards him with the other hand. "Shinsu, let me go first." Shiryu was a little uncomfortable because he was hugged too tightly. Who knew that after he said this request, he was hugged even tighter, and he felt that the part of his waist that was held by the arm was aching. Shiryu had never seen Shinsu like this. He looked very calm, but he seemed to be out of control. "Shinsu, what's wrong with you?" Shiryu had never comforted anyone before, and he didn't know how to comfort them. He recalled the comforting scenes in the TV series he had watched. He stretched out a hand and patted Shinsu's back. "What happened?" "Let me go first. Let's go inside." Shinsu ignored him and didn't move. Shiryu had to rack his brains to think of words of comfort. "Can we go inside to talk about anything?" "It's raining too hard. I'm a little cold." Shinsu finally let go of him, handed the umbrella to Shiryu, took off his windbreaker, and was about to greet Shiryu, but then he found that the windbreaker was even wetter than Shiryu's body, so he stopped again. "Let's go in first," Shiryu said. Shiryu held the umbrella, and then Shinsu took it over. Although it didn't make any difference whether they held an umbrella or not, the umbrella still leaned towards Shiryu. The two entered the door one after the other. There was a small pool of water on the carpet in the entrance hall. "Brother Shin." Xiao Xiaoyuan, who was sitting on the sofa, called Shinsu, and Shinsu nodded at her. Shinsu was a little strange today. He was always smiling, but now he had no expression on his face. Xiao Xiaoyuan looked at Shiryu again, and found that his brother was also expressionless, so she didn't say much. Shiryu took out a pair of new slippers from the shoe cabinet and handed them to Shinsu, saying, "The bathroom is in the second room on the left on the first floor. You should take a bath first. There is a bathrobe in the locker." Shinsu put on the slippers and went to the bathroom. This pair of slippers was bought by Shiryu. Although it was still a little small for Shinsu, it was more comfortable than disposable slippers. Xiao Xiaoyuan looked down at the disposable slippers on her feet. This cousin of hers might have been given as a gift when she bought a mobile phone. While Shinsu was taking a bath, Shiryu went to cook ginger soup. Shinsu came out after taking a bath and sat on the sofa in a bathrobe. Shiryu poured out 2 bowls of ginger soup, one in front of Shinsu and one in front of himself. Xiao Xiaoyuan looked at the empty coffee table in front of her. Well, she really gave it as a gift when she bought a mobile phone. "Xiaoyuan, do you want to drink ginger soup?" Shiryu realized that there was no portion for Xiao Xiaoyuan, and he said to Xiao Xiaoyuan, "There's still a little in the pot, go get it yourself." Xiao Xiaoyuan went to the kitchen, took a bowl, and opened the lid. It was indeed a little, Not enough for half a bowl. Xiao Xiaoyuan put down the bowl, left the kitchen, and went to the living room. Brother, I don't want to drink it anymore. I'm not caught in the rain. I go to your study to play games for a while. Whoever wants to be the light bulb can be, anyway, she won't be one. While drinking ginger soup, sure you checked the game settlement. Congratulations to the anchor for clearing the game copy, Shengjing Entertainment. You have stayed in the game copy Shengjing Entertainment for a total of 30 days, 21 hours, 35 minutes, and 11 seconds, and have gained a total of 468,765 fans. The peak popularity of the live broadcast room is 3,707,569. In summary, you have obtained a total of 4,705 game coins in the copy Shengjing Entertainment. Game coins can be exchanged for the currency of the player's world at 1:100, and can also be used for consumption in the copy game. The anchor obtained 15 high-level props blind boxes, 30 intermediate props blind boxes, and 50 low-level props blind boxes. The game props opened in the blind boxes can be sold. After the game ends, players have a 7-day intermission, and players can voluntarily give up their rest time. Players cannot leak any game-related information in the player's world in any form. Usually the game ends here, but the system got stuck and another paragraph popped up. The host successfully completed the main quest and 3 side quests, and gained 100 points of favorability from the important NPC Lu Chengjing in the dungeon, and asked NPC Lu Chengjing to modify the dungeon rules for you. Since the host's performance far exceeds 99% of the players in the same dungeon, the host can now open the Advanced Dungeon Trial channel. Do you want to open it? Yes or no? Open the Advanced Dungeon Trial channel? Yu's breathing slowed down when he saw this sentence. Yunyi said that you can find a way to leave the game in the Advanced Dungeon. The great player named Jiang Lue left the game after playing the Advanced Dungeon crazily. Yu also wanted to go to the Advanced Dungeon, but because the anchor level was not high enough, he didn't know how many dungeons he had to play before he could enter the Advanced Dungeon. Now he could open the Advanced Dungeon Trial channel. However, Yu did not click yes or no for the time being. He can enter the Advanced Dungeon, but Shinju's anchor level is not high enough to enter, so it doesn't make much sense for him to enter the Advanced Dungeon alone. Yu opened all the blind boxes he got, and he opened a special prop. Prop name, player team card prop description. Players with team cards can invite other players to enter the game dungeon together. Note, the number of invited players is limited to 7 people, regardless of the level of the invited players. When Yu saw the Advanced Dungeon Trial channel can be opened, he was still a little happy that his wish came true, but when he saw this prop, Yu suddenly had no joy in his heart. He wanted to enter the Advanced Dungeon, and then he got the permission to open the Advanced Dungeon Trial channel. He wanted to enter the dungeon with Shinsu, and then he opened the player team card prop. Isn't all this too strange? Yu told Shinsu about his permission to open the Advanced Dungeon Trial channel, and the opening of the team prop card. Shinsu slowed down his hair drying action. His hair was still wet. He threw the towel aside and stopped wiping it. He inserted his 5 fingers into the hair seam and brushed the hair to the back of his head, revealing a handsome face with sharp features. Shinsu's face also became serious. He said, "Before the final started, I was forced to exit the game." Yu was stunned at first, and then he understood why Shinsu was not in the right state today. Was he worried that he would not be able to appear when he used the Mentor's Help card? It's okay. Yu comforted, the Mentor's Help card cannot be used in the finals. Even if you are not ejected from the game, I cannot summon you. Shinsu, after I came out, I asked Chinku about it. Chinku said that usually airborne guests will not be ejected from the game in the middle of the game. Yu was silent. Shinsu asked again, "Did you find anything strange about Yunyi on the last day of the game?" Shinsu was much more serious today than usual. He probably wouldn't ask meaningless questions. Yu recalled carefully and said, "There is one thing. We were hiding in the cave, and he appeared a little strangely. The rain when we were about to leave was also a little strange. But this should have nothing to do with Yunyi. It's a problem with the dungeon itself." Yu thought for a while and continued, "As for Yunyi, I haven't known him for a long time and don't know him well. Besides, people have many sides. Except for the 7 people in your group, all other players died in this dungeon." Shinsu interrupted. How could it be? Yu opened his eyes in disbelief. It took him a few seconds to digest this matter. He sighed, "I didn't expect the clearance rate of this dungeon to be so low. It has nothing to do with the clearance rate. These people were killed by Yunyi," Shinsu said. Yu was startled again. "After I was ejected from the game, I entered your live broadcast room. The fire was set by Yun-E. He trapped everyone except you in the forest and burned them to death. It's strange that they could escape the fire circle by moving forward a few meters, but those people seemed to be trapped in a ghost wall. No matter how they ran forward, they couldn't escape the fire circle and were finally burned to death. Shinsu's eyes fell directly on Shiryu. He asked, "Is the Yun-E such a murderer? Or can the Yun-E do such a thing?" Shiryu was silent again. Some players said in the barrage that the system has no entity, but everyone in the game can be its carrier. After Shinsu finished speaking, Shiryu murmured, "So, the system occupied Yun-E's body and did these things, which can explain why the clear sky suddenly rained. First, the Advanced Dungeon Trial channel was opened, and then I was asked to open a team card. The system seemed to know what we wanted to do. It deliberately dug a trap for us." Shiryu looked up at Shinsu. His almond eyes were clear and clean under the light, and his beautiful light-colored lips opened slightly. "So, are we going in?" The two looked at each other for a moment. Shinsu chuckled, and he asked back, "Why not? Are we looking for this trap?" Chapter 77. Shinsu had a handsome but aggressive face. When he didn't smile, he looked aggressive. When he smiled, his two small canine teeth diluted the coldness on his face. This kind of Shinsu was the Shinsu that Shiryu was familiar with. Shinsu didn't know what happened just now, but now he looked better. Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I think so too. Whether this is a trap or not, we must go, but we need to be well prepared before entering." They now have two things to do. First, use the 7 days of rest to learn more about the relevant information of the Advanced Dungeon, including the difference between the Advanced Dungeon and the low-level and medium-level dungeons. What are the differences in the game rules and clearance methods? What should be paid attention to when entering the Advanced Dungeon? How to improve the survival rate of the Advanced Dungeon? Are there any bugs, etc.? The more information they know, the better it is for them. Second, recruit teammates. Shiryu's player team card can form a team of 7 people. This quota cannot be wasted. In addition to the 2 of them, they can find 5 more teammates. It would be best if they can find a great teammate. Especially Emorugi. Emorugi's friend Jiang Liwei is currently the only one who has left the game through the Advanced Dungeon. Emorugi himself is also constantly brushing the Advanced Dungeon. He will have more experience in clearing the Advanced Dungeon, and he should not refuse their invitation. The second is Chinku. Chinku's prop safe house is very useful. However, it is also very difficult to invite Chinku. Chinku can pretend to be an NPC in the Platinum Supermarket dungeon from beginning to end without being discovered, which shows that he is good at passing the dungeon. He can make so much money and sit firmly on the top of the wealth list, which shows that he has a business mind and can weigh the pros and cons. If you want to invite Chinku to join the army, you must have equivalent chips. Have you ever opened an item called Star Fragments? Shinsu asked. Shiryu glanced at the game panel. There are 3. What's wrong? Give them to me. Shiryu directly gave the 3 star fragments to Shinsu in the friend list, and then asked, "I think these fragments are useless. I almost threw them away. What do you want this for?" Shinsu explained seriously, "This is a rare item that can only be opened from a high-level item blind box. It can be synthesized into a wishing star, which can revive players. Chinku has been collecting this." Shiryu nodded. He understood what Shinsu meant and said, "You contact Chinku, and I will contact Emorugi." "Yeah." Shinsu leaned lazily on the sofa, with his long arms and legs stretched out, one hand on the back of the sofa behind Shiryu, and said to Shiryu with his face slightly tilted, "Emorugi is a decent person, and he is also serious. He probably only likes to make friends with serious people. He doesn't like people like me. If I add him as a friend, he may not approve it." Shiryu looked at Shinsu's profile, and was silent for a few seconds. He nodded slowly and agreed, "You are quite self-aware." Shinsu tilted his head to look at him. His eyes were a little fierce, and he felt that he was going to be angry, but he didn't get angry. Finally, he raised his hand and pinched Shiryu's face lightly. Shiryu's eyes suddenly widened, and he didn't react for a moment. When he reacted, he immediately wanted to open Shinsu's hand. Shinsu had already taken his hand away, looking a little surprised. "Your face is so smooth? What skincare products do you use?" "Shiryu, Shinsu didn't notice the silence on Shiryu's expression. His eyes were still on the cheek that turned a light red after he pinched it lightly. After a long time, he moved his arm, as if he wanted to pinch it again. Shiryu jumped to the other side of the sofa like a frightened cat. 3 adults could sit between the 2 of them. Shiryu cursed lightly, nervous. "Shinsu, Shinsu was scolded back to his senses. He felt a little abnormal. He actually felt that Shiryu's face was more tender than the face of the 3-month-old baby of his cousin's family. Such a tender face, such delicate skin, a slight pinch would leave marks. Wouldn't other parts be like this? If he used a little force, how could Shiryu bear it? Shinsu was just distracted for a moment, and found that Shiryu was farther away from him. Now he had moved to the restaurant, with a vigilant look, like a cat that was forcibly petted and finally escaped from the clutches of the shit-shoveling owner, facing him from a distance across most of the living room and the coffee table. Shinsu, Shinsu finally couldn't help but said, "No need, really no need. Didn't I just pinch your face? I won't eat you." Shiryu didn't say anything, opened the refrigerator, and took out a bottle of mineral water, walked over and put the mineral water on the coffee table in front of Shinsu, and then retreated to the other side of the sofa and sat down. What? Shinsu was puzzled. Shiryu's eyes moved from Shinsu's Adam's apple to Shinsu's face, and said lightly, "You look thirsty and hot." Shinsu, Shinsu's Adam's apple moved. It's true that he was a little thirsty. Shinsu drank half a bottle of mineral water, and no longer discussed whether his face was slippery or not. The two began to do business. Players can add friends through the leaderboard in the game panel. Even if they are from different real worlds, as long as both parties are not in the game copy, they can use the game's built-in chat software to achieve cross-server chat. Shiryu sent a friend request to Emorugi on the leaderboard, but Emorugi didn't accept it. I wonder if people can't use this function in the dungeon? Or Emorugi doesn't want to add him. Shinsu's situation was relatively smooth. He and Chinku were already game friends. He said, "Chinku, are you there?" 2 words. Chinku ignored him for a long time, so he said 3-star fragments. Chinku replied immediately, "Brother. Brother, you are really my good brother. Brother, you are more lucrative than the Emperor. Come on. Give it to me." Shinsu, "Brother, I have a player team card here, let's play together passionately." Chinku hesitated for a few seconds. "Sure, what copy?" Shinsu slowly typed out 4 words. "Advanced copy." Chinku replied immediately, "No, I want to live a few more days." Shinsu, "You have a safe house. What are you afraid of?" Chinku, "Safe houses are not allowed in advanced copies." Shinsu, "Okay." Originally, he wanted to invite Chinku just for Chinku's safe house. Since the safe house could not be used, Shinsu did not force it. He gave all 3-star fragments to Chinku and said, "Then tell me about the advanced copy you know." Shinsu set his game panel to partner visible, and looked at the chat interface with Shiryu. Although it was text, Chinku talked vividly. The old players in the game know that advanced dungeons are the closest to the core of the game. Only in advanced dungeons can you find the roots of the game, and only in advanced dungeons can you find a way out of the game. Speaking of advanced dungeons, we have to talk about a legend. Has Jiang Lua heard of it? It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Open the technical list, and you will see him at the top. This person has already left the game, but his name is still on the list. I don't know why. It all started when Jiang Lua left and posted a message on the World Public Channel, saying that if you go higher, you will find the answer. Everyone interpreted his message as a way to get out of the game in a high-level dungeon. Later, his friend, Emorugi, who is ranked 2nd on the technical list, went crazy playing high-level dungeons, probably because he believed his message. But it's all spread from person to person. As for the high-level dungeons I played, the most obvious difference between high-level dungeons and other dungeons is that the mortality rate is particularly high. There is not much difference between other dungeons and other dungeons. Some high-level dungeons even have core stories and scenery that are not as good as low-level dungeons. There is no game core in them, let alone a way to get out of the game. But it may be that I didn't enter the high-level dungeon with the game core. But who knows if there is such a dungeon? How long has Jiang Lua been away? Emorugi has been playing high-level dungeons for that long. Do you think he found it? No. If you just want to know some information about high-level dungeons to increase your chances of survival, then I can tell you 3 ways. Bring more resurrection armor. Bring more resurrection armor. Bring more resurrection armor. Because it's easy to die. If you want to leave the game through advanced dungeons, I advise you to forget it, abide by the rules of the game, and be a good player. Although there is a 99% chance of death in advanced dungeons, there is at least a 1% chance of survival. But if you go against the game, there will be no 1% chance of survival. Jiang Lua is a special case. But is he really a special case? He was really lucky to accidentally enter the advanced dungeon with the game core, and accidentally found a way to leave the game from the advanced dungeon, and then left that confusing sentence on the world public screen, saying goodbye to everyone. Did he really leave the game? Or is he actually dead? Who knows? Chinka finished reading all of his words. Both of them were silent. At this time, Imorigi agreed to Shiryu's friend request. Shiryu told Imorigi the information and team card he received from the system to open the advanced dungeon channel, and asked Imorigi for advice with the humble attitude of a junior. Imorigi's answer was exactly the same as Chinku's. It's easy to die in the advanced dungeon. Not only is it easy to die at the end of the game, but people will die every moment in the game. If you have a resurrection armor, bring more. Shiryu hesitated and said, we don't have a resurrection item. Imorigi, a partner's favorability of 10,000 can unlock a resurrection item. The item has a cooldown time of 24 hours, and can be used without limit. It is equivalent to an extra life for both of you every day. You and your boyfriend's favorability is not yet 10,000. Shiryu glanced at his and Shinsu's favorability. It was only 1256 points at present, which was still far from 10,000. He said, no. You'd better brush your favorability to 10,000 before entering the dungeon, otherwise even I wouldn't dare to take you into the advanced dungeon. Imorigi didn't send any more messages after saying this. On the other side, Shinsu sent a message to Chinku. I ask you a question that all veteran players know. How to get 10,000 points of partner favorability within 7 days. Chinku, first, stock up on 7 days worth of food, water and nutrients at home. Then, lure your wife home, and then use 7 days to show your masculine power. Finally, if nothing goes wrong, 7 days should be enough. Of course, if you are more powerful, maybe 6 days will be enough. Shinsu, question mark. Shinsu, speak human language. No way. You don't know how to get partner favorability, do you? In short, being in the same space, skin contact, saliva exchange, and body fluid exchange, the growth rate of these partner interaction favorability increases from the beginning to the end. The last item increases the most, almost crazy. Do you understand what I mean? Shiryu was also looking at Shinsu's chat interface. At this moment, the expressions of the two were indescribable. Chapter 78. Shinsu lowered his eyes and looked at the person beside him. Shiryu had fair skin and a cold beauty in his facial features. His black eyelashes trembled slightly, and he tilted his head to look at him as if he had sensed something. At the moment when they met each other's eyes, they both looked away at the same time. Shinsu touched his nose, and Shiryu covered his mouth and coughed twice. The room fell into a deathly silence. It was so embarrassing. From birth to now, there has never been a more embarrassing moment than this moment. The meaning of Chinka's words was already very clear, but it was precisely because it was too clear that the atmosphere was awkward. Shinsu stared at the game panel in a daze, and Shiryu also looked at the game panel with a blank expression. I don't know how long it took, Shinsu finally came back to his senses and typed a few words in the chat box. Can you also brush your favorability in the real world? Well, this topic change is okay. At least it alleviated the embarrassment. However, Chinka brought the topic back by himself. Yes. Of course. Didn't you notice? You were busy being so affectionate, and didn't notice it? But it's understandable that young lovers miss each other so much. Shiryu, Shinsu, Thank you for your understanding. Chinka continued, then don't waste your time. 7 days shouldn't be a big deal for you. Are you young people full of vigor and vitality? Shinsu, Shinsu turned off the game panel. The room was still strangely silent. The system sent Shiryu a message asking him whether to open the trial channel for advanced dungeons. Shiryu hadn't clicked yes or no. They now had only two options, either choose no and continue to play low and medium level dungeons, and use ordinary methods to slowly increase their favorability. When their favorability reaches 10,000, they should be able to enter advanced dungeons. But they didn't know when that time would be. The second method is to follow Chinku's advice. Use these 7 days to take a shortcut to get 10,000 points of favorability to unlock the resurrection item, and then invite Imorigi to enter the advanced dungeon together. No matter how you look at it, the second method is better. They wanted to enter the advanced dungeon before, and now there is a way to enter the advanced dungeon. Why are they still stupidly brushing the low-level dungeon? There is one thing they must pay attention to. Chinku and Imorigi have emphasized that the mortality rate of the advanced dungeon is very high, so they must find a master to lead them to the advanced dungeon. Imorigi has made it clear that they dare not lead them without a resurrection armor. The resurrection item they can get the fastest at present is the one that is unlocked when the partner's favorability reaches 10,000. Chinku also helped them come up with a way to get 10,000 points of favorability in 7 days, but this method is too. If this was not said by Chinku but by Shinsu himself on the internet, he would not dare to tell Shiryu. because he was afraid that sure you would say he was a hooligan. Do you have any advanced blind boxes that have not been opened yet, maybe? Shinsu asked Shiryu with the last hope. Shiryu naturally knew what he wanted to ask. He shook his head and said, all are opened. There is no resurrection item. They also learned from Chinku that resurrection items can be traded, but the items are too rare and have no market. Although Chinku himself is at the top of the wealth list, he only has one safe house to hide in. The two were silent for a while. Shiryu stood up and put on his coat and said to Shinsu, I'm going out for a while. Shinsu nodded. He didn't know what Shiryu was going to do. After Shiryu went out, he opened the game panel, clicked into the forum, and searched for the keyword advanced copy. Since I can't make up my mind for the time being, I might as well learn more about advanced dungeons. Shinsu saw a post with a fire icon at the end. The title of the post was normal. What should I pay attention to when entering an advanced dungeon for the first time? But the number of replies was as high as 9,000, which was a bit abnormal. Shinsu clicked in. There were no replies in the first few floors. The posters were all talking to themselves. 1L Postmaster, I'm about to enter an advanced dungeon. I'm so excited. 2L Postmaster, I heard that the rewards for advanced dungeons are very high. Brothers, what should I pay attention to when entering an advanced dungeon? 3L Postmaster, does anyone know? Is there any kind person? Hello? After building more than 10 floors, someone replied, it is recommended to bring more lives. Of course, not everyone has 9 lives, so bring more resurrection props. 17L Postmaster, thanks for the advice from the brothers above. My partner is a nurse and has resurrection skills. It seems that this dungeon is very suitable for us. In the following few floors, players advised him not to take it lightly, but the OP did not reply, probably because he entered the game. It was 10 days before the OP had a new reply, probably because he had left the game. However, the OP was a little unstable after leaving the game. 125 LOP, I am going crazy. You have no idea what I have been through. 126 LOP, there were 9 players in that dungeon, 7 of them died. My partner also died. She was a nurse, she had the resurrection skill, but she still died. 127 LOP, high-level dungeons are not something that humans can experience. I will never go to high-level dungeons again. Other players were curious about what he had been through. The host was not stingy in sharing, but the system had a confidentiality mechanism, and 2/3 of the content the host posted was blocked. We could only learn from the intermittent words that were not blocked. It was a dungeon with an ancient castle background, and the player's identity was a guest who went there to visit. There were many rules in the castle, and basically if the rules were triggered, they would die. The players were trembling and dared not violate them. However, the owner of the castle had a strange personality. Even if you didn't make any mistakes, if you accidentally made the owner of the castle angry, you would die. In short, it was a very scary dungeon. Of course, if the post stopped here, the popularity would not be so high. 3 days later, the host bubbled in the post again. This time the bubble was like an effervescent tablet thrown into the water, exploding a group of players. For 65L host, it came out. It followed me out. Save me. The system confidentiality mechanism, many of the content he posted later were blocked, and only the 3 words save me existed in a row of mouths in bright red. After that, the host kept replying to the post every day. From the content of the post, it can be seen that his mental state was getting more and more unstable. More and more players replied to the post, some were curious, and some were just watching the show. The post became more and more popular. Host 6635L, don't enter the advanced dungeon. 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 These words filled the screen. This was the last time this host appeared in the post, and there was no news about him after that. The replies afterwards were all speculations of the players. Some people say that the mentioned by the OP is either the NPC of that dungeon or it. The ultimate goal of the game may be to invade reality, or it has already begun. Some people say that this is not the case at all. There is nothing wrong with the real world. It was the OP's first time entering the advanced dungeon that caused mental weakness and hallucinations. He may have been sent to a mental hospital because he did not bubble up, or he died in the game after entering the dungeon again. There is also a saying that the OP may have seen something he shouldn't have seen in this advanced dungeon, or that the advanced dungeon he entered may be the same as the advanced dungeon that Jiang Luwei entered last, but the system will not allow the appearance of a second Jiang Luwei, so even if the OP leaves the game, he cannot escape the fate of being killed. However, this statement was refuted by most people. What are you looking at? Shinsu was so engrossed in watching that he didn't even know when Shiryu came back. When he looked back, he saw a pair of black and bright eyes. Shiryu leaned over the sofa backrest like a curious cat and came to him. His warm breath hit Shinsu's ears and neck, making him want to pull him down and hold him in his arms, stroking his belly a few times to see if Shiryu would make a purring sound like a kitten. For him. Shinsu put away this wild idea and said to Shiryu seriously, I saw a very popular post. The poster had some mental problems after coming out of the advanced dungeon. Shiryu stood up and nodded, walked around from the other end of the sofa, put the bag in his hand on the coffee table, and said to Shinsu, the mortality rate of advanced dungeons is high, and many people have weak psychological tolerance. It is understandable that they have mental problems. Shinsu continued, this person said that he was going crazy, and that it came out with him, and he asked for help in the post. It? Shiryu paused. Well, some people guessed that it was the NPC of that copy, and some guessed that it was the system. Shinsu kept looking at Shiryu's eyes while talking, as if he had just discovered today that Shiryu's eyes were beautiful. But more people think that this OP is hallucinating. Shiryu sat down next to Shinsu, and did not pay attention to Shinsu's gaze, or maybe he noticed it, but was too lazy to care. He tapped his fingers on his knees, and said something in a serious tone. What he said may not be true, but it may not be false either. Well, I think so too. Shinsu nodded, his eyes fell on Shiryu's lips. The light-colored lips looked a little heartless, but in fact they were very soft. Shinsu's mind was full of messy thoughts, but his words were very serious. The truth of the matter will be known in practice. The two did not chat for long when the doorbell rang. The takeaway ordered by Shiryu arrived. To be precise, it was a takeaway from a star-rated hotel. The delivery staff brought in several large boxes filled with fresh ingredients airlifted from the hotel, including meat, seafood, cooked food, vegetables and fruits, etc. The staff helped to unpack the boxes and sort the ingredients into the refrigerator. The double-door refrigerator was completely filled. Shinsu couldn't understand why Shiryu bought so many ingredients. Shiryu lived alone, and he couldn't eat so much. Even if the two of them ate, these ingredients would be enough for them to eat for 10 days or half a month. Wait, 10 days or half a month. After delivering the food, the hotel delivery staff took away the empty boxes and other garbage. During this time, Chiu Xiaoyuan's mother came to pick Chiu Xiaoyuan up. There were only 2 people left in the huge house. Shinsu then noticed that the plastic bag that Shiryu brought back from a trip had the logo of a pharmacy printed on it, and it contained more than a dozen boxes of various sizes. Are you sick? You bought so many medicines. While talking, Shinsu picked up the bag and looked at it. When he saw the contents clearly, his blood rushed up, veins on his forehead bulged, his face turned pale, and finally turned red. He stared at Shiryu, unable to say a word. What kind of medicine is this? It's all adult products, and the variety is very complete. Shinsu didn't know what to say to Shiryu. Isn't this like a beautiful kitten licking its fur clean before giving itself to humans to rub? So free? Shiryu had no idea what shocking thing he had done, let alone the turbulent waves in Shinsu's heart at the moment. He sat on the sofa, calmly opened the tablet, tilted his head and asked, I didn't have any experience before, but I asked a friend for the website. Do you want to check it out and learn it together? Chapter 79. Shiryu, who was always rational, was acting crazy at this moment, while Shinsu, who was always unruly, was very serious at this moment. He frowned and his tone was even a little harsh. Do you know what you were talking about? I know. Shiryu looked up at Shinsu. His almond eyes were as clear as the calm lake under the summer sun, and his tone was also calm. The system has no rules for pulling people into the game. This time it was Chiu Xiaoyuan. Who will it be next time? No one knows. I don't want my family to be pulled into the game. The longer it is delayed, the more dangerous it will be for the people around me. I'd better understand the rules of the game as soon as possible. It's best to end the game. Even if it can't be ended, I have to find a way to get out of the game as soon as possible. Shiryu retracted his gaze and said while operating the tablet, the system will not open the advanced dungeon channel for me for no reason. Since it wants me to enter the advanced dungeon, it means that there must be something in this dungeon. Maybe it's what we are looking for. Even if it is a trap, we must go, but we can't act rashly. For our own safety, this resurrection item must be unlocked before entering the advanced dungeon. It's just sacrificing your body to give your life an extra guarantee. I don't think it's a big deal. Shiryu probably understood what Shinsu was worried about, and he asked, or are you unwilling? He said this easily, but Shinsu's face became more and more ugly, But Shiryu was busy entering the URL given by his friend and didn't pay attention. After a long time, Shinsu spoke. I'm not unwilling. Shinsu's voice was a little hoarse, and his eyes fell directly on Shiryu's beautiful face. If his eyes had temperature, Shiryu's skin would have been burned. I just want to know, if it's someone else, can you do it? A friend gave Shiryu a dozen URLs, saying that URLs are prone to crashing recently. If you can't access them, just change one. Shiryu has tried 3 URLs but none of them worked. He was typing in the 4th URL and said casually, I don't know. I haven't thought about that possibility. After a moment of silence, Shinsu said, so you only thought about having sex with me? Shiryu, eh? This is too straightforward, too rude, and even a little offensive. But Shiryu thought about it. He bought everything he needed without Shinsu's consent, and the only thing he lacked was forcing himself on her. This behavior seemed to be very offensive, so he forgave Shinsu's offensive behavior. At this time, the 7th URL was finally accessed, and Shiryu's mood also improved a little. However, there were so many videos in it that it was dazzling. For a moment, Shiryu didn't know which one to choose. There is one thing I have to declare first. Shiryu was concentrating on selecting videos. Shinsu stared at Shiryu's eyes and said word by word, I don't do the one below. Is this okay? Shiryu's mind went blank for a moment. Although he had not known it for sure, Shiryu still had a general idea. He knew that there was a distinction between 1 and 0 between homosexuals. 1 was above and 0 was below. Generally speaking, the one with better physical strength would be more harmonious when doing one. Shiryu worked in the office all year round. Although he would run and exercise when he had time, he was still far behind Shinsu in terms of physical strength. Okay. Shiryu came back to his senses, nodded, and looked at Shinsu. He bit his lip and hesitated, but Shiryu handed over the tablet. I saw on the internet that it would hurt the first time, you should learn it first. Shinsu looked at him for a few seconds with heavy eyes, and threw away the tablet. No, I can do it, I teach you. At the end, he added. It won't hurt you. Shiryu was thrown onto the sofa, and a question popped up in his mind after realizing it belatedly. Why can Shinsu, a straight man, do this? But before he could think deeply, his senses were occupied by Shinsu. Shiryu's home is decorated in a very simple style, except for the wall in the living room, which is decorated with dried red plum flowers to create an artistic pattern, and the green plants scattered along the wall make the whole living room full of vitality. At this moment, Shiryu was pressed against the wall, and his lips were brighter than the red plums. 2 hours ago, he was in front of the French window. Going back in time, Shiryu had not left the bedroom for 2 whole days. In the end, the bedroom was so messy that it was difficult to step on it, so they could only come out to mess up the living room, and then the bathroom and study were also affected. Only 4 days had passed. How much is the favorability? Shiryu couldn't stand steadily, and leaned on Shinsu's arms. His voice was extremely hoarse. Not enough. Shinsu kissed Shiryu's ear, and there were several bright red scratches on the back of his neck when he lowered his head. He coaxed and lied, it's still a long way to go. Shiryu, oh. Then Shinsu held him, and moved to another place. Shiryu was in Shinsu's arms before he fell asleep, and he was in Shinsu's arms every time he woke up. Shinsu sometimes kissed him, sometimes not, and coaxed him to take the initiative. If he didn't take the initiative, Shinsu would suddenly become very fierce. Shinsu not only had superior appearance, but also superior hardware facilities. Therefore, when he got fierce, Shiryu couldn't stand it at all, so he could only take the initiative to raise his head to kiss Shinsu. Later, it became a conditioned reflex. Even if Shinsu didn't ask, he would hug Shinsu's neck and kiss him. In a daze, he felt that his entire sexual desire was controlled. Every night after Shiryu fell asleep, Shinsu would clean up the house, but the next day, it would be messy again. Most of the food in the refrigerator went into Shinsu's mouth. Although Shiryu ate soup, it was nutritious. Shinsu could cook, and the taste was not bad. After all, they couldn't ask someone to cook at home in this situation. At the end of 7 days and 6 nights, their favorability was not only full of 10,000, but also exceeded 2,000. Shiryu suspected that the favorability might have been enough, and Shinsu didn't want to stop, so he deliberately said it was not enough, but he couldn't find evidence. The time to enter the game was almost up. The two took a quick shower in the remaining time, but Shiryu did it with the help of Shinsu, and he couldn't take a shower by himself. Shinsu used a hair dryer to help Shiryu dry his hair, and he wiped it twice with a towel, and then the two dressed neatly, and sat on the sofa to look at their own game panels. The props for the partners' 10,000 favorability were unlocked. Item name, Resurrection item description. Use resurrection within 5 minutes after your partner dies in the game dungeon to revive your partner. Item cooldown, 24 hours. Use times, unlimited. Shinsu said, I told Chinku that our favorability is full, and Chinku said to take him with him. Shiryu nodded and said in a hoarse voice, Morugi also agreed to go in with us. Shiryu used the team card and entered the player names. Shinsu, Shiryu, Morugi, Chinku. Confirm the team? Yes. Do you want to open the Advanced Dungeon Trial channel? Yes. Since this is the first time the player has opened an Advanced Dungeon, the dungeon selection permission cannot be used. The player has been matched with an Advanced Dungeon based on the average level of the team members. Dungeon matching. Matching completed. Game dungeon. Dinner in the Royal City. Game time. 7 days. Game background introduction. The princess of the Royal City has reached the age of marriage, and the king will hold a 7-day dinner to choose a husband for the princess. You are a prince who came to participate in the princess's husband selection. Please work hard to win the princess's favor during these 7 days, and ask for a true love kiss from the princess when the bell rings at dawn on the 7th day. Main quest. Ask for a true love kiss from the princess when the bell rings at dawn on the 7th day. Side quest. Unlocked. Clearance condition. Complete the main quest. Players have fun playing. Shinsu, Morugi and Chinku all receive such a task template, only Shiryu's was different. Game copy. Royal City Dinner. Game time. 7 days. Game background introduction. The princess of the Royal City has reached the marriageable age, and the king will hold a 7-day dinner to choose a husband for the princess. You are a princess. Cupid's arrow of love has hit you. Your destined prince will appear at the dinner. Please find your true prince among the princes attending the banquet, and give your true prince a kiss of true love when the bell rings at dawn on the 7th day. Main task. Find your true prince, and give him a kiss of true love when the bell rings at dawn on the 7th day. Side task, to be unlocked. Clearance condition. Complete the main task. Players have fun. Chapter 80. After the long introduction to the game background, a character card with white text on a black background popped up in the middle of the panel. Character identity. The only princess of the King of Scar City. Character setting 1. The princess who has lived in the city since childhood is innocent and naive, and believes that everyone who treats her well is a good person. Character setting 2. The princess will risk her life for love. Note, the player's words and actions must conform to the character setting. If the player OOCs more than 3 times, the game ends. This is actually a role-playing copy. Since Shiryu was pulled into the game, he has only experienced 3 copies. He has not entered a role-playing copy, but he has seen players say that role-playing copies are the most difficult when he browsed the forum before. This kind of copy is not difficult to pass, but it is difficult to keep the character setting intact throughout the game. The reason why players are given 3 chances is that if there is only 1 chance, it is almost annihilated. Unless the player himself is an actor and can perfectly interpret his role. But most of the players are ordinary people. The mortality rate of high-level copies is high. You could die at any time in a high-level dungeon. Role-playing combined with a high-level dungeon can be said to be hell level. The scene in front of him was blurry and clear, and Shiryu found himself sitting in front of a round bronze mirror. The person in the mirror was wearing a medieval Rococo-style court dress with a large skirt, and her long, light golden hair fell to her waist. That face was still Shiryu's face, but it was a gender-transformed version of Shiryu with minor adjustments. His facial features were as delicate as a doll, and his skin was as white and delicate as if he had been covered with powder, and even his eyelashes became long and curly. Then Shiryu found that he had become shorter, and his entire frame had been reduced. Perhaps it was to better fit the character setting. Although I can understand it. But Shiryu couldn't quite accept it. After confirming that his other male features had not changed, Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief and began to look around. This was a Western copy. He should be in the princess's bedroom. The reason why it was called a bedroom instead of a bedroom was that the area of this bedroom was about the same size as the hotel's living room. The floor was covered with intricately patterned carpets, and there were exquisite reliefs and murals around. All the furniture was inlaid with gems and pearls. Above the head was a gorgeous retro crystal lamp, and the warm light rippled in the bedroom like ripples. The entire palace was mainly pink, supplemented by light gold, and the decoration was gorgeous and dreamy. This was really princess. Since it was a role-playing copy, the others should have gotten their own roles, and maybe someone got a female role like him. Thinking this way, Shiryu gradually accepted his role setting of princess. The system said that the game would end if the player was OOC more than 3 times. The role that Shiryu got was actually not difficult to play. The character setting a princess can be summed up in 6 words: naive, love-brained. In other words, he only needs to be brainless in this dungeon. However, this is an advanced dungeon, so it is definitely not that simple. The condition for passing the dungeon is that he needs to give his true prince a kiss on the 7th day. The prerequisite for completing this task is that he must first find his true prince. What are the characteristics of the Prince of Destiny? How to find him? The system did not give any hints. At this time, 3 maids came in and saluted him. The leading maid said, "Your Majesty, let us ask, what is the princess's mate selection criteria?" The system did not give him any hints about the Prince of Destiny, but the copy NPC asked him this question. Could it be that the person who meets his mate selection criteria is his Prince of Destiny? But this guess may not be accurate. Because what if there is no such person among the princes who came to participate in the princess's selection of a son-in-law? His mate selection criteria? To be honest, Shiryu had never thought about this question before. He didn't even think that he would get married in the future. But for some reason, Shinsu's face appeared in his mind at this moment. And the scene of those 7 days, and 6 nights without restraint. Shiryu looked down at his wrists. If the system did not adjust this body, then his 2 wrists would still have red marks left by the binding. He never knew that Shinsu, who looked the most casual and lazy, would have such a strong desire for control in bed. He had clearly begged for mercy, and he felt that he couldn't bear any more, but Shinsu still didn't let him go. If you find a boyfriend like Shinsu, sooner or later you will die in bed. So Shiryu's mate selection criteria are completely opposite to Shinsu's: elegant, gentle and considerate, gentlemanly, and with just the right sense of propriety. The rest is not important. The last point is important. Shinsu just has no sense of propriety, whether in life or in bed. Okay, princess. The maid leader told a maid behind him to convey the message, and then waved to call 4 or 5 maids. Each maid had clothes and jewelry on her tray. The maid leader said to Shiryu, "The princes will enter the city one after another today. Please dress up and prepare for the banquet tonight." The princes have indeed come to the royal city one after another. Some have already entered the city, and some are still on the way. If nothing unexpected happens, everyone will enter the palace today. At this moment, a swear word suddenly came out of the forest in the suburbs 20 kilometers away from the royal city. There is a cavalry resting there. A member of the cavalry chief opened his character card again in disbelief. Character identity: Deputy General of the God of War. Character setting 1. You are brave and fearless, the first Deputy General under the God of War, and always charge at the front. Shin-ku, Thank you, he is not brave at all. He is afraid of death. Character setting 2. The God of War has saved your life, and you will sacrifice yourself for the God of War when necessary. Shin-ku, Thank you, he is here to brush the dungeon, not to sacrifice himself for the NPC. Note: the player's words and actions must conform to the character setting. If the player is OOC more than 3 times, the game will end. Shin-ku, It means that if he does not sacrifice for the NPC when necessary, the character will be OOC, the game will end, and he will die. If he sacrifices for the NPC, he will die. OOC will die, and sacrificing for the NPC will die, which means that he will die no matter what. Destroy it. Damn it. Look at the God of War NPC in front of him, who is wearing silver armor, and has a coffin face from the start to now, and has not made a pit. His direct boss. Shin-ku wanted to curse even more. Emorugi, who was sitting in the carriage, also wanted to curse at this moment. Character identity: Prince of the Green Family. Character setting 1. You are very familiar with others, and can chat with anyone. Character setting 2. Speak no less than 100 sentences a day, and no less than 5 words in each sentence. Note: the player's words and actions must conform to the character setting. If the player OOCs more than 3 times, the game ends. Silent Emorugi, Although I have downloaded many high-level copies, this is the first time I have seen such a bad copy. Lin Fengbai, who was by the stream in the suburbs, was confused. He looked at the game panel that suddenly appeared in front of him, which was exactly the same as Shiryu's game panel, and confirmed again and again that this game panel belonged to him. He was taken out of Xincheng Hospital by Shiryu, and then he had been hiding in Shiryu's prop column. He thought the system did not detect him, or knew of his existence, but was too lazy to care. How come the system suddenly gave him a task? But when it comes to tasks, there is no specific task content, just a character card. Character identity: Prince Lucy's counselor. Character setting 1. As the first counselor of Lila Royal City, you are resourceful and prepared for a rainy day, And you are highly valued by Prince Lucis. Lin Phoneby, ? Empty head Lin Phoneby, Character setting 2. You are only loyal to Prince Lucis. Does this mean that he cannot inform Shiryu in his copy? He must also tell Prince Lucis everything he knows? Not only that, if Shiryu and Prince Lucis stand on the opposite side, he must stand on Prince Lucis' side to deal with Shiryu. Lin Phoneby felt it was difficult just thinking about it. He was just a pet. Why was he given such a difficult task? Are you done? A gentle and deep male voice sounded from behind. Lin Phoneby turned his head and saw a tall and handsome young man wearing a black dark pattern tuxedo, a light gold bow tie, and pure white gloves walking towards him. The boots were decorated with gems and silver chains, and the silver chains jingled as he stepped forward. A luxurious carriage was parked behind the man. He should have just got off the carriage. The water here is not clean, just wash it for a while, and take a good bath after entering the royal city. His voice was pleasant and gentle. Lin Phoneby felt cold sweat on his forehead and back. As Prince Lucas approached step by step, he sweated more. Obviously, this prince was polite, smiling, considerate, and full of gentlemanly demeanor, but Lin Phoneby felt that every pore of his body was afraid. It was like the natural blood suppression of tigers on cats among cats. This was simply uncontrollable. He realized that this Prince Lucas was not an ordinary NPC. But Lin Phoneby did not forget his character setting. He endured his fear, tried to control his trembling hands and feet, slowly stood up, and saluted Prince Lucas. Okay, Prince Lucas. Then let's go. Prince Lucas's tone was gentle, but there was no emotion. The words seemed to be inquiries, but in fact they were not negotiable. Lin Phoneby and Prince Lucas got on the carriage together. He sat beside Prince Lucas and didn't dare to move. Prince Lucas still had a gentle expression on his face, and his fingers were carelessly tapping on the light screen that Lin Phoneby couldn't see. Thousands of light screens jumped out and disappeared at his fingertips. Some still existed, and some were directly turned into fragments. He clicked on his character card. Character identity, Prince Lucas. Character setting 1, ? Character setting 2, ? The player has been detected to have a master card, and the setting can be changed at will. And all this cannot be seen by the audience in the live broadcast room. Chapter 81. Official live broadcast room of Royal City Dinner. It's my wife in women's clothing. My wife is absolutely beautiful. A critical hit when the screen opens. I was knocked down by my wife's absolutely beautiful face, and I needed a kiss from my wife to get up. A bunch of face lovers, unlike me who is a fan of Yu Yu's career, the first thing I care about is the dungeon problems Yu Yu faces. Yu Yu is such a rational person, I can't imagine him becoming a love-brain person, but why am I looking forward to it so much? Chin Ku, who makes a living by his brain, let him be a general, Mo Rugi is not talkative, let him play a chatterbox who says 100 sentences a day, Shinsu is talkative, let him play a Cold War god, Shiryu is smart and rational, let him play a silly and sweet love-brain person, ha ha ha, this dungeon is a bit interesting, I am looking forward to it. Don't you find this dungeon a bit weird? Why are other players all prince characters, but Shiryu is a princess? Shiryu's true prince must be Shinsu. If only the prince chosen by the princess can pass this dungeon, Shiryu will definitely choose Shinsu, which is unfair to other players. Who said the princess's true prince must be Shinsu? The system did not give any hints about the true prince. Besides, except for Shiryu, who is a gender-reverse version of himself, the others are unrecognizable. Their behavior must also be in accordance with the character setting, otherwise it will be OC. Do you think they can recognize each other? I livestream high-level dungeons every day. I am not bragging that I have seen 99% of the high-level dungeons in this game, but I have never seen this dungeon. Is this a new dungeon? I have not seen this dungeon either maybe. It is well known that the difficulty of opening up new dungeons is hell level. High-level dungeons plus role-playing plus opening up new dungeons. This is stacking poison buffs. What kind of bad luck did you use wife get to draw this dungeon? The audience in the live broadcast room did not know that this was not Shiryu's bad luck, but was forced by the system. Shiryu also didn't know that other players got the prince role, but he got the princess role. At this moment, Shiryu sat in front of the makeup mirror and let the maids fiddle with it, thinking about how to recognize other teammates. The name of the dungeon is Royal City Dinner, and the theme is princess choosing a husband. The direction of the entire dungeon must revolve around this theme. Tonight is the first night of the banquet, and other players will definitely appear at the dinner. Although his face has been slightly adjusted and his body size has been reduced, people who are familiar with him should be able to recognize him. And Shiryu is confident that as long as he appears at the dinner with this face, Shinsu will definitely recognize him at a glance. At the dinner, he met Shinsu first, and then found Chinku and Imorugi. After everyone was together, they exchanged information and discussed how to explore the dungeon. They didn't enter this high-level dungeon to do tasks, but mainly to explore the dungeon to see if there is anything about the core of the system. Even if they can't find it, since the system forced him to arrange this dungeon, there must be something different in this dungeon, or something the system wants to show him. The second thing is to do the task. At this moment, there are still a few hours before the dinner begins. Shiryu doesn't want to stay in the palace all the time. He wants to go out for a walk and asks the maid not to put jewelry on him first. Shiryu just stood up, and the maid hurriedly stopped him. His Majesty the King has ordered that the princess cannot leave the palace. The maid explained, the gates of the city are open for the princess to choose a son-in-law. When the princes enter the city, there may be spies from the enemy country. For the princess's safety, please do not leave the palace before the dinner begins. Shiryu wanted to say that he would not go too far, just walk around, but he quickly realized that his character believed that everyone who was good to him was a good person. The maid said this for his own good, and the king ordered this for his own good, although the motives of both of them might not be this. But the princess' character is like this. Shiryu could only choose to believe it. Moreover, Imorugi and Chinku both said that people would die at any time in the advanced dungeon. It might be that the left foot stepped out of the threshold first, or it might be that they did not listen to a word from the NPC, which would trigger the rules and kill themselves. It is better to be more cautious in the advanced dungeon. Okay. Shiryu sighed and sat back, obediently allowing the maid to put jewelry on him. While the princess was dressing up, Shinsu, one of the princes, was wearing hard and cold silver armor and sitting on a stone in the forest with his eyes closed to rest. Opposite him sat his deputy general, surrounded by soldiers, who were leaning or lying to adjust their lives, and there were several soldiers standing guard in the distance. Shinsu had no expression on his face. The expression in his mind was like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Before entering this dungeon, Shinsu's imagination of a high-level dungeon was apocalyptic zombies, ghosts, zombies, dinosaurs, Godzilla, or Punk's Team Cyber High-Tech, or at least some Cthulhu mental pollution. Shinsu was ready to enter the dungeon and kill everyone. Well, the character given to him by the system is indeed a god of war who kills everyone, but the theme of the dungeon is Royal City Dinner. Princess choosing a husband, and the god of war's killing of everyone has no effect on the princess's choice of a husband. He still has to compete with other prince NPCs for the princess. Shinsu was a little speechless. What princess is he competing for? He has a wife. Although his wife hasn't admitted it yet. Then he looked at his character card. Shinsu was even more speechless. Character identity. The world-famous god of war. Character setting 1. The god of war is very frugal with words, and speaks no more than 3 sentences a day, and no more than 5 words in each sentence. Shinsu, This god of war is also a taciturn person. He can only speak 3 sentences a day, and each sentence cannot exceed 5 words. Wouldn't he be suffocated to death? But think about it, Shiryu is also a person who doesn't like to talk. If he loves to talk, he will be given a taciturn character. I wonder if Shiryu's character will be a chatterbox. He is also looking forward to Shiryu's active thinking of topics to talk to him. It must be super cute, but the restriction of only being able to speak 3 sentences a day makes it difficult for him to communicate with his teammates. Shinsu tried to cheat by writing on the ground with a branch, and found that what he wrote was a ghost painting. He tried to tap Morse code on his knees with his fingers, and the rhythm was also messy. That means you could only say 3 sentences a day. You could only say 3 sentences in all senses. Character setting 2. The god of war will not take the initiative to approach the princess. Note, the player's words and actions must conform to the character setting. If the player OOCs more than 3 times, the game ends. This setting has no effect on him at all. He entered the dungeon to explore the advanced dungeon to find the system core, and find a way to get out of the game. He would not take the initiative to approach people he didn't like, let alone the NPC in the dungeon. Fortunately, although Shinsu couldn't speak easily, this body remembered the gestures used by the god of war, so Shinsu used gestures to let everyone rest in place. When Shinsu was washing his face by the stream, he found that his face had changed so much that his mother couldn't recognize him. Although his facial features were still handsome and deep, this face was not his face, and it didn't look like him at all. The facial features of other people were probably changed by the system. The system is cunning. It gives you the right to form a team, but it also gives you various restrictions, changing your face, so that you can't OOC your character, so that you can't recognize your teammates at all. However, since this copy is centered around the theme of the princess choosing a son-in-law, then the character obtained by Shiryu should also be related to the theme. It may also be a member of the prince, or it may be someone in the palace. All players will definitely appear at the dinner, and then they will find a way to recognize the secret code. Players don't know each other's identity, but the audience in the live broadcast room can see it. Shinsu, the god of war, and Qin, the deputy general of the god of war, sat face to face, glancing at each other from time to time. They looked at each other several times, and didn't recognize each other. Barrage, what does it mean to not recognize each other across from each other? Shinsu and Qin perfectly interpreted this idiom. Thank you. Shinsu and Qin were not familiar with each other. This is not a question of whether they are familiar or not. Each of them has a face that their mothers don't recognize, and a personality that their fathers don't recognize. I'm not saying that even if Shiryu sits across from Shinsu, they may not recognize each other. Ha ha ha, Emorugi is so pitiful. In order to make up 5 words in each sentence, he even said such words. It reminded me of the nonsense I said in school to make up 800 words in my composition. Emorugi's catchphrase has since become this beautiful lady. This handsome gentleman. Ha ha ha. Royal Palace, Princess Bedroom. Shiryu spent an afternoon dressing up. He looked at himself in the mirror. His silvery white dress was adorned with countless sparkling gems and pearls. His long, wavy light gold hair was scattered around his waist. He wore a sparkling diamond crown on his head and a sapphire necklace on his neck. There were sparkling shell jewelry on his wrists and ankles. He could blind a random NPC's eyes when he walked out. However, compared to the gorgeous and exaggerated clothes, his makeup was more natural. His facial features did not change much. In other words, this face did not need any modification to be beautiful enough. He just put on a thin layer of powder to improve his complexion. The maid came to pass on the message. His Majesty the King has ordered that His Royal Highness the Princess can go to the dinner. Shiryu was about to get up, but the maid asked him to wait, and then brought a white veil for him to wear. Shiryu? ? Fiddling with makeup for an entire afternoon, just to cover it up with a veil? Shiryu doesn't understand. If you want to cover it up, why bother putting on makeup for an entire afternoon? Why do you need to wear a veil? The snow-white veil covered half of her face, revealing only her smooth forehead and a pair of beautiful black almond eyes. Shiryu's eyes were clear and innocent when she asked. The maid said, "You can't let the princess see the princess's face. You have to wear a veil when you go out for 7 days, until you choose a husband for the princess. Only then can you show your face in front of your husband." Shiryu, Why are your Western copies so futile? Chapter 82. What if someone accidentally sees my face? Shiryu asked. Isn't it like in the costume dramas, whoever sees his face, he must marry? Of course, Shiryu asked this for another reason. In the game world, the words of important NPCs also represent part of the rules of the game. He needs to know what consequences he will face if he finds out about this situation. The maid's face suddenly became serious, and she replied, "If that happens, it will be a huge dereliction of duty for the subordinates, and the subordinates will face severe punishment from His Majesty the King." Oh, it was the NPC who was punished, not him, so he was relieved. Shiryu asked again, "What about the person who saw my face? What punishment will he get?" If the princes saw it, whether it was accidental or intentional, the prince would be expelled from the royal city and lose the qualification to participate in the princess's selection of a husband. If it was seen by other subordinates, he would also face severe punishment. The maid continued, "After the princess turns 10, only the personal maid can see the princess' face when she is dressing her. Even the king cannot see your face, and only your husband can see your face in the future." Shiryu, I see. You are really futile. That is to say, he must recognize his teammates without showing his face. With a silly and sweet love-brain personality, and his teammates are all wearing different skins like him. Don't even mention completing the main task. It's difficult to just recognize teammates. Will I not be punished? Shiryu asked again. The maid said, "Your Highness is the apple of His Majesty's eye. No matter what the princess does wrong, the king will not punish you severely. At most, he will give you a small punishment and a big warning." Shiryu nodded. This small punishment and a big warning should not cost him his life. The king should be the biggest NPC in this copy. Doesn't this mean that he has a safety guarantee from the king? It's just that what they are going to do has nothing to do with safety. 2 hours ago, Shinsu and his party arrived at the royal city and were arranged to live in Ziguang Palace. The royal city is very large, with no less than 100 palaces. Each prince who came to the dinner has a separate palace. Except for the Deputy General of the God of War. Because the Deputy General of the God of War needs to be with the God of War at all times. Shinsu took a bath after moving into the Zhuang Palace. He originally wanted to take a bath, but he thought that this was too enjoyable and did not fit the character of the God of War. In the end, he just took a simple bath and changed into the dress prepared for him by his subordinates. The dress was a silver-gray tuxedo with no excessive decorations, which was in line with the plain style of the God of War, who was born in a peasant family. Shinsu sorted out the information about the character God of War in his mind along the way. The name of the God of War was Sui. Sui was an orphan, born in the war, and was adopted by a farmer. When he was 7 years old, his adoptive parents died of illness, and Sui began to wander. He joined the army at the age of 12, and became famous at the age of 15. Since then, every step of his life has pushed him to the position of God of War. The orphan's birth made Sui cold and taciturn, and the title of God of War made people dare to look up to him, but not approach him. Sui is the God of War of the Scar City. The king of the Scar City thinks highly of Sui. It can be said that Sui is the most likely person to become the princess's husband. Perhaps it is precisely because of the God of War's status that he was given a restriction not to approach the princess actively. It doesn't matter at all. He didn't want to approach the princess in the first place. He just wanted to find Shiryu and do things together. Shinsu took a rest in Zhuang Palace. There were still a few hours before the dinner started. He wanted to go to other palaces to see if he could find Shiryu. The palace guards did not restrict their range of activities, but only told them that there might be spies from the enemy country sneaking into the royal city, so they should be more careful. Shinsu's character is God of War. The God of War is the God of War in the Scar City, but he is a fierce god in the eyes of the enemy country. Even if there are spies sneaking in, they probably won't dare to provoke him. Shinsu is not too worried about this. He visited several palaces, and did not see Shiryu. However, he saw several princes who came to the dinner like him. Some of them looked like Qin Ke, and some looked like Imorugi. He wanted to go up and exchange secret signals, but his deputy general kept following him, making it very inconvenient for him to move. Speaking of this, the deputy general of the God of War, Ron, was really annoying. He followed him everywhere, and never left his side. When he took a shower, the deputy general had to wait outside. Other people's personal maids were not so sticky. He gestured several times to let Ron stop following. Ron didn't listen. He wanted to curse, but he could only say 3 sentences a day, and he didn't want to waste time on this deputy general. Without OC, he could only express his dissatisfaction with a blank expression. Qin Ke felt that he had a hard time. It was too hard for him. The guards in the palace said that there might be spies from the enemy country sneaking in, so they should be more careful. He was an old player, and he knew that the NPC in the game would not say unnecessary words. The NPC said that there must be spies from the enemy country in the palace, and asked them to be careful. Maybe the spy was next to them. They were very unsafe, and his character of the Deputy General of the God of War made him sacrifice himself to protect the God of War. The guard said that the palace was not safe. This stupid God of War NPC was still running around. He was just a Deputy General, and he couldn't tell you not to run around and stay in the palace. What if he encountered danger? He still had to protect this idiot and sacrifice for this idiot when necessary. He didn't want to sacrifice for this stupid God of War NPC at all, so he could only follow this idiot closely. What's even more infuriating is that this war god seems to look down on him. You are just an NPC. What do you have to look down on players? Everyone in Shiryu's live broadcast room is licking the screen. The beauty of the gender-reversed wife. Oh. Does such beauty really exist? Shinsu can't see his wife's beauty, but I can. So proud. JPG Shinsu and Qin Ke's live broadcast room is a different style. Shinsu's inner thoughts. Why is this idiot always following me? Qin Ke's inner thoughts. Can this idiot stop running around? Ha ha ha, you two are idiots. I am so happy. The farthest thing in the world is distance, not life and death, but when I stand in front of you, you not only can't recognize me, but also treat me as an idiot. Qin Ke, why can't you recognize me? Just because I am not your wife? Even if Shiryu appears in front of Shinsu now, he may not be able to recognize her, right? Shiryu wears a veil, changes her gender, and changes her personality. Shinsu's war god character cannot actively approach the princess. I feel that this copy is hell level. Speaking of which, this dungeon is quite fair. No matter if you are a master or an ordinary player, no matter if you are in a team or alone, no one can recognize each other after entering. Chapter 83. In a place where the audience in the live broadcast room cannot see, Lin Fengbai hid in the bathroom, and tried to shrink his form back to Shiryu's prop column. He tried several times, and finally succeeded once, but he was ejected in less than 3 seconds. It seems that he can't stay in the prop column for a long time in his current state. Lin Fengbai thought about it, and took out a piece of paper. When he was about to write, dong dong dong, 3 evenly rhythmic knocks on the door sounded, followed by Lu Shi's gentle questioning voice. Is it ready? It's time to go. Lin Fengbai's hand trembled, and the white paper was torn by him. A corner, he rolled up the torn paper into a ball, and didn't dare to throw it into the trash can in the room, so he threw it into the prop column and folded it out. At the same time, Shiryu, who was sitting in the carriage, was also looking at the game panel. There is a distance from the princess's bedroom to the palace where the dinner was held, and you need to drive there. Shiryu found that the color of Lin Fengbai's icon in the props bar turned gray. Normally, when Lin Fengbai was in the props bar, the icon was in normal color, but when Lin Fengbai was summoned, the icon disappeared. What happened to the gray? He was the only one in the carriage. He tried to summon Lin Fengbai. A line of words popped up on the panel. The spirit pet is in a state where it cannot be summoned. Is it not possible to summon spirit pets in this copy? However, it is normal for role-playing copies not to allow summoning spirit pets, because players in the copy must speak and act according to the character setting. If a spirit pet is summoned, the character setting will be OC. Shiryu didn't think too much. Just as he was about to close the game panel, he found that there was an item he had never seen before in the props bar. He clicked it. Prop name: crumpled paper ball. Prop description: a useless paper ball with a missing corner. Prop function: unknown. Attack method: unknown. Shiryu? ? What is this? When did he get this prop? Shiryu couldn't remember when he got the paper ball, but he didn't throw it away, because some props that seemed useless might play a huge role at a critical moment, such as the paper cranes that Lin Feng gave him for free. The carriage suddenly stopped with a bump. There was no seat belt in the carriage. Shiryu staggered, and the jewelry on his head jingled. The maid sitting in front lifted the curtain and said to Shiryu, "Your Highness, there is a traffic jam ahead. Please wait for me to deal with it." Shiryu nodded to the maid. The maid got off the carriage, and Shiryu was curious about the traffic jam in the palace. He lifted the curtain and looked outside. They drove into an alley that was only wide enough for 2 carriages to run side by side. Not far ahead was a gorgeous carriage. A group of little girls surrounded the carriage, forcing it to be trapped in the middle of the alley and unable to move. The little girls were wearing colorful skirts, all with rosy faces, shouting the same name, with passion and admiration in their eyes. When the people in the carriage got off, their screams reached the highest decibel. "Your Highness Lu Shisi! Your Highness Lu Shisi! Ah!" It was comparable to the star-chasing scene in the 21st century. Shiryu looked at the man who got off the carriage. The man was tall, wearing a gorgeous tuxedo, handsome and elegant. He took the gifts handed over by the little girls, nodded and thanked them, with a faint smile on his face, not a little more, not a little less, and his behavior was full of gentlemanly demeanor. As if he had sensed something, Lu Shisi turned his head and looked over here. At that time, the sun was setting in the west, and the clouds covered half of the sky. Lu Shisi's clothes were neatly arranged from head to toe. The appropriate gemstone accessories made him look elegant and graceful. Every strand of hair was elegant. The afterglow of the sunset shone on him, and he seemed to be glowing. Just half a minute ago, Lu Shisi received a background message. "The princess is curious about you." Princess curiosity +1, so he got off the carriage. His identity card was half filled. Character identity: Prince Lu Shisi. Character setting 1. You are the most charming man in the dungeon world, and everyone who looks at you for more than 3 seconds will like you. Lu Shisi kept time, and after showing his personal charm in front of the princess, he seemed to look back inadvertently, and looked at the carriage behind. Then, he saw the curtain of the carriage being lowered. Lu Shisi, At the same time, his backstage information showed, Princess's curiosity -1 Lu Shisi, Shiryu's live broadcast room was laughing to death. Is this Lu Shisi a player or an NPC? Why does he look like a male peacock? I was going to say that this Lu Shisi is a bit handsome, but after being described like this, I found that he is indeed quite handsome. But he is handsome like a male peacock. I followed all the players who entered the Royal City Dinner Dungeon, and there was no Lu Shisi. He should be one of the NPCs who came to compete with the players. By the way, did you use wife do this on purpose? This NPC just turned around, and he just lowered the curtain, ha ha ha. Sure, you didn't deliberately lower the curtain at the right time. In fact, he didn't notice that the other person was looking at him from behind, mainly because he was not interested in the star-chasing scene. After lowering the curtain, the maid came back and said that the road had been cleared and they could set off. The carriage passed through this alley, and Shiryu asked the maid, "Who is that?" Although he was not interested in the star-chasing scene, the copy would not give the players useless information. Since they passed this road and saw this scene, it means that either the scene is useful or the character of Lu Shixi is useful. He needs to use some external information to judge whether this Lu Shixi is a player or an NPC. "Princess, don't you remember?" The maid lifted the curtain and looked at Shiryu behind her. She was puzzled at first, and then nodded to herself. "Yes, the princess and His Highness Lu Shixi haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, and you were still young at that time, so it's normal that you can't remember. The princess and His Highness Lu Shixi are childhood sweethearts. When the princess was 5 or 6 years old, His Highness Lu Shixi came to the palace to live for a while. The maid opened the conversation box and talked non-stop. I remember that at that time, no one wanted to play with His Highness Lu Shixi, saying that he was weird. Only you, the princess, were willing to play with him. Later, he became your follower. I didn't expect that His Highness Lu Shixi would become so popular now. But although so many girls like His Highness Lu Shixi, His Highness Lu Shixi's heart has always been with the princess. His Highness Lu Shixi came here specifically for the princess this time." Shiryu nodded, and had some thoughts in his mind. Shiryu's live broadcast room. Wow, childhood sweethearts, redemption, reunion after a long separation. This NPC is not an ordinary NPC, the buffs are stacked up. It seems to be a strong opponent for players. Childhood sweethearts, so what? Our Shinsu war god is still the best son-in-law candidate in the king's mind. Don't forget Shinsu's character setting too. The war god will not take the initiative to approach the princess, but this NPC can approach the princess at will with the identity of childhood sweetheart. Oh, I'm worried about my CP. The dinner was held in Liuguang Palace. The prince and the guests had to park the carriage at a fixed place, and then walk in from the main gate. The princess drove directly in the carriage from the back door, and came directly to the courtyard behind Liuguang Palace. Shiryu heard a few maids chatting, while resting in the side hall of the courtyard. That day I was pushed to the ground. His Highness Lu Shixi helped me up, gently asked me if it hurt, and told me to be careful. He was so gentle. His Highness Lu Shixi smiled at me that day. He looked so good when he smiled. His Highness Lu Shixi is gentle, humble and gentlemanly, unlike the god of war Sui. I felt frozen when I met his eyes. How dare you look at the god of war? I dare not look into his eyes. My legs and feet are weak when I pass in front of him. He is worthy of being the fierce god on the battlefield. I feel that he is full of evil spirit. Shoo! The fierce god is the name of the enemy country. Are you going to die? Shiryu didn't want to listen to the wall root. He left this room, and went to a room next to it to rest. Who knew that after a while, the maids walked and chatted and walked to the window of this room. And Shiryu couldn't help but hear a few words from the wall root. If you ask me, how come he has a murderous aura when he is killing enemies on the battlefield? It can't be because he has killed so many people? Didn't you notice that he is always surrounded by his subordinates and men, and no girls are willing to get close to him? Our Highness Lu Shixi is still popular. Yes, Highness Lu Shixi simply meets all girls' fantasies about their significant other. At first, Shiryu thought that eavesdropping was not a good behavior, but then he thought that the dungeon would not do meaningless things. When he changed rooms, the maid followed him and talked in his ear, which seemed to force him to feed information. This shows that these conversations have a certain meaning. Shiryu recalled the conversation between the maids. Lu Shixi was mentioned again in their conversation. The game will not deliberately emphasize a player, so it can only mean that Lu Shixi is a dungeon NPC. Judging from the high frequency of his name appearing, he is still a key NPC. At the same time, the maid mentioned another name. Sui. Lu Shixi, gentle, humble, gentleman, popular. Sui, the god of war, the fierce god, the evil spirit, is unwelcome. And he took such an obvious approach of praising one and trampling the other. Interesting. At this moment, Shinsu, who was on his way to the banquet hall, suddenly had 2 messages pop up on his game panel. The princess is curious about you. Princess's curiosity increased by 1 Shinsu. ? Chapter 84. Shinsu was confused when he saw these 2 messages, but his live broadcast room was full of laughter. Haha, Shinsu, do you have a lot of questions in your mind at this moment? Shinsu, why would someone who I haven't seen, and she hasn't seen me, be curious about me? Ah, Shinsu, your wife is paying attention to you. Wrong way to attract. Crazy flattery from the side, the right way to attract. Being smeared. I guess His Highness Lu Shixi also has a lot of questions in his mind at this moment. Ha ha ha. Shinsu has arrived at the entrance of Liuguang Palace. This is a very gorgeous palace. The exterior looks like it is made of gold. It is shining with golden light under the afterglow of the setting sun. Entering the palace, it is even more luxurious and beautiful. 16 pillars, with exquisite reliefs, support the entire banquet hall. There is a thick and soft sheepskin carpet under your feet. The crystal chandelier composed of thousands of crystals above your head ripples. The walls and furniture are inlaid with beautiful gems. The light from the gems and the lights reflect the guests coming and going. The guests are men and women, old and young, all wearing gorgeous dresses, holding red wine and chatting, with a faint smile on their faces. On the long table with carved patterns are exquisite plates, and on the plates are even more exquisite food. There is a band playing in the corner, and the gentle music accompanied by the sweet aroma of food floats among the crowd. Ignoring the theme of the game, this is no different from an ordinary cocktail party in reality. Shinsu brought his deputy General Ron to attend the banquet. Theoretically, princes were not allowed to bring their subordinates, but although Ron was his deputy general, he was also the son of a minister in the court and one of the princes that the princess was choosing as her husband. Along the way, Shinsu found that the god of war had poor interpersonal relationships. The god of war's character was said to be frugal with words, which meant that he had a cold personality and would not take the initiative to talk to people. In addition, the character's setting allowed him to say only 3 sentences a day, so Shinsu did not take the initiative to greet people along the way. However, he did not greet others, and no one greeted him. This character is simply unbelievable. However, later Shinsu found that these people were not on bad terms with the god of war, but were afraid of the god of war. They did not dare to take the initiative to talk to the god of war. They did not even dare to look directly into the eyes of the god of war. Everyone did not dare to look at him, which also provided him with convenience, allowing him to better look for his companions in the crowd. Later, probably because he observed too much, he received a system warning in the background. Player OOC warning once. Player OOC more than 3 times, the game is over. Shinsu, It seems that it is not okay if the NPC can't see it. Shinsu retracted his gaze, and returned to a blank expression. He was about to find a seat to sit down, when he heard someone calling him. Your Highness Sui. A man in a champagne-colored suit, and flaxen medium-length curly hair strode towards him with a bright smile. Before Shinsu could search the memory of the god of war to find out who this man was, the other party had already warmly shaken his right hand. Hello, Your Highness Sui. I have always heard of the name of the god of war. I didn't expect to meet you today. It's such an honor. Shinsu remembered the god of war's character of being frugal with words, and the rule that he could only say 3 sentences a day when playing the god of war, and each sentence should not exceed 5 words. He nodded to the other party, and said nothing. But this person was the first one who had the courage to take the initiative to greet him. Although he didn't search who this person was from the memory of the god of war, Shinsu guessed that he should be a key NPC. Shinsu looked at the other person calmly. The key NPC took the initiative to greet him, which must be to convey some information to him. He waited for the NPC to continue. Who knew that this person just greeted him and shook hands, without even saying his name, and then greeted someone else. Handsome His Highness Ya, long time no see. Mrs. Smith, it's really been a long time since we last met. You look more and more beautiful. Young Master Khan has grown taller again, so handsome. Shinsu, It doesn't look like this person is a key NPC. As the deputy general of the god of war, and one of the invited princes, Chinka followed his NPC boss. Along the way, he took advantage of the fact that no one dared to look at the god of war, and pretended to be powerful. He looked at the people around him calmly, trying to find his companions among them. However, he received a warning from the system that his character was out of commission soon after, so he had to look away. Until he arrived at the banquet hall, when this handsome guy greeted his boss, he also quietly observed him. Judging from his attire, this guy should also be a prince, and judging from his behavior, he should also be a key NPC. He took the initiative to come forward to convey some information. Who knew that the other party left after greeting? Left? Okay. It should be an NPC who is bored. After greeting the god of war, Emorigi wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then wiped the sweat from his palms, with a hint of fatigue in his smile. Along the way, he heard about the deeds of the god of war, and everyone's fear of him. He couldn't help but feel awe for this NPC whom he had never met. To be honest, he didn't want to greet this NPC, but the system issued a mandatory task. Scene side quests open. Side quest 1. Please greet 30 guests. Side quest 2. Please shake hands and talk with the god of war Sui. Completion deadline. Before the banquet officially begins. He is an old player, he knows some potential game rules, and he also knows that some players like to find game loopholes and play tricks to attract traffic, which may work in low and medium level dungeons, but not in high level dungeons. Generally speaking, the higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the fewer loopholes can be found, and the less players are allowed to play tricks. Therefore, if you want to survive in a high level dungeon, the first principle is, listen to the system honestly and don't play tricks. Emorigi's live broadcast room. Scene side quests are open. Great. Emorigi is so cautious, every step is done according to the routine, but watching such a live broadcast is also boring. I still want to see players do some tricks. Guess why Emorigi can live well after playing hundreds of high-level dungeons alone? It's because of his caution. If you don't want to watch, please click the upper right corner. Don't come here to annoy people. You probably haven't seen a few high-level dungeons before? The mortality rate of high-level dungeons is as high as 98.8%. The side quests in high-level dungeons are not optional like the side quests in low and medium-level dungeons. Once the side quests are released in high-level dungeons, they must be completed. If you can't complete them, the game is over. Of course, the game will not tell you the last point, and players need to explore it by themselves. So why do many anchors who like to do tricks in low and medium-level dungeons fail once they enter high-level dungeons? This is the reason. Anchors who do tricks. I am deeply worried about my two. It turns out that I am not the only one who watched the live broadcast with 3 accounts. Good news. The 3 teammates have successfully met. Bad news. They all mistook each other for NPCs. Haha, forgive my insincere smile. How can we play this? There was a commotion at the entrance of the banquet, followed by the girls' suppressed screams, and they shouted the same name. His Highness Lucas. His Highness Lucas, Almost half of the girls in the entire banquet hall gathered around, giving flowers and gifts to a man. Those who knew it was the princess's selection of a husband, while those who didn't thought it was a fan meeting for His Highness Lucas. The players also looked over. Such a special person must be either a player or a key NPC in the dungeon. The audience in the live broadcast room also followed the camera of their own anchor to see His Highness Lucas, and they were all puzzled. This player has a good identity, a popular setting, so cool. Does anyone know who he is? Please point the way to the live broadcast room. Not a player, this is an NPC. NPC? Why did the NPC give him so many shots? Strange. After a while. His Highness is here. All the voices stopped at this moment. Everyone in the banquet hall tilted their heads to look in the direction of the sound. At the end of the red carpet were 2 carved wooden doors, which were slowly opened to both sides by the maids, and the princess in a long white dress appeared at the door. The crowd retreated to both sides like a tide, making way. The princess stepped onto the red carpet, with the help of the maids, and walked towards this side. Perhaps it was because of her ladyship from childhood, or perhaps it was because the hem of her skirt was too long. She walked very small steps, and her slender white fingers carefully lifted the hem of her skirt. Unlike the extravagant style of the palace, although the princess wore a gorgeous long dress, she had very few accessories on her body, and only a jeweled crown on her head. Her light golden hair fell on her slender waist like moonlight, and the veil covered half of her face, revealing only her beautiful eyebrows and a pair of moist black eyes, long and curled eyelashes, and white skin like snow. A drop-shaped sapphire hangs between her eyebrows. The color of the sapphire is as pure and clear as the blue of the sky, but it is overshadowed by the eyes below. From the moment the princess appeared, everyone in the banquet hall stopped talking and stared at that direction without blinking. Although she was covered with a veil, the princess's beauty was enough to be seen from a single glimpse of her figure. Yu's live broadcast room was madly swiping the screen. My wife is absolutely beautiful. Shinsu only glanced at the princess and looked away. First of all, it is very rude to stare at a strange woman like this. Although the other party is indeed very beautiful, beauty is not a reason for you to stare at others. Secondly, although the princess is his main quest, he is really not interested in the princess. Finally, the princess is the main NPC of the dungeon. His main quest is to win the princess's favor. Other players are likely to do the same. He can take the opportunity to observe who is most interested in the princess, perhaps his teammates. As a result, he looked around and found that everyone was very interested in the princess, including his deputy General Ron. Shinsu, Sure, you walked on the carpet in small steps. It was the first time for him to wear such a large skirt with a waist, and he was very uncomfortable. He felt that his hands and feet were bound, and he couldn't move his whole body, and he would step on the skirt if he was not careful. He could only walk forward in small steps, but this just reflected the princess's reserved and ladylike personality. When he walked halfway on the carpet, the game panel popped up. Scene side quests are enabled. Side quest 1. Please ask the princess to shake hands and say hello to all the princes who came to the banquet. Side quest 2. Please ask the princess to choose one of the princes to dance with. A few seconds later, another sentence popped up. Note, your choice will have a certain impact on the direction of the plot. Please choose carefully. Chapter 85. Scene side quest. Shiryu was slightly startled, but did not show it. Everyone only saw the princess pause for a moment, then naturally walked forward. Her steps were as light as feathers. Her skirt swayed with her steps. The crystal lights sprinkled on it. The broken diamonds on the skirt sparkled, like a galaxy. Shiryu grasped the keyword scene. This is the first time he has heard of this kind of task. There was no prefix when issuing side quests in the past. Does the scene side quest mean to be completed in this scene? It also did not say whether it must be completed or optional, but this gave him an opportunity. Shinsu, Chinku and Imorigi are most likely among the guests below. He was still thinking about how he could find them without breaking his character. Now this task just happened to help him, and this side quest is not difficult to complete. The mission said he had to shake hands with all the princes, but the guests below were not just princes. He wanted to shake hands with everyone in order to make sure that no one was missed. Therefore, even if Shinsu and the others were not playing the role of princes, he could shake hands with them and observe. Shiryu was about to go forward and shake hands with the guests, when he suddenly found that a golden arrow appeared above the heads of some of the guests. He stared at the arrow for 3 seconds, and a line of words popped up. Prince Leah. Shiryu, Isn't it an advanced copy? They even marked the prince? Is the side quest so simple? But in this way, he couldn't shake hands with other guests, and could only shake hands with the princes pointed by the arrows. If the characters played by Shinsu, and the others were not princes, he would lose a chance to recognize them. The official live broadcast room of the Royal City Banquet was also questioning this dungeon. Suspecting that I had walked into the wrong live broadcast room, I clicked on it, and saw that it was indeed a high-level dungeon. Is it so easy to open a high-level dungeon now? It's been 3 hours since the start, and no one has died yet. This is unscientific. That's right, isn't it a high-level dungeon? It's not exciting at all. If it weren't for the beautiful anchor lady named Shiryu, I would have left long ago. Anchor lady? I'm dying of laughter. Your anchor lady's skirt is bigger than yours when it's lifted up. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room gradually developed in the direction of mosaics. Here, Shiryu had already started to shake hands and greet the princes one by one along the arrows. Hello, Mr. Green. The princess extended her right hand elegantly, and the man in a champagne dress with flaxen medium-length curly hair shook his hand enthusiastically. His tone of voice was more enthusiastic than his actions. Hello, princess. If possible, I would rather call me Moses, because Mr. Green makes me feel like he is calling my father. Although this man looked a little greasy in enthusiasm, his behavior was not greasy, and his handshake etiquette was very standard and gentlemanly, unlike some princes who held his hand excitedly and refused to let go, or deliberately rubbed the back of his hand with their index fingers. But Shiryu was not sure whether he was a player playing a role, or was this person just an extroverted and enthusiastic NPC. Shiryu did not stay for too long. He walked to the next prince, and called out the other's name according to the prompt next to the arrow. Hello, Your Highness Lu Shisi. Lucas can be said to be the most dazzling one among all the male guests who came to the banquet. From the moment he entered the banquet hall, he was surrounded by girls until the princess appeared. Hello, princess. Lucas's voice was very pleasant, and his mellow voice carried the fragrance of midnight orchids. Hearing his voice made the ears feel drunk, and the girls around him couldn't help but slow down their breathing. The princess's slender hands were wrapped in soft lace, with the back of her hands facing up and her fingertips hanging down, revealing a wrist bone as white as the bright moon. Lucas gently held the princess's fingertips with his hands, wearing sheepskin gloves, and every movement was elegant. He leaned over and kissed the back of the princess's hand, causing the girls around to scream. After kissing the hand, he slowly stood up and showed the princess an elegant and charming smile. The charm of His Highness Lucas made all the girls fascinated, but this did not include His Highness the Princess. Shiryu only glanced at him and retracted his hand to the next person. Lu Shisi's smile was frozen on his face. War God Sui, I have heard of your name for a long time. The princess gave the war god a polite smile. The war god was too tall, probably more than 1.9 meters tall, And sure, you became shorter after becoming a princess. When he stood in front of the war god, his head could only reach the war god's chest, and he could only look up to greet him. This posture of looking up made his eyes slightly widen, and under the curled and thick eyelashes were a pair of clean and clear eyes, with broken light flickering inside, like stars falling into the sky. Shinsu was distracted for a moment, but he quickly looked away. It's not his fault that he was distracted, it was really the princess's eyes. That made him feel familiar. But they were clearly two completely different people, with different appearances, different body shapes, and even different genders. Your Highness, how are you? The God of War greeted the princess. The God of War character is said to say only 3 sentences a day, each with no more than 5 words, and Shinsu used up today's chance to speak. Compared to other guests, who attended in fancy dress, the God of War in front of him was dressed very simply, in a simple silver-gray tuxedo with no extra accessories, but the God of War's tall and straight figure made this simple dress look particularly good. I heard that the God of War was born a peasant, and even though he was honored later, he still maintained a simple style in life. Sure, you hated the flamboyant male peacock, and had a good impression of this simple God of War. The God of War was as cold and difficult to approach as rumored. After greeting the princess, he lowered his eyes, and had no intention of continuing the conversation with the princess. The man behind the right side of the God of War came up, extended his right hand with a polite smile. Hello, princess. I am Ron, the Deputy General of the God of War, and also Ron of the Wilson family. Hello. Sure, you greeted all the princes, and observed each prince closely. He did not find any familiar faces among them, which meant that the system had changed the appearance of all the players, and they were all playing their own roles, and it was impossible to judge from their personalities. But the matter of finding teammates can be put aside for the time being, and it is important to complete the side quests at hand. The palace steward announced, "Please ask your princess to choose a prince to dance the opening dance, and then our dinner will officially begin." Everyone looked at the princess holding up her skirt, looking straight ahead, and walked straight to the center of the banquet hall. There were the God of War Sui, the Deputy General Ron, and Lucas, who was the center of attention. Passers-by made way, and looked at the princess with expectant eyes. Almost everyone thought that the princess would choose Lu Shisi. The girls around Lu Shisi had visible disappointment on their faces. Lu Shisi himself took a step forward confidently. Then the princess passed him, walked towards the God of War Sui. Your Highness Sui. The princess' voice was sweet, and her eyes were dark and clear above the veil. Can I invite you to dance? Sure, you and Shinsu's live broadcast room were boiling. Ah, the sugar is coming. This Oracle CP fan is ecstatic. He used a chance to speak for him, and he invited him to dance. It was a two-way rush. Ah, did you recognize him? Did you recognize him? Did you recognize him? I don't think so. He might have just chosen him randomly. Although I didn't recognize you, I still chose you. I feel even better. The princess stretched out her thin, white hand with lace gloves facing upwards in front of Shinsu. Her skin was white and delicate as if covered with powder, and her facial features were as delicate as a doll. Her eyebrows and eyes were curved, and she must be smiling under the veil. Although it was a polite smile, it must be very beautiful. My pleasure. Shinsu used up his second chance to speak today. He held the princess's hand, and the two stepped onto the dance floor. The music started, and there was a little embarrassment before the dance began. It was strange to say that the princess didn't know that when dancing, the lady's right hand should hold the man's palm, and the left hand should be placed on the man's shoulder. When she really started dancing, the princess's stumbling dance steps made Shinsu even more suspicious. As a princess, she should have been taught how to dance ballroom dance by professionals since she was a child, so that she wouldn't dance so stumblingly. It was Shiryu's first time dancing female steps, so he naturally didn't have the habit of dancing like a lady, but he quickly reacted and changed back. I just don't know if the God of War noticed it. It was also because it was his first time dancing female steps, so Shiryu was not used to it. He stepped on the other person's feet from time to time. Shiryu, Even if the other person didn't notice it at the beginning, now he has discovered that he can't dance female steps. It's numb. It's a mess. Who stipulates that princesses must be able to dance? Can't princesses be clumsy? Suddenly, his body lightened and his waist tightened. The God of War held his waist with one hand and lifted him up. Then he felt his 2 feet step on the other person's leather shoes. Shiryu opened his eyes in disbelief. Because of the God of War's behavior, and because of the rough and hot palm on his waist that controlled his whole body, he didn't know whether the princess's skin was too delicate or he was too sensitive. He felt that the skin on his waist that was touched became very hot. However, The god of war just looked at him calmly, put his hand back under his shoulder bone, held his right hand with his other hand, and continued to dance to the music. The princess's skirt was long enough, so others could not see that the princess was stepping on the god of war's foot. At most, they could find that the distance between the two was a little closer. The god of war had a calm face and a cold expression. Shinsu under the shell had a lot of question marks in his mind. Because just when he picked up the princess, several messages popped up on the game panel. The princess is curious about you. Princess Curiosity +1. Princess Curiosity +1. Princess Curiosity +1. Princess Favorability. 1. Both curiosity and favorability. What's the difference? As if he could hear his question, another message popped up. Note, if the princess's curiosity reaches 10, you can get 1 point of the princess's favorability. If the princess's favorability reaches 100, the player can directly become the princess's husband. So that's it. 10 points of curiosity equals 1 point of favorability. According to this conversion, he only needs to get 1,000 points of the princess's curiosity to exchange for 100 points of favorability. Does directly becoming the princess's husband mean that he doesn't have to compete with others? His main task is to ask for the princess's true love kiss when the bell rings at dawn on the 7th day. But the princess will not kiss someone who has nothing to do with her casually. The theme of the dungeon is also the princess's choice of husband. Only by becoming the princess's husband can you be qualified to ask the princess for the true love kiss when the bell rings at dawn on the 7th day. This dungeon is more like a strategy game. The target of the strategy is the princess. Shinsu now just wants to know whether other players' main tasks are also to conquer the princess like him. The princess will only have one husband. In other words, only one of the 4 of them can pass the level. Shiryu stepped on the other's feet, and was led by the other, following the other's rhythm to finish the dance. When the dance ended, the two saluted each other. Shiryu wanted to say something to the god of war, but he turned around and walked away, his face even colder than before. Shiryu? ? Shinsu strode forward and prepared to drink a glass of wine in the corner to calm down, and the game panel popped up a few lines of information. Princess Curiosity +1. Princess Curiosity +1. Princess Curiosity +1. Princess Curiosity +1. Shinsu? ? Can the princess stop being curious about him? Chapter 86. The dinner is officially open. Dear guests, you have come from afar. His Majesty the King has specially prepared fine wines to welcome you to the Scar King city. Please enjoy tonight. The selection competition will officially begin tomorrow. Princess can get to know Her Royal Highness the Princess tonight. His Majesty the King said that you can have more fun with people of the same age. He will not come tonight, and will meet you tomorrow. Players, This is a sensible king. After Shiryu danced with the god of war, a prompt popped up on his game panel that the scene side quest was completed. At the same time, a light golden card appeared, with a ranking list. Princess's favorability statistics card for the princes: Sui, 12. Lucas, -1. Ron, 0. Moses, 0. Leah, 0. There are a total of 20 princes. Except for Sui's 12 and Lucas's -1, the others are currently 0. Description of favorability. The princess is curious about the prince, and chatting, interacting, and having skin contact with the prince may all lead to favorability. The princess' favorability towards the prince largely determines the choice of the princess' husband. Shiryu felt that this was very similar to the kind of love mobile game that his cousin Xiaoyuan played, where the heroine conquered many heroes at once, but in this case, it was the other way around, and it was these 20 princes who conquered the princess. Princess, can I invite you to dance? Shiryu looked at the hand that Lu Shixi stretched out, and wanted to refuse, but the palace steward said that the princess could get to know the princess tonight, which meant that the princess could not refuse the prince's request to get to know him tonight. But he really didn't want to dance the female step again, and he had already revealed in front of the god of war that he couldn't dance the female step. The god of war's taciturn personality probably wouldn't tell anyone, but this Lu Shixi might not. My pleasure. The princess nodded slightly. Her black eyes under the sapphire forehead ornament were clear and bright, and her voice was sweet and moving. No one would doubt the truth of her words. But my new shoes today are a bit rubbing my feet. The princess lifted her skirt and bowed, her eyes lowered, and her curled eyelashes cast a shadow under her eyes. I hope your highness Lu Shixi will bear with it. Lu Shixi's eyes stayed on the princess, and his expression was slightly startled when he heard the words, and then he withdrew his hand, and turned to stretch out his arm to the princess. If Shiryu was a girl, he would immediately understand that Lu Shixi meant for him to hold his arm. But Shiryu was not a girl, so he didn't react at all. It was Lu Shixi, who held his wrist through a layer of clothing, and put his hand into his arm. He looked polite, gentle and considerate, with a faint smile on his lips. He said to the princess, "As a gentleman, I will not force a lady to dance even if her feet are uncomfortable. I will take the princess over there to rest." His Highness Lu Shixi, who is most popular among girls, and the beautiful princess, are the focus of the crowd wherever they go. The two of them are a perfect match when they walk together. Almost all NPCs and players have their eyes on them, with jealousy, envy and pure appreciation. Shiryu was forced to hold a man's hand, and every pore of his body was uncomfortable. He accidentally tripped over the hem of his skirt. Lu Shixi supported him and whispered, "You are so stupid, just like when you were a child." Shiryu, eh? This man's voice may sound good to girls, but Shiryu got goosebumps all over his body. However, in order to fit the character setting, he lowered his head and said nothing, as if he acquiesced to this statement. Lucas smiled, and took the princess to the rest area. He was very satisfied with this little episode. Just as he opened the backstage with a smile, his smile froze. Princess's curiosity -1. Princess's curiosity -1. Princess's curiosity -1. Princess's favorability -2. Lucas, eh? He closed his eyes, and used his mind to find the one among the thousands of small windows floating in his mind, and clicked it to look at it. When he opened his eyes again, he still had a smile on his lips, but his eyes were a little darker. The two sat down on the circular sofa in the rest area, and Shiryu's game panel gave him another task. Scene branch task opened. Side quest. Please take the initiative to talk to His Highness Lu Shixi. The content of the conversation should not be less than 3 aspects, and the number of words in the conversation should not be less than 500. Completion deadline. Before the end of the dinner. Shiryu? ? Are the side quests in the advanced dungeon so frequent? It doesn't say whether it is optional or must be completed, but this is a high-level dungeon with a very high mortality rate. Although he has the resurrection skill, he has not found Shinsu yet, so he dare not gamble. It's just that Shiryu feels a little strange. The previous 2 side quests were not so strict, but the current side quest is limited to 1 person. Is it because he agreed to come here with Lu Shixi to rest? If he chooses to be alone with another person, then is the side quest related to the other person? This side quest also requires him to take the initiative. The quest must be completed before the end of the dinner. Shiryu didn't know when the dinner would end, and he was also worried that Lu Shixi might be called away by other girls in the middle of the dinner, so he had to hurry up. It's been many years since we last met. How have you been these years, Your Highness? Talking about a person's past experiences is the most topic-filled, so for a period of time, Shiryu took the initiative to care about Lu Shixi's experiences abroad in recent years, and from time to time he cared about him, praised him, or repeated his words to make up the word count. Then he extended the new topic to the development history of the Scar King City, and the record of his father, the king of the Scar King City. When Lu Shixi didn't know how to shift the historical topic to the princess's mate selection criteria, Shiryu received a prompt that the side quest was completed. So the princess who was talking so much just now suddenly became cold, and said, "It depends on fate." Shiryu also found that he changed his face too quickly, and it would be bad if he was judged as OOC, so he hurried to make up for it, and smiled at Lu Shixi. "I have rested well, I have to entertain other guests, Your Highness Lu Shixi. Please feel free to do as you please." He wasted too much time on Lu Shixi, the NPC. In the following time, Shiryu shuttled in the banquet hall. He took the initiative to greet the guests, and chatted with the princes in depth. Unfortunately, none of the princes gave him the feeling of Shinsu, Chinko or Emorugi, and no prince gave him a familiar feeling, as if these princes were all NPCs. Shiryu leaned against a pillar, and pondered for a while. Considering that he became a woman, given the malice of the game towards players, would his teammates also become women? Shiryu's eyes lit up. He held a red wine glass in one hand, and lifted the hem of his skirt in the other, and walked towards a gorgeous beauty wearing a red skirt, red lips, and big wavy hair. The hem of his skirt was too long, so he stumbled, and was helped into the arms of the beauty. "My little princess, go slowly, be careful not to fall." The beauty was over 40 years old, but she still had her charm and appearance. Her voice was gentle and lazy. She looked at the princess with a gentle smile on her face, and her whole person was relaxed, making people feel very comfortable. The princess looked up at the beautiful elder sister, who was a head taller than her, and a pure smile bloomed on her face. "Mrs. Ryan, you are getting more and more beautiful." Mrs. Ryan laughed heartily, pointed her finger at the tip of the princess's upturned nose under the veil, and said angrily, "You are so young, and you have learned to flatter?" The princess opened her round black eyes. I am not young anymore, I am an adult. Okay, our little princess is an adult, and will get married soon. While our little princess is still not married, sister will take you to play. Mrs. Ryan was very popular among the female group, so Mrs. Ryan took him to meet other elder sisters, and many young ladies. The princess was simple by nature, beautiful, and with Mrs. Ryan as a foil, she soon played with the girls at the banquet. So in the second half of the banquet, Shiryu was hanging out with the young ladies, and the princes were left aside by him. Inner Palace. Your Majesty, this is the situation. The specific situation depends on the circumstances, but in general, the situation is not too bad. After all, this is only the first day. The palace steward described to the king what he saw and heard at the banquet, observing the king's face as he spoke, and he became less and less confident. After he finished speaking, the king was silent for a long time before speaking. You mean, except for the opening dance with the god of war and chatting with Lucius at the beginning, the princess spent the rest of the time with women? Yes, your Majesty, the princess seems to like Mrs. Ryan very much. Mrs. Ryan? The king pondered, as if he was lost in some memories, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. Mrs. Ryan was indeed a rare beauty when she was young, and now. The king took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. She still has the charm now. The king ran out of topics by himself. He stared at the void in the hall for a long time before waving his hand. Go down. Wait. After the dinner, let the princess come to see me. After giving this order, the king leaned back tiredly, with a few more fine lines at the corners of his eyes. At the end of the dinner, you received the king's order to see him. He remained alert all the way, and was very alert. Often the calmness during the day is for the madness at night. Nothing happened during the entire dinner, so the danger might be in the inner hall. Shiryu selected some props from the prop column that could save his life at critical moments and made full preparations for the response. Who knew that when he really saw the king looked at him sadly. The king was already middle-aged, but he looked very young. However, his eyes looked more vicissitudes than his actual age, and his voice was trembling. Daughter, you still like men, right? Shiryu? ? Shiryu live broadcast room, you still like men, right? Ha ha ha, what a joke. What else? The king suspected that his daughter was a lesbian? But it does smell like that, ha ha ha. Shiryu, I just wanted to find my teammates among women, but my father misunderstood that I was a lesbian. Family members, who understands? Woo, if it's the Yu version of the princess, I can be a girl too. The princess is sweet and soft, who can't? A non-existent organ is hard. Put on some pants. Just entered the live broadcast room. I want to ask if this anchor lady is always this beautiful or only becomes beautiful after entering the dungeon. Reply to the above. The anchor lady is always this beautiful, but she becomes an anchor lady only after entering the dungeon. Chapter 87. I don't know if it was Shiryu's illusion, but after the king asked this question, the palace seemed to shake a little, but soon Shiryu knew it was not his illusion, because the whole palace began to tremble. As Shiryu's silence prolonged, the palace trembled more and more. The tables, chairs and vases were shaking, the crystal lamps were rattling, and the jewels were broken all over the floor. The whole palace looked like it was about to collapse. The floor was also shaking violently, and Shiryu was a little unsteady. Everything in the palace was shaking, only the king sat on the chair motionless, looking at the princess with a fatherly and vicissitudes of life, as if he didn't hear anything happening around him. A picture frame as tall as a person fell from the wall while shaking, and Shiryu dodged in time, and then quickly walked to a pillar and leaned against it to stabilize his body. Shiryu was not surprised by what happened in front of him, but was relieved. Well, this is like an advanced copy. Official live broadcast room of the royal city dinner. Why did the dungeon suddenly change? The father and daughter were still showing their affection 1 second ago, and the house was banging the next second. I was scared to death. This is why I don't like watching new dungeons. If it weren't for the host's beauty, I would have watched the old dungeons. At least there are bullet screen warnings. I haven't seen the host before. It should be her first time to enter a high-level dungeon. She doesn't look scared at all? I like beautiful girls, and I love beautiful girls, who are calm in the face of things even more. Your beautiful girl is not only not afraid, but also relieved. More and more things are falling from the top of my head, not only furniture, chandeliers and murals, but also bricks, tiles and beams. The palace is dusty. Shiryu inhales the dust while dodging, and his mind is turning quickly. The death rate in the advanced dungeon is extremely high, so he is now facing the first crisis in the advanced dungeon. The palace is shaking more and more violently, and the speed of the falling stones is getting faster and faster, and more dense. Just like playing dodgeball, the difficulty ranges from easy to difficult to hell, and sure you can hardly dodge. The weight of the falling stones is getting heavier and heavier. The stones that just fell have already made the floor dented. I dare not imagine what the consequences will be if they fall on people. But the maid said that even if the princess made a mistake, the king would not be willing to punish the princess severely, at most a small punishment. In other words, the king could not kill the princess. This is not unsolvable. In a trance, a steel bar cut his skin, and blood immediately flowed from his calf, and soon dyed the snow-white skirt red. At the same time, sure you also understood why the king asked this question, and why he was angry. His current identity is a princess, and a princess is a girl. She must like boys. At the dinner, she was mixed with a group of girls. The king might have misunderstood. Who would not be angry if they knew that their daughter liked girls? Father. Shiryu saluted the king, while enduring the pain in his calf. He spoke clearly, and neither servilely nor arrogantly, I like men. In an instant, the palace stopped shaking and the stones stopped falling. Almost in the blink of an eye, the messy palace returned to the state when he first came in, spotless and magnificent. The wound on his calf also miraculously healed, and the blood on the hem of his skirt disappeared. If it weren't for the residual pain, sure you would think that everything that happened just now was an illusion. That's good. The vicissitudes of the king's eyes disappeared, his eyes were bright, and he looked at Shiryu with a kind and gentle smile, and said like all fathers who love their daughters, spend more time with the princes. Although each prince is excellent, your father will not interfere with which prince you choose in the end. What matters most is that you like him. Unexpectedly, this king was quite open-minded. Shiryu lowered his head and nodded. Yes, thank you, father. The king waved his hand. Okay, go back and rest. At the banquet, Shinsu had been sitting in the corner drinking, wearing the skin of the war god Jailing Zehua. No one approached him within a meter, and no one approached him or invited him to dance. The dinner ended at 11 o'clock in the evening. Shinsu did not leave with the main force. He got up and left when he saw that most people in the banquet hall had left. His deputy general did not know where he went, but such a large NPC would probably come back by himself if he could not find him. After leaving the banquet hall, Shinsu walked back along the corridor he came from. At first, there were guests who were walking behind like him and patrolling palace guards. As he walked, he could not even see the guards and maids. There was only his footsteps in the whole corridor. Then Shinsu found that he had walked for a long time and returned to this corridor. The golden corridor could not be seen at a glance. The originally golden walls and fences looked a bit weird at this moment. Shinsu continued to walk forward. Then he returned to the starting point. In front of him was still a long corridor with no end in sight, and the golden light on both sides was so dazzling that it made people's hearts tremble. Shinsu's live broadcast room, ghost wall? There are also ghost walls in Western dungeons? This is unscientific. It's not a ghost wall. There are no supernatural elements in this dungeon. He just entered a space where the corridors were copied and pasted tens of thousands of times. This? Can you get out if you keep walking? You can't get out? After walking through these tens of thousands of corridors, tens of thousands more will appear, endlessly. Ghost walls can be cracked, but this one can't be cracked. This is truly unsolvable. His ending is likely to be trapped here until he becomes a pile of bones, and no one will find him. I feel that he was targeted by the system. He didn't do anything, but he was inexplicably targeted. Yes, I think so too. I went to see Chinku, and he also entered the maze. His maze is the normal maze in the high-level dungeon. Although it looks difficult, there is a solution. And Imorugi, although someone suddenly appeared and dragged him into the arena, it was within the normal difficulty of the high-level dungeon. I think the NPC didn't know the martial arts value of our great god Imo, but I don't know if Imo Dashin will be judged OOC if he shows his skills. It's so funny. Imo Dashin didn't use martial arts, and used his own verbal skills to persuade people, and the key point is that the NPC seemed to be persuaded. This anchor is almost dead. Welcome everyone to follow Imo Dashin. Imorugi, the second great god on the technical list, you deserve it. Why don't you follow Chinku? Isn't it nice for our little brother Chinku to be chased by a lion and run around the maze? It's hard to tell whether the above is a fan or a hater of Chinku. Who is the anchor who plays the princess? Can anyone give me some advice? Just when the number of people in Shinsu's live broadcast room was dropping wildly, and the number of people in the other 3 live broadcast rooms was rising, Shiryu had already changed out of his dress in the princess bedroom, took a rose petal bath, and changed into a loose silk pajamas to get ready for bed. Playing with mobile phones before going to bed is standard, but there are no mobile phones here. So Shiryu opened the game panel and took a look. Lin Fingbai's icon still showed that he could not be summoned, and there was no new message from the system. Just as he was about to close it, Shiryu saw an icon light up. Item name, Resurrection Item Description. The item can be unlocked when the partner's favorability is greater than 10,000. Item function. Within 30 seconds after the partner dies in the copy, the player can use Resurrection to revive the partner. Number of uses, unlimited. Cooling time, 24 hours. Since they unlocked this item, the item has been in gray, but it suddenly lit up at this moment. Could it be? Shinsu is in danger of life? Shiryu sat up from the bed suddenly. Without any thought, he pressed this button, and pressed it 3 times in a row because of his trembling fingers. Warning, you and your partner are not in the same space, the props cannot be used. Warning, you and your partner are not in the same space, the props cannot be used. Warning, you and your partner are not in the same space, the props cannot be used. Shiryu hesitated for only a second, and he used another prop without any hesitation. At that moment, his heart seemed to stop beating. He couldn't imagine that Shinsu would die. Prop name. The end of the world is within reach. Prop description. Players can unlock the props by becoming partners. Prop function. After using it, you can be directly teleported to your partner. Fortunately, this prop is useful. Shiryu endured the dizziness and nausea after the space conversion and opened his eyes. He found that he came to a golden corridor, and the ground was blood red. And Shinsu, lying in a pool of blood, dying. Chapter 88. Shinsu sat on the ground with one leg bent against the wall. The hem of his clothes and half of his pants were stained red with blood. As his life passed, his appearance gradually returned to his original appearance. His body temperature kept dropping. He had no strength to move his body. He looked at this endless corridor, and his consciousness slowly began to become chaotic. Before this, he tried many ways to break the ghost wall, but none of them worked. All the icons in the prop bar turned into an unusable gray state. He could not use life-saving props, nor could he contact anyone. Before exiting the game panel, his eyes fell on the skill Resurrection. Someone in the forum said that when one of the partners is in danger of life, this skill will give the other a hint. He cannot use the skill in the copy of the copy, but sure you should be able to use it outside. Yes. He is gambling. He had only made such a big bet twice in his life. The first time was when he was 10 years old. He bet everything he had on it. He bet on which was more important, blood or that woman, in his father's heart. He won the bet. This time, he bet on his life. What he was betting on. He didn't know. Maybe, it was something that science couldn't explain. Shinsu's vision began to blur. The golden corridor turned into countless flashing spots in his retina, like golden butterflies crashing into his dreams. Among the golden butterflies flying in the sky, he saw a person running towards him. He ran so fast and so hurriedly, just like many years ago, when he sank into the cold sea, and that person also broke through the golden sea surface covered with sunlight, and swam towards him. The sunlight was left behind by him, and the sea surface was getting farther and farther away from him. He swam towards the depths of the sea. His shadow went from bright to dark, becoming blurry, and then gradually becoming clear in his sight. Shinsu! The figure came in front of him, and squatted down to check his wound. Shiryu was wearing a snow-white dress, with a golden halo covering his body, as beautiful as an angel who had fallen into the mortal world. He wanted this angel to be noble and holy forever, spotless. He also wanted to dirty him, taint him, and make him be stained with his smell. This idea started many years ago. It has not changed now. Instead, it has become more and more intense as time goes by. And when this figure broke through the dream and appeared in his sight, he knew that he had made the right bet. But the result was not what he wanted. Shiryu tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes and wanted to bandage Shinsu's wound. Because of the trembling of his fingers, he tried no less than 3 times before he successfully tore it off. However, before the cloth strip was wrapped around, Shinsu suddenly pulled his hand out. "How did you get in?" Shinsu stared at him. His light brown eyes were inexplicably dark, and his tone was cold. "The resurrection skill is on. I guess your life is in danger." When he saw Shinsu lying in a pool of blood, Shiryu felt that his heart had stopped. When he approached and found that Shinsu's eyes were still blinking, his heart resumed beating. At this moment, he gradually calmed down after his emotions fluctuated greatly. He didn't want to think about Shinsu's mood. He forcefully pulled Shinsu's hand back and wrapped the cloth around the wound in circles, his tone calm. This time Shinsu didn't pull his hand back. His expression was still cold. "This corridor is unsolvable. You can't get out. All the skills inside are invalid. I thought you would use the skills outside. We are not in the same space, so we cannot use the resurrection skill. Shiryu calmly stated while bandaging the wound. Besides, I don't know that there is no solution here. Shiryu looked up at Shinsu, and found that Shinsu was still looking at him straight. He deliberately used a little force. But Shinsu did not react at all, as if he did not feel any pain. This man may be numb to the pain, Shiryu thought. Later, he reduced the force again. After bandaging the wound, Shiryu realized that Shinsu seemed to recognize him at first sight. Shiryu looked at his hand, and then at his body, and found that after he entered the copy in this copy, his appearance became his original appearance, and Shinsu also became Shinsu's original appearance. The copy took care of the details to prevent their teammates from recognizing each other. Probably because they are not playing roles at the moment. They can say and do things that are not in line with the role behavior. After Shiryu entered this space, his live broadcast room exploded. Old fans were crazy about eating sugar, and new fans were crazy about asking questions. Where is my beautiful sister? Where is a beautiful sister at such a big age? I woke up and my wife was gone. Family, who understands? The anchor has a cross-dressing fetish? So is the anchor a man or a woman? Although, I can also turn the anchor into a man. Do you think the anchor is more beautiful in her original appearance? I believe I am not the only one. I am a straight man, and I also think the anchor looks good in men's clothes. Let me make it clear first, I am a straight man. The two leaned against the wall to rest. Shinsu roughly explained this. Shiryu asked, so, it's not the traditional sense of ghost wall? I tried it several times with my eyes closed. This is a relatively standard way to break the ghost wall, but I couldn't get out. I tried some more wild methods, but I couldn't get out either. I don't think it's a ghost wall. Chinese supernatural phenomena shouldn't appear in Western dungeons. There is only one corridor here, and some things are clear at a glance. It's too simple, but often some unsolvable dungeons are designed very simply. Is there a door on the wall? Shiryu looked up and glanced at the wall. Shinsu shook his head, no, and the wall is solid. When Shiryu retracted his gaze, his peripheral vision happened to sweep across Shinsu's shoes. The originally shiny leather shoe tips were now seriously damaged. He seemed to have guessed what Shinsu was talking about. The corners of Shiryu's mouth twitched, and he wanted to laugh. But he held back. If you knew there was no solution here. Shinsu suddenly tilted his head and asked him, would you still come in? Shiryu thought quietly for a while. He looked at the tightly bandaged wrist on Shinsu's knee and said, if you ask me for help, I will come in. It has nothing to do with whether the copy itself is unsolvable or not. Shiryu added. Shinsu took his hand off his knee and let it fall to his side, covered by his clothes. He asked again, if I didn't ask you for help, would you still come in? This question was very unreasonable. Shiryu leaned against the wall and smiled helplessly at Shinsu. Do you think you are acting in an idle drama? Telepathy? When the heroine is in trouble, the hero must rush to the scene as soon as possible and save the heroine at the critical moment? Reality is not an idle drama. There is not so much telepathy. If you don't tell me, I won't know. If you don't ask for help, how do I know you are in danger? It seems to make sense. Shinsu thought about it, and suddenly smiled strangely. Yes, if I don't tell you, how do you know? After a pause, he said, I actually have something. Shiryu suddenly stood up and pointed to the front. There seems to be a door there. Shinsu followed Shiryu's gaze, and saw that there was indeed a door there. Shinsu's live broadcast room. Shinsu, what do you want to say? Hurry up. I'm so anxious. This door appeared just in time, just like the ending song that suddenly pops up when watching a TV series at the climax. Am I dazzled? Or did I remember it wrong? There was no door there just now. There was indeed no door just now. The door appeared suddenly. So this space is not a dead end, you just need to wait patiently for the door to appear. The previous one is so naive, I am more inclined to believe that the system is cheating my wife. Aren't you a straight man? Who is your wife? The door was a wooden door, which opened with a push. It was dark inside. After entering the darkness, he felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to the princess's bedroom, and his appearance had changed back to that of a princess. At the same time, Shinsu also returned to the normal corridor outside the banquet hall. He also turned into a god of war, and the wounds on his body were inexplicably healed. Your Highness! Ron ran out breathlessly from the other end, stopped in front of Shinsu, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked anxiously, Your Highness, where have you been? Are you okay? Chinku was sweating profusely while running, but this sweat was not from running this distance. After the banquet, He was suddenly pulled into a maze. The maze was quite complicated, and there were more than 5 roads at each fork. That was not enough, but he was chased by a tiger. The tiger chased him madly, and he ran madly. He did not forget that his stupid NPC boss liked to run around. If something happened to this NPC when he was not around, he would be finished. Therefore, he did not dare to delay for a minute, and ran out of the maze to find his boss, as soon as he ran out. Fortunately, this NPC did not run around this time. Shinsu was thinking at this moment that it was worthy of being an NPC, and it appeared in time. Emorugi, who was pulled into the arena, also came out. He was not hurt at all, but his throat was very hoarse. Emorugi did not know where an NPC, who seemed to have offended the original body, appeared from. He pulled him into the arena as soon as he came. He had no right to refuse, and the two were pulled into the arena. Fortunately, it was a limited time copy, and the man had muscular brute force and a not very smart brain. He tried his best to delay time, and when the time was up, he was teleported out. Lin Fengbai failed to enter the banquet hall. His identity was Prince Lu Shixi's counselor, and he was not on the list of guests invited by the king. He waited outside the banquet hall until the banquet was over, and then went back with Lu Shixi. Lu Shixi was very silent along the way, and Lin Fengbai did not dare to speak. He huddled in the corner and tried to reduce his presence. He did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone make small movements in front of Lu Shixi. He could vaguely sense that Lu Shixi was in a bad mood, but he did not know why. Did he encounter something unhappy at the banquet? The two of them went all the way back to the palace where Lu Shixi was staying temporarily. Lu Shixi waved at him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He went back to the room to take a shower and prepare for bed. Who knew that he was called over by Lu Shixi in the middle of the night? What Lu Shixi had been holding back all night must be a big deal. Lin Fengbai remembered his character setting: resourceful, prepared for a rainy day, and highly valued by Prince Lu Shixi. As Lu Shixi's counselor, who was highly valued, he must help Lu Shixi solve his problems. Lin Fengbai came to Lu Shixi's room with full energy. His Highness Lu Shixi's face was not as ugly as before, but he was a little absent-minded, staring at the void in front of him. After a long while, he threw out a question: how to make someone like you? Lin Fengbai was stunned for a few seconds. Chapter 89. How to make someone like you. This question made Lin Fengbai's empty head even more empty. But he had been locked up by Lin Qinghe for a while, and had nothing to do. He watched a lot of TV series and movies, so he used his rich written knowledge and almost zero practical experience to give some suggestions that sounded more reasonable. Yes. It just sounds more reasonable. After all, Lin Fengbai himself didn't practice it himself to see if it would work. After hearing this, His Highness Lu Shixi was silent for a long time. During this process, Lin Fengbai's heart was hanging, and he didn't dare to make a sound when swallowing his saliva. It wasn't until Lu Shixi nodded slightly and waved to him that he breathed a sigh of relief. His resourceful personality should be temporarily stable. The next day, when Shiryu got up, he saw more than a dozen boxes on the floor of the outer hall. There were gold and silver jewelry and fine clothes, jade and silk, jade ornaments, famous paintings and tea sets. Each of them was very expensive. The maid said that this was sent by His Highness Lu Shixi early in the morning. A tribute? Shiryu asked. Shiryu thought for a while, but couldn't think of what it was for. In the end, he could only think of this. However, if it was a tribute, it should be sent to his father in the palace. Why was it sent to him? No, this is from His Highness Lu Shixi to the princess. The maid smiled and pointed to several jade articles and said happily, "These are rare treasures. Not only are they expensive, they are no longer circulated in the market. Only a few collectors have them. People may not be willing to sell them even if they pay a lot of money. And this night-shining pearl is said to be unique in the world. It seems that His Highness Lu Shixi really values the princess. Why did he give me these?" Shiryu blinked and looked at the maid. His clear eyes were full of confusion. In the maid's eyes, he looked innocent and ignorant. The maid smiled at him and said in a low voice, "Of course, he wants to pursue the princess." Shiryu, Oh, that's right. The role he played in this copy was the one being conquered. Shiryu paused. He wanted to ask if I could return it, but he was not sure whether the customs of the palace allowed this behavior, so he hesitated and said, "Can I return it?" "It feels too expensive," the maid said. "If the princess returns it, His Highness Lu Shixi will be very embarrassed." The NPC said so, which means it cannot be returned. Shiryu nodded, looking obedient. Okay then. At this time, a maid came to inform. Princess, His Highness Lu Shixi wants to invite you to breakfast. Sure, you regretted not exchanging information with Shinsu last night, so that after they were teleported out, they became their respective roles, and could not recognize each other, but later thought that even if he intended to transmit information at that time, it would be blocked by the system. But after meeting Shinsu, his heart settled down. He is not in a hurry to recognize his teammates now. He decided to explore the dungeon first. The theme of the dungeon is princess choosing a husband, and the main characters are princess and princess's pursuers, so he decided to get familiar with his pursuers. Maybe he can get some information from them. Before he thought of how to get close to them, someone came to his door. Let His Highness Lucas wait for a moment. I changed my clothes and then. Sure, you agreed without much hesitation, and at the same time, she stood up and walked towards the inner hall with her skirt lifted. After a few steps, she heard the maid's next words. The Prince of the Green Family, His Highness Moses, wants to invite you to appreciate the flowers, and the Prince of the Wilson Family, His Highness Ron, the Deputy General of the God of War, wants to invite you to ride a horse. The maid hesitated for 2 seconds, and said in one breath, they are all outside the door. Sure, you stopped. The hall was a little too quiet for a while. After a few seconds, the maid's voice sounded weakly. Princess, who do you want to choose? Several maids looked at each other, all guessing in their hearts who the princess would choose. First of all, His Highness Moses of the Green Family is sunny and optimistic, and has a humorous way of speaking. Whether it is flower viewing or doing anything else, there are endless topics to talk about with him. Secondly, the Wilson family is sparsely populated. Although His Highness Ron is the Deputy General of the God of War, he is also the only heir of the Wilson family. Although he is suppressed by the God of War, he is a true noble. Although they are all excellent, His Highness Lu Shixi is the Prince Charming in the hearts of thousands of girls. Who can refuse His Highness Lu Shixi? Moreover, the princess was alone with His Highness Lu Shixi at the banquet last night. The princess will definitely choose His Highness Lu Shixi. Sure, Yu's live broadcast room is also speculating. Qin Ke, Mo Rugi Tsk, except for Shinsu, they are all here. Who will my wife Yu choose? It should be Lu Shixi. To be honest, Lu Shixi is the most handsome among these people, although he is just an NPC. Superficial, my Yu is not a person who looks at appearance. I think he should choose someone he wants to know more. Mo Rugi should have left a good impression on him last night, but Mo Rugi's performance is too NPC-like. Yu should be more interested in the God of War, but the God of War did not come. But the God of War's Deputy General came, so it's hard to say. He may also choose Qin Ke. The previous analysis seems to be unanalyzed. The analysis is very good, don't analyze it in the future. Sure, you waited for a few minutes. Without waiting for the background to release the scene side quest. It seems that this time he needs to make the decision himself. Sure, you turned around with her skirt lifted. Then, the girl's voice was sweet, and she showed an innocent smile to the maid. Let's go together. Maid, ? Sure, you added, by the way, call His Highness Sui. Maid, ? Sure, Yu's live broadcast room was almost laughing to death. Ah ha ha ha. Red and prosperous ha ha ha. Laughing to death. Only children make choices, adults have to do it. Call His Highness Sui, deliberately emphasized. You taste it carefully. When the maid relayed the news to the 3 people outside the door, the expressions of the 3 men, with different expressions, were synchronized for a moment. Same. Blank. The most famous Raphael restaurant in the royal city was reserved today. People with quick gossip have learned that the person who reserved the restaurant is His Highness Lucius, so there were crowds of people outside the restaurant early in the morning, all of whom were fans of Lucius. The restaurant had expected this, and set up 2 cordons on both sides of the red carpet at the entrance to restrict fans outside the cordons. Although Lucius fans are crazy, they are also well-mannered people. They stood outside the 2 cordons in an orderly manner. When Lucius' carriage arrived, the fans began to scream. Your Highness Lucius! Your Highness looks so handsome today! Your Highness, I love! The fans' confession stopped abruptly because they saw that there was another carriage behind His Highness Lucius' carriage, a pumpkin-shaped pink carriage, which was the princess's carriage. It turned out that His Highness Lucius reserved the restaurant to invite the princess to have breakfast together. But it is understandable, after all, Lu Shixi came to the royal city this time to participate in the princess's selection of a husband. Lu Shixi got off the carriage, turned around and walked to the back, stopped in front of the princess's carriage, and stretched out a hand to the person inside. In a moment, a slender jade hand wearing a snow-white lace glove rested on the man's bony and strong palm. The man half held the princess politely, helped her out, and then let go. The sunlight in the early morning was not strong, and the light golden light gently sprinkled on the two of them. The man was tall, handsome, and elegant in his every move. The princess was wearing a water blue long dress, with a graceful posture and light steps. There was a light golden pendant on her forehead. Even with a veil, she could not hide her beauty. The two of them standing together were a perfect couple. Although the girls like His Highness Lucius, it is just an obsession with idols. Now seeing the princess and His Highness Lucius standing together so well, they can't help but sigh, saying that Lucius is so handsome, the princess is so beautiful, and they are so well matched. After all, everyone loves to watch the drama of a talented man and a beautiful woman. When the fans were cheering, Lucius lowered his head and whispered a few words to the princess, and the princess smiled back at him. So Lucius stretched out his arm to the princess, but the princess did not put her arm in, but looked back. There were two more carriages. The first one was the carriage of the Green family. The man with flaxen medium-length curly hair came over and shook hands with the princess enthusiastically as soon as he got off the carriage. "Thank you for the invitation, princess. It just so happens that I haven't had breakfast yet." "Oh, Raphael restaurant. I heard that this restaurant is very good. I have wanted to try it for a long time." The man with flaxen medium-length curly hair is named Moses. He looks very enthusiastic, but in fact, he is very polite. He shakes hands, and then let's go. The princess nodded slightly at him. "I didn't expect His Highness Lucius to be here." Prince Moses seemed to have just seen Lucius, and then he shook Lucius's hand and greeted him again. When Moses finally finished his long-winded greetings, Lucius found that the princess was no longer here. God of War Sui and his deputy General Ron came at the same time, riding in a carriage behind. At this moment, the two had already got off the carriage, and the princess walked over at some point and stood in front of Sui. She nodded to Ron as a greeting, and then set her eyes on the God of War. "Excuse me, Your Highness, please come down." The girl's voice was sweet and gentle, and she looked at the other person's eyes sincerely while speaking. "Isn't it abrupt?" Shinsu lowered his eyes and looked at the veiled princess, who was close at hand. He had not looked closely at the princess's appearance before, but now that he had seen her closely, he discovered that she also had a pair of almond-shaped eyes. The two looked at each other for a moment. Shinsu did not answer this question, but asked another question. "Did I meet the princess again in the corridor last night?" Shinsu saw the beautiful almond-shaped eyes, and their black pupils trembled slightly. His heart also trembled. It took him several seconds to notice the warning on the game panel. Warning for player OOC twice. Game ends if player OOC exceeds 3 times. Chapter 90. Your Highness may have remembered it wrongly. The princess had a soft voice, white skin, and a pair of dark eyes curved above her veil. She blinked at the God of War and explained, "I went straight back to the bedroom to rest after the banquet yesterday. I did not pass through the corridor, and I did not see Your Highness again." The two looked at each other for a moment, and Shinsu lowered his eyes. "Sorry." The princess nodded. "It's okay." Shinsu's live broadcast room and Shiryu's live broadcast room were equally boiling. He recognized him. He recognized him. He recognized him. "Ah!" "No," the princess did not admit it. "How do you know they recognized it?" "This will test everyone's Chinese reading comprehension. I went straight back to the bedroom to rest after the banquet ended." Yu entered the door and was teleported back to the bedroom. He seemed to deny it, but he actually admitted it. "Woohoo, my wife's naughty wink is so cute, I want to fuck. Although, OOC twice, big brother. If it happens again, you will die." I feel that Shinsu can use other methods. There is no need to test so blatantly. Actually, I can understand that the character setting of the God of War is that he cannot actively approach the princess. If he loses this opportunity, it will be difficult for him to have the next chance. The above understanding is not in place. First, you don't understand Shinsu. Secondly, you don't understand Shinsu. And finally, you don't understand Shinsu. Shinsu is the kind of person who likes to surprise others. This behavior is normal for him. The most taboo in high-level dungeons is to make tricky operations. I hope Shinsu can be more stable in this dungeon. Playing tricky operations will cause a car accident. I don't know if anyone noticed Lucius's reaction just now. I don't know whether Shinsu will fail or not, but it is certain that he offended Lucius, the NPC. Hey, they are just rivals in love. What does it matter if they offend each other? The pale pink restaurant is decorated with flowers everywhere. The light from the petal-shaped chandelier above complements the exquisite cups on the dining table. The air is filled with the faint aroma of food, and the melodious sound of the piano comes from the corner of the restaurant. The waiters in shirts, and vests stood on both sides of the dining table. Originally, His Highness Lucius had reserved the restaurant for dinner with the princess, and they had arranged the seats well, but a group of 5 people came in a hurry. His Highness Lucius was the host, so he naturally sat at the main seat at the end of the long table, and the princess, as His Highness Lucius's guest, her seat was arranged at the other end of the long table, sitting opposite His Highness Lucius. As for the others, the waiters stood there watching, and they didn't know how to arrange the seats. Everyone who came here was a noble person, and they couldn't afford to offend anyone in their restaurant. It was a mess. Let them choose for themselves. So the final seating arrangement was like this. Aries sat on the right side of the princess, Prince Moses sat on the left side of the princess, and Ron sat next to Aries. The princess's side was bustling with activity, but His Highness Lucius's side was deserted. The waiter looked at Lucius carefully. His Highness Lucius always had a gentle smile on his lips, and he didn't look angry. He spoke in an elegant manner. I ordered the signature Angus steak from Raphael restaurant. I wonder if you are not used to it. If so, you can ask me to change it for you. You can also order other dishes you want. If you are used to it, you are used to it. Moses looked at the various exquisite foods on the table, and said with a smile, there are enough dishes, no need to add more. His Highness Lucius is too polite. Just do whatever you want. Just do whatever you want. Lucius set his eyes on the God of War. Ron glanced at his boss. The God of War was very frugal with words, so he would definitely not answer such a boring question. He had to take the initiative to speak for his boss. We are all rough people, and we don't care so much about food. It's all right. Lu Shisi slowly retracted his gaze. That's good. Moses was looking for topics to talk to Lu Shisi. The princess and Ron said a few words from time to time, only the God of War did not speak from beginning to end. When the steak came, he silently took the princess's portion over, cut it, and pushed it back. The originally lively table became a little quiet for a while. Ron, that is, Chin Ku, looked at the God of War with a look of so you are such an NPC, but the God of War ignored him. After helping the princess cut the steak, he started to cut his own, and his movements were very skillful. Then he started to eat. Chin Ku quietly listened to Moses and Lu Shisi talking about the major events that happened in the royal city in recent years, and from time to time he said a few words to guide the topic to what he wanted to know, and collected the copy information quietly. The God of War was eating. After Lu Shisi and Moses finished chatting, Lu Shisi began to talk to the princess about their childhood. It turned out that Lu Shisi and the princess were childhood sweethearts. They couldn't interrupt even if they wanted to. They could only eat. The God of War was still eating. Damn. How could the God of War eat so much? Chin Ku looked at his boss with a look of regret, and was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes, rubbed his eyes, and looked over again. Good guy, he shouted. His boss skillfully peeled the shrimp shells, picked out the shrimp meat inside, and put it on the princess's plate naturally. The princess looked at the shrimp meat on her plate, lifted a corner of the veil with her left hand, and picked up the tender and sweet shrimp meat with her right hand, and put it into her mouth. The veil naturally slid down to cover half of her face. The two people's movements were connected very smoothly, and it was obviously not the first time. Look at the pile of shrimp shells in front of the God of War. No wonder he didn't say a word. This is secretly gaining points. I remember, you didn't seem to like shrimp when you were a child? Sure, you ate another piece of shrimp meat peeled by Shinsu, and Lu Shisi spoke in an unclear tone. Actually, I like it. The princess raised her eyes. Her black eyes were shining, and she blinked with a bit of mischief. It's just that I don't want to peel it, and I don't want to trouble the maids around me, so I don't like it. In fact, not only shrimp, I also like crabs, and I like to eat all seafood. Then everyone continued to chat, but while chatting, the 4 men piled up shrimp shells in front of the table. Sure, you didn't really like shrimp that much. He just used shrimp to verify something. The princess's character setting didn't have the setting of liking to eat shrimp, so he wanted to know if he would be judged as an OOC character if he set this setting for himself? But until the end of the meal, the system did not pop up such a warning. Therefore, the system's criteria for judging whether a character is OOC should be, it must not violate the existing settings, but he can add insignificant settings that are not available. The princess is innocent and naive, and believes that everyone who treats her well is a good person. The princess will risk her life for love. As long as he does the above 2 points, and does not violate them, he will not be judged OOC. On the basis of doing these 2 points, he can add some small settings to his character, such as, love to eat shrimp. Since this setting can be added, other settings can also be added. For example, love to play. After the meal, the sun was shining, and the princess walked down the steps with her skirt lifted, and then turned around and said to the 4 men behind her, "By the way, His Highness Moses said he would invite me to appreciate the flowers. It's better to do it today than to choose a day. Why don't we go together today?" The princess seemed to be completely unaware of the men's darkened faces, and she suggested with a smile, "And His Highness Ron invited me to ride a horse. There is a horse farm next to the Tianjin garden where we can enjoy the flowers. We can go riding after enjoying the flowers." It was already a bit unbearable for several men who were rivals to have this meal together, not to mention some other activities. Who would want to enjoy flowers and ride horses with a rival? But the princess's eyes were clear and her voice was sweet and soft, which made people unable to refuse. There was some hesitation in the men's eyes. Except for the god of war Sui. The god of war always had a blank expression on his face, and now he also had a blank expression on his face. It was hard to tell whether he wanted to go or not. While everyone was thinking, Shiryu secretly glanced at the princess's favorability statistics card for the princes. Sui, 21. Lucas, 2. Ron, 4. Moses, 7. Leah, 0. His main task was to find the true prince, but he didn't tell him what the characteristics of the prince's true prince were. Then he said that his choice would affect the direction of the plot. Combined with this favorability card, Shiryu wondered if the person with the highest favorability would be the princess's true prince. If so, he now knew that the god of war Sui was Shinsu, so he only needed to keep paying attention to the god of war, and let the god of war increase his favorability. On the 7th day, he and Shinsu could pass the level. But could the advanced dungeon really be that easy? And they still had 2 teammates. Chiinka and Imorugi were not found, and he didn't know what the main tasks of the other 2 teammates were. "Princess." The maid came to him and reminded him in a low voice, "You should go back and dress up to prepare for the evening banquet, otherwise you may not have enough time." The maid's words also helped the men who were struggling. The princess frowned, sighed helplessly, and said to the 4 people, "Well, we can only do it another day." Shiryu said goodbye to everyone, and got on the carriage with the help of the maid. The carriage drove forward less than 10 meters, and stumbled and stopped completely. "Princess, the carriage is broken." The driver jumped down, and checked for a while, and came to this conclusion. The men had not left yet. Seeing the princess's situation, they all came over to show concern. After learning about the situation, Moses generously invited, "Princess, you can take my carriage back. My carriage is very big. Take mine." The low and cold voice of the god of war came over. At the same time, a large hand with slender finger bones, rough calluses on the palm, and small scars stretched out. Shiryu looked at the hand that was stretched out. Although Shinsu's appearance has changed, this hand has not changed. It's just that some scars have been added on the palm to match the character setting, but this hand is completely Shinsu's hand. If he observes carefully, he can actually recognize Shinsu through this hand. Just as Shinsu recognized him through his eyes. Shiryu was about to accept the invitation of the god of war, and Lu Shizi walked over here leisurely. "Did His Highness Su Yi and Vice Admiral Ron come together?" Lu Shizi asked Su Yi in a gentle tone. After getting a positive answer, he said with an expression of consideration for everyone, "The carriage may be a little crowded. Although the princess doesn't mind, the god of war is a guest who has come from afar, and we can't neglect the guests. Prince Moses lives a little far from the princess's bedroom, and it's not good to trouble Prince Moses." Lu Shizi smiled gracefully at the princess. "Princess, you should take my carriage. The princess and I are going the same way." Shiryu hesitated. He still wanted to ride in a carriage with Shinsu. But what Lucas said makes sense, and the princess is a person who easily trusts others. If he refuses Lucas, will he be judged as an OOC character? Shiryu was still hesitating, but the game panel popped up. Scene side quest starts. Side quest. Take Lucas's carriage back to the palace. Completion time limit, within 1 hour. Chapter 91. Shiryu glanced at the task window. Since he entered the dungeon, the system has released several scene side quests, and he has completed them all, but there is no reward or punishment, so he wants to know what will happen if he does not do this scene side quest. Shiryu clicked the red cross in the upper right corner of the taskbar. With a bang, another task window popped up, overlapping the previous task window, with exactly the same content. Scene side quest is open. Side quest. Take Lucas's carriage back to the bedroom. Completion time limit, within 1 hour. Shiryu? Question mark. Shiryu clicked the red cross in the newly popped up task window again, and this time 3 popped up at once. He clicked again, and the window popped up again. He clicked, and the window popped up again. In the end, the entire game panel was occupied by this task window, and the layout was quite well organized. and it would not cause intensive phobia at all. Shiryu, It was the first time that Shiryu encountered such a domineering side quest. It seemed that he had to do it. The hand with long fingers and broad palm was still in front of him. Shiryu looked up at the pair of eyes without sadness or joy. He said, "Thank you for your kindness, His Highness Sui, but His Highness Lu Shisi is right. I'd better go with His Highness Lu Shisi." After he said this, the full screen of quest windows disappeared as if infected with a virus until only one was left. From the time the system released the side quest to now, Shiryu's live broadcast room was silent for a while, and then it was crazy to refresh the screen. It can still be like this? It can still be like this. It can still be like this. It's the first time I know. It turns out that it can be like this. This is the first time I watched the advanced dungeon. I feel that this plot is nothing special. Why are you so shocked? It's like this. The scene side quests in the advanced dungeon must be done. If you don't do it, you will die. In other words, if it were other players, the live broadcast would end the moment the cross was clicked. So, the system gave you a cheat code? Not only that, but also wallpaper love. It seems that it is not the system's problem, but this Lu Shisi has some problems. His authority seems to be very large. The live broadcast room was discussing Lu Shisi, and Shiryu, who was sitting in Lu Shisi's carriage, was also thinking about Lu Shisi. He recalled every encounter with Lu Shisi since he entered the dungeon. First, on the way to the banquet hall by carriage, the road ahead was suddenly blocked, forcing him to watch Lu Shisi being pursued by a group of girls. Then the maid introduced Lu Shisi to him incessantly and emphasized the specialness of the princess in Lu Shisi's heart. Arriving at the side hall of the banquet hall, he heard the maid chatting about Lu Shisi while resting. He didn't want to listen and changed to another room. The maid came outside the room intentionally or unintentionally and continued to feed him information, openly and secretly praising Lu Shisi and belittling Su Yi. Then at the banquet, Lu Shisi invited him to dance and he refused. The system issued a very strange scene side quest, asking him to take the initiative to talk to His Highness Lu Shisi, with no less than 500 words. This doesn't seem like a task that a serious dungeon would issue, but more like a task in a love game. Finally, just when he didn't want to ride in Lu Shisi's carriage, the system released a scene side quest that required him to ride in Lu Shisi's carriage. He wanted to close the quest window, but it was like a virus that couldn't be closed until he accepted the quest. Shiryu was not sure for the time being. Was Lu Shisi a player favored by the system? Or was he an NPC favored by the system? But one thing that was certain was that Lu Shisi was definitely a special person in the dungeon. While Shiryu was thinking, Lu Shisi's backstage was swiping the screen crazily. The princess is curious about you. Princess Curiosity +1. Princess Curiosity +1. Princess Curiosity +1. The space inside the carriage was large, and there was a small table in front of the two seats, with tea and desserts on it. Lu Shisi poured a cup of tea for Shiryu and placed 2 stacks of desserts in front of him. Then the two chatted while drinking tea, mostly talking about childhood things. The destination was soon reached during the casual chat. "Your Highness, please come and pick me up tomorrow morning. I will have breakfast with Your Highness." Shiryu suddenly said this before getting off the car, and a few seconds later he added, "It's just me and Your Highness." Lucius was stunned, and the hot tea he had just poured suddenly wet half of his sleeves. He suddenly came to his senses, and the princess was gone. The curtain of the car trembled a few times and then stopped. Shiryu sat in front of the mirror and let the maid fiddle with it. He closed his eyes, and his mind was turning quickly. Just now, he found that the new paper ball in his prop column could be unfolded. After unfolding, there was only one word written on it: road. Only Lin Fengbai could put things in his prop column, so there was no doubt that this paper ball was given to him by Lin Fengbai, and the words on it were the message that Lin Fengbai wanted to convey to him. Road? Lucius? Shiryu's eyelids jumped. At the same time, the bedroom where Lucius temporarily settled. Lin Fengbai was pinched by the neck, and his feet were pressed against the wall. He struggled desperately with his hands, trying to pull the hand away, but the hand was like a clamp, making it impossible for him to break free. "I thought you would be obedient." Dealing with violence, Lu Shisi's posture was still elegant, and his voice was neither hurried nor slow, or is the mission not clear enough? A line of words automatically popped up in Lin Fengbai's mind. Character setting 2. You are only loyal to Prince Lu Shisi. The mission is very clear, but... As the strength of the hand increased, Lin Fengbai's throat made a creaking sound, his face flushed, he could no longer speak, he just shook his head slightly, and then his hands dropped, looking like he had given up struggling. At this time, The force on his neck loosened a little bit, but he didn't let go completely. Lu Shixi approached him and whispered in his ear, "I know you are not afraid of death, but are you not afraid of Lin Qinghe coming back?" Lin Fengbai suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his body trembled. Lucas was very satisfied with his reaction, and continued to say gently, "I can let you die, and naturally, I can also let him live." Lucas let him go, and Lin Fengbai seemed to have lost his support, and the whole person collapsed on the ground, his face pale. "But?" Lucas squatted down, with a kind expression on his face, and he helped Lin Fengbai up. "You do things for me obediently, and I will naturally meet your requirements. The theme of tonight's dinner is competition. But this competition is different from the traditional competition. The 20 participating princes have to perform a talent they are good at in front of the princess and the king. There is no limit to the talent they can perform, and the princess will give flowers according to the performance of the princes. You can give 1 or 2 flowers, or a bouquet. The more flowers you give, the more the princess likes the performance of that prince. After the princes finish their performances, the prince who received the most flowers could have the right to have the princess at the dinner tonight." A space was cleared in the center of the banquet hall to set up a high platform for the performance, and the audience seats were arranged in a circle around the high platform. The king, who was dressed up tonight, sat down and talked and laughed with his subjects without any airs, while the princess sat with a group of noble ladies, still covering her face with a veil. After the king said a few words, the competition officially began. Some of the princes came from civil officials' families, and some came from military generals' families, so the talents they performed were either piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, or horse riding and archery, but 2 of them were quite different. One of them was Moses, who performed 10 minutes of continuous talking, which made the audience laugh so hard that even the king couldn't help but applaud. The other one, Ron, performed 10 minutes without blinking. During those 10 minutes, the audience was silent, and everyone stared at his eyes, and Ron really did not blink for 10 minutes. Sure, you gave flowers to other princes in batches of 20 or 30. Although these 2 princes took a different approach to get a lot of applause, they were a little clever compared to other princes, who honestly put in sweat and hard work to perform. So sure, you only gave them 10 roses each. The princes were performing on the stage, and Mrs. Ryan was analyzing men in Yu's ear. Moses is good, the eldest son of the family, and the future heir. Moses himself is also quite humorous. You won't feel bored with him, and he will spend a lot of time with you. The disadvantage is... Mrs. Ryan thought for a few seconds, touched her chin with her fingers painted with bright nail polish and said, "It's hard for people to fall in love with such a person." Sure, you nodded slightly to show his agreement. Mrs. Ryan continued, "Girls like heroes, and so you can indeed make people feel love, but heroes are ambitious and not in the family. Choosing such a person must be prepared for long-term loneliness. As for Ron, if you advance, you can continue to make achievements on the battlefield, and if you retreat, you can come back to inherit the family business. However, Ron is indeed not as charming as Sui, and he is really not a good match for you. As for Lucius..." Mrs. Ryan stopped talking here, stroking the ruby ring on her index finger, as if she was thinking, but she didn't say the next sentence after thinking for a long time. "Official live broadcast room of the Royal City Dinner. Ha ha ha, Master Mo made me laugh to death. Is it because today's speaking quota has not been met, so there is a talk show on the spot? Master Mo, just know it, why say it out loud? As a person, Master Mo can make people laugh after talking for 10 minutes straight. This is really awesome. Has no one accused Chinku of using props? Master Mo got these 10 flowers with his own sweat. Chinku's 10 flowers are cheating, ugh. Stop talking, stop talking. Look, NPCs with no emotions can get 20 or 30 flowers, but the 2 of them, as thinking and brainy players, only get 10 flowers. Tell it to us players and embarrass us. Actually, I am a little curious about what Shinsu will perform now. I am more curious about how many flowers you will give to her husband. He is already a husband, so he should give 52 or 99. The talent performed by the god of war is archery. Shinsu also shoots arrows on weekdays, and his archery skills are pretty good. With the bonus of the god of war's personality, he shot 3 arrows at the same time and hit 3 red hearts. But despite this, because there are too many people performing archery, this talent seems to be commonplace. The god of war finally receives 60 roses from the princess. Although it is not 52 or 99, it is the prince who has received the most roses so far. Yu's live broadcast room and Shinsu's live broadcast room were full of joy. Until the last prince came on stage. Lu Shixi performed a martial arts performance, and also called a tool man to accompany the performance. The whole process was smooth and flowing. Lu Shixi was very charming just standing there, not to mention that the girls in the audience never stopped screaming when performing such a wonderful martial arts. But Mrs. Ryan, who had been analyzing men with Yu, did not analyze Lu Shixi with him. After Lu Shixi's performance, he bowed slightly to the audience and waited for the princess to present flowers. Yu looked at the 4 baskets of roses left behind him, pointed his fingers 4 times, and told the maid, "Carry them all up." The maid took a long time to count the roses, and announced 10 minutes later, the princess presented a total of 357 roses to His Royal Highness Lu Shixi. Congratulations to His Royal Highness Lu Shixi for winning tonight, and obtaining the princess's right to attend the dinner tonight. Yu glanced at the favorability statistics card. Lu Shixi has already jumped to the first place. Shinsu's live broadcast room was full of question marks, followed by neatly formatted, "Shinsu, your wife ran away with someone. Shinsu, your wife ran away with someone. Shinsu, your wife ran away with someone." Chapter 92. On the princess's right to the dinner tonight. Means that the princess will stay with Lu Shixi throughout the dinner tonight, until the end of the dinner. Yu was still not used to this kind of skirt with a big hem, and he became shorter in this copy, and the hem was too long and easy to be stepped on, so he had to hold up the hem of his skirt when he walked. When he walked towards Lu Shixi with his hem held up, he felt a cold gaze falling on him. He knew who was looking at him, but he didn't dare to look up. Fortunately, the action of holding up the hem of his skirt made him lower his head naturally, so he didn't have to face the gaze directly. He didn't know why he didn't dare to look up. At the beginning, Yu's live broadcast room was full of question marks, but gradually everyone figured out something. Do you think that it is possible that Yu's wife has guessed that Lu Shixi's identity is not simple, so she deliberately approaches him? I think so too. Not only now, just now before Yu got off the carriage, he asked Lu Shixi to pick him up for breakfast tomorrow morning. He must have discovered that Lu Shixi was not right. Yes. And Yu was crazy about giving Lu Shixi goodwill at the banquet tonight. Yu would not do something inexplicably. Amid the serious discussion, a weak sentence appeared. Why do I seem to see some guilt in Yu's steps? Jime, be bold, remove the word seems. Yes, he is indeed guilty, but why is he guilty? Oh, don't you feel guilty about dating another wild man in front of your husband? TSK, wild man, TSK, date, TSK, exciting. The competition is over, and the king announces the official start of tonight's carnival. Lu Shixi invites the princess to dance, and this time Yu has no reason to refuse. Fortunately, he made up for the female steps last night, so there is no problem with the dance, but the body is a little stiff. Are you nervous? After dancing for a while, Lu Shixi stopped dancing temporarily, and his concerned eyes fell on Yu's face covered by the veil, and then slowly stayed in those black eyes, and asked politely, "Not nervous?" Because this is his second time dancing female steps. But Yu can't say that. The face under the veil is not clear, the pink diamond on the forehead is against the flower-like skin, and the black and clean eyes swept around, and finally fell on Lu Shixi. Your Highness Lu Shixi is charming. I am naturally nervous when so many girls stare at me. The tone of this sentence obviously has no emotional ups and downs, and the eyes that look over are calm, but it gives people a feeling that the master is scolding. Lu Shixi's throat suddenly tightened, and after a few seconds, he said dryly, "Don't be nervous." It was simply an ineffective comfort. But later, Yu found that those NPCs really didn't stare at this side anymore. There was only one gaze staring at him coldly. Yu still didn't dare to look up. After the two finished dancing, they found a place to sit down and chat. The cold gaze still scraped at Yu's face as if it was real, but Yu still ignored it. After a while, it was Lu Shixi who couldn't sit still and spoke first. His Highness Suyi has been looking at you. Do you want to invite him over? Sure, Yu. It's good to know. Why ask it out? This made Yu very embarrassed. No. Yu answered very straightforwardly, and then his black and clear eyes curved into a crescent arc. He looked seriously into Lu Shixi's eyes, and his voice was soft and sweet. The ownership of my entire banquet tonight belongs to you, isn't it? Lu Shixi was stunned for a moment, then said, "Well, we won't call him." Yu took a sip of red wine and said with some regret, "The red wine in the palace is good, but I actually prefer the white wine from Lyman Manor. I had the honor to taste it once when I was a child, but it's out of print now." Lu Shixi said nothing, just waved to call someone over, whispered a few words, and soon, the out-of-print white wine was delivered to them. "It's indeed out of print," Lucas said, as he put ice cubes into the light golden liquid and shook it gently. The ice cubes hit the wall of the glass and made a crisp and pleasant sound, but I happen to have collected a bottle. Sure, you took a sip. This wine is not fake. But I don't know whether Lu Shixi really collected this bottle of wine, or for other reasons. Sure, you stayed with Lu Shixi throughout the dinner. Lu Shixi was a gentleman. The two of them just chatted and tasted wine. After the dinner, before the two said goodbye, Lu Shixi asked him, "What do you want to eat tomorrow morning?" "I prepare it." Sure, you smiled and said, "Tomorrow morning, Your Highness, come to see me." After the dinner on the second day, Sure, you did not return empty-handed. He confirmed from the talent show that Moses and Ron were Chinku and Imorugi, but he did not plan to meet them for the time being. He has more important things to do now. This Lu Shixi. If he is a player, he is not simple. If he is an NPC, then he may not be just an NPC. Advanced dungeons are the closest to the core of the game. It can be understood as, advanced dungeons contain the core of the game. So, this thing may not actually be an object. But, someone, the next morning, Lucas arrived as promised, and Sure, you had someone prepare a sumptuous breakfast, but all the food was covered with a silver lid. "Your Highness, let's play a game of guessing the names of dishes." Sure, you walked over with a smile, handed the menu to Lu Shixi, and began to introduce the rules of the game. There are a total of 15 dishes here. All the names of the dishes are written on the menu, and each dish has only one chance. If Your Highness guesses half of them correctly, I will take care of Your Highness' breakfast tomorrow morning. If Your Highness guesses 2/3 of them correctly, I will continue to take care of Your Highness' breakfast the day after tomorrow. If... Sure, you paused when he said this, and Lu Shixi had a faint smile on his lips. He took a step closer to Shiryu, and said what Shiryu had not finished. "What if I guess all of them correctly?" "Your Highness is so confident." Shiryu smiled at Lu Shixi with a curved eyebrow, and then showed a serious expression. "If Your Highness guesses all correctly, then I will do one thing for Your Highness unconditionally. Within my power." The pair of eyes more beautiful than gems stared at Lu Shixi steadily, and the sweet voice said slowly and clearly, "Anything." The Shiryu live broadcast room was stagnant for a few seconds and then began to explode. "Oh my god. Yu is so tempting." "No. It's this condition that is so tempting." My heart stopped beating at that moment. It's strange, I'm obviously heterosexual, but I'm also moved by Yu in women's clothing, so I guess I'm a face-loving person, but I don't feel anything for other beautiful women, so I think I should be a Yu-loving person. Okay, thank you Jime upstairs, I was officially diagnosed with Yu-loving today. So my wife is testing? Testing whether Lu Shixi really has a god's perspective? Yu is using himself as bait. Isn't he afraid that Lu Shixi will ask him to make sauce? No risk, no gain. Actually, I also suspect Lucas. This person is not a player, but he is different from other NPCs. He may be sent by Star. Be brave. I guess this Lucas is *S clone. Can I smell it? Lu Shixi stood there without moving. He asked Shiryu, but Shiryu shook her head and pushed him back. "No, and you have to stand 1 meter away." Lu Shixi looked down at his arm being held, stepped back obediently, and then his eyes fell on the silver lid. He thought seriously for a while, and said the name of the first dish. "Fried cod." The maid took off the silver lid, and it was indeed cod. Shiryu's heart sank. Rosemary salt-baked crab. Salted salmon. Chanson rose mousse. After that, every time Lu Shixi said a dish name, the maid took off a lid. He got all 15 dishes right. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. If Shiryu hadn't worn a veil, you could see that his face was a little pale at this moment. The live broadcast room was in the same mood. Is this self-destruction? So brave. So this Lu Shixi is really problematic? But this reward is really tempting. That is Yu unconditionally helping him do something. How did Your Highness do this? The princess's soft and weak voice sounded. For the first time, Shiryu thanked the system for giving him such an identity, because this face can easily give people a pure and sincere feeling, and the voice is a little softer. This feeling is even stronger. Your Highness. Did you cheat? Shiryu continued to ask with a sincere look. You didn't say you can't cheat just now. Lu Shixi said. Shiryu's heart sank again, but he heard Lu Shixi's last sentence. Just kidding. Lu Shixi smiled and continued. Actually, I sent a few people to the kitchen this morning. They reported to me in detail every dish today, including the serving process, but I didn't mean anything else. I was just worried that your people were too busy, so I asked them to help. If you are angry, I apologize to you. Shiryu looked into Lu Shixi's eyes. He was not sure if Lu Shixi was lying. After a long time, Shiryu exhaled gently, his voice still soft and sweet. Okay, I accept the loss. What does His Highness want me to do? Lu Shixi fell into a long period of thinking. Finally, Shiryu eased the atmosphere and said, "It's okay. I can't think of it now. Tell me when your highness thinks of it. It's better to think of it 7 days later, because by then he has left the copy." At the same time, in an ordinary tea house in the royal city, God of War Sui, Deputy General Ron and Prince Moses of the Green family, 3 men gathered around a table to eat morning tea. Sui was the one who organized the party, and Sui didn't speak, so Moses pulled Ron to talk. Although what he said was meaningless nonsense, it could ease the atmosphere. The God of War suddenly stood up, and the 2 people who were talking also stopped communicating temporarily. The God of War walked to the window, looked at the scenery outside and said, "The wind is blowing." The 2 followed the God of War's gaze, and saw that the leaves of the tall ginkgo tree not far away had turned golden yellow, and hung on the branches without moving. There was no wind at all. Then the 2 men were stunned at the same time. When they came to their senses and looked at the God of War again, their expressions had become completely different. Shiryu recognized Chinku and Imorugi at the banquet, and Shinsu also recognized them. The purpose of inviting them out for morning tea today was also for this. The wind is blowing. But there is no wind outside. It means that the truth is the opposite of the appearance. For example, Chinku looked like a pretty boy, but he became as strong as Ron, while Imorugi was not talkative, but he got a chatterbox character, and Shinsu, a person full of dirty talk, was restricted by the cold and taciturn shell of the God of War. Only Shiryu was a little special. Even her gender changed. Shinsu only knew that Shiryu was a princess, but he didn't know what Shiryu's main mission was. On the surface, Shiryu's personality was better than theirs. But no one could tell whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. But Shinsu believed in Shiryu. Therefore, he did not stop Shiryu from approaching Lu Shisi at the dinner. Shiryu would not do meaningless things. He chose Lu Shisi's carriage, he gave Lu Shisi hundreds of roses, he danced, drank and chatted with Lu Shisi. He approached Lu Shisi for a reason. Shinsu could understand. But this had nothing to do with his dislike for Lu Shisi. The 3 of them took the lead, and the first thing to do was of course to exchange their main tasks. Chinku spoke first. "I came here to participate in the princess's husband selection this time. My family asked me to marry the beauty." Imorugi was stunned for 2 seconds and nodded. "Unfortunately my family also wants the same thing." Now it was Chinku's turn to be stunned. Shinsu seemed to have a premonition, and said without any emotion on his face, "Same." The tea table fell into silence for quite a long time. If it were other tasks, the same main task would be more conducive to the unity of teammates, but their main task was different. Whether it was a low-level copy, a mid-level copy, or a high-level copy, if the main task was not completed, you would die. The main task of the 3 of them was to compete for the princess. And the princess would only choose one of them. Chapter 93. Shinsu tapped his fingers lightly on the tea table, sorting out all the information he had obtained since entering the dungeon in his mind. This is a role-playing dungeon. Each player is restricted by the role they play. They must speak and act in accordance with the character. If the character is OOC more than 3 times, the game will end, so it is difficult for players who come in as a team to recognize each other. But at this moment, the system did not prevent them from recognizing each other, nor did it prevent them from sharing their main quests. Why? Because it is not a bad thing to let players recognize each other. This can make them kill each other in advance. Shinsu was thinking about whether to pass on the information the princess is Shiryu to them, but he was a little hesitant. Although they came in as a team, Chinku and Imorugi were only their temporary teammates. He didn't know them, and there was no friendship between them, let alone any trust. They had seen Chinku in the Boyua's supermarket dungeon. He was good at disguising himself and had a strong ability to protect himself, but he was also an egoist. Imorugi seemed to be a quiet and kind person, but how could he be a good person who had passed hundreds of high-level dungeons and ranked second in the technical list? They might be able to cooperate temporarily when their interests did not conflict, but when it came to life and safety, everyone's first reaction was to protect themselves. Sure enough, after a period of silence, Chinku spoke first. "In that case, we will rely on our own abilities from now on." Imorugi nodded. "I have no objection." Shinsu, "Yeah." So Shinsu did not tell them that the princess was Shiryu in the end. Official live broadcast room of the Royal City dinner. Although I know that the game is so cruel, Chinku's attitude is too cold. Can a team disband just like that? Can't everyone think of a solution together? It's not a question of being cold or not. In the advanced dungeon, you can only rely on yourself. Teammates become competitors. Chinku didn't kill people directly because he was kind to them. Moreover, once the main task of the advanced dungeon is released, it is impossible to change it. It's useless to rack your brains. Emorugi is the second god on the technical list. Chinka has a safe house. I feel Shinsu is in danger. Have you forgotten the true identity of our princess? It's still uncertain who will get the beauty back in the end. That's right. Sure, you will definitely choose Shinsu. It's hard to say. Have you forgotten Lu Shixi? Now the princess's favorability towards Lu Shixi is the first. The first half of the third day's dinner was still a competition between princes, but tonight's competition was not a single talent show, but a double PK. The winner PKs again until the final winner is decided. The final winner can also obtain the ownership of the princess at tonight's dinner. There is a square cardboard box in the middle of the stage. 20 princes come forward to draw slips of paper. Princes who draw the same number will PK each other. In the first game, Shinsu, Chinka, and Emorugi were lucky to draw opponents who were all NPCs, so they won smoothly. In the second game, the 10 winning princes drew lots again. Shinsu, Chinka, and Emorugi were matched with NPCs again, and they won this round. The final players who advanced to the third round were Lu Shixi, Su Yi, Mo Shixi, Ron, and Leah. Compared to the individual talent show, the double PK is obviously more exciting and easier to get the princess's favorability. While Lu Shixi was playing the game carelessly, he was observing the princess's favorability statistics card for the princes in the background. In the first two games, all the princes had more or less increased their favorability, and the winner obviously increased more. In the third game, 5 people played: Lu Shixi versus Leah. Lu Shixi won. Mo Shixi versus Ron. Mo Shixi won. Su Yi had a bye and went directly to the fourth finals. In the first game of the finals, Shinsu also had a bye: Lu Shixi versus Mo Shixi. Lu Shixi won, and then Lu Shixi versus Shinsu. During this period, Lu Shixi had been observing the backstage. When he won, the princess's favorability increased significantly more than other winners, and Su Yi's favorability had stagnated since he was given a bye. Everyone's favorability, including the losers, was slowly increasing, but Su Yi's did not move. Now Su Yi's ranking is almost dropped to the bottom. Lu Shixi was very satisfied with this result. He walked up to the stage with a smile on his face and looked at his final opponent. The god of war still had a cold face, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. The look he gave to his opponent was no different from the look he gave to the flowers and plants next to him. When the two walked up to the stage, the dinner reached its climax. There were constant screams from the audience, and the fanatical fans kept shouting Lu Shixi's name. Lu Shixi raised a hand, and the voices from the audience stopped instantly. He moved his eyes to Su Yi's face, and his voice had a noble and gorgeous texture. "Your Highness Su Yi, what do you want to compete in?" At the same time, a message popped up in Shinsu's backstage. Tip: due to the plot, the player's character setting 1 is temporarily invalid during the game. Character setting 1. The god of war is frugal with words, and speaks no more than 3 sentences a day, and no more than 5 words in each sentence. That is to say, he can speak freely during the game with Lu Shixi. Shinsu looked at Lu Shixi opposite for a moment, and he said, "As everyone knows, I was born and lived in the battlefield. If I compete in strength, fighting, or martial arts, it would be a bit of bullying Your Highness Lu Shixi. Let Your Highness decide what to compete in this game. This is a bit arrogant." But the god of war does have the capital to be arrogant. Lu Shixi rubbed his chin with his fingers and thought for a while. He did not refuse and said, "We have competed too many games about strength. I believe everyone is tired of it. Why don't we compete in luck?" Shinsu: how to compete? Lu Shixi took out a revolver. Russian roulette, have you ever played it? Lucas introduced the rules of the game slowly and clearly. Put 1 or more bullets into the magazine, rotate the wheel at will, and the participants take turns to point the barrel at their heads and pull the trigger. The one who hits the barrel or automatically quits is the loser, and the one who persists to the end is the winner. Lucas put the bullet into the magazine, rotated the wheel, and then slowly looked at Shinsu, still smiling at the corners of his lips. "How about it? Does His Highness Su Yi dare to play? This is a very simple game. But it's a bet on people's lives." "I don't agree." Before Su Yi spoke, the princess in the audience stood up to object. She did not look at Lucis, but looked at the king beside her and said, "Father, this game is too dangerous. God of War Su Yi and His Highness Lucis are both rare talents in the kingdom. Losing either of them will be a huge loss to the kingdom. I don't think father wants to see such a scene." The king looked at the princess and then at Lucis, hesitated for a moment, and Lucis smiled slowly and said, "What the princess said makes sense. How about not shooting at the head, but only shooting at the palm?" "But The princess wanted to stop him, but the king interrupted her. Okay, there are the best doctors in the royal city, and even if you are injured, you can recover. I don't know if it was Yu's illusion. He seemed to see pride in Lucy's smile, but he didn't have time to taste it carefully. The king beside him asked him in a low voice. The tone was the tone of an old father caring about his daughter. My daughter, are you worried about who will get hurt? Yu adhered to the principle of treating everyone equally, and said calmly, Your Highness Sui and Your Highness Lu Shixi are both pillars of the kingdom. I will be worried and sad no matter who gets hurt. Lu Shixi took the time to look at the backstage during this period. During this period, his favorability with Shinsu did not increase. The fourth game began. In the first round, neither of them was shot. Reset the turntable. In the second round, neither of them was shot. Reset the turntable. In the fifth round, neither of them was shot. Reset the turntable. According to the rules of Russian roulette, if the wooden bin is opened continuously without reset, the two people open the wooden bin 3 times respectively, and the mortality rate of each person is 1/6. However, when it comes to the third wooden bin, the probability of survival and death of the one who opens the wooden bin first is only 1/6. If this person is empty-handed, the mortality rate of the next person is 100%. But they reset the wheel after a round, so the probability of death and survival is fixed at 1/6 and 5/6, and the wood warehouse is a low probability event. Lu Shixi said it was a matter of luck. It seems that it is indeed a gamble on luck. But in the game copy, who can guarantee that luck cannot be manipulated? As the number of rounds of the game increases, the atmosphere in the audience becomes more and more tense. Everyone holds their breath and waits, staring at the stage without blinking. I'm not very lucky. Shinsu drooped his eyelashes, his handsome face without a trace of emotion, and skillfully rotated the wheel in his hand. Before the start of the 6th round, he said, The best time in my life was probably the moment I met the princess. He raised his eyes. His calm eyes fell on Yu's face. At the same time, bang! Shinsu was safe and sound. The wood warehouse was passed to Lu Shixi. He looked at Suya's ranking in the backstage and jumped forward again. He sneered in his heart, but did not show it on his face. You wouldn't have guessed that the war god, who is usually taciturn, is no less good at talking about love, but... Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. The audience was horrified. Lucas looked at his palm pierced by a bullet, and then at the sudden surge in popularity backstage, and he even smiled. The war god's hands are for holding weapons, killing enemies on the battlefield, and defending the country. Lucas pulled off another silk scarf from his chest, and casually wrapped it around his palm twice. There was no pain on his face, and he even showed a bit of relief. So, how can the war god's hands be injured? Lu Shixi was very satisfied when he saw the princess's favorability towards him soaring in the background. It seemed that Lu Shixi lost this round. In fact, Lu Shixi won. However, according to the rules of the game, the final winner of tonight's game is Su Yi, so the princess's right to belong to Su Yi at the banquet tonight. But because the game tonight lasted too long, there was less than half an hour left before the end of the banquet. The two found a place where no one was. Half an hour actually couldn't do anything, and Shinsu was restricted by his character to speak no more than 3 sentences a day, so he couldn't chat with Shiryu. However, Shinsu still thought of a way to pass on these 3 pieces of information to Shiryu. Qin Ke and Mo Rugi are Ron and Moses. Their main task is to marry the princess, and they are no longer teammates. Shiryu didn't have much emotional change after hearing this. This is normal. In this game where life is the gamble, full of death and killing, there are no eternal friends, nor eternal trust. But it's very strange. Shiryu knew that there were no eternal friends here, but he had never doubted Shinsu, and he always trusted Shinsu. He didn't know why he was so blind. He only knew that Shinsu was special. But he didn't know where the specialness was. After the dinner, the king summoned the princess, still in the palace where he summoned the princess last time. The king sat in the main seat in front, smiling and asking kindly, Daughter, what do you think of the performance of the princess today? Very good. The princess lowered her head, the veil covered half of her face, revealing beautiful and delicate black eyebrows, and she looked very well behaved with her eyes downcast. Do you have a favorite prince? Yes. The princess gave an affirmative answer, and the king's bright eyes shone, with an interested look on his face. Oh, who is it? His Highness Lu Shixi. The princess lowered her eyebrows and thought for a moment, as if after careful consideration, she said 2 words, very good. A satisfied smile instantly bloomed on the king's face. His Highness Sui is also very good. Hearing this, the smile on the king's lips froze on his face, and his face began to look ugly. The princess continued, Both Ron and His Highness Moses are very good. The king's face looked even uglier. Father, they are all very good. The princess seemed to be unaware, and lowered her head shyly. Her voice was still soft and weak, but her words were very bold. I can't bear to give up anyone, so... Can I have both? Chapter 94. The princess marries 4 princes-in-law at the same time. This is a method that Shiryu came up with after he learned that his 3 teammates had the same main quest. It sounds feasible, but he doesn't know if it will work. Although he later learned that Chinku and Imorugi were no longer their teammates, it was he and Shinsu who invited them to enter the advanced dungeon together, and he had the responsibility to take them out together. Although these 2 gods may not need it. Of course, there is a second reason. He was testing the king. Although he heard from the maid that the god of war was the king's most promising candidate for the prince-in-law, the king's face was not good when he mentioned Sui. He also looked bad when he mentioned other people's names. Only when he mentioned Lu Shixi did the king show a satisfied expression on his face. And when he stopped Lu Shixi and Sui from playing the gambling game just now, the king seemed to look at Lu Shixi in hesitation, as if waiting for some instructions? But this is just Shiryu's guess. He has no evidence to prove it. When Shiryu made this shocking request, the sound of the wind chime stopped, the music stopped, the clock stopped, the floating veil kept floating. Everything in the hall that was not static became static. Shiryu knew that this was the beginning of a change. The last time the king summoned him, the hall also changed, and the degree of the change probably depended on the king's mood. Last time, the king suspected that the princess liked women, and the king was probably very angry at that time. So the degree of the change in the hall was also quite serious, and this time it seemed to be mild. Many, but not sure if it is the calm before the storm. Shiryu waited quietly for a while, and the hall did not change in a worse direction. The sound of the wind chimes resumed, the music resumed, the clock started to tick, the veil resumed to swing. Everything in the hall was restored. The king sighed deeply. My daughter, I can understand you. Shiryu? ? Shiryu looked over in confusion. The king did not look at him, but looked at the scenery in the distance, as if recalling the distant past through the scenery, and every word he said was like a sigh. Sometimes people can't help themselves and fall in love with several women at the same time. Shiryu? ? According to what Shiryu learned from the princess's memory, the king of the Ska dynasty had only one queen, and he had a deep relationship with the queen, and the 2 of them lived in harmony. Why did the king say this? So empathetic. The king sighed a few times, then retracted his gaze and said seriously, although men have always had 3 wives and 4 concubines, it is not without precedent for women to have concubines. Your mother, and I only have you as a daughter. The future Ska dynasty is yours. It is not impossible for you to have more consorts. I don't think so. A voice came from the door of the hall. Lucas stood at the door in the champagne-colored dress he wore at the banquet. The polite smile on his face disappeared. He walked over in 2 steps, and brought a gust of wind when he stopped beside Shiryu. Your Majesty, please forgive me for speaking frankly. Lucas saluted the king. Although his face was expressionless, he was well-mannered. Love should be faithful and loyal, just like you and the queen. Your Majesty, you only took 1 scoop from the vast sea. The people of the entire Ska dynasty took this as an example. The harmonious relationship between the king and the queen also became a good story, which was emulated by countless people in the Ska dynasty. Now, Your Majesty, do you want to break all this beauty? Shiryu stood silently on one side, without saying anything. He didn't know when Lu Shixi came? How much did he hear? Did Lu Shixi come here because of the king's summons? Or did he come here privately, but none of this mattered? Because Lu Shixi's few words changed the king's mind. The king said to the princess earnestly, My daughter, Lu Shixi is right. Although people used to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, now is different. You see, I, your father, only have your mother now, so you should choose a prince consort. Shiryu found that there was an additional explanation after his main task. Note, the princess has only one true prince. Shiryu, After Lu Shixi appeared in Shiryu's live broadcast room, there were many more comments. Why is Lu Shixi everywhere? This NPC has a lot of roles. So annoying. First, he used the scene side quest to force you to chat with him, and then used the quest to force you to ride in the same carriage with him. When other princes have not had this privilege, this person has appeared in Shiryu's scene side quest twice. Are you sure he is just an ordinary NPC? I feel that the premonition is becoming more and more true. Don't scare me. Don't worry too much, because Yu's wife has also found out. On the morning of the 4th day, Shiryu still invited Lu Shixi to have breakfast with him. Sure, you didn't play games like guessing the name of the dish for breakfast today, but he moved the dining place to the courtyard so that he could have breakfast in the morning sunshine. Is the princess still angry with me? In the courtyard, the two sat on both sides of the small square table that was temporarily moved out, and Lu Shixi suddenly asked. They left the king's bedroom together last night, but sure you didn't say a word to Lu Shixi. When Lu Shixi said goodbye to him, he just nodded without any other response. It was normal for Lu Shixi to think so. Sure, you lifted a corner of the veil, lowered his head and took a sip of tea, and said, If I was angry with your highness, I wouldn't have invited your highness to come for dinner this morning. Besides, when Sure you raised his eyes, his pair of bright black eyes were smiling. Your highness is not without reason. The good qualities passed down by my father, the king, and my mother cannot be corrupted by me. Lu Shixi looked at him steadily for a while, and suddenly said, Then you. Although the princess has the highest favorability towards him now. But he still wasn't sure. There was a strange feeling in his heart, called happy, spreading, but the faster this feeling spread, the more uncertain he was. Especially after they had known each other's identities. Ding. A sound. Sure you put the teacup on the table, interrupting Lu Shixi's next words. Sure you looked at the fallen leaves on the ground around him, and then looked at the endless blue sky. I don't know if it was intentional or coincidental to change the subject. Snow is rarely seen in the royal city. From childhood to adulthood, I remember that it rarely snowed. I have only seen silver-clad snow in books. I heard that it snows in the north all winter. I really want to go to the north to see the snow. The blue sky was reflected in his eyes, which were full of expectations, but were filled with regrets in an instant. But my father won't let me leave the royal city. Lucas didn't say anything at the time, but halfway through the dinner that day, someone suddenly exclaimed, It's snowing outside. Everyone looked towards the window, and saw that the dark night sky had turned white at some point, and snowflakes fell, hitting the glass and leaving many tiny water stains. Wow! What beautiful snow! It's snowing so heavily, we can make a snowman later. Yes, it feels like it hasn't snowed in the royal city for many years. People in the hall ran outside to see the snow. Only Sure you stood there motionless. Compared to the ecstasy of others, Sure you didn't feel any joy in his heart, but fortunately, these emotions were covered under the veil. Sure you thought of the finals of Shengjing Entertainment. He, Qi Shui and Qiu Xiaoyuan hid in a cave. There was a raging fire on the next hill. They were worried that the fire would come over. However, the sky was clear and suddenly it rained heavily, putting out the fire. The forum said that the weather could not be changed by any props, and only the system could control the weather in the dungeon at will. All this happened after Yun Yi appeared. Yun Yi's appearance was also coincidental, and Yun Yi in the finals was somewhat different from the usual Yun Yi. In addition, the weather changed abnormally, and Shen Su, who was ejected from the dungeon in advance, watched their subsequent live broadcast and told him that Yun Yi set the fire and killed those people. Although he had known Yun Yi for a short time, Yun Yi was not a bloodthirsty person by nature. Someone in the forum said that everyone in the game could be a carrier of the system. He and Shen Su suspected at that time that Yun Yi was occupied by the system in the finals. The system can occupy the player's body, and naturally it can also occupy the NPC's body. So this Lu Shixi. It's snowing, let's go and see. Lu Shixi came to him. His tone and eyes were very gentle. Sure you smiled at Lu Shixi, and he tightened his collar. I'm a little afraid of the cold. I go change into thick clothes first, your highness. Wait for me outside, I be there in a while. Okay. Lu Shixi nodded gentlemanly. Then I wait for you outside. Sure you watched Lu Shixi leave the palace, and he turned and walked in another direction. The god of war was sitting in that direction drinking, and Sure you did not go directly, but walked to the chair next to the god of war, and sat down. His arm bumped the god of war's arm. He looked up and asked, Your highness, god of war, are you angry with me? The god of war was naturally expressionless, and didn't even look at the princess. He was about to raise the wine glass to his lips, but the glass was snatched away by the princess. Sure you continued, Why don't you speak? Are you angry with me because I didn't go to see you these days? Don't want to pay attention to me now, right? The god of war still didn't speak, and the princess drank the wine, and a layer of light pink appeared at the end of her eyes. This behavior was like a drunk. Your highness, the god of war doesn't like to pay attention to me, so don't pay attention to me in the future. Princess left after making a fuss. And the god of war also received the message from Sure you. Don't interfere with anything I do next. Sure you didn't change his clothes. He left from the back door of the banquet hall, walked along the corridor, walked through 2 palaces, and came to a bottomless pool. This place is far away from the banquet hall. It was snowing heavily, and the surface of the pool was covered with a layer of white snow, so if he fell in, it wouldn't splash too much water. And because the snow hadn't been falling for long, the surface of the water hadn't frozen yet, so even if no one came to save him, he could swim back by himself. There was no one here. He also told Shinsu not to interfere with him. There was a thin layer of snow under his feet, which made a creaking sound when he stepped on it. Snowflakes fell lightly, and the sky was pale as far as the eye could see. Shiryu walked forward step by step. So, does Lu Shixi really have a god's perspective? Or rather, will Lu Shixi expose himself for him, knowing that he was being tested? Chapter 95. Splash. A small splash of water appeared on the surface of the pool. The slender figure in a pink dress fell lightly like a leaf in the wind, and disappeared in the pool covered with snowflakes in the next second. The heavy snow was still falling, and soon the small piece of water was covered with snowflakes again, as if nothing had happened. Not far away, Shinsu, dressed in silver, hid behind a big tree. He was motionless, staring at this place, and almost used up all his strength to restrain himself from rushing up. Shiryu asked him not to interfere. He didn't know what Shiryu's plan was, but he believed in Shiryu. He had no expression on his face, and the palm of his fist hanging at his side was pierced by his nails. A few drops of blood slid down the fingers, staining the snow with a pink color, and soon covered by fresh white snow. Although he knew it was fake, seeing this scene with his own eyes still made his heart clench. He counted the seconds silently in his mind, staring at the lake, and distractedly looking at the resurrection button in the props column, ready to press it at any time. Suddenly, he seemed to see something incredible, and the whole person froze in place. After an unknown amount of time, he seemed to be relieved, his clenched fist slowly loosened, and then turned and left. Shiryu was a good swimmer, but after falling into the water, he did not move at all, allowing himself to slowly sink into the depths of the pool. The light in front of him was getting farther and farther away, and the oxygen was also being consumed bit by bit. Time in the water seemed to be stagnant. Shiryu lost the concept of time, and the oxygen was finally consumed in the loss of time, and Shiryu's consciousness began to fade. Finally, he completely lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself back in the princess' bedroom, surrounded by a circle of maids, and no one else. What happened? His voice was hoarse, as if he had a cold. He touched his forehead with the back of his hand again. It was indeed very hot, but it would be strange if he didn't catch a cold after soaking in the lake water for so long in the heavy snow. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Why am I here?" Shiryu asked the maid closest to him, "Who saved me?" The maid said, "It was a few guards who were patrolling and heard the sound of falling into the water, and they worked together to pull the princess up." Shiryu was silent for a long time after hearing this. That's right. For someone who can control the weather in the dungeon, it is naturally not difficult to control a few NPCs to save people, and there is no need to do it himself. However, this also indirectly told Shiryu the answer he wanted. Lu Shixi is indeed closely related to the system, and he also has a very high authority. So what role did Lu Shixi play in this dungeon? What role did he play among the players? What was his purpose in the dungeon? What was his purpose in approaching Shiryu? Did he have a mission? And so on. Shiryu cleared the fog. But he only cleared one layer of fog. There are still many mysteries behind. On the morning of the 5th day, Lu Shixi went to the princess's bedroom as usual. They had breakfast together during this period and had reached a consensus, but when Lu Shixi arrived at the door of the princess's bedroom today, he was told that the princess had gone out very early, and the maids didn't know where she went. In fact, he could know it even if the maids didn't tell him. Not only the princess, but everyone's movements can be seen by him. But at this moment, Lu Shixi did not make any move. He could actually guess where the princess had gone. On the princess's favorability ranking list for the princes, a name jumped up a few places, but it was precisely because he could guess that he did not want to see it. "Lord Lu Shixi, where are we going now?" The groom asked for the 3rd time, each time weaker than the last, but fortunately Lu Shixi heard it this time. Back to the bedroom. The carriage turned around, and Lu Shixi leaned against the soft pillow on the carriage and closed his eyes. Lu Shixi guessed half right, but not completely. Shiryu did make an appointment with Shinsu for breakfast early in the morning, but he had made an appointment with more than just Shinsu. Imorigi and Chin could also receive the princess' invitation to come to the appointment, and the location was the tea house where Shinsu had made an appointment with them last time. There were 4 people sitting in the tea house at the moment. There was one person sitting on each side of the square tea table. The princess sat in the main seat, wearing a simple aqua blue dress, and still covered with a veil. The god of war sitting on the princess' right-hand side drank morning tea and ate without any expression on his face, as if he really came to a breakfast. Emorugi and Chinko were not as carefree as Shinsu. According to gossip, the princess had breakfast with Lu Shisi a few days ago, so why did she suddenly invite them out today? They didn't think that the princess invited them out just to have a meal. Except for the greetings when everyone entered the door at the beginning, no one spoke afterwards. The atmosphere at the table was actually a bit weird. But the princess and the god of war were eating seriously. This gave them the impression that the princess called them out just to invite them to have a meal. Official live broadcast room of the Royal City Dinner. Let me summarize the mental journey of Chinko and Emorugi. Why did the princess call us out? It can't be just to eat, right? There must be other reasons. But what is the reason? Why doesn't she speak? Why is she eating? Is it really just to treat us to a meal? Why is she still eating? Is the meal so delicious? Shinsu's mental journey. My wife invited me to dinner. Oh yeah. I just eat. My wife also invited others to dinner, so I'm so angry. But there's nothing I can do. I have to eat more and leave them with nothing to eat. Ha ha ha, I laughed to death. This is really too vivid. So what exactly did you use wife call them out for? Chinko thought a lot in his mind at first, and then thought, why think so much? The princess has been sticking to that Lu Shisi these days, and even at the dinner, they rarely have the opportunity to be alone with the princess to improve their favorability. Since the princess called them out, they might as well take the opportunity to get to know the princess better, and improve their favorability as much as possible. Emorugi thought so too. But before the two of them spoke, the princess spoke first. The wind is blowing. The princess did not look outside, but a pair of dark eyes above her veil stared at them, and said these three words. Emorugi, Chinko, what? A big question mark popped up in the minds of the two, and then they were both stunned. This is what Shinsu said when he met them. So the princess is? As if to answer their doubts, the princess nodded gently at them, and said, I have been busy reminiscing with Lu Shisi these days, and I have neglected everyone. This meal is my apology. Princess, you are too kind. Emorugi, who has been trying to maintain his chatterbox personality, only said this. Chinko did not speak, but slowly narrowed his eyes. He couldn't understand why Shiryu wanted to reveal his identity. From Shinsu's performance, Shinsu should have known Shiryu's identity a long time ago, and the main task is closely related to the princess. Shiryu is the princess, so the situation is in their favor. Now that Shiryu has revealed his identity, it is disadvantageous to Shinsu. Shiryu could not have thought of this, so why did he reveal himself? You are all ordered by the family to come to participate in my son-in-law selection. To tell you the truth, this son-in-law selection seems fair, but in fact, you should have discovered that His Highness Lu Shisi is different, and... The princess spoke slowly and clearly. When she said this, she lifted a corner of the veil, and lowered her head to take a sip of tea before continuing. Her speed was much faster. My relationship with His Highness Lu Shisi is closer. Emorugi and Chinko both nodded. Shinsu did not speak. He just ate a little slower. Your Highness Lu Shisi, he is indeed different. Shiryu pondered for a moment, and said emphatically, well, he is different from anyone. But? Shiryu raised her eyes, and those eyes were still the bright black eyes of a girl, but there were some other things in them, calmer, more determined, and irresistible. This does not mean that you have no hope. Emorugi and Chinko were both shocked. So, is there any other way to break the deadlock? Perhaps, everyone's family has put a lot of pressure on everyone, but I will tell my father about this later, and let my father tell your elders, and it should be nothing. So, even if you don't become the consort of the emperor in the end, I hope we can still be friends in the future. The innocent eyes blinked at them, and the message conveyed was not simple at all, because no matter before or after, I have always regarded you as friends, okay? Shinsu agreed to the proposal to cancel the cooperation. And Shiryu's words only meant to continue the cooperation. The key figure in their main task is the princess, and the princess is played by Shiryu. So whether they can complete the main task in the end, the key choice is in Shiryu's hands. And Shiryu also told them openly and secretly that he can help them pass the level. In fact, they don't really believe that Shiryu can help them pass the level. This is an advanced dungeon. Shiryu is just a newcomer who has just entered the game, and this is even Shiryu's first advanced dungeon. However, the current situation tells them that they have no choice. After a long time, Chinko and Emorugi nodded. Okay. Shiryu's live broadcast room today is Shin. Wife staring maniac. Eating man. Su. Although someone was eating the whole time, it didn't affect his eyes glued to his wife, And did you notice that you didn't dare to look to the right the whole time? Yes. Especially when praising wild men. I'm worried that someone will be jealous, and I have to convey the message tactfully. It's too hard for me, Yu. No, are you focusing on the wrong point? You don't praise my Yu for such a wonderful speech? And Yu emphasized several times that Lucas is different. So Yu discovered something? He must have discovered something, right? Yu's speech is great. But why didn't Yu dare to look to the right? Yu must have discovered something. So why didn't he dare to look at his husband when he praised wild men? Chapter 96. After playing the game for a few days, Jin-Ke and Emorugi, as veteran players, have explored the dungeon to some extent and found out the rules of brushing the princess' favorability. However, Shiryu's words at this moment told them that the rules of the dungeon they thought they had summarized were actually artificial. For a while, the two of them felt quite complicated. When Shiryu hinted that he would continue to cooperate with them and help them pass the level, their feelings became even more complicated. From the beginning, they agreed to team up with Shiryu and Shinsu to enter the dungeon, not because they wanted to team up with them, nor because of favors or other reasons, but because this was a high-level dungeon. Emorugi has been looking for a way to leave the game for these years. So he will not let go of any high-level dungeon. And Jin-Ke also has his own purpose. In short, he is definitely not here to make friends. This is not a game for making friends. I don't know whether to say that this overly pretty newcomer is too naive. Or should I be thankful that there are such kind people in this game full of murder and sin? I just don't know how long this newcomer can live. Can he survive this copy? They naturally know why Shiryu is so confident that he can help them pass the level. Shiryu's character in this copy seems to have a lot of cheat codes, but it's just an appearance. They are old players who know that in role-playing copies, the more unique the character, the more difficult it will be to pass the level. At night, it's time for dinner again. The banquet hall tonight is colder than usual. The king didn't come, and there were no other guests. There were only the princess and 20 princes, as well as the maids waiting on the side. The maid said, the princess will play a game with everyone tonight. The banquet hall was also decorated to be suitable for playing games. There was a long table in the middle of the hall, with 10 chairs on both sides. The princess' seat was at the end of the long table, and a small room blocked by a screen was set up on the right side of the end of the long table. Today's dinner was not grand, so the princess only wore a long dress and did not wear jewelry. The princess sat down at the main seat, and the 20 princes also took their seats. The maids behind her held game props in their hands. The players also received a system message at this time. Scene side quest is open. Side quest. Play games with the princess. Completion time limit during the dinner. The wonderful performances of the princes in the past few days have feasted the princess' eyes and also given her a preliminary understanding of everyone, but this understanding is far from enough, so the princess designed this game, which can not only enhance the relationship with the princes in the game, but also allow everyone to get to know each other better. The rules of the game are very simple. The maid brought out a large colorful turntable with names written on it. The names of the 20 princes have been written on the turntable. The princess will turn the turntable in a while, and the prince whose name is turned can go to the small room behind the screen to spend 20 minutes alone with the princess. During these 20 minutes, whether to chat with the princess or do something else depends on the prince and princess. As soon as the maid finished speaking, the players received another message. Tip: please keep a distance from the princess during the turntable game, and no physical contact is allowed. The audience watching the live broadcast also followed the anchor to see this system prompt that popped up halfway, and they all expressed doubts. The maid's words didn't mean anything else. Is the system too sensitive? When the maid was explaining the rules, Jin-Ke and Emorugi exchanged glances. They both saw the same thing in each other's eyes. The game is too simple. The rules are too simple. Although the scene side quests they received a few days ago were also simple, this was already the 5th night. Logically, the difficulty of the advanced dungeon would increase after half of the game time. So, finally, their eyes fell on the small room behind the screen. The person who turned the turntable could go in and stay with the princess for 20 minutes. They didn't think it was just a simple 20-minute face-to-face chat. The rules of the game are simple. Then this room must be not simple. Now we start the first round of the game. Please turn the turntable, princess. Congratulations, Prince Moses. Please go to the small room with Prince Moses and the princess. As if to let him verify his guess. The first person the turntable turned to was Emorugi. Emorugi walked over with a vigilant mood. The princess walked in front with her skirt lifted. The maid lifted the curtain, and the two went in one after the other. There was a carved carpet inside, a wooden low table in the middle, and a chair on each side. It seemed that there was no problem, but Imorigi still did not dare to relax his vigilance. 20 minutes later, Imorigi came out from behind the screen. Chinka gave him crazy eye hints, and the system gave him a character OOC warning, but Imorigi still did not respond, and the whole person seemed to be wondering. Congratulations, Prince Ron. Please ask Prince Ron and the princess to go to the small room. Hearing his name, Chinka glanced at Imorigi again. Imorigi was still the same as before, with stiff steps and wandering eyes, as if he didn't notice him at all. Chinka stared at the small room, his face gradually becoming solemn. The second best player on the technical list went in, and came out like this. It is conceivable how unpredictable the danger inside is. Moreover, it was Imorigi in the first round and him in the second round. Was it a coincidence or intentional? Chinka was extremely alert. 20 minutes later, Chinka came out. His stiff steps and wandering expression were exactly the same as Imorigi. The live broadcast room of Chinka and Imorigi was almost laughing like crazy. Chinka/Imorigi, I have taken up my sword, but this is it. This? It's like thinking that I will go in with full status to kill the boss, but I find that it's the kind of thing that I can kill with one knife in the novice village. It's so funny. Haha, don't say they can't think of it, I can't think of it either. It's really a literal chat when I say it's just a chat. Yes, Shiryu was chatting with Chinka and Imorigi for the past 20 minutes. The initiator of the chat was Shiryu, who asked questions about trivial matters in daily life, not involving privacy. Chinka and Imorigi were confused, but they also told him everything they knew. It was not until the end of 20 minutes that they saw the hundreds of Princess Curiosity +1 and Princess Favorability statistics card in their backstage, and their rapidly rising rankings, that they understood the real purpose of Shiryu playing this roulette game. It was also at this time that they believed it. Shiryu said that he would help them pass the level, and it was not just talk. The roulette game continued, and Chinka and Imorigi were transferred once each, while Shinsu was only transferred once. Probably for the sake of superficial fairness, the other NPC princes were also transferred once each and spent 20 minutes alone with the princess. Only Lu Shixi was not transferred once. Everything in the dungeon world is set by the system, and this turntable game was proposed by the princess, and the props for the game were also made by the princess. Shiryu tampered with the turntable. No matter how it turns, it will not stop at the box with Lu Shixi's name. Now Shiryu is determined that Lu Shixi's identity is not simple. He wants to see if Lu Shixi will make a move again. But during the whole turntable game, Lu Shixi just drank quietly without any action. Until the end of the dinner, Shiryu left along the corridor behind the banquet hall as usual. He walked for a long time, but did not walk out. The corridor seemed to be infinitely extended, just like the one that trapped Shinsu on the first night of entering the dungeon. Shiryu stopped. He remembered that Shinsu said that the corridor was unsolvable and props could not be used in it. He opened the game panel and found that the prop bar was lit. The props can be used, which means that this corridor is different from the corridor that trapped Shinsu last time. Shiryu stopped moving forward and turned back. After walking for a while, two familiar carved wooden doors appeared in sight. Shiryu went out of these doors every day when attending dinner parties. Behind the carved wooden doors was the banquet hall. After approaching, Shiryu found that the carved wood grain seemed a little old. No, not seeming. These two doors were very old. The color of the mahogany became dull, and a layer of dust covered the carved grain. There were scratches of varying sizes on the door panels, and the most obvious one looked like it was cut with a big knife. Shiryu pushed open the two doors, and the banquet hall that appeared in front of him was completely different. Messy tables and chairs, broken chandeliers, pits and pits on the walls left by the gems being dug out, and messy cuts on them, glass fragments all over the floor, and large patches of dried blood on the carpet. Without lights, the originally glorious banquet hall was gray and decayed under the cold moonlight. A new task popped up on the game interface at this time. Congratulations on triggering and opening the hidden side quest, Decay of the Royal City. Side Quest 1, Explore Decay of the Royal City. Side Quest 2, Leave Decay of the Royal City. Completion deadline, before dawn. At the same time, the other three people also received the same task and were transferred to the task scene. Official live broadcast room of the Royal City dinner. It's here. It's finally here. This copy has been too bland from the beginning to now. If it doesn't make it a little exciting, I will think it is a low-level copy. I knew that this copy couldn't have only the theme of princess choosing a husband. Sure enough, there is a hidden side quest. I like this theme. Every prosperous dynasty is bound to experience decline. Isn't it? Didn't they form a team? The task is also the same task? Why are they not in the same scene? Oh, it's just the daily operation of the system. In fact, think about it in a positive way. Different timelines can collect different information, and it will be more beneficial to integrate the copies later. Emorugi and Chinka were thrown into the timeline before the decline of the royal city. Shiryu was thrown into the timeline after the decline of the royal city, and only Shinsu was thrown into the timeline when the city was destroyed. Ha ha ha. He was the first one to rush in. Ha ha ha. I really don't want to laugh. Ha ha ha. Shinsu, so miserable. Shinsu, so miserable. Shinsu, so miserable. Chapter 97. Decayed Royal City? From the name of the task, we can know that the timeline of the scene he is currently in is the future. The two branch tasks released this time are not as detailed as the previous ones. It only talks about exploring the declining royal city, but does not say to what extent the exploration is done. And leaving the declining royal city actually becomes a separate task. Generally speaking, the more detailed the task description, the easier it is to do. If it is too general, the player needs to figure it out on his own. The deadline for completing the task is before dawn. According to the time when the dinner ends, it is about 12 o'clock in the morning, and it will be dawn at about 6 o'clock in the morning, so he has less than 6 hours. Time is tight. Although there are some places that I can't figure out, I can only explore and think at the same time. Shiryu started searching from the banquet hall in front of him. The entire banquet hall was smashed to pieces. The small and valuable items in it were taken away, and the large items that could not be taken away were smashed. No useful clues were found. Although the palace has changed, the map has not changed. Shiryu has also become familiar with the route of the palace in the past few days. After leaving the banquet hall, he explored other palaces with ease. The royal city has experienced a massacre. Not only the banquet hall, but all the palaces have been severely damaged. There are broken furniture and debris everywhere. There are dark red dried bloodstains on the walls and the ground. In some places, you can still see the traces of heavy objects being dragged. Shiryu searched several important palaces, including the emperor's bedroom, study, meeting place, secret room, etc., but did not find any useful clues. Under the moonlight, Shiryu noticed that there were some new and disorderly footprints on the dusty ground. It looked like some people came to search after the massacre. If so, then even if there were any clues exposed, they would have been taken away or destroyed long ago. Exploring the declining royal city? Shiryu reviewed the question again. It's not the royal palace but the royal city. So, will the scope of exploration be limited to the royal palace? Shiryu stood on the highest attic of the royal palace and looked into the distance. What he saw was as black as ink. The sky was black, and the large low houses in the distance were also black. The junction between the sky and the earth was even darker. There was no one, and no light. The crescent moon hung above his head, and the clear moonlight illuminated a dead city. The darkness without light seemed to hide some potential danger, which made people dare not approach, or attracted people to go over. Shiryu went down the attic, left the royal palace, and walked to the darkest place at night. Emorugi opened his eyes, and found himself in an unfamiliar palace. In front of him was a light golden gauze curtain. After he hid the gauze curtain, he could vaguely see two swaying figures under the candlelight through the translucent gauze curtain. They seemed to be arguing about something. There was an excited voice, "Traitor! I'm going to expose him." "Stop!" Another voice stopped him. "You exposed him, then what?" "He was caught and executed, and you and I were implicated. On the bright side, the king will let us go, but he won't be able to use us again. On the bad side, the king is suspicious and wants to root out the problem. Then not only you and me, but also our wives and children will be implicated. Why bother? What do you want?" The voice continued. "The current Scar dynasty is no longer the previous Scar dynasty, and the current king is no longer the previous king. The Scar dynasty has long been in decline. If it's not him, it will be someone else." A gust of wind blew, and the veil where Emorugi was fluttered. "Who?" Accompanied by the sound of the knife being unsheathed, the two looked over vigilantly. Chinka found him kneeling in the middle of a room. There were two other people in the room. The sitting woman was wearing plain clothes. She looked at him, then lowered her head, and covered her face to cry. The standing man had his back to him. His broad back and body were a little stiff. He spoke for a long time. "Have you decided? These two should be Ron's parents." Chinka thought. "Yes, the prosperity of the country is the responsibility of every man." Chinka? Qinke hadn't reacted to what he had decided. This body seemed to be controlled. It spoke by itself. Qinke listened stiffly to himself and continued to speak. His voice was unusually firm. What's more, the god of war saved my life. I must go. Qinke, good guy. It turned out that he was asked to go to the battlefield. The woman cried even harder, and then the man hugged her in his arms to comfort her. The two turned around, and the man waved at him, his wrinkled hand trembling a little. You. Go. Qinke turned and left. After leaving the house, a soldier ran over to him stealthily and said, Lieutenant General Luo, the carriage is ready. Tell the master and the lady to hurry. Qinke, what hurry? The soldier whispered urgently. The enemy army is approaching. It will be too late if we don't run. Qinke, ? The previous second, he was still a person who devoted himself to his work and died. How did he become a deserter the next second? Qinke didn't understand. He didn't understand at all. When Shinsu was a student, he liked to watch war movies, especially the grand scenes of the army approaching. Sometimes he was so fascinated that he would dream about them. At this moment, Shinsu especially hoped that he was dreaming. However, the facts told him that he was not dreaming. The flames rising to the sky, the smoke filling the air, the sound of swords, horseshoes, horns, chariots, and cannons in his ears. Brothers, charge! The soldiers behind him shouted slogans loudly, but before they started to charge, the city gate was broken. The enemy army rushed in like a dark cloud. Shinsu looked at his position. Shinsu, Very good, he was the first to take the lead. He is worthy of being the god of war. Squeak, squeak. A black shadow rushed out from under Shiryu's feet. Shiryu was so scared that he took 2 steps back. With the help of the moonlight, he could see clearly that it was a mouse. He hadn't seen a single living creature on his way out of the palace, but a mouse appeared here? Shiryu walked towards the mouse thoughtfully, squatted down and took a closer look. It was a gray-black mouse, no different from an ordinary mouse, except that this mouse was fatter and had a bulging belly. He searched several houses outside the palace, and they were burned, killed and looted, leaving nothing inside, especially food, but this mouse was so fat, which meant that there was food here, and there was quite a lot of it, probably hidden in a hidden place and not found. Shiryu followed the mouse into a small room. After turning around, the mouse went into the gap between the wall and the floor. Shiryu found a rusty axe and smashed the hole open. Sure enough, a staircase appeared underneath. Shiryu found a candle, lit it, and went down the stairs by candlelight. There was a cellar underneath, which contained not only grain, but also several jars of wine. The bags of grain had holes in them made by rats, and the grain spilled out. The rat that had just come in ran to the corner to eat. When he turned around, Shiryu saw a skeleton leaning against the wall. This was not the first time he had seen skeletons. He and Shinsu had even dug up skeletons in the Xinqiang hospital dungeon, so Shiryu was not scared. He walked over with a candle to see. The skeleton was wearing ordinary people's clothes, and the person had been dead for a long time. There was still so much food left here, and there were still a few jars of wine, so the person would not starve to death. There were no signs of fighting here, and there were no signs of sharp wounds on the skeleton, so this person could only have committed suicide. Who was he? Why did he commit suicide? The whole city was completely empty, with no living people or corpses. This was the only skeleton in the city, and this cellar was probably the only place in the royal city that had not been destroyed. Shiryu went to search the man's pockets and found a piece of parchment with a few big words written in blood on it. Sui! Traitor! Shiryu was shocked. Emorugi held his breath and stood motionless behind the veil. However, the veil was translucent, and people outside still found him. At the critical moment, Emorugi noticed that he was wearing a maid's clothes. He grabbed a piece of cloth on the table and knelt on the ground to wipe the floor. His neck felt cold. The sharp blade was already on his neck. However, the knife left in the next second, and the owner of the knife said, "Get out, there is no need to clean here." Emorugi slipped away. Qinke came to his senses after being stunned and began to ask questions. Fortunately, this soldier was not very nervous, and was quickly asked questions. Qinke got the information he wanted to know. He was stunned again. Qinke, Damn, the amount of information was too much for him to receive for a while. When the enemy army rushed in, Shinsu's mind went blank for a moment. But he quickly calmed down, his mind was spinning rapidly. He triggered the hidden side quest. This is a copy within a copy. Now there are 2 side quests that need to be completed before dawn. One is to explore Decay King City, and the other is to leave Decay King City. However, It does not specify how much to explore in the King City. The King City is so large that it is impossible to search it all in one night, and the quest is also described in a relatively general way, indicating that it is very flexible. Does it count as exploration if only 1% is explored? If so, then he only needs to complete the second side quest, leave Decay King City before dawn. Decay King City is a copy within a copy, and what he needs to do now is to find a way to leave this copy. Based on the experience of leaving the corridor last time, this way to leave is most likely a door. He lost consciousness in the banquet hall, which means the exit is likely to be there. There is a distance from here to the banquet hall, and the process of him walking this distance can be regarded as exploring, so all he needs to do is find that door. Shinsu was riding on the horse, holding the reins in one hand and the whip in the other, and was about to slip away. The soldiers in front of him knelt down in front of him. The neat and loud voices shouted in the night sky, "We swear to follow His Highness Sui until death. We swear to follow His Highness Sui until death. We swear to follow His Highness Sui until death." Shinsu? Shinsu? What the hell? Chapter 98. The first second of Shinsu's live broadcast. Oh my god, I am dying of laughter. Shinsu's luck is amazing. Hey, he is the god of war after all. His personality is there. He must be the first one to rush in. It seems that it has nothing to do with luck. Yu's timeline is in the future. At present, there is no danger. Although Imorugi and Chinko are in danger, they can escape danger. However, Shinsu. The next second, the live broadcast room was filled with question marks. This reversal caught me off guard. I was stunned. My expression at this moment is the same as Shinsu. What the hell? Shinsu, I just wanted to run away, and you told me that I am the leader of the enemy? Ah, I am happy, I am happy, I am happy. So in fact, the system is not targeting Shinsu. This is just a matter of personal luck. Although, I always feel that things are not that simple. Pass the order. Don't hurt the common people. Treat the surrendered soldiers well. Shinsu ordered the soldiers, who were kneeling on the ground in front of him. There are still some soldiers in the Scar King City who are defending, but they are already at the end of their strength. The soldiers attacking the city are in high spirits, and they will kill gods and Buddhas. The victory and defeat of this battle are already clear. And all this has become history. History cannot be changed. This is all he can do. In the chaos of the battle between the two armies, Shinsu turned the reins and walked towards the banquet hall of the palace. After a while, the game interface popped up. Declining Royal City Side Quest 1 has been completed. Please complete Side Quest 2. At this moment, there is still 1 hour, 25 minutes and 37 seconds before dawn. It seems that his guess was right. Exploring 1% is also considered exploration. So now we only need to complete Quest 2 and leave Declining Royal City. There is only more than an hour left, so we have to hurry. On the other side, Shiryu, Chinko and Imorugi also received information about the completion of Side Mission 1. Imorugi and Chinko had the same idea as Shinsu. They guessed that the exit would be where they lost consciousness, that is, the banquet hall, and they all walked towards the banquet hall. Time passed by. The three people in different timelines arrived at the banquet hall. The banquet hall was still intact and magnificent, but they searched the banquet hall and couldn't find the exit. At this moment, the east was faintly showing a fish belly. The system popped up in a motionless prompt. There are still 30 minutes before dawn. Although Shiryu also guessed that the exit might be in the banquet hall, he did not go to the banquet hall immediately. He was still in the cellar at this moment. He intuitively felt that the appearance of the mouse was not a coincidence. It was like the NPC deliberately created by the system deliberately guided him here, so there must be something in this place. After searching again and again, Shiryu saw a line of words on a wall blocked by a wardrobe. Death is not death. Death is not death? What does it mean? There are still 10 minutes before dawn. The system's bright red prompt came into view again. It was too late to go to the banquet hall now. He could only leave through other means. Death was not death. Could it be death or rebirth? 5 minutes to dawn. The system's bright red prompt came into view again. Shiryu was a little anxious at first, but the system's frequent prompts made him calm down. The system clearly liked to see players die, but now it frequently reminded and urged players to leave. There must be something fishy. 1 minute to dawn. 30 seconds to dawn. 10 seconds to dawn. When the countdown was 3 seconds, Shiryu took a prop poison, and when he opened his eyes again, he returned to the princess's bedroom. Although he really wanted to see what would happen if he stayed in the dungeon after the countdown ended. But this was an advanced dungeon. If he didn't listen to the system and something uncontrollable happened, He and Shinsu were not in the same dungeon, and Shinsu couldn't save him. Shiryu's live broadcast room. Ah, my wife scared me to death. Why did she swallow the medicine when she didn't agree with me? Don't do that next time. The words on the wall have made it very clear that death is not death, which means that only death can leave. You just follow the prompts on the wall. That's what I said, but if this is not the way to leave, my wife will be gone. Wake up, Yu is not your wife, you don't have a wife at all. Mo Rigi next door is back too. He is worthy of being called the great god Mo. Chinku was killed by an NPC on the way to escape with his parents. Although, he came back in another way. If death is the only way to leave, then as the winner of the dungeon, the god of war will not die, so I have bad news for everyone. The time has come, but Shinsu did not leave the dungeon. The live broadcast room fell into silence. Shinsu was unable to leave the dungeon when the countdown ended. He thought something would happen and activated several defensive items to prepare for it, but nothing happened. Everything and everyone in the dungeon was functioning normally. If you want to understand an unfamiliar era, the fastest way is to look through the history books. Since the dungeon was overtime and nothing happened, he was not in a hurry to leave. He found the palace history library and found the historical records from the establishment of the Ska dynasty to the present. There was the sound of swords fighting outside. Shinsu quickly flipped through the history books. He read very quickly, reading 10 lines at a glance, and skimmed over the unimportant content until his eyes fell on a line of words. The princess died at the age of 16. Shinsu's mind banged. There was also a note below this line of words. The princess died of illness, the king was heartbroken, and the whole country went to mourn. The princess chooses a husband. Happened when the princess was 18 years old. The real princess of the Ska dynasty died at the age of 16, and there was no princess choosing a husband. At all. In other words, the copy they entered was fake. Shinsu's live broadcast room. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Surviving a disaster will surely bring good fortune in the future. Fortunately, I didn't exit the live broadcast room. So guess why the system urges people to leave? Isn't it to hide something? At this time, what's the point of getting important clues? Shinsu can't get out. If side quest 2 is not completed, Shinsu will be trapped here forever. Have you noticed that the sky is not yet bright? After reading the history books, Shinsu also noticed that the sky was not completely bright, and it was in a state of being about to be bright. He opened the game panel, which only showed that side quest 1 was completed, and did not show whether side quest 2 was completed or not. Shinsu thought of the system urging him to leave frequently just now. At this moment, the system had no movement, as if it had failed to achieve its purpose and was in a mess. According to this clue, the copy they originally entered was fake, and this copy was a derivative of that copy. That is to say, everything here is also fake, so before the dawn is completely bright. Shinsu returned to the original copy. Only then did the side quest 2 show completion. Shinsu breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could completely relax, his chest suddenly felt heavy, and a head was buried in his chest. His waist was also tightly held by a pair of arms. He looked down and saw long light golden hair like pouring moonlight, thin shoulder blades, and a snow-white fluffy princess dress. Shinsu's first reaction was to push the person away. Men and women should not touch each other. Then he realized that this was Shiryu. Then he didn't move. After hugging for an unknown period of time, Shiryu's arms around him loosened slightly, but not completely, and the hand began to touch him randomly. Shinsu? ? Shinsu, shock. What are you doing? Shinsu grabbed the moving hand, and said in a cold and hard tone. The moment he lowered his eyes, he met a pair of red eyes. There were tears on Shiryu's thick black eyelashes, and his almond pupils were wet. The end of his eyes, and the tip of his nose were pink, but the eyes looking at him were calm, without a trace of joking. Soon Shinsu reacted, the prop resurrection would light up when his partner's life was in danger, so he hadn't been out of that copy for a long time, and the prop judged that he was in danger and lit up, and then Shiryu knew it. So, Shiryu was worried about whether he was injured. His heart became very soft in an instant, and he let Shiryu go, letting Shiryu do whatever he wanted, and carefully looked at him from top to bottom like checking an object. Official live broadcast room of the Royal City Dinner. Too much information, let me sort it out. So the reason for opening this hidden branch is to allow players to collect clues in different timelines, and then return to the past of the Ska dynasty, which is their initial copy, to change history. So according to the currently known clues, if you want to break the situation, you have to change the past. If you want to change the past, you have to prevent the Ska dynasty from being destroyed. The direct cause of the Scar dynasty's demise is Sui's rebellion. If you want the Scar dynasty not to be destroyed, you have to destroy Sui. Therefore, although Shinsu has come out, he has now become the enemy of all players. The system is really full of malice towards Shinsu. Only my focus is on my wife's red eyes when she cries? Woohoo! My wife is so pitiful and beautiful when she cries, I want to sleep. Shinsu's doting eyes, let alone opening his clothes to show him. I have no doubt that sure you would have no objection even if he wanted to strip him naked. Ha, he couldn't ask for it. This is a game live broadcast room, not a seductive live broadcast room, please no. What happened? Shiryu's voice was a little hoarse. Before Shinsu could speak, her maids came over and said to the princess respectfully, Princess, it's getting late. It's time to go back and rest. The words of the copy NPC also represent part of the rules. The words of the NPC must be listened to. Shiryu followed the maids and left. He walked very slowly and turned back after a few steps. Shinsu shook his head at him and mouthed, I'm fine. Shiryu left with peace of mind. 10 minutes ago, Shiryu was far less rational than he is now. Resurrection the props cannot be used. He kept clicking on another teleportation prop, as if he was possessed by a demon. Warning, you and your partner are not in the same space, the props cannot be used. Warning, you and your partner are not in the same space, the props cannot be used. Warning, you and your partner are not in the same space, the props cannot be used. Looking at the warning popping up on the interface, he clicked more crazily and more obsessively. I don't know how many times I pressed it, until the whole screen was filled with bright red warnings, until the warnings were stacked up so many times that the original words could not be seen, until the whole screen turned blood red. The blood red in my sight also became blurred, and he felt his eyes were a little wet, and then his cheeks were cold, and he realized that he was crying. He knew that the mortality rate of high-level dungeons was very high. Even before entering this dungeon, he was mentally prepared to die. However, he didn't dare to imagine that Shinsu would die. Chapter 99. The next day, early in the morning, the princess prepared a rich breakfast in the bedroom, but the invited guests were late. After a while, a maid hurried in. Princess, His Highness Moses declined your invitation. Soon, another maid came in. Princess, His Highness Ron said he couldn't come because of something. The princess sat at the dining table in a plain long dress, her face still covered with a white veil. Her long light golden hair was not tied up, and strands of light fell to her waist. A ray of sunlight from the carved wooden window quietly touched her eyebrows and hair, and the remaining sunlight was cut by the carved wooden window, casting golden spots on the ground. She did not have much emotional fluctuations after hearing this, but the fingers stroking the cup stopped, and in a moment, she waved her hand to dismiss the maid and ate breakfast as if nothing had happened. Chin-ku and Emorigi refused his breakfast invitation, which meant they refused to share information with him. This was within Shiryu's expectations. Last night, everyone should have received this hidden side quest. He was teleported to the extinct Scar dynasty. He did not see other players in that dungeon, which means that each player was teleported to a different scene or timeline. In this case, it is more beneficial for everyone to share information and integrate clues to pass the level. Chin-ku and Emorigi refused to share information with him, which also told him another layer of information from the side. He obtained the information Su-yi is a traitor from the future timeline of the dungeon. This information shows that the fall of the Scar dynasty has a direct or indirect relationship with Su-yi. Chin-ku and Emorigi are old players with stronger ability to explore dungeons. They will get more clues than him, not less. I guess they also know this information. In the timeline of the dungeon they are currently in, the actor who plays Su-yi is Shinsu. Their refusal to share information with him is telling him that they are going to target Shinsu. There is another way to solve the dungeon. In a secret restaurant compartment, Emorigi suddenly said this after he and Chin-ku exchanged clues. It was also today that they discovered that in a scene without NPCs, they can talk about dungeon information and exchange clues, and in this case, they will not be judged by the system as OOC. So the two exchanged all the information that should be exchanged after they met. Emorigi continued, the NPC conversation I overheard mentioned a traitor. Combined with what you got from the soldiers, we can know that this traitor is Su-yi. Hearing the word Su-yi, there was a moment of silence in the private room. Because this person is not an NPC in the dungeon, but their teammate. Although the pass rate of high-level dungeons is the lowest, the flexibility is very high. Usually, hidden tasks will not appear casually. Since they appear, it means that there is another way to pass the dungeon through hidden tasks. Chin-ku nodded thoughtfully and said, although I have not experienced such a dungeon, I once saw an anonymous master sharing on the forum. He said that he passed a high-level dungeon that was doomed to die by completing hidden side quests, and also got a new ending of the dungeon and obtained a rare item. That person is me, Emorugi said. Shinku was about to drink water, but his hand holding the cup stopped in midair. He stayed for a few seconds, put the cup back on the table, and slowly gave Emorugi a thumbs up. You are worthy of being Master Mo. Then he asked casually, but with a strong purpose, by the way, is that rare item really rare? Is it available in the market? Emorugi looked at Shinku speechlessly and said, it's a fragment, not available in the market. Fragment? Shinku became interested. Well, it's similar to the star fragments you're collecting, but I don't know what this fragment can be combined into in the end. Shinku scratched his head and said to himself, how come even you know that I'm collecting star fragments? Then he said, remember to sell me the star fragments when you get them next time. Emorugi, yes. Let's continue with the topic just now. You said there is another way to pass the level, but all we know now is that the royal city will be destroyed in the future and Suya is a traitor. How do you know how to pass the level? Enough information? Emorugi's black eyes looked over like a deep pool, with a kind of confidence and calmness after rich experience. Not all copies give you the opportunity to collect all the clues, nor do you have to collect all the clues to start cracking the copy. Now it's all right. The Scar dynasty will be destroyed in the future, and Suya is a traitor. So this task is stop the dynasty from falling. If you succeed, you can not only clear the level, but also get a new ending to the dungeon. Emorugi looked at Shinku and said calmly and convincingly, I believe you enter the high-level dungeon not just to clear the level. That being said, however, Shinku's expression was a little hesitant. The reason for the fall of the royal city is Sui, that is, Shinsu. If you want to stop the dynasty from falling, you have to. That's right. Emorugi's eyes showed no emotion, so we can't cooperate with them anymore. Shinku didn't speak for a long time after hearing this. Princess's bedroom. The person sure you invited didn't come, but someone he didn't invite came. He even barged in without waiting for the maid to announce it, and the maid couldn't stop him. Your Highness Lu Shisi. Your Highness Lu Shisi. The princess isn't here. Lu Shisi had already barged in, standing at the door of the hall in a gray dress, staring at the princess, who was having dinner at the dining table in the hall. Sure you had to stand up to receive him. He saluted Lu Shisi and asked politely with a smile, Your Highness, is there anything I can do for you? The pale golden sun shone from behind, and Lu Shisi was stepping on his own shadow. Because of the backlight, sure you couldn't see Lu Shisi's expression, but he could feel that Lu Shisi was looking at him. I came to see you yesterday morning, but you weren't there. Lu Shisi's tone was even, and his eyes were still fixed on Shiryu. When he saw Lu Shisi forcefully break in, Shiryu had many possible things that Lu Shisi might say and do in his mind, and he roughly thought of ways to deal with them one by one. But Lu Shisi didn't expect that what he said was such a trivial matter, which made Shiryu a little unresponsive for a while. After coming to his senses, Shiryu said, Sorry, I had something to do yesterday. His apology was sincere, but the words he said were lies, and they were perfunctory lies. Based on the previous attempts, it can be known that Lu Shisi has a high authority in this copy. He may be sent by the system, maybe the system's clone, or even the system. Shiryu doesn't believe that Lu Shisi doesn't know what he did yesterday morning. Why bother asking? Today is the 6th day of the game. The dungeon will be over tomorrow. Shiryu doesn't want to play along with Lu Shisi anymore. It would be best if Lu Shisi was angered by him and confronted him directly. But facing an existence with great authority that can control the life and death of players, it is impossible to say that he is not afraid. Shiryu looked calm on the surface, but his shoulder blades and waist were tense, and his thin fingers, hidden under the tablecloth, were slowly clenched. After getting this answer, Lu Shisi didn't speak, and Shiryu didn't speak either. The two of them were stuck in this stalemate. As time went by, a thin layer of sweat oozed out of Shiryu's white forehead. The knuckles of his fisted hands hidden under the tablecloth turned white due to the force, and a slight tremor could be found if he looked closely. Then, Lu Shisi's face was still expressionless, and his light golden eyes stared into Shiryu's eyes. Shiryu's heart was lifted up, and he even hesitated whether to activate a few life-saving props, but he heard Lu Shisi's last sentence, Can we have breakfast together today? Shiryu was stunned. He never thought that Lu Shisi would say such a sentence. After a long time, Shiryu heard his stiff voice. Of course, of course. The two of them finished their breakfast quietly, just like the previous few days, and Lu Shisi left after eating. Shiryu looked at Lu Shisi's back as he left, and he was still a little unresponsive. Lu Shisi broke in forcefully. Just to have a meal with him, Compared to the calmness of Shiryu's place, Shinsu's place was not calm at all. The two people who Shiryu did not invite took the initiative to meet Shinsu. Player Chinka wants to trade with you. Do you agree? Shinsu didn't click yes. Nor no, he looked at Chinka expressionlessly. What do you mean? This is a rare item from a high-level dungeon. There is a chance to quit the game midway. Chinka and Emorigi blocked Shinsu's way on the left and right. Chinka said, while observing Shinsu's expression, I guess you also opened the hidden branch of decaying Royal City last night. You should have learned some clues from the scene you were teleported to. We are currently in the past of the Ska dynasty. The Ska dynasty will perish in the future, and Su Yi is the key reason for the dynasty's demise. It's unfortunate. Chinka spread his hands, expressing helplessness. The character you play is Su Yi. The character played by Emorigi is a chatterbox. But the real Emorigi doesn't like to talk, so he just stood aside and listened to Chinka. Although we don't have much affection as teammates, we came in together after all. We don't want to touch you. If you quit now, you will just lose the game rewards, but at least you can save your life. Seeing that Shinsu was indifferent, Chinka continued to coerce and lure. The mortality rate of high-level dungeons is very high, especially in the last 2 days. We are not sure what will happen next. To be honest, I don't even want to use this prop. From the fact that Chinka was not punished by the system after nagging for a long time, it can be seen that players should be able to speak freely in the scene where NPCs are not present, so Shinsu also spoke boldly. Do you have a second way to pass the level? Chinka, Emorigi, You grasped the key point. Chinka didn't want to say it, but there was no need to hide it. He nodded, yes. Shinsu said again, the second way is to pass the level by changing history? Chinka, yes. Chinka was already a little impatient. It's good enough to know why are you asking. It's fine to ask. Why are you asking again? Really, it's so annoying. However, Shinsu's next words made Chinka and Emorigi stunned on the spot. Have you ever thought that the history you think of may not exist at all? Chapter 100. The day passed peacefully, and time quickly came to night. Halfway through the dinner, the entire banquet hall suddenly fell into darkness, as if the switch was suddenly pulled, and both the lights and candlelight disappeared. A voice sounded in the darkness. The princess will get married tomorrow. Tonight is the last test for the princes to find the princess. I don't know if it's an illusion. The maid's voice is a little different from usual. Both the pronunciation and the tone are a little stiff and mechanical. The princess has hidden herself. The princes must follow the guidance of their hearts to find the princess. And the prince, who finds the princess first before dawn, will become the princess's husband and stay in the royal city to hold a grand wedding with the princess tomorrow. If no one finds the princess at dawn, the princess will choose her own husband. This is the last chance for the princes. I wish you all good luck. After saying that, the maid disappeared. The banquet hall was too dark, and it was pitch dark. When the maid spoke, no one could see her, and no one knew where she was. When she left, there was no sound of footsteps or fabric rubbing, as if she had disappeared out of thin air. Emorigi took a prop candle and lit it. Chinka quickly followed the candlelight to meet him and asked, "Where is Shinsu?" They reached a cooperation with Shinsu again this morning. Based on the information provided by Shinsu, Emorigi had a hunch that something bad would happen tonight. They decided to act together. In order to avoid getting separated, the three of them were together before the lights went out, but Shinsu disappeared after the lights went out. I don't know. Emorigi shook his head, holding a candle and sweeping around, his brows slowly furrowed. In the small space illuminated by the candlelight, not only Shinsu disappeared, but also other NPCs, whether maids or princes. Only Chinka and Emorigi were left in the entire banquet hall. Then they found that the banquet hall they were in was a little different from the one they were in before. Chinka also lit a candle, and the two of them took a rough look at the banquet hall. The structure of the banquet hall did not change, but the layout and decoration changed from magnificent to a little plain. It was like a domineering upstart who suddenly became poor. Have we been transferred to another timeline? Chinka said to himself while searching. If that's the case, if the princess is not in this timeline, then we can't find the princess anyway. Chinka talked for a while without any response. He turned around and found Emorigi still standing there, frowning and thinking about something. Chinka turned back and said, "Are you also worried that the princess is not in the same timeline as us?" Emorigi seemed to have just come to his senses and asked, "Do you remember what Shinsu said this morning?" Chinka was stunned for a moment, a little puzzled why Emorigi asked this, but he still nodded. "I now think more and more that Shinsu is right." Emorigi looked at the banquet hall in front of him, which was no longer prosperous. There would be many signs before a royal city declined. One of the most obvious signs was that the treasury was short of silver, and the lack of money in the treasury would be reflected in all aspects. The originally magnificent banquet hall became simple, which was one of them. Is the decline of the royal city really because of Su Yi, rather than following the will of heaven? Imorugi slowly repeated what Shinsu said in the morning. The current Ska dynasty is no longer the previous Ska dynasty, and the current king is no longer the previous king. Imorugi continued to repeat what he heard from two NPCs behind the veil last night. The Ska dynasty has long been in decline. If not him, it will be someone else. Imorugi did not say anything more, but Chinko also understood. They wanted to pass the level by changing history. But the facts told them that killing Su Yi could not change history, and changing history can pass the level. Was just their guess, and they were not sure whether it would work. After a long time, Imorugi sighed lightly, and then the whole person returned to his usual calmness. Find the exit first. Ah? Oh! Chinko was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized. This place is different from the original copy timeline, so naturally the princess cannot be found here. They can only find the exit to leave here like last night, return to the original copy, and then look for the princess. After the banquet hall fell into darkness, Shinsu had a bad premonition. After the maid finished speaking and left, Shinsu lit a candle, and the candlelight illuminated the empty surroundings, confirming his premonition. This is still the banquet hall, but the banquet hall in front of him is gray and rotten, with thick dust on the ground, spider webs everywhere on the walls, and everything that can be smashed inside has been smashed. This timeline is obviously after the fall of the Scar dynasty. And the princess in this timeline has already died, and it is impossible for him to find the princess here. Shinsu stood there for a while, suddenly left the banquet hall, and then left the palace and walked towards the direction of leaving the city. Shinsu's live broadcast room. Where is Shinsu going? Will he really go to find the princess? If the timeline is wrong, he can't find the princess at all. Chinko and Imorugi already know that they have to leave here before they can continue to look for the princess. Didn't he think of that? Why is he running out of the city? Don't run around. Hurry up and find a way out, brother. I'm so anxious. At the beginning, everyone in the live broadcast room was worried about Shinsu. Everyone was so anxious that they found something unusual. Wait, what's in front? The princess's tomb. This is the princess's tomb. Oh my god. The maid said to find the princess. So whether it's the princess in the past or the princess now, whether it's the dead princess or the living princess, it's all fine. Shinsu, you are such a clever little ghost. The lights went out, and then lit up again. Only Shiryu was left in the banquet hall, and then the king walked in. The lights were still bright, and the banquet hall was still magnificent, no different from before. The king in front of him was no different from the king Shiryu had seen before. This should still be the original copy. He was not transferred to other timelines. Then, it was other players who were transferred to other timelines. Time flies so fast. My daughter has grown up so fast. My father's greatest wish was to see you get married. Now you are finally getting married. The king stopped in front of Shiryu and looked at him with a fatherly look. As he spoke, his brown eyes gradually became tearful, and his voice was choked. Father is reluctant to let you go. Father, your daughter is reluctant to let you go too. Shiryu said tentatively, my daughter doesn't really want to get married. My daughter wants to stay with you for the rest of her life. The king wiped his tears and said, silly child, whether you get married or not does not conflict with whether you stay with your father or not. You will inherit the Ska dynasty in the future, and your father is in good health now, and he still has decades to accompany you. Shiryu, Okay, he forgot that the princess is looking for a son-in-law, not marrying off. That's good, I can't bear to leave my father. Shiryu paused, as if unintentionally speaking, father, after this period of time, I think His Highness Moses is very good. Good. As soon as the word fell, Shiryu felt the chandelier above his head shaking. The tears in the king's eyes disappeared, and he showed confusion in his eyes. He asked, Moses? Haven't you been in close contact with Lu Shisi these days? Why do you want to choose Moses? Not His Highness Moses. Shiryu spoke slowly and clearly, I just think His Highness Moses is very good, very humorous, and I should be very happy every day with him. Shiryu observed the king's expression, and at the same time felt that the chandelier above his head was shaking more and more. He changed his words. Actually, I think His Highness Ron is better. Click. Spiderweb cracks appeared on the glass windows on both sides. The expression on the king's face changed from confusion to indifference, and his eyes stared at Shiryu. Ron? Do you like Ron? I just think that choosing His Highness Ron can be more stable, but if you like... The shaking of the chandelier above the head stopped temporarily, but after Shiryu said the last sentence, the chandelier shook more violently, and the crystal lamp tube made a crisp and sharp collision sound. I actually like His Highness Sui. Click. The two glass panels where the spider silk was broken were completely broken. Crack, crack. Other glass panels also cracked one after another, and then the whole hall began to shake, like an 8-magnitude earthquake. Shiryu quickly said, but if there is a possibility, I will choose His Highness Lu Shisi. All the shaking stopped. The broken glass windows returned to their original state, and the chandelier above the head hung there quietly, emitting bright light. The whole banquet hall returned to its previous splendor. Everything that happened just now seemed like an illusion. Shiryu's live broadcast room, good guy, is this playing the king? Ha ha ha, I laughed to death. The king's mood was like a roller coaster, up and down, and his heart was furious. It seems that Yu is not deliberately playing the king, he seems to be verifying something? Shiryu is indeed verifying something. When he and Shinsu passed by yesterday, Shinsu stuffed something into his hand. It was a note with a sentence on it. The princess died at the age of 16. This is undoubtedly an extremely critical clue. The theme of the copy they are in is the princess chooses a husband. The princess chooses a husband when the princess turns 18, but this information tells them that the princess died at the age of 16, which means that there is no princess chooses a husband in history. Since there is no such thing, why does this copy exist? Shiryu thought of the first time he met the king as a princess. At that time, the king misunderstood that the princess likes girls, which caused the whole hall to change. After he explained it clearly, the change ended and everything returned to normal. Just like now. When he mentioned the candidate Lu Shisi that the king was satisfied with, all the changes stopped. Shiryu thought that the change in the hall was a system mechanism. Now it seems that the change in the hall has nothing to do with the system mechanism, but is related to the king's mood. Then could this copy, including the princess chooses a husband event in the copy, be imagined by the king? Now it seems that this guess is very likely to be correct. The king's greatest wish is to see his daughter get married, but the princess has passed away. The king cannot accept this fact, so he imagines the princess choosing a husband event, which gave birth to the Dungeon Royal City Dinner. Shiryu has seen on the forum that there is a way to allow all players to survive without clearing the level. If the player does not break the rules, the dungeon cannot continue to be maintained due to the dungeon itself, and the system has to eject the player from the dungeon. How to make the dungeon unable to be maintained? The answer is simple: break the king's illusion. Since this is an illusion, the dungeon will naturally collapse if the illusion is broken. So how to break the illusion? Is it to fulfill the king's wish? Or to destroy his wish?